The images don't begin to show the extent of what's been lost here.
Our cars are burned up, their friends are dead, the dogs and animals are dead, everybody's dead. There's dead people in the water.
For those that call this island home, the horror is overwhelming. Areas including historic Lahaina ravaged by the fire, more than 2,000 structures, homes and businesses, now rubble and ash. Tourists in this vacation paradise replaced by first responders, recovery teams, and cadaver dogs. Their grisly task made even more difficult by the intensity of the flames.
The remains we're finding is through a fire that melted metal. We have to do rapid DNA to identify them. So just understand what this thing is, because none of us really know the size of it yet.
Less than 10% of the burned out communities have been searched, and already more than 90 victims identified. Hawaii's governor worried about what the growing effort could ultimately reveal.
As a physician, it is a harrowing sight in Maui. When those police and this division do come across scenes in houses or businesses, is very difficult.
Survivors.
We need medicine. We need pillows, blankets, food.
Struggling through at times unbearable pain.
I haven't gotten a break, and I've just been like, I have to help. Like, I have no other option.
Aching as they try to figure out what's left and what comes next. Yeah, and as you just heard, communities still with so many needs right now, the clothing, food, and water. But there's also a growing concern long-term about housing for so many families that have lost everything.
All right, Jay, thank you.
And thank you for starting your morning with Early Today.
We'll see you tomorrow. Anger rising from the ashes. Nearly a week after flames tore across Maui, survivors are still fighting to see what's left of their homes. We're on the ground in Lahaina as recovery efforts continue in what is now the country's deadliest wildfire in more than a century.
A catastrophic explosion rattles a Pennsylvania neighborhood, killing at least 5 people. The powerful blast destroying 3 homes and damaging a dozen more. The shocking moment caught on camera.
It is possibly the eve of yet another indictment for former President Donald Trump. We're live with what to expect when the DA in Georgia makes her case tomorrow.
A California Nordstrom raided and ransacked. Dozens descend on the store, stealing tens of thousands of dollars in luxury goods. The investigation into this brazen robbery.
And the battle of the billionaires put on ice. Why Mark Zuckerberg says it is time to move on from his cage fight with Elon Musk. It's Monday, August 14th. Early Today starts right now.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us. I'm Vanita Nair.
And good morning, I'm Jessica Layton. We want to begin this morning in Hawaii, where the heartbreak is growing more profound by the hour. At least 93 lives have now been claimed by the wildfires in Maui, making this the deadliest wildfire in modern U.S. history. And that number is likely to climb higher. Police say most of the victims were found in streets and cars, and they've only just begun searching the more than 2,000 structures destroyed on the island. Our Miguel Almaguer visited one of the hardest hit areas.
These are the smoldering ruins of Lahaina, a desolate and dangerous landscape, now only home to heartbreak.
Our cars are burned up, their friends are dead, the dogs and animals are dead, everybody's dead. There's dead people in the water.
The grim reality on the ground, the search for the missing is turning into a recovery effort. This is the epicenter where authorities continue their painstaking door-to-door search for bodies, a death toll that rises daily.
Thank God that we still have each other and we're all alive and safe and accounted for. It's like we're the only things we have now, because everything that we had in the past is gone.
Charlie Camara watched the flames devour his hometown of 55 years.
It looks like a war zone. What do you think? Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. Cell phones are ringing in bodies that they're finding.
The pain here is palpable, and so is the anger. 5 days after the fire, access into the heart of Lahaina is restricted.
It is as if they cut us off from the rest of the world.
After a treacherous cliffside drive on what is technically a two-lane road, residents and our team were granted access into the remote oceanside town. But these are not the views anyone wants to see.
The scope of the devastation is truly difficult to put into words. From every direction and every angle, all you see is home after home that's been destroyed. Rebuilding in this area will take decades.
First allowed in 2 days ago, locals are now being pushed further away. Barricades and roadblocks deny residents of the one thing they want most.
We all just want to see what's left of our homes, even if it's still standing.
Calling the burn zone a toxic minefield.
It is not safe. It is a hazardous area.
Authorities insist they are working as fast as they can, but residents say official aid here has been slow to arrive. Volunteers taking their own boats in to help.
We need medicine. We need pillows, blankets, food.
Good Samaritans are overwhelmed with the magnitude of the disaster.
We're not trained to do this like this. I haven't gotten a break and I'm just like, I have to help. Like, I have no other option.
The loss in Lahaina and Maui's misery.
Residents outside of the burn zone are being allowed back into their homes, but as you can see behind me in downtown Lahaina, that's simply not going to happen for some time. FEMA says it could be weeks. Back to you.
So heartbreaking. Miguel, thank you.
A Pennsylvania suburb was rocked by a deadly blast Saturday morning. Officials say 5 people, 4 adults and 1 teenager, were killed in that explosion in the town of Plum on Saturday, which is about 20 miles northeast of Pittsburgh. The blast sent shockwaves through the neighborhood, blowing out nearby windows and lighting other houses on fire. County officials are currently investigating the cause of the explosion and note that further information is not expected for, quote, quite some time. The victims have yet to be identified. 3 others were taken to nearby hospitals following the incident.
After months of anticipation, Georgia prosecutor Fani Willis is widely expected this week to wrap up the case for bringing charges against former President Donald Trump and his allies. Now, this all goes back to alleged interference in the 2020 election. For much more on this, we go to NBC's Chris Pallone in Washington. Chris, good morning. Willis has already suggested that she would make the charging decisions in this case by mid-August. Here we are. What should we expect out of Fulton County?
Yeah, Jessica, good morning to you. 2 people have confirmed to NBC News that they've been called to that Fulton County, Georgia grand jury this week. Journalists George Cheedy and former Republican Georgia Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan say they'll testify tomorrow. That information clarifies the timeline Fulton County DA Fani Willis is working on. Willis has been investigating pressure former President Trump and his allies put on state and local officials to overturn the 2020 election results in the weeks and months after Election Day. Experts say Willis could use a state organized crime law to charge more than a dozen people in the case. The former president maintained his innocence while campaigning in Iowa over the weekend.
We don't take plea deals because I did nothing wrong. It's called election interference.
President Trump, did you intend to overturn the 2020 election?
You know the answer to this.
And if the grand jury did hand up an indictment against former President Donald Trump, it would be the 4th criminal indictment he faces. He's currently the front runner for the GOP nomination. Jess.
All right, Chris, thank you.
Overseas now in Ukraine, at least 7 people were killed by Russian shelling in the Kherson region Sunday. Among the dead, an entire family of 4, including a 3-week-old infant, according to the country's interior minister. Commenting on the attack in a speech posted in the Telegram, Ukrainian President Zelensky said, quote, "We will not leave any of Russia's crimes unanswered." Let's go live now to Araf Sanchez, who is following these developments. Good morning to you, Raf. How did the assault actually unfold?
Vanita, good morning. Yeah, this is the latest deadly Russian attack on civilians in the southern Ukrainian city of Kherson. You'll remember the Russians occupied Kherson for the first 9 months of the war. They withdrew in November, but they are just the other side of the Dnieper River, and they have been relentlessly assaulting the city. Yesterday's attack targeted both the city and surrounding villages, and as you said, at least 7 people killed, including that 3-week-old baby girl, her 12-year-old brother, and their mom. who was 39 years old. Ukraine's interior minister says the terrorists must be stopped. Now, this comes alongside an alarming incident in the Black Sea where the Russian Navy fired warning shots with automatic weapons at a civilian cargo ship. Russian commandos then descended on the ship from a helicopter and they searched it before allowing it to go on its way. Now, Russia says this is part of its new policy of treating any ship that is heading into Ukraine as a potential carrier of weapons. That comes after that deal to allow grain out of Ukraine's southern ports collapsed a few weeks ago. The Ukrainian government is saying that what happened in the Black Sea with this civilian cargo ship was an act of piracy and needs to be investigated by the international community. Benita.
All right, Ralph, thank you for the update.
2 boat crashes happened just miles away from each other in Texas on Sunday. On Lake Travis, 1 person died and 5 others were hospitalized after a boat and a jet ski crashed. Emergency responders performed CPR on one of the passengers, but sadly were not able to revive him. And 1 teen is missing and 4 others were taken to the hospital after a boat ran aground on Lake Austin. Authorities say their rescue efforts for the missing person have now switched to a recovery mission. Officials say the crash happened after a boat went over another boat's wake and lost control.
2 pilots are recovering this morning after a dramatic plane crash in Michigan. They were able to eject just moments before the vintage fighter jet plummeted into the parking lot of an apartment complex. The crash happened at the Thunder Over Michigan Air Show yesterday afternoon. Witnesses captured a black cloud of smoke rising from the crash scene. Both pilots were rescued and are expected to be okay. The cause is now under investigation.
There is a new hurricane churning in the eastern Pacific right now. NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman is tracking the impact it could have on Hawaii. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. We've got active conditions going on across parts of the Pacific, the eastern Pacific specifically, and we've got Hurricane Fernanda, now a Category 2 hurricane. It is sitting just under 700 miles to the southwest of Baja, California, and with winds at 105 miles per hour. Now, it's going to continue this kind of mainly westerly, northwesterly movement here over the coming days. Notice what happens, though, in the short term. We end up at a Cat 4 here, and we're looking at some rapid intensification from this system as it continues moving to the west through this week. We're talking about an indirect impacts when it comes to folks for Hawaii. That'll be down the line, potentially late weekend into early next week, so we'll keep a close eye on that. And otherwise, we've got Tropical Depression 8 that likely will become a tropical storm here in the short term, and we've also got a tropical disturbance that will likely become a tropical depression over the next couple of days. So we'll be watching that along with some heavy rain that's working through parts of the Midwest and already prompting flood alerts and active thunderstorms this morning. Let's look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. Temperatures ending up into the mid-80s across parts of the Northeast. Some soggy conditions stretched across the mid-Atlantic and full sunshine expected from Shreveport to Houston with temperatures in the 100s from San Angelo to New Orleans. And that's a look at your forecast, guys. Back over to you.
All right, Angie, thanks. Well, Europe's most active volcano is at it yet again. Mount Etna erupted numerous times Sunday, sending hot lava and ash clouds high into the sky. Sitting in Sicily above the town of Catania, Mount Etna is believed to have the longest documented history of eruptions among all volcanoes, with records dating back to as early as 425 BC.
Coming up, why Mark Zuckerberg is calling off his billionaire cage match against Elon Musk.
But first, the brazen mob of burglars behind a luxury store smash and grab that sent shoppers running for cover.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. And it's great to see that again.
So much work to be done here still.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A brazen smash-and-grab robbery outside L.A. had panicked shoppers fleeing. Cities in California have struggled in recent years with raids just like this, targeting retail stores for mass theft that often goes unsolved. Our Sam Brock has the story.
An L.A. area Nordstrom's blitzed Saturday by smash-and-grab burglars. Just the latest to shock a city.
People were very scared. They were running as if there was like an active shooter.
Police say the mob used bear spray to disarm security, with 30 to 50 people ransacking the handbag section of the store, stealing around $100,000 of high-end inventory. LAPD promises to find those involved.
Is there any doubt in your mind this is organized crime, and has it become a lot more sophisticated?
There's no doubt that this is organized. Some of it involves gang members. Some of it involves people that are what you would identify as professional retail thieves.
Though the LA area alone has been battered by at least 4 such robberies in the last couple of weeks, it's been a national problem for years. From sledgehammers in New York City to San Francisco's Union Square mayhem in 2021 to this sudden clothing grab in Atlanta. Heath Herzog wrote a book on the crime trend and points to changes in local laws.
Is there something that all of these cities have in common?
It's the threshold for these cities to prosecute for grand larceny. The threshold has increased for all of these cities, and then we have bail reform.
She says some thieves no longer think twice about stealing, with stores in 2022 losing tens of billions to theft. As for LAPD's investigation, the criminals should expect harsh consequences.
For those individuals that were involved in this, where bear spray was discharged against the security staff, you're going to find an elevated prosecution. Clearly, they were doing it in concert.
Sam Brock, NBC News.
Still to come, is the fight over before it even started? What Mark Zuckerberg is saying about his potential duel with Elon Musk.
And more trouble for another tech titan. The latest developments in the FTX scandal.
It is so good to be back.
Every morning, let's make your to-do list
Everything you need to know before you head out the door.
your today list.
Get the entire family organized. Healthy back-to-school yumminess.
When there's so much more to do,
Lots to look forward to this fall.
today has you covered.
My kids love this dish. Simple solutions for your everyday routine.
So you can take it all on. Every day needs today.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the dishes should be
allegations of Russian organizing.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It is so good to be back.
Every morning, let's make your to-do list
Everything you need to know before you head out the door.
your today list.
Get the entire family organized.
Healthy back-to-school yumminess.
Every day needs today.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
more good people than bad people, you know, right?
5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hamlet with everything.
All right, it just needs to.
And we're back with the breakdown, taking a look at the biggest business headlines of the day. And disgraced crypto mogul Sam Bankman-Fried was sent back to jail after his $250 million bond was revoked. A New York judge gave the order, siding with the prosecutors who allege he violated his bail agreement by interacting with the press and intimidating witnesses. Bankman, who was previously awaiting his October 2nd trial under house arrest, has pleaded not guilty to charges that he stole billions from his clients and investors. The FTX crypto exchange scandal has become one of the largest financial fraud schemes in the country. To be clear, he admits he made some mistakes, but has pleaded not guilty to that charge.
I mean, he really did have a lot of interaction with the press. That's
yes,
the NBC interview.
Yeah. Right. Seen plenty of him.
All right. And it seems that calls for the cage match between Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg are cooling down before the rivals have even entered the ring. Mark Zuckerberg shared on his Threads platform that he doesn't think Musk isn't serious about the fight and that it's time to move on. The two have been sparring on social media since June about the potential matchup after Meta unveiled Threads as a competitor to Musk's X platform, which you formerly know as Twitter. Musk hasn't responded yet to Zuckerberg's claims, but most recently said he needs surgery before the fight and now wants the matchup to take place in Italy. I feel like there's a bit of a weight discrepancy in this fight as well, right?
Someone might have to, put on a few pounds before the big match if it happens. Meanwhile, Apple is gearing up for a major redesign of its staple timepiece. According to a newsletter from Bloomberg, the tech company is expected to launch some major updates to the Apple Watch. It comes just in time for its 10th anniversary by either late next year or early 2025. The Apple Watch X is reported to have a magnetic watch band, a blood pressure sensor, and a micro LED screen, which would revamp the techie favorite into a design that is more sleek. Look, as long as it counts my steps, I'm cool.
I just need them to not change the charging port.
Right. Let's keep the charger.
Yes. All right. When we return, we'll check back in with Angie, who has been tracking where the heat and high temps could break records. Next.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It is so good to be back.
Every morning, let's make your to-do list
Everything you need to know before you head out the door.
your today list.
Get the entire family organized.
Healthy back-to-school yumminess.
Every day needs today.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It is so good to be back.
Every morning, let's make your to-do list
Everything you need to know before you head out the door.
your today list.
Get the entire family organized.
Healthy back-to-school yumminess.
Every day needs today.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Another hot one headed our way. We've got 85 million people from parts of the southeast into the southern plains and the Pacific Northwest even under these heat alerts this morning, and for good reason. Temperatures once again headed to the high 90s and potentially threatening some record afternoon highs in some spots. New Orleans 99, that current record set at 100. Jacksonville heads to 98 degrees today. That would break the record across that area this afternoon, and it continues into tomorrow. Triple digits for Houston to Baton Rouge. We look ahead to late week and not much of a change. Still the 90s in much of the southeast, triple digits for parts of Texas. New York, though, kind of comfortable. Ends up into the low to mid 80s for folks there. Check out the Pacific Northwest, though. Eugene, 109 as we get into today's afternoon temperatures. 106 for Portland. That'll blow the record out of the water here for folks there. And this, again, continues into tomorrow. By Wednesday, we'll have more of the same with these temperatures remaining into the triple digits across Idaho. We'll be in the high 90s for Salt Lake City, guys. It continues to feel like summer in a lot of places.
That's right. All right, Angie, thank you. Still ahead, Dwayne Johnson shares an emotional response to the wildfires on an island he called home.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. Man, it's good to see that.
So much work to be done here still.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the way the dishes should be.
allegations of Russian organizing.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is it.
By now, all of you around the world have seen the complete destruction and devastation that has hit our Hawaiian Islands, our island of Maui. And I'm completely heartbroken over this, and I know all of you are too. Everything that I've seen transpire.
That's Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, who spent part of his childhood in Hawaii, speaking out about the tragedy that's unfolding in Maui. He's urging any of his followers who want to help to visit HawaiiCommunityFoundation.org.
Wonderful that he's speaking out.
It's really a beautiful thing.
Hawaii, yeah. Despite the destruction, the spirit of Lahaina remains strong in Maui. Here's Dana Griffin.
Beneath the ash and debris in the town of Lahaina on Maui's west coast, a history rich with culture now lays buried.
Lahaina is often characterized as a tourist destination, but its historical and cultural significance runs deep.
Kaniela Ing's family has lived on Maui for 7 generations.
What's the cultural significance of Lahaina?
It's like walking through the annals of the colonial and capitalist history of Hawaii, starting from royalty to whaling to sandalwood.
Lahaina, which means cruel sun, was the original capital of the Hawaiian kingdom, made so by King Kamehameha, who united Hawaii's islands in 1802. The former site of Kamehameha's palace in the area engulfed by flames, along with this 200-year-old church, the final resting place for several Hawaiian kings and queens.
We lost our business, but our family's here.
Gone too, Tiffany Wynn's Lahaina gift shop.
The nice thing about Lahaina, such a sense of family. Everybody watches out for each other. And when tragedies happen, everybody bands together.
As much as has been destroyed, still standing is Lahaina's 150-year-old banyan tree. It is badly burned, but officials now hoping the roots are healthy and that the tree, like Lahaina, can come back.
If we can have the tree as like a little gem in that to keep us going, that'd be great.
Deeply rooted here, the aloha spirit, extending warmth to others, needed in Lahaina more than ever. Dana Griffin, NBC News Maui.
And if you want to help Maui, you can donate to any of these 3 websites on your screen, or you can make a $10 donation to the American Red Cross by texting Hawaii to 90999. And that tree we keep seeing, it really is the symbol of this situation, the resilience of the people of Hawaii. Our hearts just go out to all of those victims.
Of course, the other reminder to people is right now is not the time to be traveling to Maui. Whether you want to go to help or people are still thinking about it as kind of a vacation spot, now's not the time.
Now's not the time, right. So like we just showed you so many ways that you can help, though. Thanks for watching early today. I'm Jessica Layton.
And I'm Vanita Nair. Have a great Monday.
It is now the deadliest wildfire in modern American history. Hawaii's island of Maui reduced to ashes. Our team is on the ground in Hawaii this morning as the death toll is rising.
All eyes on Georgia's grand jury as Donald Trump faces the possibility of a 4th criminal indictment. We are live with what the court and the country can expect as the Georgia DA prepares to make her case.
Caught on camera, see the moment a house in Pennsylvania explodes, killing 5 people inside. The powerful blast destroying 3 homes and damaging a dozen more. We have the story of the man that ran toward the flames and saved the lone survivor.
A driverless traffic jam wreaks havoc on the streets of San Francisco just days after getting the green light to expand. See why more people than ever want these programs to hit the brakes.
And a surprise performance from Ed Sheeran. Eagle-eyed fans might be able to figure out what he sang while working at the Lego store. It's Monday, August 14th, and early today starts right now.
Good morning, and thanks for waking up with us. I'm Vanita Nair.
And I'm Jessica Layton, and this morning we want to begin with what is now the deadliest wildfire in U.S. history. Officials now confirming that at least 93 people have been killed on the island of Maui, and they are warning that the number will likely climb. More than 2,000 homes and other buildings have been destroyed, and police say so far they've really just been searching the cars in the streets. As of Sunday, they had only searched about 3% of those structures.
Just so you know, 3%, that's what's been searched with the dogs, 3%. When we pick up the remains and they fall apart, and so when you have 200 people running through the scene yesterday, I don't know how much more you want me to describe it.
A new class action lawsuit alleges the destruction could have been avoided if the utility company had de-energized its power lines ahead of the high wind weather. In a statement, Hawaiian Electric saying the utility doesn't comment on pending litigation, adding in part that high winds protocols were followed. FBI teams are now on the scene helping to investigate the cause of the fire. Coming up, we will have a live update from Hawaii.
Well, after months of anticipation, Georgia prosecutor Fani Willis is widely expected this week to wrap up the case for bringing charges against former President Donald Trump and his allies. This all goes back to the alleged interference in that 2020 election. For more on this, we go to NBC's Chris Pallone in Washington. Chris, good morning. Willis, as we know, has previously suggested that she would make charging decisions in this case by mid-August. Here we are now. So what should we expect out of Fulton County?
Jessica, good morning. Two people have confirmed to NBC News that they've been called to that Fulton County, Georgia grand jury to testify this week. Journalist George Cheedy, as well as Republican former Georgia Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan, say they will testify tomorrow. That information clarifies the timeline Fulton County DA Fani Willis is working on. Willis has been investigating pressure former President Trump and his allies put on state and local officials to overturn the 2020 election results in the weeks and months after Election Day. Experts say Willis could use a state organized crime law to charge more than a dozen people in the case. The former president maintained his innocence while campaigning in Iowa over the weekend.
Is there any chance you take a plea deal in Georgia?
We did nothing wrong. We don't ever take a plea deal.
Yes, sir.
We don't take plea deals. It's a wise guy question. You're just a wise guy. We don't take plea deals because I did nothing wrong. It's called election interference.
President Trump, did you intend to overturn the 2020 election?
You know the answer to this.
If that grand jury does hand up an indictment, it would be the fourth criminal indictment that former President Trump is facing. He is currently the front runner for the GOP nomination. Jessica.
All right, a lot of developments to look forward to. Chris, thank you.
A Pennsylvania suburb was rocked by a deadly blast Saturday morning. As the town recovers, officials are still trying to pinpoint a cause for the explosion that sent shockwaves through the neighborhood. NBC's Emily Akeda has more.
A western Pennsylvania neighborhood in pieces after a deadly house explosion rattled the area. The terrifying incident in Plum captured on a doorbell camera. You can see debris shooting across the whole block and the fireball that demolished several homes on Saturday morning.
We have a whole building completely gone. We have copious amounts of debris.
Greg Renko lives several doors down.
As a police officer, you hear an explosion and you run towards it.
Yes.
Renko helped carry his neighbor from the raging fire, who now, he says, is in critical condition.
We're fighting through the debris, the rubble, the fire, trying to get our neighbor out of there, but not a second thought was given.
Authorities concluded their recovery mission at the decimated lot. 5 people were killed, including 1 child, and nearly 60 firefighters treated by EMS. As the cause of the explosion remains a mystery, gas has been shut off in this neighborhood as a precaution.
At this point, we can share that our system was operating as designed. It's still too soon to estimate when service will be restored.
Fire officials say the explosion leveled 3 homes and damaged at least another dozen in the Pittsburgh suburb. Such a force blowing out windows 4 homes away.
I was sitting right here. My wife.
Families like the Kolonkowskis now left to pick up the pieces and face the utter devastation that claimed the lives of 5 of their friends.
I was with 3 of them the night before, and then not even 12 hours later, we find ourselves in this situation.
People here still evaluating the extent of the damage, not just on this unrecognizable block, but debris was literally thrown across the neighborhood. Authorities say it could take months, if not years, to determine the cause of the deadly explosion. Back to you.
Emily, thank you.
To Ukraine now, where at least 7 people were killed by Russian shelling in the Kherson region on Sunday. Among the dead, an entire family of 4, including a 3-week-old infant. That's according to the country's interior minister. Commenting on the attack in a speech posted to Telegram, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said, quote, "We will not leave any of Russia's crimes unanswered." Let's go live now to our Ralph Sanchez, who's following these developments. Good morning, Ralph. How did this assault on Kherson unfold?
Jessica, good morning. Yeah, this is the latest Russian attack on civilians in the southern Ukrainian city of Kherson. As you'll remember, the Russians occupied the city for the first 9 months of the war. They withdrew in November, but just to the other side of the Dnieper River, and they have continued to shell Kherson relentlessly since then. Yesterday's attack targeting both the city and surrounding neighborhoods, and as you said, at least 7 civilians were killed, including that 3-week-old baby girl, her 12-year-old brother, and their mother, who is 39 years old. Ukraine's interior minister says these terrorists must be stopped. Now, this came after an alarming incident in the Black Sea where the Russian Navy says it used automatic weapons to fire warning shots towards a civilian cargo ship heading towards a Ukrainian port. Russian commandos then descended from a helicopter onto that ship. They searched it before allowing it to go on its way. Now, the Russians say this is their policy of treating any ship heading towards Ukraine as potentially a carrier of weapons. This policy put in place after the collapse of that grain deal to allow ships out of southern Ukraine a couple of weeks ago. The Ukrainian government is saying that this firing towards a civilian ship was piracy and needs to be investigated by the international community. Jessica.
All right, Rolf, thank you.
2 pilots are recovering after a dramatic plane crash in Michigan. They were able to eject just moments before the vintage fighter jet plummeted into the parking lot of an apartment complex. The crash happened at the Thunder over Michigan air show yesterday afternoon. Witnesses captured a black cloud of smoke raising from the crash scene. Both pilots were rescued and are expected to be okay. The cause is now under investigation.
Robo-taxi company Cruise is caught square in a public relations debacle after up to 10 of their vehicles malfunctioned and caused a traffic jam in a San Francisco nightlife district at 11 p.m. on Friday. Witnesses tell the LA Times that the car stood blocking traffic for about 15 minutes before eventually driving away. Cruise is blaming a nearby music festival for wireless connectivity issues that impacted the cars. Critics say this is just the latest example of how self-driving cars are unsafe.
You forget how everything's connected right now. All right, after reaching hurricane status last night, Hurricane Fernanda could impact Hawaii. NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman is tracking where this storm is heading. That is certainly not what you want to hear for Hawaii right now, Angie. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, ladies. And we're going to be watching this down the line. So we're not talking short term in the next couple of days, but maybe by the weekend and into early next week, we could see indirect impacts from Hurricane Fernanda. You can see parts of the eastern Pacific quite active. We've also got Tropical Depression 8E. This along with a high pressure to the northwest of Hawaii is going to continue to keep those trade winds a little more elevated than we like over the next couple of days. And we've also got a tropical disturbance that has a 40% chance of developing that will likely become a depression here down the line. Here's the track of Fernanda, though. It does become a Category 4 in the short term, eventually starts to weaken, but still, again, those indirect impacts down the line. We'll keep a close eye on that. We're also watching a line of thunderstorms that's popped up some of these flood alerts already across parts of the Midwest and stretching down through places across the country. Really, the eastern third of the country is where we're going to see the most active weather through the day today. Not just the heavy rain, but also the potential for some strong storms. We've got the risk of some strong wind gusts as well as large hail on the table for this afternoon and a couple of tornadoes possible. That's a look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. Ending up at 77 degrees from Pittsburgh to Columbus. We'll be in the high 70s as well with showers and thunderstorms across the mid-Atlantic. We've got some thunderstorms expected across Santa Fe. 110 for Phoenix today with full sunshine. San Antonio ends up at 104. And that's a look at your forecast, ladies.
All right, Angie, thank you. Well, now to a story that just might clear up any Monday blues. Chicago was home to the 3rd annual Dachshund Derby. Dachshund and Dachshund mixed breeds were invited to participate in the race, but there could only be one champion.
What is your dog's name?
Sophie.
Sophie won!
Our congrats to Sophie there. All proceeds from that race benefited the Midwest Dachshund Rescue, which works to rescue pets in the region and find their forever homes.
Coming up here on Early Today, a new warning for prescription drugs coming from Mexico.
And some supermodels are voguing again. The Fashion Forward magazine is celebrating these icons of the 90s.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It is so good to be back.
Every morning, let's make your to-do list.
Everything you need to know before you head out the door.
Your today list.
get the entire family organized.
Healthy back-to-school yumminess.
Every day needs today.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit. I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. It's good to see that.
So much work to be done here still.
Many Americans go to Mexico to buy cheaper prescription medications, but officials are now warning that pills sold there could be counterfeit or worse, laced with deadly drugs like fentanyl. Erin Gilchrist has the story.
It's unbearable. Every day is unbearable because he's gone.
Celia and Terry Harms hold tight to memories of their son, Jonathan. He was only 29 when he died back in 2017. The coroner's report says from a fentanyl overdose.
This was not Johnny scoring on the corner. This was a migraine sufferer that was trying to get pain relief and went to a pharmacy.
Johnny Harms suffered from migraines his entire life, and during an episode on his vacation in Cancun, he went in search of medication at a Mexican pharmacy. He took a pill labeled migraine tablets and hopped a flight back home to California with his girlfriend. Within hours, Johnny Harms was dead.
As soon as that poison was sold to him, it was just a matter of time before he would die.
About 200,000 Americans travel to Mexico each year to buy prescription drugs, often because they're cheaper. The State Department is warning them, buy with caution, writing, counterfeit medication is common and may prove to be ineffective, the wrong strength, or contain dangerous ingredients. Those dangerous ingredients are exactly what researchers at UCLA found when they tried to buy prescription drugs in northern Mexico.
They look like an oxycodone, but they contain fentanyl or heroin. Or they look like an Adderall, but they contain methamphetamine.
And for a report in the LA Times, reporters bought and tested 55 pills from 29 pharmacies all across Mexico. They say a little more than half were counterfeit, and many contained fentanyl.
I'm very concerned that it seems to be something happening all over the country.
Most of those tests were on purchases of individual pills, which could be used as party drugs. But Maryland Congressman David Trone, who asked for that State Department warning,
well, I'm extremely concerned.
Thinks all prescription drugs there are a danger.
What's your warning to regular folks who are going on vacation in Mexico thinking that, if they need to grab a Tylenol, they can?
They run a huge risk, so they just got to stop buying drugs, any drugs in the Mexican pharmacies.
Celia and Terry Harms say more needs to be done to get the word out, so no one else has to go through the pain they've endured.
He was just, a wonderful son.
From our perspective, he was murdered. If we can save other individuals by getting the word out, by educating people, that will give more meaning to Jonathan's life.
Erin Gilchrist, NBC News.
Our thanks to Aaron for that heartbreaking story. All right, still to come on this busy Monday morning, the latest numbers as the pink phenomenon turns the box off into Barbie's dream house.
And this gave fans shivers in a good way. Ed Sheeran surprising them with an impromptu performance at the biggest mall in America.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It is so good to be back.
Every morning, let's make your to-do list
Everything you need to know before you head out the door.
your today list.
Get the entire family organized.
Healthy back-to-school yumminess.
When there's so much more to do,
Lots to look forward to this fall.
today has you covered.
My kids love this dish.
Simple solutions for your everyday routine.
So you can take it all on. Every day needs today.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House.
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
Andrew Wallace,
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
This is the best day ever.
It is the best day ever. So is yesterday, and so is tomorrow, and every day from now until forever. Do you guys ever think about dying?
Oh, Barbie, you brought the mood down there. The Barbie hype, though, sure isn't dying down at the box office. The blockbuster starring Margot Robbie keeps breaking out the box and breaking records, spending its fourth week at #1 after earning nearly $34 million in U.S. ticket sales this weekend. And Oppenheimer coming in at #2. I feel like you can't say one without the other now because they just sort of went together.
So true. All right, well, the biggest movie in the country to the country's largest mall, where Ed Sheeran gave fans a perfect surprise. The four-time Grammy winner was part of the A-Team at this Lego store at Minnesota's Mall of America. While in town for his mathematics tour, he helped customers check out, met with fans, and signed a few autographs. He even gave an acoustic performance outside the storefront of none other than his 2011 hit called Lego House. Why am I never present when something like this happens?
I know, I always miss the good stuff. And some of the biggest names in fashion are back for one super reunion. Check this out. Icons Cindy Crawford, Naomi Campbell, Christy Turlington, and Linda Evangelista, nicknamed the Supermodels, gathered together on the cover of Vogue magazine's September issue. In their cover interview, the group spoke about their rise to stardom in the 80s and 90s and the lasting legacy on the fashion industry today. The reunion continues with a docuseries called The Supermodels, which streams on Apple TV Plus September 20th.
Look at all those cheekbones.
Beautiful, beautiful. When we come back, we will catch up with Angie, who's been tracking where the record temps are rising this Monday. Stay with us.
It is so good to be back.
Every morning, let's make your to-do list
Everything you need to know before you head out the door.
your today list.
Get the entire family organized.
Healthy back-to-school yumminess.
When there's so much more to do,
Lots to look forward to this fall.
today has you covered.
My kids love this dish.
Simple solutions for your everyday routine.
So you can take it all on. Every day needs today.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the dishes you eat.
allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So,
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
this is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Across the country, we're looking at nice conditions out west, but really hot. We're dealing with record heat potentially across parts of the Northwest, Pacific Northwest, I should say, but we will still see a whole lot of sunshine in that area, too. It's hot and humid across parts of the South, and we've got the severe storms possible from the Midwest to the Mid-Atlantic. But here's those two areas that we're continuing to keep an eye on. With those heat domes in place across the South, Dallas heads to 98 degrees today, 100 degrees on the mark for Corpus Christi today. Tomorrow, a little bit warmer at 101. Atlanta sits into those mid-90s to low 90s through the next couple of days. And there's Medford, 111 on Monday. Tuesday, not quite as bad, but still 108 for folks there. It's going to be numerous records potentially being broken across the country the next few days. All right, Angie, thank you. Up next, a live report from Hawaii. Stay with us.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinglea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House.
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
and your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
It is so good to be back.
Every morning, let's make your to-do list
Everything you need to know before you head out the door.
your today list.
Get the entire family organized.
Healthy back-to-school yumminess.
Every day needs today.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break.
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the dishes
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Back now with that emergency situation that in many ways is only just beginning in Hawaii. The island of Maui still battling the flames while also now searching for victims of the wildfires that have claimed at least 93 lives.
NBC's Jay Gray joins us now from Maui with the latest on the recovery efforts. So Jay, what are you seeing there?
Ladies, good morning. We're seeing damage like you see behind us here, just shells that are left behind. And this type of devastation stretching for miles right now across neighborhoods like this one. And in many cases, entire towns just swallowed by flames. The laid back pace of this island giving way to the frantic rush of recovery teams that continue their work around the clock here. The images don't begin to show the extent of what's been lost here.
Our cars are burned up, their friends are dead, the dogs and animals are dead, everybody's dead. There's dead people in the water.
For those that call this island home, the horror is overwhelming. Areas including historic Lahaina ravaged by the fire, more than 2,000 structures, homes and businesses, now rubble and ash. Tourists in this vacation paradise replaced by first responders, recovery teams, and cadaver dogs. Their grisly task made even more difficult by the intensity of the flames.
The remains we're finding is through a fire that melted metal. We have to do rapid DNA to identify them. So just understand what this thing is, because none of us really know the size of it yet.
Less than 10% of the burned out communities have been searched, and already more than 90 victims identified. Hawaii's governor worried about what the growing effort could ultimately reveal.
As a physician, it is a harrowing sight in Maui. When those police and this division do come across scenes in houses or businesses, is very difficult.
Survivors.
We need medicine. We need pillows, blankets, food.
Struggling through at times unbearable pain.
I haven't gotten a break, and I've just been like, I have to help. Like, I have no other option.
Aching as they try to figure out what's left and what comes next. And as you just heard, communities still with so many needs right now, the clothing, food, and water. But there's also a growing concern long-term about housing for so many families that have lost everything.
All right, Jay, thank you.
And thank you for starting your morning with Early Today.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Right now on Morning News Now, wildfire wasteland. The search for survivors on the Hawaiian island of Maui grows more desperate as the number of deaths climbs higher. The inferno is now the worst natural disaster in the state's history and the deadliest U.S. wildfire in more than a century. Aid workers and volunteers are working around the clock to help those impacted by the catastrophe, while witnesses are expressing their horror at the devastation.
Their friends are dead, the dogs and animals are dead, everybody's dead. There's dead people in the water.
We've got the latest on the ground, plus we'll speak with one survivor who tragically lost her home. Also this morning, looming legal troubles. Former President Donald Trump is facing the prospect of a fourth indictment, this time over an investigation into alleged efforts to overturn the 2020 election in Georgia. We'll take a look at the case being brought by the state's district attorney. Smash and grab. A group of up to 50 people break into a Nordstrom store and steal thousands of dollars worth of goods, according to an LAPD spokesman. How the mob got away with it and what else police are saying about the shocking incident. Plus, striking a different chord, how one organization is working to encourage more artists from Black and Latin backgrounds to leave their mark on the world of classical music. Thanks so much for being here with us on a Monday, and it's great to have you with us, Valerie.
Thank you. Good to be here. I'm Valerie Castro in for Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We begin this morning with those deadly wildfires in Maui.
Officials say the death toll in the Lahaina fire has climbed to at least 96, making it the deadliest wildfire in modern U.S. history. What was once a lush green paradise is now reduced to charred debris. Hawaii's governor says the damage is estimated at close to $6 billion in Lahaina. More than 2,000 structures were destroyed or damaged. And this morning, families are desperately searching for loved ones.
It looks like a war zone. Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. The phones are ringing in, the body bags, people still looking for their family. It ripped you here so fast.
This as scrutiny continues to mount over whether people were given enough warning about the wildfires. Reports indicate Hawaii's emergency warning sirens were never activated, and an investigation into that is still ongoing. We're bringing you updates throughout the morning on the wildfires, but we begin with NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin at the War Memorial Stadium shelter in Wailuku. Dana, good morning. Give us a sense of what things are looking like there. Does the shelter have enough resources to help all of the evacuees who are in need?
Valerie, good morning. It's about 1 a.m. local time. You can see behind me, they've got the entrance to the War Memorial Complex closed off right now. A lot of people sleep at this hour. We were here over the weekend. We saw pallets of donations, so much stuff. They've really got a lot of good items here. The latest on what they are still in need of: meals, water, toiletries, underwear. Those are just some of the items. And they're really asking people to give monetary donations to reputable organizations, because a lot of times people just flood the area with things, and some of them are not up to code for FEMA or the Red Cross, so they sometimes have to put those things aside. But the best way they're asking people to help is to send money through those reputable organizations, unless they're like toiletries, underwear, water, meals. We're seeing a lot of businesses actually step up to provide those. Valerie?
So much help will be needed there. The Hawaii Governor Josh Green said the state is focusing on the need for housing for survivors, evacuees, and first responders. Dana, what sort of a plan do they have in place?
Right now, they've set aside about 500 hotel rooms that they're going to start filling today. We know there are about 1,100 evacuees that are spread across several shelters here in Maui. They're asking people who have vacation plans here in Maui, if they can, to not come to the island, because those hotel rooms could actually go to people who need them most. We do have some people that are still here vacationing, so right now they're working on a long-term plan to house people. They've even asked, the governor has even asked people across the state to open up their homes, Valerie, to take in some of these evacuees.
Officials have said some businesses that have reopened could provide much-needed resources to those in need. What do we know about that?
Yeah, so in Lahaina, 3 businesses have actually reopened. There's a market open 24/7, allowing residents to get the necessities and food that they need. Also, 2 gas stations have reopened, thanks in part to the electricity being restored to about 60% of customers that were impacted by this. You've also got a lot of local businesses across the island that are stepping up, whether they're providing food, transportation. There's also a free shuttle that's helping to take Lahaina residents to and from markets in central Maui. So there's just so many people that are stepping up to do what they can, and it's a really beautiful thing to see.
Just amazing that any businesses have been able to reopen. Dana, FEMA is on the ground this morning helping with the response and recovery process. How can people begin to register for that federal assistance?
Yeah, we've got a graphic for those who need this information. You can go to disasterassistance.gov. There's also a phone number that you can call, 1-800-621-3362. You can also visit a FEMA staff member in person if you're here on the island. They are setting up assistance programs to get vouchers for housing. As far as the long-term plan, that's something that they are still working out, and obviously a lot of residents here are vowing to rebuild, but that is going to take years, if not decades. Right now, crews are really focused on trying to recover those missing bodies. Most of them burned. They're asking people, relatives who are missing family members, to give their DNA so they can try to identify those bodies. As of Saturday, which was the last update, they've only searched about 3% of the disaster zone. So it's going to be a long process here. Valerie.
Okay, Dana, we appreciate your reporting there on the ground. Thank you so much.
And now joining us again this morning is May Lee from Hawaii, who survived the wildfires. May, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. I know you first joined us here on this show on Friday just a couple days ago. You told us about how quickly you had to escape these flames in Lahaina. Tell us now how you're doing and what's changed, what the last few days have been like since we last spoke.
Hi, good morning. I wouldn't say much has changed. The good thing that's changed is that more people have been found that we weren't sure if they were alive or not. So that's been really the victories that we have right now. It's slowly finding our loved ones. Other than that, it's a nightmare that won't end. It's just every time you wake up or every time you think about it, you see a picture, it's like the worst heartbreak you can possibly imagine.
Absolutely. Tell me a little bit about finding loved ones. What were those efforts like and what ultimately happened? When did you find out?
It's basically just been that the cell service has been so poor and so spotty on the west side. It still is. It's getting better, but it's still not good. Lahaina is not just, the west side is not just Lahaina. The west side is 10 miles past Lahaina too, where people fled to, and they haven't been able to really reach out. And also with limited access to the west side, people can't leave. So it's been, as people spotty have service, they will check in. We have Facebook pages, and there's a list of names that people that couldn't find each other reported on. And then slowly but surely you check in the list, and the names are now not in green. They're not in red, they're in green now. So it says found. But that's kind of the only way to find out, unless people have cell service that can call you.
Oh, so difficult on top of all this to not just be able to be in touch with each other. Tell us what the biggest challenges your community is facing are now that we're nearly a week since the start of these fires. What is it that people that you know, that your community needs?
There's a lot of talk of FEMA and Red Cross. They're not doing anything. The only people that are helping the community right now is the community. It's just talk. It's just talk, talk, talk. The people that are over there, they're not getting help from FEMA. They're getting help from each other. People from Oahu are driving boats to the west side delivering goods. It's outrageous. We're not getting help from the government at all. It's the community helping the community. That's how Maui is. That's how Hawaii is. And we just need people to know that people are sending goods to us that we're not getting because FEMA is taking it, saying it's not FEMA approved, when it's things that we desperately need.
Like what types of things?
I'm not over there myself because I don't want to be a part of that traffic jam. So I'm just hearing from friends of mine that are in touch with me. They're saying that they're not seeing any official, there's nobody taking charge. It's just, they were saying a couple of days ago that it felt like it was the Lord of the Flies over there. It was just, there's nobody in control. Nobody is directing anybody. It's just a bunch of people just grieving, and they have nobody to follow, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, absolutely. It's heartbreaking to hear, but it does make sense. May, thank you very much for joining us again. I mean, it is incredible to hear about the people who live there, helping the other people who live there, and that resiliency. We appreciate you talking to us again, and we will continue to check in. We're thinking about you and your family.
Thank you. Just keep us in our hearts and keep Lahaina in our hearts. It's a very strong community, and we just we want to rebuild, and we want to get that going as soon as possible. So whatever we can get help with, we appreciate it.
Absolutely. May, thank you so much. We appreciate you, and we'll talk to you soon.
Turning to the weather now, storms are expected across the country today, and some are even expected to impact Hawaii by this weekend. Let's get a closer look at what to expect with your Morning News Now weather forecast.
Yeah, tell us how much of a problem that's going to be. Andrew Lastman, hi, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, it's more of an indirect impact that we're talking about, and it's down the line. We could see a potential of some stronger winds here in the short term over the next maybe day or so. But by the time we get into late in the weekend and into early next week, we could see some indirect impacts from a system, a tropical system that we're tracking. So let's start with those trade winds. We've got a high to the north. We've got Tropical Storm Greg that is newly formed, but sits to the south and east of the island chain. Now, this is a little bit of a different setup than what we dealt with Dora when we saw those really strong winds as Dora sat to the south and the high pressure was to the north. This high is farther away than it was last week when we were talking about that setup. And Tropical Storm Greg is not nearly as strong as Hurricane Dora was at that time. So those are some important distinctions that we have to make. Either way, though, we will see those enhanced trade winds. So we're talking about breezy to gusty conditions across the island chain here as we go through the next couple of days. Something to note with fires still burning, of course, across Hawaii. Now, here's the rest of what we're watching. Hurricane Fernanda, this continues to move to the west, and that'll be something that we watch through the next couple of days, continuing to rapidly intensify. We've got Tropical Storm Greg that I just mentioned. That'll continue to move to the west as well. And we've got another tropical disturbance that right now has a 40% chance of developing. We could likely see this become a tropical depression in the next couple of days. So we'll be closely watching that. When it comes to Fernanda, Category 3 right now, those winds have come up 125 miles per hour, but you see the westward movement at 8 miles per hour. The track keeps it south of Hawaii, but again, those indirect impacts could happen as we get into the late part of the weekend and into early next week. You'll notice that it does weaken. We're not talking about a Category 3 hurricane here as we go through, Saturday, Sunday, and into early next week as it gets closer to the islands, but we will be continuing to keep a close eye on that, guys.
All right. Angie, thank you so much. We'll talk to you in a little bit.
Fulton County, Georgia District Attorney Fani Willis is preparing to present her election interference case against Donald Trump to the grand jury. Georgia's former Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan and independent journalist George Cheedy both confirmed they received notice to appear in court tomorrow after being subpoenaed to testify. Former Georgia State Senator Jen Jordan and former lawmaker Bee Nguyen have also been called to testify in the case.
It marks a major move forward for the 2-year investigation into the alleged attempts from Trump and his allies to reverse the 2020 election results in Georgia. And it comes just weeks after the former president was indicted on federal election interference charges by special counsel Jack Smith. He pleaded not guilty in that case. For more on this, let's bring in NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander, who is at the Fulton County Courthouse. And joining us right here on set is NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos. Good morning to the both of you. Blaine, we'll begin with you there on the ground. What are we learning about these witnesses that were called to testify in these grand jury proceedings? What does it tell us about where District Attorney Willis is in her investigation at this point?
Well, guys, it tells us that she's poised to present to a grand jury this week. You know, when we look at the witnesses, it certainly gives us insight into how she's going to be presenting this case to the grand jury. We know that she has a much more widened scope of investigation beyond just that infamous phone call from Donald Trump to Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger. So when you look at the two people that we know are going to testify, it shows you just how she's going to be putting this case before a grand jury. Let's start with George Cheedy. He is an independent journalist. He's the person who kind of stumbled, in his words, upon this meeting of the alternate electors at the state capitol back in 2020. He's the one who was also ushered quickly out of the room. So likely he's going to be asked to testify about that. So we know, of course, that she's looking into that slate of fake electors. And then, of course, when you look at the former Lieutenant Governor, Jeff Duncan, a Republican, he can speak to the pressure that former President Trump and his allies put on state officials to overturn the election results here in Georgia. Here's a little bit of what he said over the weekend, looking ahead to his testimony tomorrow. Take a look.
Yeah, I did just receive notification to appear on Tuesday morning at the Fulton County Grand Jury, and I certainly will be there to do my part in recounting the facts. I have no expectations as to the questions, and I'll certainly answer whatever questions put in front of me, and certainly don't want to go any deeper than that to jeopardize or compromise the investigation. But look, for me, this is a story that is important for Republicans to hear, Americans to hear. Let's hear the whole truth and nothing but the truth about Donald Trump's actions and the surrounding cast of characters around him.
And so you heard from him. Now, those are the two that we know are going to testify tomorrow. There are two others who have received their subpoena that NBC News has also been in touch with. We've been in touch with them, Jen Jordan and Bee Nguyen. Both of them are former state lawmakers. They're important to this investigation because they were inside a panel where they heard presentations from Rudy Giuliani, where he espoused a number of since debunked claims about Georgia's election and election fraud here in the state. Of course, we know that that's something that Fani Willis has included in the scope of her investigation as well, guys.
Danny, let's turn to you. Does a summons to testify mean that a witness has to appear before a grand jury, and does it make a difference that they were also subpoenaed?
Under Georgia law, it appears that the summons is basically similar to a subpoena. A grand jury subpoena commands someone to either bring documents or themselves and come testify. And in this case, while normally in legal parlance, a summons is something more like when you're sued in court, you have to be served with a summons, or jury members are summoned to the courthouse. Under Georgia law, they appear to be about the functional equivalent.
Danny, we don't know the charges that Willis is seeking here specifically yet, though it has been strongly sort of suggested anti-racketeering statutes could come up. Explain that to us and what the potential implication of that is.
Racketeering, super complicated statute. Georgia law has a very broad racketeering statute, arguably broader than the federal counterpart, and that's why prosecutors like using it. Basically, what it involves is an enterprise, and that enterprise could arguably be the Trump campaign. It could also be the presidency itself. And then you also have a pattern of racketeering and activity. And really all that is two or more of what are called predicate crimes or acts. And those predicate crimes are listed in the statute. And the reason prosecutors love RICO statutes is that they have longer statutes of limitations, that you can fold in all these different acts. You don't even necessarily need to prove the underlying crimes, or you could charge those underlying crimes as well. What it does is it really just broadens a prosecutor's power to bring charges. But don't be surprised if there isn't any racketeering charges in an indictment at all. The prosecutor could charge the underlying crimes that make up the predicates, because maybe the prosecutor sees that as easier. But if this is a large indictment indicting a number of people, I would expect there's a good chance you'd see a RICO charge.
Blaine, security for District Attorney Willis has been increased over the last few weeks, but a social media post from Trump over the weekend is bringing more attention to Willis. Is her security expected to heighten again as a result?
You know, I think it's important to point out that these attacks are nothing new, right? She certainly had heightened security for quite some time, more than a year ago. She told me that she was upping her security because of all of the threats. And certainly we've heard from the former president calling her out, slamming the investigation, even from the campaign trail, different speeches. So these attacks are nothing new. What is new is that they've increased in recent days, and they've become more pointed. He's also, his campaign has launched an ad that has been airing on Atlanta television, also smearing the DA and her investigation. She responded to that ad in an email to her employees, basically saying, listen, don't get distracted. Don't, really read into this, even telling them, don't go out and defend me on social media or talk about this. We have a job to do. We need to stay focused. So to your question about security, her security is high. It's been high, and I'd imagine it's going to continue to remain high for the coming days and weeks, guys.
Okay, Blaine Alexander, thank you, and Danny Savalos, thank you so much.
Well, Republican candidate Mike Pence is speaking out about another ongoing special counsel investigation, this one involving Hunter Biden. On Friday, Attorney General Merrick Garland gave special counsel status to the attorney investigating the president's son. Delaware U.S. Attorney David Weiss has been investigating Hunter Biden since 2019, but it's not yet clear exactly what allegations are on the table. On Sunday's Meet the Press, Pence said he welcomed that move. Here's moderator Chuck Todd with more on their conversation.
Well, hello there, Savannah and Valerie. This week on Meet the Press, the former vice president and 2024 presidential candidate Mike Pence joined me to discuss the Attorney General's appointment of a special counsel to investigate Hunter Biden and how it could all impact the 2024 presidential race. Take a listen to what he had to say.
The pattern of the Justice Department during our 4 years in the White House and since has undermined public confidence in equal treatment under the law. And while I welcome the appointment of a special counsel, which is, of course, appropriate and is a minimum where the Attorney General has a potential conflict of interest, I'm also comforted by the fact that Congress is going to continue to do its work. I am hopeful that Special Counsel Weiss will do his job without fear or favor, but I have confidence that that Jim Jordan, Congressman Comer, and others will continue to do their job for the American people.
Look, I couldn't help but notice you had said that the Justice Department, even in the 4 years that you guys oversaw it, you thought also didn't seem to conduct investigations fairly. Why do you think this is? How is it that this is a bipartisan problem that you're identifying?
Well, look, I mean, it started in 2016 when James Comer gave Hillary Clinton a pass, right, that no other American would have gotten. If I have the privilege of being president of the United States, we're not just going to have a new attorney general and a new FBI director, Chuck, but I'm going to clean house on the whole top floor of the Justice Department and demand that we have men and women who are respected on both sides of the aisle as people of integrity who will apply the rule of law in this country equally to every American.
Well, you can see my full interview, more and more of it, at meetthepress.com. You can also get more Meet the Press right here on NBC News Now every single weekday at 4 p.m.
All right, Chuck, thank you so much.
Candidates for the GOP presidential nomination have been out in force, stumping in one of the most heavily sought-after states at the Iowa State Fair. According to a recent poll conducted by Siena College and the New York Times, it's former President Trump who has the lead in Iowa, with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis more than 20 points behind, and no other GOP candidate even hitting double digits. NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray joins us now with more on the State Fair. Good morning, Mark. So let's start with former President Trump. How was he received this weekend, and what campaigning strategies did we see from him?
Yeah, Valerie, the former president ended up swooping in, taking the Iowa State Fair by force, first spotted in his private plane, then doling out his MAGA gear and hats to supporters, needling his chief rival, Ron DeSantis, on agriculture policy, and then maybe most importantly of all, bringing an entourage of Florida congressmen and women who've endorsed Trump over Ron DeSantis, all kind of trying to poke at vulnerabilities at the Florida governor.
Speaking of Ron DeSantis, he's polling in second place. He did not have as warm of a welcome in Iowa, did he?
Yeah, so he's replaced his campaign manager, and he's had some difficulty in the polls, and he ended up flipping pork chops, having a one-on-one with Iowa's Governor Kim Reynolds, but he ended up getting disrupted by some liberal protesters. Take a listen.
Some people put their agenda ahead of honoring veterans, and they think they're not even from this county, and they come and they want to scream over other people. That's not how we work. We want to lift people up. We want to aim higher. We want a country that can be united again, and people like that are holding this country back.
That's not all that uncommon at the Iowa State Fair, where people get to attend and sometimes can needle some of the presidential candidates. So that kind of flack that DeSantis was receiving wasn't all too uncommon.
And Mark, Nikki Haley spoke to NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale while she was at the fair. She had some choice words about President Trump. Let's take a listen.
I know Trump very well. Yeah. I know exactly what gets under his skin. I know exactly what he does. So, look, I think he was the right president at the right time. I don't think he's the right president going forward. And I think when you put all of the options on that stage, people are going to be able to tell which direction they want to go. They don't want to go backwards.
All right, some needling all around there. Mark, what do you make of that?
Well, she's been calling for a new generation of leadership. That has been the primary argument that she's made running against Donald Trump. And you heard her talk about that debate stage. And one of the biggest questions about the August 23rd Republican presidential debate will be whether or not Donald Trump ends up attending, being either someone that the candidates end up attacking in person or in absentia.
Okay, thanks for unpacking all of that for us, Mark Murray. Thank you.
Well, at least 5 people were killed after a house exploded on a suburban street in Pennsylvania. The blast destroyed 3 homes and damaged about a dozen others. Officials say they expect the investigation into the cause of this to last for months. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa has the details.
The force of the incident so powerful, neighbors described it as a bomb going off. Well, when they stepped outside, they say it looked like one did too. So you can see the explosion literally leveled several homes here. You can just make out the shells of those cars there in an explosion that claimed the lives of 5 people. A western Pennsylvania neighborhood in pieces after a deadly house explosion rattled the area. The terrifying incident in Plum captured on a doorbell camera. You can see debris shooting across the whole block and the fireball that demolished several homes on Saturday morning.
We have a whole building completely gone. We have copious amounts of debris.
Greg Renko lives several doors down. As a police officer, you hear an explosion and you run towards it.
Yes.
Renko helped carry his neighbor from the raging fire, who now, he says, is in critical condition.
We're fighting through the debris, the rubble, the fire, trying to get our neighbor out of there, but not a second thought was given.
Authorities concluded their recovery mission at the decimated lot. 5 people were killed, including 1 child, and nearly 60 firefighters treated by EMS. As the cause of the explosion remains a mystery, gas has been shut off in this neighborhood as a precaution.
At this point, we can share that our system was operating as designed. It's still too soon to estimate when service will be restored.
Fire officials say the explosion leveled 3 homes and damaged at least another dozen in the Pittsburgh suburb. Such a force blowing out windows 4 homes away.
I was sitting right here. My wife.
Families like the Konkowskis now left to pick up the pieces and face the utter devastation that claimed the lives of 5 of their friends.
I was with 3 of them the night before, and then not even 12 hours later, we find ourselves in this situation.
People here still evaluating the extent of the damage, not just on this unrecognizable block, but debris was literally thrown across the neighborhood. Authorities say it could take months, if not years, to determine the cause of the deadly explosion. Back to you.
All right, Emily Aketa, thanks so much.
Coming up, it was another weekend of violence in Ukraine.
That's right. We'll bring you the latest on the war as shelling intensifies in the south of the country. Plus, a new warning from the State Department over the purchase of prescription drugs in Mexico. What you need to know next.
So good to be back.
Every morning, let's make your to-do list.
Everything you need to know before you head out the door.
Your today list.
Get the entire family organized.
Healthy back-to-school yumminess.
Every day needs today.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We have the latest now on the war in Ukraine. Over the weekend, at least 7 people, including a baby, were killed by Russian shelling in Ukraine's southern region. NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman joins us now with the latest on this. Hey, Josh, so what can you tell us about this deadly shelling by Russian forces this weekend?
Well, today has been declared a day of mourning after those weekend strikes in Kherson that killed, among others, that 3-week-old baby, part of a family of 4, at least 20 injured. And Kherson is particularly important because this is a major city that was actually liberated by the Ukrainians from Russian control in November of last year. But there has not been peace there since its liberation. The Russians are just on the other side of the river from which they have been just bombarding this city for months. There's also been new strikes in the last hours in Odessa, that key port city, setting fire to, among others, a supermarket and a dormitory.
Josh, also, I want to ask you about something else that happened yesterday. So last month, Russia had pulled out of a deal that allowed civilian cargo ships to travel through the Black Sea and use that area. But then yesterday, a Russian ship fired warning shots at a cargo ship that was reportedly heading toward Ukraine. What can you tell us about this?
Yeah, that's right. Russian forces say that they used automatic weapons to fire warning shots at that cargo ship. They eventually inspected it and allowed it to go to Ukraine. But this is creating a real chilling effect for this humanitarian corridor that Ukraine wants to create in lieu of that grain deal that has now collapsed to try to get some of the ships that have been stuck in Ukraine out. It's unclear whether anyone's going to be willing to actually sail through the Black Sea if they know they could come under fire like this from Russian forces.
Absolutely, a total concern. Josh, also just tell us, in light of all this, what we were just talking about with Russian forces, what is the latest on Ukraine's counteroffensive? How is it going? I know that they were using drones in the region. Has that been effective?
Well, the drones have been very effective at unnerving the Russians because they have been really hitting beyond the front lines, deep into Russian-held territory, in some cases in Russia itself. But they haven't been as effective in actually helping this counteroffensive to liberate territory from the Russians. In fact, the deputy defense minister that said that in Bakhmut, which of course has been the location of intense fighting for months, in the last week or so, they've only been able to take back a little over a square mile of territory from the Russians. Other Western analyses have found that on the two major fronts where Ukraine is fighting, they've been able to get somewhere between 10 and 12 square miles back from Russia. So this is very slow going still for the Ukrainian military.
All right, Josh Letterman, thank you so much, and stay safe.
Turning now to a warning from the State Department about buying prescription drugs abroad. Many Americans have gone to Mexico in an effort to find cheaper prescription drugs. But now officials say the pills sold there can be counterfeit or worse, laced with other deadly drugs. NBC News correspondent Erin Gilchrist has the details.
It's unbearable. Every day is unbearable because he's gone.
Celia and Terry Harms hold tight to memories of their son, Jonathan. He was only 29 when he died back in 2017. The coroner's report says from a fentanyl overdose.
This was not Johnny scoring on the corner. This was a migraine sufferer that was trying to get pain relief and went to a pharmacy.
Johnny Harms suffered from migraines his entire life, and during an episode on his vacation in Cancun, he went in search of medication at a Mexican pharmacy. He took a pill labeled migraine tablets and hopped a flight back home to California with his girlfriend. Within hours, Johnny Harms was dead.
As soon as that poison was sold to him, it was just a matter of time before he would die.
About 200,000 Americans travel to Mexico each year to buy prescription drugs, often because they're cheaper. The State Department is warning them, buy with caution, writing, counterfeit medication is common and may prove to be ineffective, the wrong strength, or contain dangerous ingredients. Those dangerous ingredients are exactly what researchers at UCLA found when they tried to buy prescription drugs in northern Mexico.
They look like an oxycodone, but they contain fentanyl or heroin. Or they look like an Adderall, but they contain methamphetamine.
And for a report in the LA Times, reporters bought and tested 55 pills from 29 pharmacies all across Mexico. They say a little more than half were counterfeit and many contained fentanyl.
I'm very concerned that it seems to be something happening all over the country.
Most of those tests were on purchases of individual pills, which could be used as party drugs. But Maryland Congressman David Trone, who asked for that State Department warning,
well, I'm extremely concerned.
Thinks all prescription drugs there are a danger.
What's your warning to regular folks who are going on vacation in Mexico thinking that, if they need to grab a Tylenol, they can?
They run a huge risk, so they just got to stop buying drugs, any drugs in the Mexican pharmacies.
Celia and Terry Harms say more needs to be done to get the word out, so no one else has to go through the pain they've endured.
He was just, a wonderful son.
From our perspective, he was murdered. If we can save other individuals by getting the word out, by educating people, that will give more meaning to Jonathan's life.
Erin Gilchrist, NBC News.
Our thanks to Erin for that reporting. Heartbreaking. All right, let's stay on international headlines. We start with the latest from the recent military takeover in Niger.
Raf Sanchez joins us now from Tel Aviv with that and more. Good morning, Raf.
Valerie, Savannah, good morning. Yeah, the coup leaders who seized power in Niger last month now say they want to put the country's democratically elected president on trial for treason. President Mohamed Bazoum has been in prison since he was toppled in July. President Biden and other world leaders have called for his release, and neighboring West African states have threatened to use force to restore democracy. In Argentina, voters delivered a stinging rebuke to the country's two main political factions in the first round of elections. A far-right libertarian economist came first in the presidential poll with about 30% of the vote. That put him ahead of both the center-left government and the main conservative opposition bloc. The final vote is scheduled for October. And finally, hundreds of artifacts are being returned from the U.S. and sent back to their rightful homes in Italy. The art unit of Italy's National Police said the items were stolen and sold to U.S. museums and collectors in the 1990s. Among the items are sculptures, paintings, and pots, some of them 3,000 years old. There are also mosaics worth potentially millions of dollars. So, guys, a real treasure trove recovered there.
Wow, absolutely. Some of that stuff is just so beautiful. Raf, thank you so much. Well, coming up, a smash and grab at a Nordstrom.
How police say a group of up to 50 people stole thousands of dollars from the store in L.A., the latest in a series of nationwide robberies that has authorities worried. That's next.
Story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We're back now with an update on what authorities are calling an organized crime spree sweeping the nation. Groups of burglars are targeting major retailers in an organized attempt to steal hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of merchandise, more often than not in just a few minutes. A Los Angeles Nordstrom was just the latest target. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has more.
An L.A. area Nordstrom's blitzed Saturday by smash and grab burglars. Just the latest to shock a city.
People were very scared. They were running as if there was like an active shooter.
Police say the mob used bear spray to disarm security, with 30 to 50 people ransacking the handbag section of the store, stealing around $100,000 of high-end inventory. LAPD promises to find those involved.
Is there any doubt in your mind this is organized crime, and has it become a lot more sophisticated?
But there's no doubt that this is organized. Some of it involves gang members. Some of it involves people that are what you would identify as professional retail thieves.
Though the LA area alone has been battered by at least 4 such robberies in the last couple of weeks, it's been a national problem for years. From sledgehammers in New York City to San Francisco's Union Square mayhem in 2021 to this sudden clothing grab in Atlanta. Heatha Herzog wrote a book on the crime trend and points to changes in local laws. Is there something that all of these cities have in common?
It's the threshold for these cities to prosecute for grand larceny. The threshold has increased for all of these cities, and then we have bail reform.
She says some thieves no longer think twice about stealing, with stores in 2022 losing tens of billions to theft. As for LAPD's investigation, the criminals should expect harsh consequences.
For those individuals that were involved in this, where bear spray was discharged against the security staff, you're going to find an elevated prosecution. Clearly, they were doing it in concert.
Sam Brock, NBC News.
Well, also in Southern California, police are turning to drones to help fight crime on the streets. But some are concerned it may be an invasion of privacy. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian takes a closer look at the new drone program and the criticism it's receiving.
An eye in the sky, helping police de-escalate gun confrontations, catch drug dealers, and put away violent criminals.
About 88 to 90% of the time, the drone is first on scene before any of our officers in the field arrive. And we'll be responding east to Lincoln Boulevard.
In beachside Santa Monica, police officer Peter Lashley can survey a city block for a reported suspicious person from a command center a mile away, or zoom in to read a license plate. Last year, the drone was the only witness to a brutal assault, and its footage was used to convict one of the attackers.
How have these drones changed the way your department does its work?
It's a fundamental change. It allows an experienced police officer to see what's going on in real time and communicate those facts to the officers responding.
They say the drone's eye view can prevent officers from overreacting. Santa Monica police got a call last year about a man with a gun. At first, drone footage appeared to confirm it, but then
as I'm watching him, I can clearly see, and you'll see he exhaled, there's a little bit of smoke here in a second, that I'm 99% sure that that's some type of lighter.
Given that, police didn't need to approach aggressively. Drones can also help police on dangerous operations. We got a demonstration of the lemur, which SWAT teams can use to break windows and fly inside buildings, even talking to a barricaded subject.
This is the police department. We're here to resolve the situation peacefully.
We don't have a problem with drones being used for particular emergencies, but what we don't want to see are drones used for routine mass surveillance where they're watching everybody all the time. And we're afraid that this is going to lead to that.
Seattle has banned the use of police drones, and other communities have demanded strict rules.
There are some people that are just uncomfortable with the idea of the police flying anything that could conduct overhead surveillance.
We respond to calls for service. We don't utilize it as a random surveillance tool. I think as it rolls out on a national level, that's going to be incumbent upon those agencies that deploy it to be responsible with it.
And important for communities to keep watch on those who protect and serve. Ken Delanian, NBC News, Santa Monica.
Well, coming up, as many of us swelter in the summer heat, the extreme temperatures are also impacting our wallets.
We'll take a closer look at how rising electric bills are weighing on low-income Americans hoping to stay cool. That's coming up next.
are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. Man, it's good to see you.
So much work to be done here still.
Welcome back. All summer long, we've been reporting on the record-breaking temperatures sweeping the country.
And with people cranking up their AC to help combat the rise in those temperatures, electric bills have skyrocketed, causing many low-income Americans to struggle to pay. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra joins us now from Miami with more on the issue. Marissa, good morning. So tell us, how have the heat waves impacted the cost of living for people across the country? What are they doing to manage these additional costs?
Yeah, I mean, it's made a huge difference when it comes to electric bills, right? When we talk about staying cool, it's not just a matter of comfort. It really is a matter of safety. So, you know, earlier this year, the National Energy Assistance Directors Association had made an estimate that consumers' utility bills would be 12% higher this summer than the last summer. And so far, that seems to be tracking. When we spoke to power companies in Florida, in Texas, these are the southern states, among the southern states that are seeing records being broken across the South when it comes to the heat this summer. They said that, yes, they're used to consumer demand going up in the summer when it comes to air conditioning demands, but the difference is it started much earlier. The season started earlier for them and for all of us. So they said that they have seen that demand go up. They're struggling to meet the demand as people at home, the consumers, are struggling to pay the bills of that demand. So we had a chance to speak to a mother-daughter duo here in Florida about just how scary it's been for them. One mother saying that she's afraid of losing her home because she can't keep up with the bills. Take a listen for yourself.
This month, $126 more than last month, just in 1 month.
And were you doing anything different?
No, running my AC, my air conditioner a little more. I keep it at 71 now because it just can't keep up with the heat in the house.
If it wasn't so hot outside, her electric bill would not be what it is. She would probably be saving about $200 a month.
Now, Savannah, a couple of factors here and things I want to point out. These are lifelong Floridians. These are not people who are not used to the heat in the South. But as we have all been saying, this summer it's just different. We're seeing these really high temperatures, especially earlier in the season than we're used to, especially considering that with climate change as it is, this is something that we're not expecting to necessarily slow down. And when it comes to this mother, you know, she had been retired. She came out of retirement in order to be able to pay off her bills. She has a secondary condition. So there are specific factors here. But this is something that a lot of the population in Florida is facing with these rising temperatures and with the electric demands rising as well with them, Savannah.
And Marissa, is there anything people can do to try to save a bit to curb some of these costs?
Absolutely. There's a couple of things that you know, researchers and experts suggest. I'll list a number of them for you. One of them, check your air filter to make sure that your system is working efficiently as it should. Close those blinds, close those drapes. It kind of helps keep as much sunlight as possible out because that's going to help bake your apartment or your house. Use the cold water setting when doing laundry, and try as much as you can. Of course, we know this is a simple no-brainer, but to keep that thermostat at a comfortable place for you, that's going to vary person to person. That might be a little bit higher or lower depending on your medical status. And then the last thing here is reduce the temperature on your water heater from 140 degrees to 120 degrees. Apparently, all of these little small tweaks can make a big difference in the long run when it comes to how much you're paying for your electric bill, Savannah.
Yeah, and some of those don't even seem like something you'd necessarily notice, like that 140 to 120, keeping the blinds shut and keep it cool. Marissa, great tips. Thank you so much.
Financial headlines now. We start with a major leadership shakeup at CBS News.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other news. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Valerie. Yeah, so the chief at CBS News is reportedly stepping down. Niraj Khemlani told employees in a memo Sunday that he is leaving his position as president and co-head of CBS News and stations for a new position at the network. Now, that's according to Variety. Khemlani's new role will apparently focus on creating content like documentaries, scripted series, and books. Federal student loan payments are coming back after a pandemic hiatus, and borrowers say they're facing a tough choice: make their payments or be able to afford basic necessities. A new survey from Credit Karma found 56% of borrowers say they will be forced between resuming payments or covering things like rent and groceries. Interest accruals resume on September 1st, and payments will be due again in October. Barbie ran away with the box office for a fourth straight week, bringing in another $33.7 million. That's according to studio estimates. Now, that means that Greta Gerwig's film surpassed $500 million in North America overall just 1 week after it set a record for female directors by crossing the $1 billion mark globally. How about that?
All right, pretty cool.
Yeah.
Love that movie.
I still haven't seen it.
I
still haven't seen it either.
I was going to say Savannah hasn't either. Ladies, we'll go time.
Savannah, I'll go with you.
I know.
All right,
it's
let's go
still hard
together.
to find a ticket, though, actually, so it's understandable. Savannah, thank you so much.
You got it. Coming up, playing a different tune.
Yeah, we'll take a look at how one organization is encouraging musicians from minority ethnic groups to get involved in classical music. That is next.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize should we do the dishes, should we?
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. There were emotional scenes over the weekend when NFL star Damar Hamlin made his return to the football field. The Buffalo Bills safety stepped out in front of 70,000 fans on Saturday, helping his team beat the Indianapolis Colts in a preseason game. It was Hamlin's first time playing since he suffered a cardiac arrest during a game back in January. Bills coach Sean McDermott called the return a truly remarkable display of courage, strength, and faith. Hamlin called the experience super fun.
Yeah. Super fun. Oh, well, good. Well, we're so happy for him that it was fun. Just amazing to see the recovery there. Well, what a story that captured all of our attentions. We're so happy for him. Thanks, Valerie. Well, we end this hour with one couple's goal to change the look of classical music in America. NBC News correspondent Zincle Esamoah sat down with the founders of the Sphinx organization to talk about how they are working to bring more Black and Latino musicians to the forefront of classical music productions.
It started over 25 years ago.
For me, I was often the only child of color growing up playing the violin.
As a Black classical musician, Aaron Dworkin wanted to change the genre's landscape.
Classical music is both for us and by us.
Together with his wife, Afa Dworkin, they created Sphinx Music, an organization focused on creating a pipeline of Black and Latinx talent.
And the narrative of classical music would have you believe that it's pretty monochromatic and it belongs to the Western European world.
Today, just over 79% of classical musicians in the United States are white. Only 4.8% identify as Latinx and 2.4% identify as Black. Though the number of musicians identifying as a person of color has increased from 15% to nearly 21% in just the last 7 years.
And in order for classical music to have a sense of relevance for communities, it needs to be representative by all of the voices within the community.
I actually was proud of what I was able to bring with my heritage to classical music.
Joseph Conyers was in the very first Sphinx cohort back in 1998. Now he's the principal bassist for one of the country's leading classical groups, the Philadelphia Orchestra, and he teaches at Juilliard.
I'm seeing the next generation coming up behind me. Look how far things have come since when I was growing up.
In June, Cesar Chavez Academy students, a majority Latino school in Detroit, had their year-end recital.
I like violin because it had like these peaceful notes. When you play it, it sounds so peaceful.
10-year-old Donnie Salas started playing the violin 2 years ago through his school's partnership with Sphinx. His mom says it's made a difference.
Programs like this actually help these children that want to play.
After 25 years, Sphinx has nearly 1,100 alumni and over $10 million invested in Black and brown musicians.
Sphinx's goal is transforming lives through the power of diversity in the arts.
The classical music shift coming one note at a time. Zinclair Samoa, Detroit, Michigan.
One note at a time. I like that. What a beautiful story.
So much talent there.
Oh, my goodness, so much talent. It makes me want to go, too.
Did you play a classical instrument?
I played piano and guitar, so nothing like that.
Yeah.
Nothing like in an orchestra, yeah. But yes, I did, actually. Okay. I'm trying to get back into guitar a little bit here and there. It's kind of nice, you know, like as an adult, you never really focus on a hobby that much, you know, when you've got your job.
You can come serenade us here in the morning show.
It's going to be a while before that, but yes.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stay with us. Good morning, and thanks so much for joining us. I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Valerie Castro, in for Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, tragedy in paradise. This morning, the death toll from those devastating Maui wildfires rises to at least 96, making it the deadliest wildfire in modern U.S. history. We've got team coverage from the disaster zone this morning as rescue crews comb the damage and survivors there look to pick up the pieces. Also this morning, fair play, a weekend at the Iowa State Fair for many of the 2024 GOP candidates, including former President Trump, who faces the possibility of a historic fourth indictment this week, this time in Georgia. We've got the state of play from Washington. Plus, we're following the back-to-school scramble across the country this morning as school districts nationwide work to fill those critical staffing shortages made even worse by the pandemic, the extreme measures some are taking to fill the gaps. Plus, the latest crisis now playing out before your child even gets to the classroom. And we're going backstage with the Jonas Brothers this morning as they kick off their latest tour with one grand slam of a stint at the iconic Yankee Stadium. We'll take you behind the scenes later in the hour.
That's with our friend Jacob, who looks like the fourth Jonas brother.
He does, totally.
There you go.
Well, this morning, the death toll from the Maui wildfires continues to climb. At least 96 are dead after the fast-moving fires tore through the popular vacation destination, making it the deadliest wildfire in modern U.S. history.
Hawaii's governor says the damage is estimated at close to $6 billion. Well, donations are pouring in to help evacuees who lost everything, and emergency efforts to get essentials to the displaced are underway. FEMA is on the ground this morning helping local officials as they begin the response and recovery process.
Well, the efforts are going to start to move a little faster than they have in the past couple days, and hopefully we bring some closure to those on Maui. Right now we're in the response phase, and we're soon heading to recovery, and that's going to be the longest phase yet.
This morning, though, anger is growing among some people who say they weren't given enough warning about the fires. An investigation into Hawaii's emergency warning sirens has been launched. NBC News Now anchor Tom Yamas is in Maui with the latest.
All over Maui, wildfires are taking homes and lives. This is the Kula neighborhood. The home here completely gone. You can see the power of these wildfires and what it did to these two cars here. So many in Maui in a state of shock. The Ohana family spirit is strong, but every day it is getting harder as the death toll grows.
Jesus, please help us.
This morning, as new videos show the inferno that engulfed Lahaina and how residents spent hours in the ocean to survive, anger is growing. How did the nation's deadliest wildfire happen with no warning?
Did you get any type of alert?
No.
73-year-old Elizabeth Kahani, a grandmother, says she was so scared when she escaped, she didn't realize her face and arm were burned. Firefighters rescued her, treating her wounds, but her brother, Rodolfo Rokutan, is still missing. She's pleading for any word from him.
I'm so worried about everybody. Hopefully, you're still alive.
The search for the missing and dead is just getting started. Canine cadaver dogs arriving over the weekend and police announcing just 3% of Lahaina has been searched.
Are you saying we're just at the beginning of this disaster?
So for the first few days, we had done searches in the streets and the cars that were in the area, but we couldn't enter any structures. I know everybody, what's that final number? It's going to take us a while to get there.
More than 2,700 structures have been destroyed, most of them homes. Residents desperate to get back.
They're not moving fast enough.
Yeah, they're not.
It's been too long. It's been 6 days.
The King family lost their home. Their kids rescued by their friend and neighbor, Rafa Ochoa. They are all staying together with friends. 3 families under one roof. And he's angry at local leaders.
Where were you guys? No? Where were you guys to try and get us out, evacuate us? No? We're mad. We're mad. No, we didn't just lose our homes. We lost our town.
The cause of the blaze is still under investigation. Videos shot from the water show both how bad the fire was, but also how strong the wind was blowing.
We're in the ocean.
19-year-old Noah Tompkinson and his 13-year-old brother Milo spent hours in the water, along with their mother, escaping the flames.
It's all right.
At one point, their mother started to get cold.
We kind of all huddled around her and just wanted to keep her warm.
Has your mom talked to you guys and thanked you for being by her side?
We didn't save her, she also saved us. If any of us were alone, I don't know if we would have made it.
Now, a class action lawsuit has been filed alleging that the destruction could have been avoided if the utility company here had de-energized power lines before those high winds started on Tuesday. For their part, Hawaiian Electric says they do not comment on pending litigation, but they did say they followed all protocols when it comes to high wind weather. They also say, quote, that at this early stage, no cause for the fire has been determined. Reporting from Maui, Tom Yamas. Now back to you.
Oh, just heartbreaking. Our thanks to Tom.
We're joined now by Atina Hofoka, who escaped the wildfires. Good morning, Atina. Thank you for joining us. We know this has got to be an incredibly difficult time. How are you and your family doing, and what have the last few days been like for you?
My family, we're doing fine. The hotel where my husband works, the hotels are housing the employees. We went through FEMA. We also went through the Red Cross. Other than that, just very traumatic right now. It's nothing that we cannot help it. We live in a place that the ocean brought us safety this time. So.
Oh. Yeah, we just saw those images in our colleague Tom's piece of people waiting it out in the ocean for hours. I understand you have a pretty remarkable story yourself of how you escaped the fire as it approached your home. Tell us what happened. How did you get out?
I saw the cars and I saw everything coming. I was watching the fire from my second floor, looking out onto Lahaina Luna Mountains. My husband left for work at 3:05, and by 3:30, the fire was so fast because of the wind I don't think there was anything anybody can do. Once that fire came, the embers were blowing everywhere. It was dropping on all the structures, and everything was getting on fire just so fast. There was really nothing anybody could do. The response would have been too late. So I remember the embers falling on our building, and I was taking forever to go because my friend Freeman Tam Lung, 86, he didn't want to go. He didn't want to leave his place, but I told him we had to go. And this one young kid came and helped me to escape, and we were escaping, and he said, let's take the car. And I said, we gotta go on foot. We went to Front Street, and right in front of Waikiki Brewery, I told him that we had to go over the seawall. And once we went over the seawall, he wanted to stay up to watch the fire. And I said, no, you gotta come down. So he came down, but the embers were starting to fly as soon as Bubba Gums was on fire. And I went into the water so the water can kill the embers as they fell on me. And my friend Annalise, who works for Pacific Whale Foundation, she was with me, and she's also my neighbor. And I remember I asked my friend, I said, Freeman, how you doing? He said, I'm good. And I said, you need to come back down. He said, no, I want to watch the fire burn. Eventually, I was in the water for a very long time, at least 5 hours. We were in the water. My friend Annalise and I, we were just over there. People were like crying. I told them, come over the seawall. They'll be safer close to the water. I was wetting shirts for people, telling them to spit out if they cough. There was so much smoke everywhere, even though it was only like 4 something, but it seemed like it was already evening time. And it was just very traumatic, especially when the cars started to explode, because there was nowhere people could go. The burning buildings and rows of cars, and they were exploding one after another because they were right next to each other.
We're so thankful that you were able to get to safety. Tell us the biggest needs right now in your community. How can people help? What do you need the most?
Well, let me tell you, what people don't understand is 22,000 plus structures are destroyed, but these structures is not just one family. Because of the expensive living in Hawaii, most of these structures had multiple families. And, you know, no one ever realizes, even in my little apartment, you know, we had my husband and I and our son, and I know that he had left. And then I know that I think people need to realize how expensive housing is, that we cannot afford. So just, you know, I guess when we rebuild, we need help in rebuilding our community, but we also need help with our government helping our people to find a way to live in the island that we grew up in, because the expensive rents, the expensive housing, people cannot afford. And I just need people to understand that this 2,000 plus housing, that's multiple families that were living there.
Yeah, we know a lot of people are going to need help.
Full of fires too.
We know that rebuilding process is going to take some time and a lot of efforts. Atina, thank you so much for sharing your story with us this morning. We send you our best wishes.
Experience. We are thinking about you and your family. Thank you very much, and we'll check in with you.
Mahalo. Thank you. Aloha.
Let's get a closer look at the week ahead with the check on your Morning News Now weather forecast.
Yeah, hi, Angie. I know you have some things to tell us about that particular area as well. Good morning.
Yeah, we do have a couple of things happening as far as the Eastern Pacific is concerned with the tropics. We've got Tropical Storm Greg that's just to the south and east of the island chain there. And up to the north, there's a high pressure system. So we are going to see some elevated trade winds here over the next couple of days, at least into Friday. Not quite as intense as they were, of course, when the fires initially were occurring with Hurricane Dora to the south of the island. This isn't going to be quite as strong. The high's a little farther away, but still they will notice some elevated winds in that area over the next few days. We also have Hurricane Fernanda that's going to eventually continue its westward movement, potentially becoming a Category 3 hurricane or higher here over the next couple of days. But either way, that's going to move to the south of the islands, and we could see some indirect impacts, maybe some additional rain and some stronger winds here as we get into the weekend and early next week. But that's still quite far away, so we'll keep an eye on that. We also have a tropical disturbance that has a 40% chance of developing into a tropical depression here in the next couple of days. Meanwhile, we've got 13 million people under flood alerts after heavy rain has worked through across the past couple of hours across the parts of the Midwest and parts of the Mid-Atlantic and Northeast are going to get in on this action here as we get through the day today. Meanwhile, we've got 31 million people under severe threats, so the potential for some strong storms that include some really strong wind gusts as well as some damaging hail are going to be there here through the day today. You can see it does include Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, Charleston, Knoxville. So just a heads up with that. It'll also be accompanied by some heavy rain, so flash flooding will be a concern too, with anywhere from 1 to 2 inches of rain possible in a lot of spots, localized amounts up to 3 inches. And of course, we've got the heat alerts that are still up for parts of the Pacific Northwest and the Southeast, guys. Triple-digit temperatures across the Pacific Northwest, really warm, above normal conditions for folks there.
And that's where it can get dangerous. So thank you for that information. Thanks, Angie. See you in a bit. Well, this morning, GOP candidates are recovering from a busy weekend campaigning at the Iowa State Fair. And despite more potentially looming legal troubles, frontrunner and former President Donald Trump was there, of course, as well. This could potentially be quite a busy week for Trump as he may face yet another historic indictment. NBC News correspondent Garrett Haake joins us now from Fulton County, Georgia, where he is on the watch and has the very latest. Hey, Garrett, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Yeah, it's only been less than 2 weeks since Donald Trump was in a Washington, D.C. courtroom facing federal criminal charges related to his efforts to overturn the 2020 election. Now he could be on the verge of facing new charges related to those same efforts, this time here in Georgia, where a grand jury could vote to indict him as early as this week.
This morning, the Republican presidential primary racing towards January's Iowa caucuses.
We are going to win big, and we're going to make America great again.
Taking a detour through Georgia, where Donald Trump may face an historic fourth indictment this week. The former president under investigation by the Fulton County District Attorney for his efforts to overturn the results of the 2020 election in Georgia, a state President Biden carried by fewer than 12,000 votes. This January 2021 phone call to the Secretary of State, a key piece of evidence.
I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have, because we won the state.
The former president defending that call as perfect on social media and lashing out at the Democratic DA, Fani Willis. Trump's social media also now a potential issue in the case he faces in Washington, D.C. over election interference. There, Judge Tanya Chutkan had on Friday warned the former president's team about making inflammatory statements. Overnight Sunday, Trump attacking Chutkan and sharing posts, including a photo of the judge. Chutkan had warned that violations could increase the likelihood of a quick trial. Mr. Trump leading the GOP field by a wide margin, lumping all of his legal woes together as politically motivated.
So-called election interference.
While in Iowa this weekend, his rivals sought to make gains the old-fashioned way, flipping pork chops and shaking hands at the Iowa State Fair, with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and Mr. Trump crisscrossing the fairgrounds on the same day. DeSantis dogged by pro-Trump protesters. As Republicans try to energize their base, they're also zeroing in on a political headache for President Biden, following the Attorney General's announcement Friday that Trump-appointed Delaware U.S. Attorney David Weiss would become a special counsel to investigate the president's son Hunter after a plea deal on tax-related charges collapsed last month.
These are facts the American people have a right to get to the bottom of.
There's one key difference between this case and all the others facing former President Trump, and that's this. Georgia allows cameras in the courtroom, which means if Donald Trump is indicted here and stands before a judge to plead not guilty, it would be the first time the country could see the former president as a criminal defendant in court. Savannah?
All right, Garrett Haig, thank you so much.
Now let's bring in MSNBC legal analyst and former prosecutor Kristen Gibbons-Fedden for more on the possible Georgia indictment. Kristen, good morning. Walk us through how the district attorney is approaching these testimonies in court this week. How does Fani Willis navigate these hearings? And what is the grand jury listening for as witnesses take the stand?
I think she's going to have to really present all of this evidence meticulously. You know, she's poised to level very serious charges against Donald Trump and his allies. So her evidence and the grand jury is going to have to listen for evidence of those phone calls, those emails, the social media posts, and the pleas to Georgia officials, really painting that picture. This is what DA Willis has to do, is paint a picture of the orchestrated attempt to really challenge Georgia's election results. You know, in addition, the recorded call to find enough votes for a win, as you just played, along with the letters and the memos sent to Governor Kemp and state lawmakers advocating for that special session to nullify Biden's triumph. I think her strategy really is going to benefit from her observation of the prior overlapping indictments and the findings of the January 6 hearings. But given the gravity of the case, the grand jury will undoubtedly be deeply immersed in dissecting a very detail-oriented case.
A lot of complicated details there for them to listen to. Under Georgia law, prosecutors are not obligated to let people know if they are a target of an investigation. Do you expect to see more people included in any potential charges connected to the election interference case? Is there any indication of the scope of the probe here?
Yeah, you know, I think normally that question is a tough one to answer, but in this particular case, I think absolutely more people are going to face additional charges. You know, the spotlight of Georgia's investigation really seemed firmly fixed on the RICO statute, and that's a law that's designed to really unravel webs of racketeering, which is designed to target organized groups or multiple people involved in patterns of illicit activities. And the RICO statute really focuses on those interrelated actions with that shared goal. So with Trump's post-2020 election calls, his allies' actions, and DA Willis's, evidence for that wider scheme, it really does seem to suggest that she will have enough evidence to support additional charges for additional individuals like Rudy Giuliani or even David Schaefer, the former chair of the Georgia Republican Party, who really oversaw the meeting of the fake electors and potentially other fake electors as well.
Yeah, there could be more to come. Kristen, is this case different from the other legal battles Trump is facing right now? Are prosecutors looking at the same charges brought on by special counsel Jack Smith in the federal election interference case?
Yeah, I really do think that this case and this investigation, I should say, is really different both in scope and in focus. You know, Georgia's inquiry really hones in on the state laws, specifically targeting potential violations like the solicitation of election fraud, the racketeering, really illuminated by the actions such as Trump's phone call to the Georgia Secretary of State. But the federal investigation led by Jack Smith really casts kind of a wider net, really embracing those conspiracy charges and the federal offenses. So although, you know, what has been publicly reported is that DA Willis is not coordinated with Jack Smith, they are going to utilize the same type of evidence. But again, the focus seems more localized for the Georgia investigation.
Okay, thanks for breaking it all down for us, Kristen Gibbons-Fedden. Thanks so much.
Well, officials are now searching for answers following a home explosion in Pennsylvania that left 5 people dead, including a 12-year-old. Authorities say the cause of the huge blast is under investigation. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now from Plum, Pennsylvania with the latest. Hey, Emily, good morning.
Hey there, Savannah. Well, the blast so strong, neighbors say it sounded like a bomb went off. And as you can see behind me, it looks that way, too. This morning, members of the community now picking up the pieces and grieving the loss of 5 lives as still so many unanswered questions remain around what led to this deadly explosion that changed this community forever. This is the terrifying moment a deadly house explosion devastated a western Pennsylvania community. First, a massive fireball, then a shower of debris reaching across the neighborhood, captured from multiple home cameras. The explosion and fire outside of Pittsburgh completely flattened 3 homes and shattered windows, peeled off siding, and scorched at least a dozen others, say authorities.
5 people were killed, including Casey Clontz and his 12-year-old son, Keegan, identified by family and remembered as loving and devoted.
We have a whole building completely gone. We have copious amounts of debris.
Greg Renko stepped outside Saturday morning to what he says felt like a war zone.
Houses are just dilapidated. They're falling apart. If you imagine almost a bomb going off in front of your house.
He helped pull his neighbor, who he says now is in critical condition, from the rubble.
You may have saved his life.
I hope so. I in this community have prayed hard.
The exact cause of the explosion still under investigation, with gas in the area turned off as a precaution.
This investigation may last for months, if not years.
The explosion with such a force, it literally lifted you off your feet?
Threw us off the couch to the floor.
Rafael Kolinkowski lives several doors down, even spending time with some of the victims the night before the furious blast.
One day you see him, next day he's gone.
Now a community trying to support each other amid the utter devastation.
Sometimes things like this bring communities closer together, and I think that's what we have here in Plum right now.
And it's not clear when gas will be restored in this community, but Peoples Gas Company says that after an initial review of its system, it was operating, quote, as designed. Investigators say determining the cause of this deadly explosion could take months, if not years. For reference, last year there was a different home explosion in Plum Borough and injured a family of 5. A cause in that incident still has yet to be determined. So Savannah and Valerie, still a long road ahead.
Absolutely. All right, Emily, thank you so much.
Coming up on Morning News Now, a closer look at how wildfires across North America are affecting local businesses and the financial impact of this summer of smoke.
But first, a deadly mushroom mystery that's taking the internet by storm. We've got more on that after the break.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Sinclair Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
Andrew Wallace.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. This morning, we're looking at the deadly mystery surrounding what should have been an innocent family lunch down under.
Well, now the meal possibly containing poisonous mushrooms and the woman who cooked it are grabbing attention worldwide and leaving many to wonder if this was an accident or a meal cooked with ill intentions. NBC News correspondent Molly Hunter reports from Australia with more.
Hey guys, good morning. This is a crazy story, really gripping the press here, but also around the world. The woman in question, Erin Patterson, is an Australian woman from the southeast of the country. She made lunch for her former in-laws. She said she made beef Wellington with mushrooms. She says she has no idea how this happened. Take a look.
One of Australia's most baffling police probes.
This morning, new questions swirling about the deadly mushroom mystery. The bizarre tragedy now grabbing global headlines. Was it accidental, a fatal foray into foraging that killed 3 members of the same family? Or was it murder, death by fungus? Back on July 29th, police say Erin Patterson hosted her former in-laws for lunch. Then, within a week, authorities say 3 were dead, 1 still fighting for his life in the hospital, and the national rumor mill in full swing.
I didn't do anything. I love them. And I'm devastated that they're gone.
The Australian Broadcasting Corporation reports that a statement from Erin's lawyers to police says she served beef Wellington with mushrooms that day.
I just can't fathom what has happened. I'm so sorry that they have lost their lives.
How are you?
I just can't believe it.
In the same statement, she also says she threw out the food dehydrator after speculation started to grow. Police say the cause of death is consistent with eating death cap mushrooms, a highly toxic fungus found near oak trees. Her former in-laws, Gail and Don Patterson, and Gail's sister Heather have died. Heather's husband, Ian Wilkinson, is in critical condition. According to police, Erin and her 2 children didn't fall ill, and detectives confirming that Erin's a suspect.
She cooked those meals for us, for those people that were present. Now, again, she hasn't presented with any symptoms, but we have to keep an open mind in relation to this, that it could be very innocent, but again, we just don't know at this point.
And this morning, Victoria Police telling NBC News the deaths are still being treated as unexplained, and so the mystery continues.
Now, no charges have been filed, but investigators are really reminding everyone that there is an active investigation ongoing. They also want everyone to really remember that community members are grieving these deaths. And at the moment, Erin Patterson is a free woman. One of the big things they will be looking into and seeking an answer to is why didn't she get sick? Guys?
All right, Molly Hunter, thank you so much.
International headlines now starting with new developments on the war in Ukraine.
Raf Sanchez joins us now from Tel Aviv with that and more. Hey, Raf.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Valerie. Yeah, the Russian Navy fired warning shots at a civilian cargo ship using automatic weapons. Russian commandos then boarded the ship in the Black Sea from a helicopter before allowing it to continue on its way to Ukraine. Russia says it will now treat all ships heading to Ukraine as potential weapons carriers. Ukraine says Russia's actions amount to piracy. In Iran, a gunman opened fire at a prominent Shia shrine in the southern city of Shiraz. At least 1 person was killed, another 8 injured. 1 man has been arrested. The same shrine was attacked back in October 2022. That assault left 13 people dead and wounded dozens of others. ISIS claimed responsibility for the attack. And finally, one Beatle got by with a little help from his mom. George Harrison's mother wrote a strongly worded letter after watching the band perform in 1963, saying she was disgusted at the way the so-called fans just screamed so no one could hear the band play. She added, "I was really ashamed I was female." That letter is now up for auction along with 24 others. And guys, if Mama Harrison didn't didn't enjoy screaming. Not clear she would like these Taylor Swift concerts. Doesn't sound like it.
Wow.
What a letter.
Had some strong words there.
Rev Sanchez, thank you so much.
Thank you. Coming up, it's a back-to-school scramble in many school districts across the country as a critical teacher shortage is putting the strain on local officials and students alike. We'll explain in a moment.
Plus, as if that teacher shortage wasn't enough, some districts are even scrambling to hire bus drivers for the upcoming semester. We're covering what families should know this morning after the break.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Really, a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the
All right, it just fit, too.
We are back with a closer look at the growing crisis unfolding inside our nation's classrooms. School districts are once again scrambling to find enough teachers for the school year, an issue that worsened during the COVID pandemic. Well, now administrators are turning to the most extreme options to fill those positions, often at the expense of students. NBC News senior policy reporter Shannon Pettypiece joins us now for more on her reporting here. Hey, Shannon, good morning. So walk us through the big picture here. How has the lack of teachers in school gone from, an issue and then a crisis really now to this catastrophe, and how much of a problem is it across the country?
Yeah, well, I mean, you mentioned that there was really a wave in teacher resignations over the past couple of years during the pandemic. Early retirements went up, resignations increased. Education officials attributed a lot of that to just teacher burnout, as well as a strong labor market where people could switch careers and in a lot of cases make more money than they were teaching. But what some sort of saw as a post-pandemic labor market hiccup has just persisted for yet another school year, where school officials that I talked to in a range of states, North Carolina, Arizona, Illinois, Pennsylvania, all really echo the same thing in that they are just not getting enough applications and enough interest to fill the empty jobs that they have, leaving them once again scrambling to figure out how to have an adult in front of classrooms when students show up in just a few weeks in a lot of districts.
What are some of these hurdles that might be causing teachers to leave their positions? You just mentioned, we were referencing this wave of resignations that we've seen. What is that about, and what is it that schools can do to try to stop that? Obviously trying to fill these current holes, but try to stop what it is that's making teachers want to leave the profession.
Yeah, well, principals, administrators, teachers who I talked to, they said there's a range of things. Stressful hours, criticism from parents, outside political groups attacking teachers and trying to get more involved in the curriculum and lobbying at accusations against teachers, as well as pay. In this labor market, a lot of teachers can make more money elsewhere, and there kind of becomes a bidding war among teachers in some situations. And at the same time, fewer people are going into education. Again, partly because of that pay equation, particularly with students who are going to graduate with a lot of debt. The salary for a teacher just isn't appealing to them. And then they say this problem essentially snowballs on itself, where now there's fewer teachers. They're having to combine classrooms, having teachers fill in during their planning breaks, leading to more burnout. And they just see the problem getting worse, not getting any better, despite efforts and talk by policymakers about this problem over the past couple of years.
And Shannon, quickly before I let you go, of course, I have to talk about what's this doing to the students? What are we seeing this happen to students in classrooms?
Well, certainly there's this documented learning loss in the test scores in areas like reading and math we've seen since the pandemic. Without certified full-time teachers in their classroom, school officials, education experts say that learning loss is, if not persisting, certainly not getting better, because students can't get the individualized one-on-one attention they need from a fully certified, trained professional.
All right, Shannon Pettypiece, important reporting. Thank you so much.
Teacher shortages are not the only staffing issue plaguing schools as the new school year begins. Parents and educators are also having to deal with a shortage of bus drivers. And in some cases, the lack of drivers is causing some school districts to cancel classes. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now with more. Sam, good morning.
Yeah, Valerie, good morning. It's been a crisis for years. It now appears to be hitting a crescendo. And I'll give you an example. Wake County, North Carolina administrators are telling parents to just figure it out how you're going to get your kid to school. In Chicago, it's free transit cards for some families. And as you mentioned, in Louisville, Kentucky, Jefferson County, 4 of the first 5 days of school, Valerie, have been canceled because of a bus fiasco, forcing many families to get creative.
This morning in Kentucky's largest school system, classes are canceled as Jefferson County scrambles to fix what administrators call a transportation disaster.
Still waiting on this bus at 9:10.
This after some students were stuck on school buses until 10 at night while heading home after the first day of school last week.
I'm the parent of a JCPS 3rd grader and 4th grader. I have been in the last few days, and I bet in the next several, really frustrated and really lonely.
The district has more than 90,000 students, and its superintendent now apologizing to them for the new school bus routing system that backfired.
We should have anticipated those problems better than what we did, and we did not do that.
The frustration over school buses spreads far and wide.
They're 15 minutes early or 15 minutes late, or sometimes they usually, if they're late to their next route, they bypass the stop.
With a nationwide driver shortage impacting 80% of districts, according to Hop Skip Drive. Lack of competitive pay, recruiting problems, and strict regulations, all making it hard to fill positions.
Our kids are going to be the ones to suffer because they can't get to school, because we can't get them there. No bus.
Across the nation, a variety of temporary solutions are underway. In Chicago, where the district short half their bus drivers, or around 600 of them, the city is now offering free transit cards to qualifying families.
Honestly, it breaks my heart because we have students, we have kids that really, they need to get to school.
In Hillsborough County, Florida, with a roughly 200 driver deficit, the school is suggesting parents use the Here Comes the Bus app to help track their child's path. And in Framingham, Massachusetts, they've even tried recruiting stay-at-home parents and retirees to help fill their shortage. All efforts to keep the wheels rolling and get the kids to class on time.
Wow, and Sam, you mentioned the recruitment and pay issues. Are there any other tactics schools are trying to address this problem?
Sure. Certainly, Valerie, part of the issue here is financial. If you can make $20 an hour at a restaurant or $15 an hour as a bus driver, you're going to probably choose the restaurant. Many school districts right now have raised their hourly pay $2 or $3, if not more. There are bonuses as well from $1,200 to $2,000 just to sign up for the job. And also, they're relaxing some of their standards when it comes to who qualifies to be a bus driver. You don't necessarily have to have an immaculate driving record now to meet that criteria. Valerie?
Rough start to the school year. Sam, thank you so much.
Well, coming up, a closer look at how wildfires across North America are affecting local businesses.
The financial impact of this summer of smoke after this.
Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
We're back. Wildfire smoke has covered major cities across the U.S. this summer, and one of the results has been unhealthy air quality. Now we're learning that doesn't just harm our health, it's also affecting the health of the economy. CNBC senior climate correspondent Diana Olick looks at the impact.
From Las Vegas to New York City to Midwest metros in between, smoke from wildfires in Canada and the U.S. West is disrupting lives and impacting livelihoods. We won't know the full financial impact of this summer's smoke until it clears, but we do know that wildfire smoke reduced earnings in the U.S. by an average of $125 billion a year between 2007 and 2019, or nearly 2% of annual labor income, according to a study by researchers at the universities of Illinois and Michigan. Co-author Mark Borgschulte says those numbers are rising with the effects of climate change.
The events that we've seen in the last few months are 2 to 10 times as large as the events that we have in our study.
Even 1 or 2 days with smoke, he says, can also trigger lasting employment losses, and hourly workers without paid leave are particularly at risk.
Substantial share of workers, if they don't show up for a job, they're gonna lose that job. Declines in their firm's productivity or their ability to come to work can then be passed on to those workers in the form of lower earnings that aren't possible to make up.
That risk is not lost on major public companies employing thousands of workers globally. Amazon already had air quality protocols in place on the West Coast, like air scrubbers in warehouses, but this summer in Chicago, they were sending N95 masks to drivers, cutting routes short, and issuing alerts to employees to return home if they felt unwell.
We are going to have to change the way we think. These events are not going to decrease. They are likely going to increase. What we are learning is that data is power. We are finding is the more data we have, the better we can react and the quicker we can respond.
Minnesota-based Ecolab, which ironically helps large companies reduce their environmental impacts, saw 4 times the number of smoke warnings this summer than usual. Jeff Burt, Senior VP of Health, Safety and Environment, said they may now use strategies they learned when COVID hit.
We had to form teams, we had to follow data, science, and develop precautions, processes, methods. We will do the exact same if the wildfire smokes continue throughout the U.S. and other areas as well.
Diana, thank you so much.
Employee safety is obviously...
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I was just going to say that employee safety is obviously of utmost importance, but companies will now have to focus on their financial safety from smoke as well. The more smoke, the more financial losses will ensue, and like smoke, they could inevitably drift into corporate earnings and investor profit. Valerie?
Okay, Diana, thank you so much. Financial headlines now. United States Steel has rejected a buyout proposal from one of its major rivals.
CNBC's Silvana Hanau joins us with that and other news. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Valerie. Yeah, so U.S. Steel said yesterday it is exploring options after rejecting a $7.3 billion deal from Ohio-based rival Cleveland Cliffs. Now, Cleveland Cliffs made its unsolicited cash and stock offer public after U.S. Steel called it unreasonable and announced the formal review process. U.S. Steel just reported its 5th consecutive quarter of profit declines and its 4th straight quarter of falling revenue. If the deal went through, it would leave the U.S. with only 3 major steel makers. Hard at work or just trying to look like you are? Slack-and research firm Qualtrics surveyed 18,000 workers and found that more than a third of people in some Asian countries admitted to focusing more on appearing busy than doing real work. India topped the list with 43% of those surveyed confessing to so-called performative work. About 38% of workers in Japan and 36% in Singapore reported the same. The surveyors think countries with higher numbers are more likely to have leaders who judge productivity on visible activity like meetings and emails rather than on achieving real outcomes. And the Apple Watch is reportedly set to get a major redesign, but you'll have to wait a while before you see it on the market. The new device is set to include a new magnetic watch band, a blood pressure sensor, and a micro LED screen. However, according to a Bloomberg report, those updates won't come until late 2024 or even until 2025. The revamp is supposed to mark the device's 10-year anniversary. I'm a big fan of the Apple Watch, so I'm excited for the updates.
I went through a phase where I got one, and you know, but now it's like it's so old that it doesn't have all the new stuff on it. And
you gotta get a new one. You gotta get a new one.
I know. People do love them.
I do.
Silvana, thank you so much.
You got it.
Well, turning back now to Hawaii, where communities are looking to tradition to help heal their pain following the devastating wildfires that destroyed the town of Lahaina. Many are using Hulu to spread the message of love and family as survivors of the disaster begin assessing the damage left behind. NBC News senior national correspondent and News Now anchor Tom Yamas has more.
Good day from Maui, an island steeped in so much history, and it's now turning to those traditions that have been here for generations to help get through its biggest challenge yet. It's a tradition going back centuries. Hula, a symbol of the Hawaiian Islands. This weekend's festival on Maui, now a memorial to loved ones lost in the fires.
We lament the loss of all of Lahaina through this.
These dances, with a history representing the sea and sky, are now helping this community heal. Across the island, prayers and faith. At King's Cathedral, Maui, parishioners united in song. The church sheltering residents who lost their homes in the flames.
We're feeding people, clothing people. It's been wonderful to see the love expressed, the aloha, we call it.
As more aid arrives on the island, these volunteers together chanting and finding strength in their own language. And as the sun rose on St. Anthony's Church, this community is embracing one another as the long road to recovery begins.
We will take care of each other no matter what.
It's that coming together and helping one another that will provide that healing and comfort.
St. Anthony's Church plans to keep raising money for wildfire victims, and they even offered to make donations to the Maui Disaster Relief Fund on other people's behalf. It's just one example of this community lifting each other up in a time of crisis. Back to you.
All right, Tom Yamas, thank you very much.
Coming up, we're going backstage with the Jonas Brothers on this Monday morning.
Yeah, the trio absolutely lit up Yankee Stadium this past weekend, and our Jacob Soborov has your backstage pass as they kick off their latest tour. That's next.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize you could wait for dishes,
allegations of Russian war crimes.
storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so
An exciting and a long night.
news for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It is so good to be back.
Every morning, let's make your to-do list
Everything you need to know before you head out the door.
your today list.
Get the entire family organized.
Healthy back-to-school yumminess.
Every day needs today.
It's Monday morning. Here's some good news. We might be able to stop talking about that cage fight between tech billionaires Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk. Last night, Meta's boss Zuckerberg wrote on his platform Threads that he didn't think Musk was serious about the challenge. Zuckerberg said he had offered Tesla's CEO a date, but Musk wouldn't confirm. The two billionaires have been teasing the possibility of a UFC-style cage fight since June. Zuckerberg said if he ever gets serious about a real date and official event, he knows how to reach me. Otherwise, time to move on. Musk has not yet publicly responded to Zuckerberg's latest comments.
Time to move on. Yeah, I totally agree. Thanks, Amanda.
Yeah.
The Jonas Brothers have spent nearly 2 decades in the spotlight, but this is one of their biggest years yet. The band kicked off their world tour this weekend and invited NBC's very own Jonas brother, Jacob Soboroff, to join them behind the scenes.
Hey there. So Nick, Joe, and Kevin invited us to their concert at New York's Yankee Stadium last night. It was pretty cool. We got incredible behind-the-scenes access. And let me tell you, it was an epic night. The Jonas Brothers are on top of the world.
Yankee Stadium, make some noise!
Bringing down the house at a sold-out Yankee Stadium last night. Kevin, Joe, and Nick, who grew up right before our eyes, have sold 20 million albums.
I'm a sucker for you.
And their music's been streamed more than 13 billion times. Their new release, The Album, is out, and the Jonas Brothers are now embarking on a massive world tour in 20 countries. And their first stop is right here at Yankee Stadium in New York City. I'm very excited. The Jonas Brothers invited us exclusively to go behind the scenes on their tour. Let's go check it out.
Hello. Well,
hello there. What's up, fellas?
Welcome to our new home.
Look at it. Look at this hospitality.
We've been expecting you.
I'm sorry.
Come on in. Come on in.
The band's kicking things off at a venue close to their hearts. You guys have memories of growing up and going to games in the old Yankee Stadium?
Yes, we couldn't really afford to come to games, but I think Yankees would donate tickets to a bunch of different churches, and so we would get access to, and we would sit way up in the nosebleed. So it's full circle to be back here playing a show.
Is it true that way back when, 2008 or something, you guys were offered to play Yankee Stadium and you didn't think you could sell it out, so you turned it down?
That is true. We genuinely thought there's no way we could sell this place out. It feels a little bit more special than it would back then. 20-some years almost into our career to be able to have fans that support us this much.
The band's performing 5 albums each night, a celebration of all of their music.
We're out there playing 67 songs. It is a gauntlet. This is definitely by far the most ambitious thing we've ever tried to do.
Each brother took us on a personal behind-the-scenes tour. First, inside Joe's dressing room.
This is my dressing room.
This is amazing. Thank you. You yes. designed every little aspect of this yourself.
I did, yes. I'd like to have a film, my favorite film, Back to the Future, on the TV.
All your goodies.
But I've got a bunch of toys and trinkets. I think it's healthy to remind myself, like, to have fun on and off stage. I've got some photos of me and Sophie over here.
A lot of Simpsons.
A lot of Simpsons. Actually, I'm slowly trying to make this room look like the Simpsons living room. But yeah, somebody did Simpson art of me and Sophie. Spent a lot of time in here, so I want to make sure it feels like home.
Nick picked up the tour.
But this is, you know, where our family watches from.
With a trip to the soundboard, where all the magic happens.
We have an amazing crew on this tour. They kind of bring the dream to life, make sure it sounds right. It's a big operation, 100+ people.
It's almost mind-blowing to think about that all of that audio at some point is coming right through here.
Yes, it all comes through here.
And there's also actually the act of picking the songs. You create the set list.
I spent literally 3-4 months building this thing out with our team, song by song, where we could tell the story we wanted to tell about the journey we were on at that point in our life and career.
And then Kevin took us center stage for the best view in the house.
So welcome to the stage.
This is unbelievable.
This stage gets built and broken down every single time we do a show, which is special. And this is our incredible band. Say hi, everybody.
What's up, you guys? Nobody gets to do this. Nobody gets to stand here like this.
So
what does it feel like?
You need to stand here with me.
Okay.
Come here. So you come out here, and you look out, and you realize, you're like, 50,000 people, sold out 2 nights, in a place that we said no to many years ago.
We even got to join their pre-show huddle.
I say every note matters.
I say every person matters.
Well, I say what we do matters.
And then we go, let's get it.
So that means
Has anybody ever been in the middle of that before?
No, actually.
Welcome.
I've got a cold chill going down my spine. Thank you for including me.
You're now a Jonas Brother.
Yeah.
The Jonas Brothers took the stage in full force.
Celebrate with me tonight. Celebrate while we got time.
Those are my friends.
It was indeed a night to celebrate.
Celebrate while we got time.
The show was a home run.
The craziest part about the whole night is that they've said surprises are coming during the tour. Guess who came out at intermission? Jimmy Fallon. If that's any indication, there's going to be a lot more incredible surprises to come. Back to you.
Doesn't Jacob think
Well, you look
so
like you
much?
hated that.
My friends are up there.
The picture of the four of them at the end. He really does fit in a.
He does.
It's kind of crazy.
Just like them.
That's
57 songs.
Oh
in
my
one
gosh.
night.
Yeah,
a set
what?
list.
It's so cool. We've seen so many amazing concerts this summer. So much fun. Jacob, that was awesome. Thank you so much.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stay with us. Right now on Morning News Now, wildfire wasteland. The search for survivors on the Hawaiian island of Maui grows more desperate as the number of deaths climbs higher. The inferno is now the worst natural disaster in the state's history and the deadliest U.S. wildfire in more than a century. Aid workers and volunteers are working around the clock to help those impacted by the catastrophe, while witnesses are expressing their horror at the devastation.
Their friends are dead, the dogs and animals are dead, everybody's dead. There's dead people in the water.
We've got the latest on the ground, plus we'll speak with one survivor who tragically lost her home. Also this morning, looming legal troubles. Former President Donald Trump is facing the prospect of a 4th indictment, this time over an investigation into alleged efforts to overturn the 2020 election in Georgia. We'll take a look at the case being brought by the state's district attorney. Smash and grab. A group of up to 50 people break into a Nordstrom store and steal thousands of dollars worth of goods, according to an LAPD spokesman. How the mob got away with it and what else police are saying about the shocking incident. Plus, striking a different chord, how one organization is working to encourage more artists from Black and Latin backgrounds to leave their mark on the world of classical music. Thanks so much for being here with us on a Monday, and it's great to have you with us, Valerie.
Thank you. Good to be here. I'm Valerie Castro in for Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We begin this morning with those deadly wildfires in Maui.
Officials say the death toll in the Lahaina fire has climbed to at least 96, making it the deadliest wildfire in modern U.S. history. What was once a lush green paradise is now reduced to charred debris. Hawaii's governor says the damage is estimated at close to $6 billion in Lahaina. More than 2,000 structures were destroyed or damaged. And this morning, families are desperately searching for loved ones.
It looks like a war zone. Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. The phones are ringing in, the body bags, people still looking for their family. It ripped through here so fast.
This as scrutiny continues to mount over whether people were given enough warning about the wildfires. Reports indicate Hawaii's emergency warning sirens were never activated, and an investigation into that is still ongoing. We're bringing you updates throughout the morning on the wildfires, but we begin with NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin at the War Memorial Stadium shelter in Wailuku. Dana, good morning. Give us a sense of what things are looking like there. Does the shelter have enough resources to help all of the evacuees who are in need?
Valerie, good morning. It's about 1 a.m. local time. You can see behind me, they've got the entrance to the War Memorial Complex closed off right now. A lot of people asleep at this hour. We were here over the weekend. We saw pallets of donations, so much stuff. They've really got a lot of good items here. The latest on what they are still in need of: meals, water, toiletries, underwear. Those are just some of the items. And they're really asking people to give monetary donations to reputable organizations, because a lot of times people just flood the area with things, and some of them are not up to code for FEMA or the Red Cross, so they sometimes have to put those things aside. But the best way they're asking people to help is to send money through those reputable organizations, unless they're like toiletries, underwear, water, meals. We're seeing a lot of businesses actually step up to provide those. Valerie?
So much help will be needed there. The Hawaii Governor Josh Green said the state is focusing on the need for housing for survivors, evacuees, and first responders. Dana, what sort of a plan do they have in place?
Right now, they've set aside about 500 hotel rooms that they're going to start filling today. We know there are about 1,100 evacuees that are spread across several shelters here in Maui. They're asking people who have vacation plans here in Maui, if they can, to not come to the island, because those hotel rooms could actually go to people who need them most. We do have some people that are still here vacationing, so right now they're working on a long-term plan to house people. They've even asked, the governor has even asked people across the state to open up their homes, Valerie, to take in some of these evacuees.
Officials have said some businesses that have reopened could provide much-needed resources to those in need. What do we know about that?
Yeah, so in Lahaina, 3 businesses have actually reopened. There's a market open 24/7, allowing residents to get the necessities and food that they need. Also, 2 gas stations have reopened, thanks in part to the electricity being restored to about 60% of customers that were impacted by this. You've also got a lot of local businesses across the island that are stepping up, whether they're providing food, transportation. There's also a free shuttle that's helping to take Lahaina residents to and from markets in central Maui. So there's just so many people that are stepping up to do what they can, and it's a really beautiful thing to see.
Just amazing that any businesses have been able to reopen. Dana, FEMA is on the ground this morning helping with the response and recovery process. How can people begin to register for that federal assistance?
Yeah, we've got a graphic for those who need this information. You can go to disasterassistance.gov. There's also a phone number that you can call, 1-800-621-3362. You can also visit a FEMA staff member in person if you're here on the island. They are setting up assistance programs to get vouchers for housing. As far as the long-term plan, that's something that they are still working out, and obviously a lot of residents here are vowing to rebuild, but that is going to take years, if not decades. Right now, crews are really focused on trying to recover those missing bodies. Most of them burned. They're asking people, relatives who are missing family members, to give their DNA so they can try to identify those bodies. As of Saturday, which was the last update, they've only searched about 3% of the disaster zone. So it's going to be a long process here. Valerie.
Okay, Dana, we appreciate your reporting there on the ground. Thank you so much.
And now joining us again this morning is May Bedelin Lee from Hawaii, who survived the wildfires. May, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. So I know you first joined us here on this show on Friday just a couple days ago. You told us about how quickly you had to escape these flames in Lahaina. Tell us now how you're doing and what's changed, what the last few days have been like since we last spoke.
Hi, good morning. I wouldn't say much has changed. The good thing that's changed is that more people have been found that we weren't sure if they were alive or not. So that's been really the victories that we have right now. It's slowly finding our loved ones. Other than that, it's a nightmare that won't end. It's just every time you wake up or every time you think about it, you see a picture, it's like the worst heartbreak you can possibly imagine.
Absolutely. Tell me a little bit about finding loved ones. What were those efforts like and what ultimately happened? When did you find out?
It's basically just been that the cell service has been so poor, and so spotty on the west side. It still is. It's getting better, but it's still not good. Lahaina is not just, the west side is not just Lahaina. The west side is 10 miles past Lahaina too, where people fled to, and they haven't been able to really reach out. And also with limited access to the west side, people can't leave. So it's been as people spot have service, they will check in. We have Facebook pages, and there's a list of names that people that couldn't find each other reported on, and then slowly but surely you check in the list, and the names are now not in green. They're not in red. They're in green now. So it says found. That's kind of the only way to find out, unless people have cell service that can call you.
Oh, so difficult on top of all this to not just be able to be in touch with each other. Tell us what the biggest challenges your community is facing are now that we're nearly a week since the start of these fires. What is it that people that you know, that your community needs?
We, there's a lot of talk of FEMA and Red Cross. They're not doing anything. The only people that are helping the community right now is the community. It's just talk. It's just talk, talk, talk. The people that are over there, they're not getting help from FEMA. They're getting help from each other. People from Oahu are driving boats to the west side delivering goods. It's outrageous. We're not getting help from the government at all. It's the community helping the community. That's how Maui is. That's how Hawaii is. And we just need people to know that people are sending goods to us that we're not getting because FEMA is taking it, saying it's not FEMA approved, when it's things that we desperately need.
Like what types of things?
I'm not over there myself because I don't want to be a part of that traffic jam. So I'm just hearing from friends of mine that are in touch with me. They're saying that they're not seeing any official, there's nobody taking charge. It's just, they were saying a couple of days ago that it felt like it was the Lord of the Flies over there. It was just, there's nobody in control, nobody is directing anybody. It's just a bunch of people just grieving and they have nobody to follow, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, absolutely. It's heartbreaking to hear, but it does make sense. May, thank you very much for joining us again. I mean, it is incredible to hear about the people who live there helping the other people who live there and that resiliency. We appreciate you talking to us again, and we will continue to check in. We're thinking about you and your family.
Thank you. Just keep us in our hearts and keep Lahaina in our hearts. It's a very strong community, and we just, we want to rebuild and we want to get that going as soon as possible. So whatever we can get help with, we appreciate it.
Absolutely. May, thank you so much. We appreciate you, and we'll talk to you soon.
Turning to the weather now, storms are expected across the country today, and some are even expected to impact Hawaii by this weekend. Let's get a closer look at what to expect with your Morning News Now weather forecast.
Yeah, tell us how much of a problem that's going to be. Andrew Lassman, hi, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, it's more of an indirect impact that we're talking about, and it's down the line. We could see a potential of some stronger winds here in the short term over the next maybe day or so, but by the time we get into late in the weekend and into early next week, we could see some indirect impacts from a system, a tropical system that we're tracking. So let's start with those trade winds. We've got a high to the north. We've got Tropical Storm Greg that is newly formed, but sits to the south and east of the island chain. Now, this is a little bit of a different setup than what we dealt with Dora when we saw those really strong winds as Dora sat to the south and the high pressure was to the north. This high is farther away than it was last week when we were talking about that setup, and Tropical Storm Greg is not nearly as strong as Hurricane Dora was at that time. So those are some important distinctions that we have to make. Either way, though, we will see those enhanced trade winds. So we're talking about breezy to gusty conditions across the island chain here as we go through the next couple of days. Something to note with fires still burning, of course, across Hawaii. Now, here's the rest of what we're watching. Hurricane Fernanda, this continues to move to the west, and that'll be something that we watch through the next couple of days, continuing to rapidly intensify. We've got Tropical Storm Greg that I just mentioned. That'll continue to move to the west as well. And we've got another tropical disturbance that right now has a 40% chance of developing. We could likely see this become a tropical depression in the next couple of days. So we'll be closely watching that. When it comes to Fernanda, Category 3 right now, those winds have come up 125 miles per hour, but you see the westward movement at 8 miles per hour. The track keeps it south of Hawaii, but again, those indirect impacts could happen as we get into the late part of the weekend and into early next week. You'll notice that it does weaken. We're not talking about a Category 3 hurricane here as we go through, Saturday, Sunday, and into early next week as it gets closer to the islands, but we will be continuing to keep a close eye on that, guys.
All right. Angie, thank you so much. We'll talk to you in a little bit.
Fulton County, Georgia District Attorney Fannie Willis is preparing to present her election interference case against Donald Trump to the grand jury. Georgia's former Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan and independent journalist George Chidi both confirmed they received notice to appear in court tomorrow after being subpoenaed to testify. Former Georgia State Senator Jen Jordan and former lawmaker Bee Wynn have also been called to testify in the case.
It marks a major move forward for the 2-year investigation into the alleged attempts from Trump and his allies to reverse the 2020 election results in Georgia. And it comes just weeks after the former president was indicted on federal election interference charges by special counsel Jack Smith. He pleaded not guilty in that case. For more on this, let's bring in NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander, who is at the Fulton County Courthouse. And joining us right here on set is NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos. Good morning to the both of you. Blaine, we'll begin with you there on the ground. What are we learning about these witnesses that were called to testify in these grand jury proceedings? What does it tell us about where District Attorney Willis is in her investigation at this point?
Well, guys, it tells us that she's poised to present to a grand jury this week. You know, when we look at the witnesses, it certainly gives us insight into how she's going to be presenting this case to the grand jury. We know that she has a much more widened scope of investigation beyond just that infamous phone call from Donald Trump to Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger. So when you look at the two people that we know are going to testify, it shows you just how she's going to be putting this case before a grand jury. Let's start with George Sheedy. He is an independent journalist. He's the person who kind of stumbled, in his words, upon this meeting of the alternate electors at the state capitol back in 2020. He's the one who was also ushered quickly out of the room. So likely he's going to be asked to testify about that. So we know, of course, that she's looking into that slate of fake electors. And then, of course, when you look at the former Lieutenant Governor, Jeff Duncan, a Republican, he can speak to the pressure that former President Trump and his allies put on state officials to overturn the election results here in Georgia. Here's a little bit of what he said over the weekend, looking ahead to his testimony tomorrow. Take a look.
Yeah, I did just receive notification to appear on Tuesday morning at the Fulton County Grand Jury, and I certainly will be there to do my part in recounting the facts. I have no expectations as to the questions, and I'll certainly answer whatever questions put in front of me, and certainly don't want to go any deeper than that to jeopardize or compromise the investigation. But look, for me, this is a story that is important for Republicans to hear, Americans to hear. Let's hear the whole truth and nothing but the truth about Donald Trump's actions and the surrounding cast of characters around him.
And so you heard from him. Now, those are the two that we know are going to testify tomorrow. There are two others who have received their subpoena that NBC News has also been in touch with. We've been in touch with them, Jen Jordan and Bee Nguyen. Both of them are former state lawmakers. They're important to this investigation because they were inside a panel where they heard presentations from Rudy Giuliani, where he espoused a number of since debunked claims about Georgia's election and election fraud here in the state. Of course, we know that that's something that Fani Willis has included in the scope of her investigation as well, guys.
Danny, let's turn to you. Does a summons to testify mean that a witness has to appear before a grand jury, and does it make a difference that they were also subpoenaed?
Under Georgia law, it appears that the summons is basically similar to a subpoena. A grand jury subpoena commands someone to either bring documents or themselves and come testify. And in this case, while normally in legal parlance, a summons is something more like when you're sued in court, you have to be served with a summons, or jury members are summoned to the courthouse. Under Georgia law, they appear to be about the functional equivalent.
Danny, we don't know the charges that Willis is seeking here specifically yet, though it has been strongly sort of suggested anti-racketeering statutes could come up. Explain that to us and what the potential implication of that is.
Racketeering, super complicated statute. Georgia law has a very broad racketeering statute, arguably broader than the federal counterpart, and that's why prosecutors like using it. Basically, what it involves is an enterprise, and that enterprise could arguably be the Trump campaign. It could also be the presidency itself. And then you also have a pattern of racketeering and activity. And really all that is two or more of what are called predicate crimes or acts. And those predicate crimes are listed in the statute. And the reason prosecutors love RICO statutes is that they have longer statutes of limitations, that you can fold in all these different acts. You don't even necessarily need to prove the underlying crimes, or you could charge those underlying crimes as well. What it does is it really just broadens a prosecutor's power to bring charges. But don't be surprised if there isn't any racketeering charges in an indictment at all. The prosecutor could charge the underlying crimes that make up the predicates, because maybe the prosecutor sees that as easier. But if this is a large indictment indicting a number of people, I would expect there's a good chance you'd see a RICO charge.
Blaine, security for District Attorney Willis has been increased over the last few weeks, but a social media post from Trump over the weekend is bringing more attention to Willis. Is her security expected to heighten again as a result?
You know, I think it's important to point out that these attacks are nothing new, right? She certainly had heightened security for quite some time, more than a year ago. She told me that she was upping her security because of all of the threats. And certainly we've heard from the former president calling her out, slamming the investigation, even from the campaign trail, different speeches. So these attacks are nothing new. What is new is that they've increased in recent days, and they've become more pointed. He's also, his campaign has launched an ad that has been airing on Atlanta television, also smearing the DA and her investigation. She responded to that ad in an email to her employees, basically saying, listen, don't get distracted. Don't, really read into this, even telling them, don't go out and defend me on social media or talk about this. We have a job to do. We need to stay focused. So to your question about security, her security is high. It's been high, and I'd imagine it's going to continue to remain high for the coming days and weeks, guys.
Okay, Blaine Alexander, thank you, and Danny Savalos, thank you so much.
Well, Republican candidate Mike Pence is speaking out about another ongoing special counsel investigation, this one involving Hunter Biden. On Friday, Attorney General Merrick Garland gave special counsel status to the attorney investigating the president's son. Delaware U.S. Attorney David Weiss has been investigating Hunter Biden since 2019, but it's not yet clear exactly what allegations are on the table. On Sunday's Meet the Press, Pence said he welcomed that move. Here's moderator Chuck Todd with more on their conversation.
Well, hello there, Savannah and Valerie. This week on Meet the Press, the former vice president and 2024 presidential candidate, Mike Pence, joined me to discuss the Attorney General's appointment of a special counsel to investigate Hunter Biden and how it could all impact the 2024 presidential race. Take a listen to what he had to say.
The pattern of the Justice Department during our 4 years in the White House and since has undermined public confidence in equal treatment under the law. And while I welcome the appointment of a special counsel, which is, of course, appropriate and is a minimum where the Attorney General has a potential conflict of interest, I'm also comforted by the fact that Congress is going to continue to do its work. I am hopeful that Special Counsel Weiss will do his job without fear or favor, but I have confidence that that Jim Jordan, Congressman Comer, and others will continue to do their job for the American people.
Look, I couldn't help but notice you had said that the Justice Department, even in the 4 years that you guys oversaw it, you thought also didn't seem to conduct investigations fairly. Why do you think this is? How is it that this is a bipartisan problem that you're identifying?
Well, look, I mean, it started in 2016 when James Comer gave Hillary Clinton a pass, right, that no other American would have gotten. If I have the privilege of being president of the United States, we're not just going to have a new attorney general and a new FBI director, Chuck, but I'm going to clean house on the whole top floor of the Justice Department and demand that we have men and women who are respected on both sides of the aisle as people of integrity who will apply the rule of law in this country equally to every American.
Well, you can see my full interview, more and more of it, at meetthepress.com. You can also get more Meet the Press right here on NBC News Now every single weekday at 4 p.m.
All right, Chuck, thank you so much.
Candidates for the GOP presidential nomination have been out in force, stumping in one of the most heavily sought-after states at the Iowa State Fair. According to a recent poll conducted by Siena College and the New York Times, it's former President Trump who has the lead in Iowa, with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis more than 20 points behind, and no other GOP candidate even hitting double digits. NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray joins us now with more on the State Fair. Good morning, Mark. So let's start with former President Trump. How was he received this weekend, and what campaigning strategies did we see from him?
Yeah, Valerie, the former president ended up swooping in, taking the Iowa State Fair by force, first spotted in his private plane, then doling out his MAGA gear and hats to supporters, needling his chief rival, Ron DeSantis, on agriculture policy, and then maybe most importantly of all, bringing an entourage of Florida congressmen and women who've endorsed Trump over Ron DeSantis, all kind of trying to poke at vulnerabilities at the Florida governor.
Speaking of Ron DeSantis, he's polling in second place. He did not have as warm of a welcome in Iowa, did he?
Yeah, so he's replaced his campaign manager, and he's had some difficulty in the polls, and he ended up flipping pork chops, having a one-on-one with Iowa's Governor Kim Reynolds, but he ended up getting disrupted by some liberal protesters. Take a listen.
So
Some people put their agenda ahead of honoring veterans, and they think they're not even from this county, and they come and they want to scream over other people. That's not how we work. We want to lift people up. We want to aim higher. We want a country that can be united again. And people like that are holding this country back.
That's not all that uncommon at the Iowa State Fair, where people get to attend and sometimes can needle some of the presidential candidates. So that kind of flack that DeSantis was receiving wasn't all too uncommon.
And Mark, Nikki Haley spoke to NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale while she was at the fair. She had some choice words about President Trump. Let's take a listen.
I know Trump very well.
Yeah.
I know exactly what gets under his skin. I know exactly what he does. So, look, I think he was the right president at the right time. I don't think he's the right president going forward. And I think when you put all of the options on that stage, people are going to be able to tell which direction they want to go. They don't want to go backwards.
All right, some needling all around there. Mark, what do you make of that?
Well, she's been calling for a new generation of leadership. That has been the primary argument that she's made running against Donald Trump. And you heard her talk about that debate stage. And one of the biggest questions about the August 23rd Republican presidential debate will be whether or not Donald Trump ends up attending, being either someone that the candidates end up attacking in person or in absentia.
Okay, thanks for unpacking all of that for us, Mark Murray. Thank you.
Well, at least 5 people were killed after a house exploded on a suburban street in Pennsylvania. The blast destroyed 3 homes and damaged about a dozen others. Officials say they expect the investigation into the cause of this to last for months. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa has the details.
The force of the incident so powerful, neighbors described it as a bomb going off. Well, when they stepped outside, they say it looked like one did too. So you can see the explosion literally leveled several homes here. You can just make out the shells of those cars there in an explosion that claimed the lives of 5 people. A western Pennsylvania neighborhood in pieces after a deadly house explosion rattled the area. The terrifying incident in Plum captured on a doorbell camera. You can see debris shooting across the whole block and the fireball that demolished several homes on Saturday morning.
We have a whole building completely gone. We have copious amounts of debris.
Greg Renko lives several doors down. As a police officer, you hear an explosion and you run towards it.
Yes.
Renko helped carry his neighbor from the raging fire, who now, he says, is in critical condition.
We're fighting through the debris, the rubble, the fire, trying to get our neighbor out of there, but not a second thought was given.
Authorities concluded their recovery mission at the decimated lot. 5 people were killed, including 1 child, and nearly 60 firefighters treated by EMS. As the cause of the explosion remains a mystery, gas has been shut off in this neighborhood as a precaution.
At this point, we can share that our system was operating as designed. It's still too soon to estimate when service will be restored.
Fire officials say the explosion leveled 3 homes and damaged at least another dozen in the Pittsburgh suburb. Such a force blowing out windows 4 homes away.
I was sitting right here. My wife.
Families like the Kolonkowskis now left to pick up the pieces and face the utter devastation that claimed the lives of 5 of their friends.
I was with 3 of them the night before, and then not even 12 hours later, we find ourselves in this situation.
People here still evaluating the extent of the damage, not just on this unrecognizable block, but debris was literally thrown across the neighborhood. Authorities say it could take months, if not years, to determine the cause of the deadly explosion. Back to you.
All right, Emily Aketa, thanks so much.
Coming up, it was another weekend of violence in Ukraine.
That's right. We'll bring you the latest on the war as shelling intensifies in the south of the country. Plus, a new warning from the State Department over the purchase of prescription drugs in Mexico. What you need to know next.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break.
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
allegations of Russian organizing.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now in this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hammer delivery.
All right, it just me too. It is so good to be back.
Every morning, let's make your to-do list
Everything you need to know before you head out the door.
your today list.
Get the entire family organized.
Healthy back-to-school yumminess.
When there's so much more to do,
Lots to look forward to this fall.
today has you covered.
My kids love this dish.
Simple solutions for your everyday routine.
So you can take it all on. Every day needs today.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We have the latest now on the war in Ukraine. Over the weekend, at least 7 people, including a baby, were killed by Russian shelling in Ukraine's southern region. NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman joins us now with the latest on this. Hey, Josh, so what can you tell us about this deadly shelling by Russian forces this weekend?
Well, today has been declared a day of mourning after those weekend strikes in Kherson that killed, among others, that 3-week-old baby, part of a family of 4, at least 20 injured. And Kherson is particularly important because this is a major city that was actually liberated by the Ukrainians from Russian control in November of last year. But there has not been peace there since its liberation. The Russians are just on the other side of the river from which they have been just bombarding this city for months. There's also been new strikes in the last hours in Odessa, that key port city, setting fire to, among others, a supermarket and a dormitory.
Josh, also, I want to ask you about something else that happened yesterday. So last month, Russia had pulled out of a deal that allowed civilian cargo ships to travel through the Black Sea and use that area. But then yesterday, a Russian ship fired warning shots at a cargo ship that was reportedly heading toward Ukraine. What can you tell us about this?
Yeah, that's right. Russian forces say that they used automatic weapons to fire warning shots at that cargo ship. They eventually inspected it and allowed it to go to Ukraine. But this is creating a real chilling effect for this humanitarian corridor that Ukraine wants to create in lieu of that grain deal that has now collapsed to try to get some of the ships that have been stuck in Ukraine out. It's unclear whether anyone's going to be willing to actually sail through the Black Sea if they know they could come under fire like this from Russian forces.
Absolutely, a total concern. Josh, also just tell us, in light of all this, what we were just talking about with Russian forces, what is the latest on Ukraine's counteroffensive? How is it going? I know that they were using drones in the region. Has that been effective?
Well, the drones have been very effective at unnerving the Russians because they have been really hitting beyond the front lines, deep into Russian-held territory, in some cases in Russia itself. But they haven't been as effective in actually helping this counteroffensive to liberate territory from the Russians. In fact, the deputy defense minister that said that in Bakhmut, which of course has been the source, the location of intense fighting for months, in the last week or so, they've only been able to take back a little over a square mile of territory from the Russians. Other Western analyses have found that on the two major fronts where Ukraine is fighting, they've been able to get somewhere between 10 and 12 square miles back from Russia. So this is very slow going still for the Ukrainian military.
All right, Josh Letterman, thank you so much, and stay safe.
Turning now to a warning from the State Department about buying prescription drugs abroad. Many Americans have gone to Mexico in an effort to find cheaper prescription drugs, but now officials say the pills sold there can be counterfeit or worse, laced with other deadly drugs. NBC News correspondent Erin Gilchrist has the details.
It's unbearable. Every day is unbearable because he's gone.
Celia and Terry Harms hold tight to memories of their son, Jonathan. He was only 29 when he died back in 2017. The coroner's report says from a fentanyl overdose.
This was not Johnny scoring on the corner. This was a migraine sufferer that was trying to get pain relief and went to a pharmacy.
Johnny Harms suffered from migraines his entire life, and during an episode on his vacation in Cancun, he went in search of medication at a Mexican pharmacy. He took a pill labeled migraine tablets and hopped a flight back home to California with his girlfriend. Within hours, Johnny Harms was dead.
As soon as that poison was sold to him, it was just a matter of time before he would die.
About 200,000 Americans travel to Mexico each year to buy prescription drugs, often because they're cheaper. The State Department is warning them, buy with caution, writing, counterfeit medication is common and may prove to be ineffective, the wrong strength, or contain dangerous ingredients. Those dangerous ingredients are exactly what researchers at UCLA found when they tried to buy prescription drugs in northern Mexico.
They look like an oxycodone, but they contain fentanyl or heroin. Or they look like an Adderall, but they contain methamphetamine.
And for a report in the LA Times, reporters bought and tested 55 pills from 29 pharmacies all across Mexico. They say a little more than half were counterfeit and many contained fentanyl.
I'm very concerned that it seems to be something happening all over the country.
Most of those tests were on purchases of individual pills, which could be used as party drugs. But Maryland Congressman David Trone, who asked for that State Department warning,
well, I'm extremely concerned,
thinks all prescription drugs there are a danger.
What's your warning to regular folks who are going on vacation in Mexico thinking that, if they need to grab a Tylenol, they can?
They're on a huge risk, so they just got to stop buying drugs, any drugs in the Mexican pharmacies.
Celia and Terry Harms say more needs to be done to get the word out, so no one else has to go through the pain they've endured.
He was just, a wonderful son.
From our perspective, he was murdered. If we can save other individuals by getting the word out, by educating people, that will give more meaning to Jonathan's life.
Erin Gilchrist, NBC News.
Our thanks to Erin for that reporting.
Heartbreaking. All right, let's stay on international headlines. We start with the latest from the recent military takeover in Niger.
Raf Sanchez joins us now from Tel Aviv with that and more. Good morning, Raf.
Valerie, Savannah, good morning. Yeah, the coup leaders who seized power in Niger last month now say they want to put the country's democratically elected president on trial for treason. President Mohamed Bazoum has been in prison since he was toppled in July. President Biden and other world leaders have called for his release, and neighboring West African states have threatened to use force to restore democracy. In Argentina, voters delivered a stinging rebuke to the country's two main political factions in the first round of elections. A far-right libertarian economist came first in the presidential poll with about 30% of the vote. That put him ahead of both the center-left government and the main conservative opposition bloc. The final vote is scheduled for October. And finally, hundreds of artifacts are being returned from the U.S. and sent back to their rightful homes in Italy. The art unit of Italy's National Police said the items were stolen and sold to U.S. museums and collectors in the 1990s. Among the items are sculptures, paintings, and pots, some of them 3,000 years old. There are also mosaics worth potentially millions of dollars. So, guys, a real treasure trove recovered there.
Wow, absolutely. Some of that stuff is just so beautiful. Raf, thank you so much. Well, coming up, a smash and grab at a Nordstrom.
How police say a group of up to 50 people stole thousands of dollars from the store in L.A., the latest in a series of nationwide robberies that has authorities worried. That's next.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with an update on what authorities are calling an organized crime spree sweeping the nation. Groups of burglars are targeting major retailers in an organized attempt to steal hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of merchandise, more often than not in just a few minutes. A Los Angeles Nordstrom was just the latest target. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has more.
An LA area Nordstrom's blitzed Saturday by smash and grab burglars. Just the latest to shock a city.
People were very scared. They were running as if there was like an active shooter.
Police say the mob used bear spray to disarm security, with 30 to 50 people ransacking the handbag section of the store, stealing around $100,000 of high-end inventory. LAPD promises to find those involved.
Is there any doubt in your mind this is organized crime, and has it become a lot more sophisticated?
But there's no doubt that this is organized. Some of it involves gang members. Some of it involves people that are what you would identify as professional retail thieves.
Though the LA area alone has been battered by at least 4 such robberies in the last couple of weeks, it's been a national problem for years. From sledgehammers in New York City to San Francisco's Union Square mayhem in 2021 to this sudden clothing grab in Atlanta. Heatha Herzog wrote a book on the crime trend and points to changes in local laws.
Is there something that all of these cities have in common?
It's the threshold for these cities to prosecute for grand larceny. The threshold has increased for all of these cities, and then we have bail reform.
She says some thieves no longer think twice about stealing, with stores in 2022 losing tens of billions to theft. As for LAPD's investigation, the criminals should expect harsh consequences.
For those individuals that were involved in this, where bear spray was discharged against the security staff, you're going to find an elevated prosecution. Clearly, they were doing it in concert.
Sam Brock, NBC News.
Well, also in Southern California, police are turning to drones to help fight crime on the streets. But some are concerned it may be an invasion of privacy. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian takes a closer look at the new drone program and the criticism it's receiving.
An eye in the sky, helping police de-escalate gun confrontations, catch drug dealers, and put away violent criminals.
About 88 to 90% of the time, the drone is first on scene before any of our officers in the field arrive. And we'll be responding east to Lincoln Boulevard.
In beachside Santa Monica, police officer Peter Lashley can survey a city block for a reported suspicious person from a command center a mile away, or zoom in to read a license plate. Last year, the drone was the only witness to a brutal assault, and its footage was used to convict one of the attackers.
How have these drones changed the way your department does its work?
It's a fundamental change. It allows an experienced police officer to see what's going on in real time and communicate those facts to the officers responding.
They say the drone's eye view can prevent officers from overreacting. Santa Monica police got a call last year about a man with a gun. At first, drone footage appeared to confirm it, but then...
As I'm watching him, I can clearly see, and you'll see he exhaled, there's a little bit of smoke here in a second, that I'm 99% sure that that's some type of lighter.
Given that, police didn't need to approach aggressively. Drones can also help police on dangerous operations. We got a demonstration of the lemur, which SWAT teams can use to break windows and fly inside buildings, even talking to a barricaded subject.
This is the police department. We're here to resolve the situation peacefully.
We don't have a problem with drones being used for particular emergencies, but what we don't want to see are drones used for routine mass surveillance where they're watching everybody all the time. And we're afraid that this is going to lead to that.
Seattle has banned the use of police drones, and other communities have demanded strict rules.
There are some people that are just uncomfortable with the idea of the police flying anything that could conduct overhead surveillance.
We respond to calls for service. We don't utilize it as a random surveillance tool. I think as it rolls out on a national level, that's going to be incumbent upon those agencies that deploy it to be responsible with it.
And important for communities to keep watch on those who protect and serve. Ken Delanian, NBC News, Santa Monica.
Well, coming up, as many of us swelter in the summer heat, the extreme temperatures are also impacting our wallets.
We'll take a closer look at how rising electric bills are weighing on low-income Americans hoping to stay cool. That's coming up next.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry. It is so good to be back.
Every morning, let's make your to-do list.
Everything you need to know before you head out the door.
Your today list.
Get the entire family organized.
Healthy back-to-school yumminess.
Every day needs today.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the way the dishes should be.
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. All summer long, we've been reporting on the record-breaking temperatures sweeping the country.
And with people cranking up their AC to help combat the rise in those temperatures, electric bills have skyrocketed, causing many low-income Americans to struggle to pay. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra joins us now from Miami with more on the issue. Marissa, good morning. So tell us, how have the heat waves impacted the cost of living for people across the country? What are they doing to manage these additional costs?
Yeah, I mean, it's made a huge difference when it comes to electric bills, right? When we talk about staying cool, it's not just a matter of comfort. It really is a matter of safety. So, you know, earlier this year, the National Energy Assistance Directors Association had made an estimate that consumers' utility bills would be 12% higher this summer than the last summer. And so far, that seems to be tracking. When we spoke to power companies in Florida, in Texas, these are the southern states, among the southern states that are seeing records being broken across the South when it comes to the heat this summer. They said that, yes, they're used to consumer demand going up in the summer when it comes to air conditioning demands, but the difference is it started much earlier. The season started earlier for them and for all of us. So they said that they have seen that demand go up. They're struggling to meet the demand as people at home, the consumers, are struggling to pay the bills of that demand. So we had a chance to speak to a mother-daughter duo here in Florida about just how scary it's been for them. One mother saying that she's afraid of losing her home because she can't keep up with the bills. Take a listen for yourself.
This month, $126 more than last month, just in 1 month.
And were you doing anything different?
No, running my AC, my air conditioner a little more. I keep it at 71 now because it just can't keep up with the heat in the house.
If it wasn't so hot outside, her electric bill would not be what it is. She would probably be saving about $200 a month.
Now, Savannah, a couple of factors here and things I want to point out. These are lifelong Floridians. These are not people who are not used to the heat in the South. But as we have all been saying, this summer it's just different. We're seeing these really high temperatures, especially earlier in the season than we're used to, especially considering that with climate change as it is, this is something that we're not expecting to necessarily slow down. And when it comes to this mother, you know, she had been retired. She came out of retirement in order to be able to pay off her bills. She has a secondary condition. So there are specific factors here. But this is something that a lot of the population in Florida is facing with these rising temperatures and with the electric demands rising as well with them, Savannah.
And Marissa, is there anything people can do to try to save a bit to curb some of these costs?
Absolutely. There's a couple of things that you know, researchers and experts suggest. I'll list a number of them for you. One of them, check your air filter to make sure that your system is working efficiently as it should. Close those blinds, close those drapes. It kind of helps keep as much sunlight as possible out because that's going to help bake your apartment or your house. Use the cold water setting when doing laundry, and try as much as you can. Of course, we know this is a simple no-brainer, but to keep that thermostat at a comfortable place for you. That's going to vary person to person. That might be a little bit higher or lower depending on your medical status. And then the last thing here is reduce the temperature on your water heater from 140 degrees to 120 degrees. Apparently, all of these little small tweaks can make a big difference in the long run when it comes to how much you're paying for your electric bill, Savannah.
Yeah, and some of those don't even seem like something you'd necessarily notice, like that 140 to 120, keeping the blinds shut and keep it cool. Marissa, great tips. Thank you so much.
Financial headlines now. We start with a major leadership shakeup at CBS News.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other news. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Valerie. Yeah, so the chief at CBS News is reportedly stepping down. Niraj Khemlani told employees in a memo Sunday that he is leaving his position as president and co-head of CBS News and stations for a new position at the network. Now, that's according to Variety. Khemlani's new role will apparently focus on creating content like documentaries, scripted series, and books. Federal student loan payments are coming back after a pandemic hiatus, and borrowers say they're facing a tough choice: make their payments or be able to afford basic necessities. A new survey from Credit Karma found 56% of borrowers say they will be forced between resuming payments or covering things like rent and groceries. Interest accruals resume on September 1st, and payments will be due again in October. Barbie ran away with the box office for a fourth straight week, bringing in another $33.7 million. That's according to studio estimates. Now, that means that Greta Gerwig's film surpassed $500 million in North America overall just 1 week after it set a record for female directors by crossing the $1 billion mark globally. How about that?
All right, pretty cool.
Yeah.
Love that movie.
I still haven't seen it.
I still haven't seen it either.
I was going to say Silvana hasn't either. Ladies, we'll go to time.
Silvana, I'll go with you.
I know it's still hard to find a ticket, though, actually, so it's understandable. Silvana, thank you so much.
You got it. Coming up, playing a different tune.
Yeah, we'll take a look at how one organization is encouraging musicians from minority ethnic groups to get involved in classical music. That is next.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size.
Man, it's good to see that, man. So much work to be done here still.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now. Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It is so good to be back.
Every morning, let's make your to-do list
Everything you need to know before you head out the door.
your today list.
Get the entire family organized.
Healthy back-to-school yumminess.
Every day needs today.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now. Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. There were emotional scenes over the weekend when NFL star Damar Hamlin made his return to the football field. The Buffalo Bills safety stepped out in front of 70,000 fans on Saturday, helping his team beat the Indianapolis Colts in a preseason game. It was Hamlin's first time playing since he suffered a cardiac arrest during a game back in January. Bills coach Sean McDermott called the return a truly remarkable display of courage, strength, and faith. Hamlin called the experience super fun. Yeah.
Super fun. Oh, well, good. Well, we're so happy for him that it was fun. Just amazing to see the recovery there. Well, what a story that captured all of our attentions. We're so happy for him. Thanks, Valerie. Well, we end this hour with one couple's goal to change the look of classical music in America. NBC News correspondent Zincle Asamoah sat down with the founders of the Sphinx organization to talk about how they are working to bring more Black and Latino musicians to the forefront of classical music productions.
It started over 25 years ago.
For me, you know, I was often the only child of color growing up playing the violin.
As a Black classical musician, Aaron Dworkin wanted to change the genre's landscape.
Classical music is both for us and by us.
Together with his wife, Afa Dworkin, they created Sphinx Music, an organization focused on creating a pipeline of Black and Latinx talent.
And the narrative of classical music would have you believe that it's pretty monochromatic and it belongs to the Western European world.
Today, just over 79% of classical musicians in the United States are white. Only 4.8% identify as Latinx and 2.4% identify as Black. Though the number of musicians identifying as a person of color has increased from 15% to nearly 21% in just the last 7 years.
And in order for classical music to have a sense of relevance for communities, it needs to be representative by all of the voices within the community.
I actually was proud of what I was able to bring with my heritage to classical music.
Joseph Conyers was in the very first Sphinx cohort back in 1998. Now he's the principal bassist for one of the country's leading classical groups, the Philadelphia Orchestra, and he teaches at Juilliard.
I'm seeing the next generation coming up behind me. Look how far things have come since when I was growing up.
In June, Cesar Chavez Academy students, a majority Latino school in Detroit, had their year-end recital.
I like violin because it had like these peaceful notes. When you play it, it sounds so peaceful.
10-year-old Donnie Salas started playing the violin 2 years ago through his school's partnership with Sphinx. His mom says it's made a difference.
Programs like this actually help these children that want to play.
After 25 years, Sphinx has nearly 1,100 alumni and over $10 million invested in Black and brown musicians.
Sphinx's goal is transforming lives through the power of diversity in the arts.
The classical music shift coming one note at a time. Zincle Asamoah, Detroit, Michigan.
One note at a time. I like that. What a beautiful story.
So much talent there.
Oh, my goodness, so much talent. It makes me want to go, too.
Did you play a classical instrument?
I played piano and guitar, so nothing like that. Yeah. Well. Nothing like in an orchestra, yeah. But yes, I did, actually. Okay. I'm trying to get back into guitar a little bit here and there. It's kind of nice, you know, like, as an adult, you never really focus on a hobby that much, you know, when you've got your job.
You can come serenade us here in the morning show.
It's going to be a while before that, but yes.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stay with us. Good morning, and thanks so much for joining us. I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Valerie Castro in for Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, tragedy in paradise. This morning, the death toll from those devastating Maui wildfires rises to at least 96, making it the deadliest wildfire in modern U.S. history. We've got team coverage from the disaster zone this morning as rescue crews comb the damage and survivors there look to pick up the pieces. Also this morning, fair play, a weekend at the Iowa State Fair for many of the 2024 GOP candidates, including former President Trump, who faces the possibility of a historic fourth indictment this week, this time in Georgia. We've got the state of play from Washington. Plus, we're following the back-to-school scramble across the country this morning as school districts nationwide work to fill those critical staffing shortages made even worse by the pandemic, the extreme measures some are taking to fill the gaps. Plus, the latest crisis now playing out before your child even gets to the classroom. And we're going backstage with the Jonas Brothers this morning as they kick off their latest tour with one grand slam of a stint at the iconic Yankee Stadium. We'll take you behind the scenes later in the hour.
That's with our friend Jacob, who looks like the fourth Jonas brother.
He does, totally.
There you go.
Well, this morning, the death toll from the Maui wildfires continues to climb. At least 96 are dead after the fast-moving fires tore through the popular vacation destination, making it the deadliest wildfire in modern U.S. history.
Hawaii's governor says the damage is estimated at close to $6 billion. Well, donations are pouring in to help evacuees who lost everything, and emergency efforts to get essentials to the displaced are underway. FEMA is on the ground this morning helping local officials as they begin the response and recovery process.
Well, the efforts are going to start to move a little faster than they have in the past couple days, and hopefully we bring some closure to those on Maui. Right now we're in the response phase and we're soon heading to recovery, and that's going to be the longest phase yet.
This morning, though, anger is growing among some people who say they weren't given enough warning about the fires. An investigation into Hawaii's emergency warning sirens has been launched. NBC News Now anchor Tom Yamas is in Maui with the latest.
All over Maui, wildfires are taking homes and lives. This is the Kula neighborhood. The home here completely gone. You can see the power of these wildfires and what it did to these two cars here. So many in Maui in a state of shock. The Ohana family spirit is strong, but every day it is getting harder as the death toll grows.
Jesus, please help us.
This morning, as new videos show the inferno that engulfed Lahaina and how residents spent hours in the ocean to survive, anger is growing. How did the nation's deadliest wildfire happen with no warning?
Did you get any type of alert?
No.
73-year-old Elizabeth Kahani, a grandmother, says she was so scared when she escaped, she didn't realize her face and arm were burned. Firefighters rescued her, treating her wounds, but her brother, Rodolfo Rokutan, is still missing. She's pleading for any word from him.
I'm so worried about everybody. Hopefully, you're still alive.
The search for the missing and dead is just getting started. Canine cadaver dogs arriving over the weekend and police announcing just 3% of Lahaina has been searched.
Are you saying we're just at the beginning of this disaster?
So for the first few days, we had done searches in the streets and the cars that were in the area, but we couldn't enter any structures. I know everybody, what's that final number? It's going to take us a while to get there.
More than 2,700 structures have been destroyed, most of them homes. Residents desperate to get back.
They're not moving fast enough.
Yeah, they're not.
It's been too long. It's been 6 days.
The King family lost their homes. Their kids rescued by their friend and neighbor, Rafa Ochoa. They are all staying together with friends. 3 families under one roof. And he's angry at local leaders.
Where were you guys? No? Where were you guys to try and get us out, evacuate us? No? We're mad. We're mad. No, we didn't just lose our homes. We lost our town.
The cause of the blaze is still under investigation. Videos shot from the water show both how bad the fire was, but also how strong the wind was blowing.
We're in the ocean.
19-year-old Noah Tompkinson and his 13-year-old brother Milo spent hours in the water, along with their mother, escaping the flames.
It's all right.
At one point, their mother started to get cold.
We kind of all huddled around her and just wanted to keep her warm.
Has your mom talked to you guys and thanked you for being by her side?
We didn't save her, she also saved us. If any of us were alone, I don't know if we would have made it.
Now, a class action lawsuit has been filed alleging that the destruction could have been avoided if the utility company here had de-energized power lines before those high winds started on Tuesday. For their part, Hawaiian Electric says they do not comment on pending litigation, but they did say they followed all protocols when it comes to high wind weather. They also say, quote, that at this early stage, no cause for the fire has been determined. Reporting from Maui, Tom Yamas. Now back to you.
Oh, just heartbreaking. Our thanks to Tom.
We're joined now by Atina Hofoka, who escaped the wildfires. Good morning, Atina. Thank you for joining us. We know this has got to be an incredibly difficult time. How are you and your family doing, and what have the last few days been like for you?
My family, we're doing fine. The hotel where my husband works, the hotels are housing the employees. We went through FEMA. We also went through the Red Cross. Other than that, just very traumatic right now. It's nothing that we cannot help it. We live in a place that the ocean brought us safety this time, so.
Oh. Yeah, we just saw those images in our colleague Tom's piece of people waiting it out in the ocean for hours. I understand you have a pretty remarkable story yourself of how you escaped the fire as it approached your home. Tell us what happened. How did you get out?
Well, I saw the cars and I saw everything coming. I was watching the fire from my second floor, looking out onto Lahaina Luna Mountains. My husband left for work at 3:05, and by 3:30, the fire was so fast because of the wind. I don't think there was anything anybody can do. Once that fire came, the emblems were, the embers were blowing everywhere. It was dropping on all the structures, and everything was getting on fire just so fast. There was really nothing anybody could do. The response would have been too late. So I remember the embers falling on our building, and I was taking forever to go because my friend Freeman Tam Lung, 86, he didn't want to go. He didn't want to leave his place, but I told him we had to go. And this one young kid came and helped me to escape, and we were escaping, and he said, let's take the car. And I said, we gotta go on foot. We went to Front Street, and right in front of Waikiki Brewery, I told him that we had to go over the seawall. And once we went over the seawall, he wanted to stay up to watch the fire. And I said, no, you gotta come down. So he came down, but the embers were starting to fly as soon as Baba Gums was on fire. And I went into the water so the water can kill the embers as they fell on me. And my friend Annalise, who works for Pacific Whale Foundation, she was with me, and she's also my neighbor. And I remember I asked my friend, I said, Freeman, how you doing? He said, I'm good. And I said, you need to come back down. He said, no, I want to watch the fire burn. Eventually, I was in the water for a very long time, at least 5 hours. We were in the water. My friend Annalise and I, we were just over there. People were like crying. I told them, come over the seawall. They'll be safer close to the water. I was wetting shirts for people, telling them to spit out if they coughed. There was so much smoke everywhere, even though it was only like 4 something, but it seemed like it was already evening time. And it was just very traumatic, especially when the cars started to explode, because there was nowhere people could go. The burning buildings and rows of cars, and they were exploding one after another because they were right next to each other.
We're so thankful that you were able to get to safety. Tell us the biggest needs right now in your community. How can people help? What do you need the most?
Well, let me tell you, what people don't understand is 22,000 plus structures are destroyed, but these structures is not just one family. Because of the expensive living in Hawaii, most of these structures had multiple families. And, you know, no one ever realizes, even in my little apartment, you know, we had my husband and I and our son and I know that he had left. And then I know that I think people need to realize how expensive housing is, that we cannot afford. So just, you know, I guess when we rebuild, we need help in rebuilding our community, but we also need help with our government helping our people to find a way to live in the island that we grew up in. Because the expensive rents, the expensive housing, people cannot afford. And I just need people to understand that this 2,000 plus housing, that's multiple families that were living there.
Yeah, we know
And
a lot of
it's
people
not just
are
Lahaina,
going to
there
need
was
help.
full of fires too.
We know that rebuilding process is going to take some time and a lot of efforts. Atina, thank you so much for sharing your story with us this morning. We send you our best wishes.
Experience. We are thinking about you and your family. Thank you very much, and we'll check in with you.
Mahalo. Thank you. Aloha.
Let's get a closer look at the week ahead with the check on your morning news now weather forecast.
Yeah, hi Angie. I know you have some things to tell us about that particular area as well. Good morning.
Yeah, we do have a couple of things happening as far as the Eastern Pacific is concerned with the tropics. We've got Tropical Storm Greg that's just to the south and east of the island chain there, and up to the north there's a high pressure system. So we are going to see some elevated trade winds here over the next couple of days, at least into Friday. Not quite as intense as they were, of course, when the fires initially were occurring with Hurricane Dora to the south of the island. This isn't going to be quite as strong. The high's a little farther away, but still they will notice some elevated winds in that area over the next few days. We also have Hurricane Fernanda that's going to eventually continue its westward movement, potentially becoming a Category 3 hurricane or higher here over the next couple of days. But either way, that's going to move to the south of the islands, and we could see some indirect impacts, maybe some additional rain and some stronger winds here as we get into the weekend and early next week. But that's still quite far away, so we'll keep an eye on that. We also have a tropical disturbance that has a 40% chance of developing into a tropical depression here in the next couple of days. Meanwhile, we've got 13 million people under flood alerts after heavy rain has worked through across the past couple of hours across the parts of the Midwest and parts of the Mid-Atlantic and Northeast are going to get in on this action here as we get through the day today. Meanwhile, we've got 31 million people under severe threats, so the potential for some strong storms that include some really strong wind gusts as well as some damaging hail are going to be there here through the day today. You can see it does include Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, Charleston, Knoxville. So just a heads up with that. It'll also be accompanied by some heavy rain, so flash flooding will be a concern too, with anywhere from 1 to 2 inches of rain possible in a lot of spots, localized amounts up to 3 inches. And of course, we've got the heat alerts that are still up for parts of the Pacific Northwest and the Southeast, guys. Triple-digit temperatures across the Pacific Northwest, really warm, above normal conditions for folks there.
And that's where it can get dangerous. So thank you for that information. Thanks, Angie. See you in a bit. Well, this morning, GOP candidates are recovering from a busy weekend campaigning at the Iowa State Fair. And despite more potentially looming legal troubles, frontrunner and former President Donald Trump was there, of course, as well. This could potentially be quite a busy week for Trump as he may face yet another historic indictment. NBC News correspondent Garrett Haig joins us now from Fulton County, Georgia, where he is on the watch and has the very latest. Hey, Garrett, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Yeah, it's only been less than 2 weeks since Donald Trump was in a Washington, D.C. courtroom facing federal criminal charges related to his efforts to overturn the 2020 election. Now he could be on the verge of facing new charges related to those same efforts, this time here in Georgia, where a grand jury could vote to indict him as early as this week.
This morning, the Republican presidential primary racing towards January's Iowa caucuses.
We are going to win big, and we're going to make America great again.
Taking a detour through Georgia, where Donald Trump may face an historic fourth indictment this week. The former president under investigation by the Fulton County District Attorney for his efforts to overturn the results of the 2020 election in Georgia, a state President Biden carried by fewer than 12,000 votes. This January 2021 phone call to the Secretary of State, a key piece of evidence.
I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have, because we won the state.
The former president defending that call as perfect on social media and lashing out at the Democratic DA, Fani Willis. Trump's social media also now a potential issue in the case he faces in Washington, D.C. over election interference. There, Judge Tanya Chutkan had on Friday warned the former president's team about making inflammatory statements. Overnight Sunday, Trump attacking Chutkan and sharing posts, including a photo of the judge. Chutkan had warned that violations could increase the likelihood of a quick trial. Mr. Trump leading the GOP field by a wide margin, lumping all of his legal woes together as politically motivated.
So-called election interference.
While in Iowa this weekend, his rivals sought to make gains the old-fashioned way, flipping pork chops and shaking hands at the Iowa State Fair, with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and Mr. Trump crisscrossing the fairgrounds on the same day. DeSantis dogged by pro-Trump protesters. As Republicans try to energize their base, they're also zeroing in on a political headache for President Biden, following the Attorney General's announcement Friday that Trump-appointed Delaware U.S. Attorney David Weiss would become a special counsel to investigate the president's son Hunter after a plea deal on tax-related charges collapsed last month.
These are facts the American people have a right to get to the bottom of.
There's one key difference between this case and all the others facing former President Trump, and that's this. Georgia allows cameras in the courtroom, which means if Donald Trump is indicted here and stands before a judge to plead not guilty, it would be the first time the country could see the former president as a criminal defendant in court. Savannah?
All right, Garrett Haig, thank you so much.
Now let's bring in MSNBC legal analyst and former prosecutor Kristen Gibbons-Fedden for more on the possible Georgia indictment. Kristen, good morning. Walk us through how the district attorney is approaching these testimonies in court this week. How does Fani Willis navigate these hearings? And what is the grand jury listening for as witnesses take the stand?
I think she's going to have to really present all of this evidence meticulously. You know, she's poised to level very serious charges against Donald Trump and his allies. So her evidence and the grand jury is going to have to listen for evidence of those phone calls, those emails, the social media posts, and the pleas to Georgia officials, really painting that picture. This is what DA Willis has to do, is paint a picture of the orchestrated attempt to really challenge Georgia's election results. You know, in addition, the recorded call to find enough votes for a win, as you just played, along with the letters and the memos sent to Governor Kemp and state lawmakers advocating for that special session to nullify Biden's triumph. I think her strategy really is going to benefit from her observation of the prior overlapping indictments and the findings of the January 6 hearings. But given the gravity of the case, the grand jury will undoubtedly be deeply immersed in dissecting a very detail-oriented case.
A lot of complicated details there for them to listen to. Under Georgia law, prosecutors are not obligated to let people know if they are a target of an investigation. Do you expect to see more people included in any potential charges connected to the election interference case? Is there any indication of the scope of the probe here?
Yeah, you know, I think normally that question is a tough one to answer, but in this particular case, I think absolutely more people are going to face additional charges. You know, the spotlight of Georgia's investigation really seemed firmly fixed on the RICO statute, and that's a law that's designed to really unravel webs of racketeering, which is designed to target organized groups or multiple people involved in patterns of illicit activities. And the RICO statute really focuses on those interrelated actions with that shared goal. So with Trump's post-2020 election calls, his allies' actions, and DA Willis's, evidence for that wider scheme, it really does seem to suggest that she will have enough evidence to support additional charges for additional individuals like Rudy Giuliani or even David Schaefer, the former chair of the Georgia Republican Party, who really oversaw the meeting of the fake electors and potentially other fake electors as well.
Yeah, there could be more to come. Kristen, is this case different from the other legal battles Trump is facing right now? Are prosecutors looking at the same charges brought on by special counsel Jack Smith in the federal election interference case?
Yeah, I really do think that this case and this investigation, I should say, is really different both in scope and in focus. You know, Georgia's inquiry really hones in on the state laws, specifically targeting potential violations like the solicitation of election fraud, the racketeering, really illuminated by the actions such as Trump's phone call to the Georgia Secretary of State. But the federal investigation led by Jack Smith really casts kind of a wider net, really embracing those conspiracy charges and the federal offenses. So although, you know, what has been publicly reported is that DA Willis is not coordinating coordinated with Jack Smith, they are going to utilize the same type of evidence. But again, the focus seems more localized for the Georgia investigation.
Okay, thanks for breaking it all down for us, Kristen Gibbons-Fedden. Thanks so much.
Well, officials are now searching for answers following a home explosion in Pennsylvania that left 5 people dead, including a 12-year-old. Authorities say the cause of the huge blast is under investigation. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now from Plum, Pennsylvania with the latest. Hey, Emily, good morning.
Hey there, Savannah. Well, the blast so strong, neighbors say it sounded like a bomb went off. And as you can see behind me, it looks that way, too. This morning, members of the community now picking up the pieces and grieving the loss of 5 lives as still so many unanswered questions remain around what led to this deadly explosion that changed this community forever. This is the terrifying moment a deadly house explosion devastated a western Pennsylvania community. First, a massive fireball, then a shower of debris reaching across the neighborhood, captured from multiple home cameras. The explosion and fire outside of Pittsburgh completely flattened 3 homes and shattered windows, peeled off siding, and scorched at least a dozen others, say authorities. 5 people were killed, including Casey Klontz and his 12-year-old son, Keegan, identified by family and remembered as loving and devoted.
We have a whole building completely gone. We have copious amounts of debris.
Greg Renko stepped outside Saturday morning to what he says felt like a war zone.
Houses are just dilapidated. They're falling apart. If you imagine almost a bomb going off in front of your house.
He helped pull his neighbor, who he says now is in critical condition, from the rubble. You may have saved his life.
I hope so. I in this community have prayed hard.
The exact cause of the explosion still under investigation, with gas in the area turned off as a precaution.
This investigation may last for months, if not years.
The explosion with such a force, it literally lifted you off your feet?
Threw us off the couch to the floor.
Rafael Kolinkowski lives several doors down, even spending time with some of the victims the night before the furious blast.
One day you see him, next day he's gone.
Now a community trying to support each other amid the utter devastation.
Sometimes things like this bring communities closer together, and I think that's what we have here in Plum right now.
And it's not clear when gas will be restored in this community, but Peoples Gas Company says that after an initial review of its system, it was operating, quote, as designed. Investigators say determining the cause of this deadly explosion could take months, if not years. For reference, last year there was a different home explosion in Plum Borough and injured a family of 5. A cause in that incident still has yet to be determined. So Savannah and Valerie, still a long road ahead.
Absolutely. All right, Emily, thank you so much.
Coming up on Morning News Now, a closer look at how wildfires across North America are affecting local businesses and the financial impact of this summer of smoke.
But first, a deadly mushroom mystery that's taking the internet by storm. We've got more on that after the break.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Welcome back. This morning, we're looking at the deadly mystery surrounding what should have been an innocent family lunch down under.
Well, now the meal possibly containing poisonous mushrooms and the woman who cooked it are grabbing attention worldwide and leaving many to wonder if this was an accident or a meal cooked with ill intentions. NBC News correspondent Molly Hunter reports from Australia with more.
Hey guys, good morning. This is a crazy story, really gripping the press here, but also around the world. The woman in question, Erin Patterson, is an Australian woman from the southeast of the country. She made lunch for her former in-laws. She said she made beef Wellington with mushrooms. She says she has no idea how this happened. Take a look.
One of Australia's most baffling police probes.
This morning, new questions swirling about the deadly mushroom mystery. The bizarre tragedy now grabbing global headlines. Was it accidental, a fatal foray into foraging that killed 3 members of the same family? Or was it murder, death by fungus? Back on July 29th, police say Erin Patterson hosted her former in-laws for lunch. Then, within a week, authorities say 3 were dead, 1 still fighting for his life in the hospital, and the national rumor mill in full swing.
I didn't do anything. I loved them. And I'm devastated that they're gone.
The Australian Broadcasting Corporation reports that a statement from Erin's lawyers to police says she served beef Wellington with mushrooms that day.
I just can't fathom what has happened. I'm so sorry that they have lost their lives.
How are you?
I just can't believe it.
In the same statement, she also says she threw out the food dehydrator after speculation started to grow. Police say the cause of death is consistent with eating death cap mushrooms, a highly toxic fungus found near oak trees. Her former in-laws, Gail and Don Patterson, and Gail's sister Heather have died. Heather's husband, Ian Wilkinson, is in critical condition. According to police, Erin and her 2 children didn't fall ill, and detectives confirming that Erin's a suspect.
She cooked those meals for us, for those people that were present. Now, again, she hasn't presented with any symptoms, but we have to keep an open mind in relation to this, that it could be very innocent, but again, we just don't know at this point.
And this morning, Victoria Police telling NBC News the deaths are still being treated as unexplained, and so the mystery continues.
Now, no charges have been filed, but investigators are really reminding everyone that there is an active investigation ongoing. They also want everyone to really remember that community members are grieving these deaths. And at the moment, Erin Patterson is a free woman. One of the big things they will be looking into and seeking an answer to is why didn't she get sick? Guys?
Oh, all right, Molly Hunter, thank you so much.
International headlines now starting with new developments on the war in Ukraine.
Raf Sanchez joins us now from Tel Aviv with that and more. Hey, Raf.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Valerie. Yeah, the Russian Navy fired warning shots at a civilian cargo ship using automatic weapons. Russian commandos then boarded the ship in the Black Sea from a helicopter before allowing it to continue on its way to Ukraine. Russia says it will now treat all ships heading to Ukraine as potential weapons carriers. Ukraine says Russia's actions amount to piracy. In Iran, a gunman opened fire at a prominent Shia shrine in the southern city of Shiraz. At least one person was killed, another 8 injured. One man has been arrested. The same shrine was attacked back in October 2022. That assault left 13 people dead and wounded dozens of others. ISIS claimed responsibility for the attack. And finally, one Beatle got by with a little help from his mom. George Harrison's mother wrote a strongly worded letter after watching the band perform in 1963, saying she was disgusted at the way the so-called fans just screamed so no one could hear the band play. She added, "I was really ashamed I was female." That letter is now up for auction along with 24 others. And guys, if Mama Harrison didn't enjoy screaming, not clear she would like these Taylor Swift concerts. Doesn't sound like it.
Wow.
What a letter.
Had some strong words there.
Rev Sanchez, thank you so much.
Thank you. Coming up, it's a back-to-school scramble in many school districts across the country as a critical teacher shortage is putting a strain on local officials and students alike. We'll explain in a moment.
Plus, as if that teacher shortage wasn't enough, some districts are even scrambling to hire bus drivers for the upcoming semester. We're covering what families should know this morning after the break.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. Man, it's good to see that.
So much work to be done here still.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation. People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the hand delivered.
All right, it just me too.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
It is so good to be back.
Every morning, let's make your to-do list.
Everything you need to know before you head out the door.
Your today list.
Get the entire family organized.
Healthy back-to-school yumminess.
Every day needs today.
We are back with a closer look at the growing crisis unfolding inside our nation's classrooms. School districts are once again scrambling to find enough teachers for the school year, an issue that worsened during the COVID pandemic. Well, now administrators are turning to the most extreme options to fill those positions, often at the expense of students. NBC News senior policy reporter Shannon Pettypiece joins us now for more on her reporting here. Hey, Shannon, good morning. So walk us through the big picture here. How has the lack of teachers in school gone from, an issue and then a crisis really now to this catastrophe, and how much of a problem is it across the country?
Yeah, well, I mean, you mentioned that there was really a wave in teacher resignations over the past couple of years during the pandemic. Early retirements went up, resignations increased. Education officials attributed a lot of that to just teacher burnout, as well as a strong labor market where people could switch careers and in a lot of cases make more money than they were teaching. But what some sort of saw as a post-pandemic labor market hiccup has just persisted for yet another school year, where school officials that I talked to in a range of states, North Carolina, Arizona, Illinois, Pennsylvania, all really echo the same thing in that they are just not getting enough applications and enough interest to fill the empty jobs that they have, leaving them once again scrambling to figure out how to have an adult in front of classrooms when students show up in just a few weeks in a lot of districts.
What are some of these hurdles that might be causing teachers to leave their positions? You know, you just mentioned, we were referencing this wave of resignations that we've seen. What is that about, and what is it that schools can do to try to stop that? You know, obviously you're trying to fill these current holes, but try to stop what it is that's making teachers want to leave the profession.
Yeah, well, principals, administrators, teachers who I talked to, they said there's a range of things. You know, stressful hours, criticism from parents, outside political groups attacking teachers and trying to get more involved in the curriculum and lobbying accusations against teachers, as well as pay. In this labor market, a lot of teachers can make more money elsewhere, and there kind of becomes a bidding war among teachers in some situations. And at the same time, fewer people are going into education. Again, partly because of that pay equation, particularly with students who are going to graduate with a lot of debt. The salary for a teacher just isn't appealing to them. And then they say this problem essentially snowballs on itself, where now there's fewer teachers. They're having to combine classrooms, having teachers fill in during their planning breaks, leading to more burnout. And they just see the problem getting worse, not getting any better, despite efforts and talk by policymakers about this problem over the past couple of years.
And Shannon, quickly before I let you go, of course, I have to talk about what's this doing to the students. What are we seeing this happen to students in classrooms?
Well, certainly there's this documented learning loss in the test scores in areas like reading and math we've seen since the pandemic. Without certified full-time teachers in their classroom, school officials, education experts say that learning loss is, if not persisting, certainly not getting better, because students can't get the individualized one-on-one attention they need from a fully certified, trained professional.
All right, Shannon Pettypiece, important reporting. Thank you so much.
Teacher shortages are not the only staffing issue plaguing schools as the new school year begins. Parents and educators are also having to deal with a shortage of bus drivers. And in some cases, the lack of drivers is causing some school districts to cancel classes. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now with more. Sam, good morning.
Yeah, Valerie, good morning. It's been a crisis for years. It now appears to be hitting a crescendo. And I'll give you an example. Wake County, North Carolina, administrators are telling parents to just figure it out how you're going to get your kid to school. In Chicago, it's free transit cards for some families. And as you mentioned, in Louisville, Kentucky, Jefferson County, 4 of the first 5 days of school, Valerie, have been canceled because of a bus fiasco, forcing many families to get creative.
This morning in Kentucky's largest school system, classes are canceled as Jefferson County scrambles to fix what administrators call a transportation disaster.
Still waiting on this bus at 9:10.
This after some students were stuck on school buses until 10 at night while heading home after the first day of school last week.
I'm the parent of a JCPS 3rd grader and 4th grader. I have been in the last few days, and I bet in the next several, really frustrated and really lonely.
The district has more than 90,000 students, and its superintendent now apologizing to them for the new school bus routing system that backfired.
We should have anticipated those problems better than what we did, and we did not do that.
The frustration over school buses spreads far and wide.
They're 15 minutes early or 15 minutes late. Or sometimes they usually, if they're late to their next route, they bypass the stop.
With a nationwide driver shortage impacting 80% of districts, according to Hop Skip Drive. Lack of competitive pay, recruiting problems, and strict regulations, all making it hard to fill positions.
Our kids are going to be the ones to suffer because they can't get to school. Because we can't get them there. No bus.
Across the nation, a variety of temporary solutions are underway. In Chicago, where the district short half their bus drivers, or around 600 of them, the city is now offering free transit cards to qualifying families.
Honestly, it breaks my heart because we have students, we have kids that really, they need to get to school.
In Hillsborough County, Florida, with a roughly 200 driver deficit, the school is suggesting parents use the Here Comes the Bus app to help track their child's path. And in Framingham, Massachusetts, they've even tried recruiting stay-at-home parents and retirees to help fill their shortage. All efforts to keep the wheels rolling and get the kids to class on time.
Wow, and Sam, you mentioned the recruitment and pay issues. Are there any other tactics schools are trying to address this problem?
Sure. Certainly, Valerie, part of the issue here is financial. If you can make $20 an hour at a restaurant or $15 an hour as a bus driver, you're going to probably choose the restaurant. Many school districts right now have raised their hourly pay $2 or $3, if not more. There are bonuses as well, from $1,200 to $2,000 just to sign up for the job. And also, they're relaxing some of their standards when it comes to who qualifies to be a bus driver. You don't necessarily have to have an immaculate driving record now to meet that criteria. Valerie?
Rough start to the school year. Sam, thank you so much.
Well, coming up, a closer look at how wildfires across North America are affecting local businesses.
The financial impact of this summer of smoke after this.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today?
What is going on when we're looking at trends there?
Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me.
You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
It is so good to be back.
Every morning, let's make your to-do list
Everything you need to know before you head out the door.
your today list.
Get the entire family organized.
Healthy back-to-school yumminess.
Every day needs today.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. It's good to see you.
So much work to be done here still.
It is so good to be back.
Every morning, let's make your to-do list
Everything you need to know before you head out the door.
your today list.
Get the entire family organized.
Healthy back-to-school yumminess.
When there's so much more to do,
Lots to look forward to this fall.
today has you covered.
My kids love this dish.
Simple solutions for your everyday routine.
So you can take it all on. Every day needs today.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me.
You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
We're back. Wildfire smoke has covered major cities across the U.S. this summer, and one of the results has been unhealthy air quality. Now we're learning that doesn't just harm our health, it's also affecting the health of the economy. CNBC senior climate correspondent Diana Olick looks at the impact.
From Las Vegas to New York City to Midwest metros in between, smoke from wildfires in Canada and the U.S. West is disrupting lives and impacting livelihoods. We won't know the full financial impact of this summer's smoke until it clears, but we do know that wildfire smoke reduced earnings in the U.S. by an average of $125 billion a year between 2007 and 2019, or nearly 2% of annual labor income, according to a study by by researchers at the universities of Illinois and Michigan. Co-author Mark Borgschulte says those numbers are rising with the effects of climate change.
The events that we've seen in the last few months are 2 to 10 times as large as the events that we have in our study.
Even 1 or 2 days with smoke, he says, can also trigger lasting employment losses, and hourly workers without paid leave are particularly at risk.
Substantial share of workers, if they don't show up for a job, they're gonna lose that job. Declines in their firm's productivity or their ability to come to work can then be passed on to those workers in the form of lower earnings that aren't possible to make up.
That risk is not lost on major public companies employing thousands of workers globally. Amazon already had air quality protocols in place on the West Coast, like air scrubbers in warehouses, but this summer in Chicago, they were sending N95 masks to drivers, cutting routes short, and issuing alerts to employees to return home if they felt unwell.
We are going to have to change the way we think. These events are not going to decrease. They are likely going to increase. What we are learning is that data is power. We are finding as the more data we have, the better we can react and the quicker we can respond.
Minnesota-based Ecolab, which ironically helps large companies reduce their environmental impacts, saw 4 times the number of smoke warnings this summer than usual. Jeff Burt, Senior VP of Health, Safety and Environment, said they may now use strategies they learned when COVID hit.
We had to form teams, we had to follow data, science, and develop precautions, processes, methods. We will do the exact same if the wildfire smokes continue throughout the U.S. and other areas as well.
Employee safety is obviously of utmost importance, but companies will now have to focus on their financial safety from smoke as well. The more smoke, the more financial losses will ensue, and like smoke, they could inevitably drift into corporate earnings and investor profit. Valerie.
Okay, Diana, thank you so much. Financial headlines now. United States Steel has rejected a buyout proposal from one of its major rivals.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other news. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Valerie. Yeah, so U.S. Steel said yesterday it is exploring options after rejecting a $7.3 billion deal from Ohio-based rival Cleveland-Cliffs. Now, Cleveland-Cliffs made its unsolicited cash and stock offer public after U.S. Steel called it unreasonable and announced the formal review process. U.S. Steel just reported its 5th consecutive quarter of profit declines and its 4th straight quarter of falling revenue. If the deal went through, it would leave the U.S. with only 3 major steel makers. Hard at work or just trying to look like you are? Slack and research firm Qualtrics surveyed 18,000 workers and found that more than a third of people in some Asian countries admitted to focusing more on appearing busy than doing real work. India topped the list with 43% of those surveyed confessing to so-called performative work. About 38% of workers in Japan and 36% in Singapore reported the same. The surveyors think countries with higher numbers are more likely to have leaders who judge productivity on visible activity like meetings and emails rather than on achieving real outcomes. And the Apple Watch is reportedly set to get a major redesign, but you'll have to wait a while before you see it on the market. The new device is set to include a new magnetic watch band, a blood pressure sensor, and a micro LED screen. However, according to a Bloomberg report, those updates won't come until late 2024 or even until 2025. The revamp is supposed to mark the device's 10-year anniversary. I'm a big fan of the Apple Watch, so I'm excited for the updates.
I went through a phase where I got one and you know, but now it's like it's so old that it doesn't have all the new stuff on it. And
you gotta get a new one. You gotta get a new one.
I know. People do love them.
I do.
Silvana, thank you so much.
You got it.
Turning back now to Hawaii, where communities are looking to tradition to help heal their pain following the devastating wildfires that destroyed the town of Lahaina. Many are using hula to spread the message of love and family as survivors of the disaster begin assessing the damage left behind. NBC News senior national correspondent and News Now anchor Tom Yamas has more.
Good day from Maui, an island steeped in so much history, and it's now turning to those traditions that have been here for generations to help get through its biggest challenge yet. It's a tradition going back centuries. Hula, a symbol of the Hawaiian Islands. This weekend's festival on Maui, now a memorial to loved ones lost in the fires.
We lament the loss of all of Lahaina through this.
These dances, with a history representing the sea and sky, are now helping this community heal. Across the island, prayers and faith. At King's Cathedral, Maui, parishioners united in song. The church sheltering residents who lost their homes in the flames.
We're feeding people, clothing people. It's been wonderful to see the love expressed, the aloha, we call it.
As more aid arrives on the island, these volunteers together chanting and finding strength in their own language. And as the sun rose on St. Anthony's Church, this community is embracing one another as the long road to recovery begins.
We will take care of each other no matter what.
It's that coming together and helping one another that will provide that healing and comfort.
St. Anthony's Church plans to keep raising money for wildfire victims, and they even offered to make donations to the Maui Disaster Relief Fund on other people's behalf. It's just one example of this community lifting each other up in a time of crisis. Back to you.
All right, Tom Helmus, thank you very much. Coming up, we're going backstage with the Jonas Brothers on this Monday morning.
Yeah, the trio absolutely lit up Yankee Stadium this past weekend, and our Jacob Soboroff has your backstage pass as they kick off their latest tour. That's next.
It is so good to be back.
Every morning, let's make your to-do list.
Everything you need to know before you head out the door.
Your today list.
Get the entire family organized.
Healthy back-to-school yumminess.
Every day needs today.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. By the hammer delivery.
All right, it just needs to.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight.
The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks.
We think we're getting close to this news conference.
I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just needs to.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just needs to.
It's Monday morning. Here's some good news. We might be able to stop talking about that cage fight between tech billionaires Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk. Last night, Meta's boss Zuckerberg wrote on his platform Threads that he didn't think Musk was serious about the challenge. Zuckerberg said he had offered Tesla's CEO a date, but Musk wouldn't confirm. The two billionaires have been teasing the possibility of a UFC-style cage fight since June. Zuckerberg said if he ever gets serious about a real date and official event, he knows how to reach me. Otherwise, time to move on. Musk has not yet publicly responded to Zuckerberg's latest comments.
Time to move on.
Yeah.
I totally agree. Thanks, Savannah.
Yeah.
The Jonas Brothers have spent nearly 2 decades in the spotlight, but this is one of their biggest years yet. The band kicked off their world tour this weekend and invited NBC's very own Jonas brother, Jacob Soboroff, to join them behind the scenes.
Hey there. So Nick, Joe, and Kevin invited us to their concert at New York's Yankee Stadium last night. It was pretty cool. We got incredible behind-the-scenes access. And let me tell you, it was an epic night. The Jonas Brothers are on top of the world.
Yankee Stadium, make some noise!
Bringing down the house at a sold-out Yankee Stadium last night. Kevin, Joe, and Nick, who grew up right before our eyes, have sold 20 million albums.
I'm a sucker for you. Yeah.
And their music's been streamed more than 13 billion times. Their new release, The Album, is out, and the Jonas Brothers are now embarking on a massive world tour in 20 countries.
And their first stop is right here at Yankee Stadium in New York City. I'm very excited. The Jonas Brothers invited us exclusively to go behind the scenes on their tour. Let's go check it out.
Hello.
Well,
hello there.
What's up, fellas?
Welcome to our new home.
Look at this hospitality.
We've been expecting you.
I'm sorry.
Come on in. Come on in.
The band's kicking things off at a venue close to their hearts.
You guys have memories of growing up and going to games in the old Yankee Stadium?
Yes, we couldn't really afford to come to games, but I think Yankees would donate tickets to a bunch of different churches, and so we would get access to, and we would sit way up in the nosebleed. So it's full circle to be back here playing a show.
Is it true that way back when, 2008 or something, you guys were offered to play Yankee Stadium and you didn't think you could sell it out, so you turned it down?
That is true. We genuinely thought there's no way we could sell this place out. It feels a little bit more special than it would back then. 20-some years almost into our career to be able to have fans that support us this much.
The band's performing 5 albums each night, a celebration of all of their music.
We're out there playing 67 songs. It is a gauntlet. This is definitely by far the most ambitious thing we've ever tried to do.
Each brother took us on a personal behind-the-scenes tour. First, inside Joe's dressing room.
This is my dressing room.
This is amazing. Thank you. You
Yes.
designed every little aspect of this yourself.
I did, yes. I'd like to have a film, my favorite film, Back to the Future, on the TV.
All your goodies.
But I've got a bunch of toys and trinkets. I think it's healthy to remind myself, like, to have fun on and off stage. I've got some photos of me and Sophie over here.
A lot of Simpsons.
A lot of Simpsons. Actually, I'm slowly trying to make this room look like the Simpsons living room. But yeah, somebody did Simpson art of me and Sophie. Spent a lot of time in here, so I want to make sure it feels like home.
Nick picked up the tour.
But this is, where our family watches from.
With a trip to the soundboard, where all the magic happens.
We have an amazing crew on this tour. They kind of bring the dream to life, make sure it sounds right. It's a big operation, 100+ people.
It's almost mind-blowing to think about that all of that audio at some point is coming right through here.
Yes, it all comes through here.
And there's also actually the act of picking the songs. You create the set list.
I spent literally 3-4 months building this thing out with our team, song by song, where we could tell the story we wanted to tell about the journey we were on at that point in our life and career.
And then Kevin took us center stage for the best view in the house.
So welcome to the stage.
This is unbelievable.
This stage gets built and broken down every single time we do a show, which is special. And this is our incredible band. Say hi, everybody.
What's up, you guys? Nobody gets to do this. Nobody gets to stand here like this.
So
what does it feel like?
You need to stand here with me.
Okay.
All right. So you come out here, and you look out, and you realize you're like, 60,000 people, sold out 2 nights, in a place that we said no to many years ago.
We even got to join their pre-show huddle.
I say every note matters.
I say every person matters.
Well, I say what we do matters. And then we go, let's get it. We go. So that means
Has anybody ever been in the middle of that before?
No.
No.
Actually.
Welcome.
I've got a cold chill going down my spine. Thank you for including
You're
me.
now a Jonas Brother.
Yeah.
The Jonas Brothers took the stage in full force.
Celebrate with me tonight. Celebrate while we got time.
Those are my friends.
It was indeed a night to celebrate.
Celebrate while we got time. Trying to get it how you
The show was a home run. The craziest part about the whole night is that they've said surprises are coming during the tour. Guess who came out at intermission? Jimmy Fallon. If that's any indication, there's going to be a lot more incredible surprises to come. Back to you.
Jacob, thank you. You look like you hated that.
My friends are up there.
The picture the four of them at the end. He really does fit in a.
He does.
It's kind of crazy.
Just like them.
That's
57 songs.
Oh my gosh.
Night.
Yeah, what? It's so cool. We've seen so many amazing concerts this summer. So much fun. Jacob, that was awesome. Thank you so much.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stay with us. Good morning, and thanks so much for joining us. I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Valerie Castro in for Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, tragedy in paradise. This morning, the death toll from those devastating Maui wildfires rises to at least 96, making it the deadliest wildfire in modern U.S. history. We've got team coverage from the disaster zone this morning as rescue crews comb the damage and survivors there look to pick up the pieces. Also this morning, fair play, a weekend at the Iowa State Fair for many of the 2024 GOP candidates, including former President Trump, who faces the possibility of a historic fourth indictment this week, this time in Georgia. We've got the state of play from Washington. Plus, we're following the back-to-school scramble across the country this morning as school districts nationwide work to fill those critical staffing shortages made even worse by the pandemic, the extreme measures some are taking to fill the gaps. Plus, the latest crisis now playing out before your child even gets to the classroom. And we're going backstage with the Jonas Brothers this morning as they kick off their latest tour with one grand slam of a stint at the iconic Yankee Stadium. We'll take you behind the scenes later in the hour.
That's with our friend Jacob, who looks like the fourth Jonas brother.
He does, totally.
There you go.
Well, this morning, the death toll from the Maui wildfires continues to climb. At least 96 are dead after the fast-moving fires tore through the popular vacation destination, making it the deadliest wildfire in modern U.S. history.
Hawaii's governor says the damage is estimated at close to $6 billion. Well, donations are pouring in to help evacuees who lost everything, and emergency efforts to get essentials to the displaced are underway. FEMA is on the ground this morning helping local officials as they begin the response and recovery process.
Well, the efforts are going to start to move a little faster than they have in the past couple days, and hopefully we bring some closure to those on Maui. Right now we're in the response phase, and we're soon heading to recovery, and that's going to be the longest phase yet.
This morning, though, anger is growing among some people who say they weren't given enough warning about the fires. An investigation into Hawaii's emergency warning sirens has been launched. NBC News Now anchor Tom Yamas is in Maui with the latest.
All over Maui, wildfires are taking homes and lives. This is the Kula neighborhood. The home here completely gone. You can see the power of these wildfires and what it did to these two cars here. So many in Maui in a state of shock. The Ohana family spirit is strong, but every day it is getting harder as the death toll grows.
Jesus, please help us.
This morning, as new videos show the inferno that engulfed Lahaina and how residents spent hours in the ocean to survive, anger is growing. How did the nation's deadliest wildfire happen with no warning?
Did you get any type of alert?
No.
73-year-old Elizabeth Kahani, a grandmother, says she was so scared when she escaped, she didn't realize her face and arm were burned. Firefighters rescued her, treating her wounds, but her brother, Rodolfo Rokutan, is still missing. She's pleading for any word from him.
I'm so worried about everybody. Hopefully, you're still alive.
The search for the missing and dead is just getting started. Canine cadaver dogs arriving over the weekend and police announcing just 3% of Lahaina has been searched.
Are you saying we're just at the beginning of this disaster?
So for the first few days, we had done searches in the streets and the cars that were in the area, but we couldn't enter any structures. I know everybody, what's that final number? It's going to take us a while to get there.
More than 2,700 structures have been destroyed, most of them homes. Residents desperate to get back.
They're not moving fast enough.
Yeah, they're not.
It's been too long. It's been 6 days.
The King family lost their home. Their kids rescued by their friend and neighbor, Rafa Ochoa. They are all staying together with friends. 3 families under one roof. And he's angry at local leaders.
Where were you guys? No? Where were you guys to try and get us out?
evacuate us. No, we're mad. We're mad. No, we didn't just lose our homes. We lost our town.
The cause of the blaze is still under investigation. Videos shot from the water show both how bad the fire was, but also how strong the wind was blowing.
We're in the ocean.
19-year-old Noah Tompkinson and his 13-year-old brother Milo spent hours in the water, along with their mother, escaping the flames.
It's gonna be okay. It's all right.
At one point, their mother started to get cold.
We kind of like all huddled around her and just wanted to like keep her warm.
Has your mom talked to you guys and thanked you for being by her side?
We didn't save her, she also saved us. If any of us were alone, I don't know if we would have made it.
Now, a class action lawsuit has been filed alleging that the destruction could have been avoided if the utility company here had de-energized power lines before those high winds started on Tuesday. For their part, Hawaiian Electric says they do not comment on pending litigation, but they did say they followed all protocols when it comes to high wind weather. They also say, quote, that at this early stage, no cause for the fire has been determined. Reporting from Maui, Tom Yamas. Now back to you.
Oh, just heartbreaking. Our thanks to Tom.
We're joined now by Atina Hofoka, who escaped the wildfires. Good morning, Atina. Thank you for joining us. We know this has got to be an incredibly difficult time. How are you and your family doing, and what have the last few days been like for you?
My family, we're doing fine. The hotel where my husband works, the hotels are housing the employees. We went through FEMA. We also went through the Red Cross. Other than that, just very traumatic right now. It's nothing that we cannot help it. We live in a place that the ocean brought us safety this time, so.
Oh. Yeah, we just saw those images in our colleague Tom's piece of people waiting it out in the ocean for hours. I understand you have a pretty remarkable story yourself of how you escaped the fire as it approached your home. Tell us what happened. How did you get out?
Well, I saw the cars and I saw everything coming. I was watching the fire from my second floor, looking out onto Lahaina Luna Mountains. My husband left for work at 3:05, and by 3:30, the fire was so fast because of the wind. I don't think there was anything anybody can do. Once that fire came, the emblems were, the embers were blowing everywhere. It was dropping on all the structures, and everything was getting on fire just so fast. There was really nothing anybody could do. The response would have been too late. So I remember the embers falling on our building, and I was taking forever to go because my friend Freeman Tamlang, 86, he didn't want to go. He didn't want to leave his place, but I told him we had to go. And this one young kid came and helped me to escape, and we were escaping, and he said, let's take the car. And I said, we gotta go on foot. We went to Front Street, and right in front of Waikiki Brewery, I told him that we had to go over the seawall. And once we went over the seawall, he wanted to stay up to watch the fire. And I said, no, you gotta come down. So he came down, but the embers were starting to fly as soon as Baba Gums was on fire. And I went into the water so the water can kill the embers as they fell on me. And my friend Annalise, who works for Pacific Whale Foundation, she was with me, and she's also my neighbor. And I remember I asked my friend, I said, Freeman, how you doing? He said, I'm good. And I said, you need to come back down. He said, no, I want to watch the fire burn. Eventually, I was in the water for a very long time, at least 5 hours. We were in the water. My friend Annalise and I, we were just over there. People were like crying. I told them, come over the seawall. They'll be safer close to the water. I was wetting shirts for people, telling them to spit out if they cough. There was so much smoke everywhere, even though it was only like 4 something, but it seemed like it was already evening time, and it was just very traumatic, especially when the cars started to explode, because there was nowhere people could go. The burning buildings and rows of cars, and they were exploding one after another because they were right next to each other.
We're so thankful that you were able to get to safety. Tell us the biggest needs right now in your community. How can people help? What do you need the most?
Well, let me tell you, what people don't understand is 22,000 plus structures are destroyed, but these structures is not just one family. Because of the expensive living in Hawaii, most of these structures had multiple families. And, you know, no one ever realizes, even in my little apartment, you know, we had my husband and I and our son, and I know that he had left. And then I know that I think people need to realize how expensive housing is, that we cannot afford. So just, you know, I guess when we rebuild, we need help in rebuilding our community, but we also need help with our government helping our people to find a way to live in the island that we grew up in, because the expensive rents, the expensive housing, people cannot afford. And I just need people to understand that this 2,000 plus housing, that's multiple families that were living there.
Yeah, we know a lot of people are going to need help.
Full of fires too.
We know that rebuilding process is going to take some time and a lot of efforts. Atina, thank you so much for sharing your story with us this morning. We send you our best wishes.
Experience. We are thinking about you and your family. Thank you very much, and we'll check in with you.
Mahalo. Thank you. Aloha.
Let's get a closer look at the week ahead with the check on your Morning News Now weather forecast.
Yeah, hi, Angie. I know you have some things to tell us about that particular area as well. Good morning.
Yeah, we do have a couple of things happening as far as the Eastern Pacific is concerned with the tropics. We've got Tropical Storm Greg that's just to the south and east of the island chain there. And up to the north, there's a high pressure system. So we are going to see some elevated trade winds here over the next couple of days, at least into Friday. Not quite as intense as they were, of course, when the fires initially were occurring with Hurricane Dora to the south of the island. This isn't going to be quite as strong. The high's a little farther away, but still they will notice some elevated winds in that area over the next few days. We also have Hurricane Fernanda that's going to eventually continue its westward movement, potentially becoming a Category 3 hurricane or higher here over the next couple of days. But either way, that's going to move to the south of the islands, and we could see some indirect impacts, maybe some additional rain and some stronger winds here as we get into the weekend and early next week. But that's still quite far away, so we'll keep an eye on that. We also have a tropical disturbance that has a 40% chance of developing into a tropical depression here in the next couple of days. Meanwhile, we've got 13 million people under flood alerts after heavy rain has worked through across the past couple of hours across the parts of the Midwest and parts of the Mid-Atlantic and Northeast are going to get in on this action here as we get through the day today. Meanwhile, we've got 31 million people under severe threats, so the potential for some strong storms that include some really strong wind gusts as well as some damaging hail are going to be there here through the day today. You can see it does include Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, Charleston, Knoxville. So just a heads up with that. It'll also be accompanied by some heavy rain, so flash flooding will be a concern too, with anywhere from 1 to 2 inches of rain possible in a lot of spots, localized amounts up to 3 inches. And of course, we've got the heat alerts that are still up for parts of the Pacific Northwest and the Southeast, guys. Triple-digit temperatures across the Pacific Northwest, really warm, above normal conditions for folks there.
And that's where it can get dangerous. So thank you for that information. Thanks, Angie. See you in a bit. Well, this morning, GOP candidates are recovering from a busy weekend campaigning at the Iowa State Fair. And despite more potentially looming legal troubles, frontrunner and former President Donald Trump was there, of course, as well. This could potentially be quite a busy week for Trump as he may face yet another historic indictment. NBC News correspondent Garrett Haig joins us now from Fulton County, Georgia, where he is on the watch and has the very latest. Hey, Garrett, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Yeah, it's only been less than 2 weeks since Donald Trump was in a Washington, D.C. courtroom
facing federal criminal charges related to his efforts to overturn the 2020 election. Now he could be on the verge of facing new charges related to those same efforts, this time here in Georgia, where a grand jury could vote to indict him as early as this week.
This morning, the Republican presidential primary racing towards January's Iowa caucuses.
We are going to win big, and we're going to make America great again.
Taking a detour through Georgia, where Donald Trump may face an historic fourth indictment this week. The former president under investigation by the Fulton County District Attorney for his efforts to overturn the results of the 2020 election in Georgia, a state President Biden carried by fewer than 12,000 votes. This January 2021 phone call to the Secretary of State, a key piece of evidence.
I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have, because we won the state.
The former president defending that call as perfect on social media and lashing out at the Democratic DA, Fani Willis. Trump's social media also now a potential issue in the case he faces in Washington, D.C. over election interference. There, Judge Tanya Chutkan had on Friday warned the former president's team about making inflammatory statements. Overnight Sunday, Trump attacking Chutkan and sharing posts, including a photo of the judge. Chutkan had warned that violations could increase the likelihood of a quick trial. Mr. Trump leading the GOP field by a wide margin, lumping all of his legal woes together as politically motivated.
So-called election interference.
While in Iowa this weekend, his rivals sought to make gains the old-fashioned way, flipping pork chops and shaking hands at the Iowa State Fair, with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and Mr. Trump crisscrossing the fairgrounds on the same day. DeSantis dogged by pro-Trump protesters. As Republicans try to energize their base, they're also zeroing in on a political headache for President Biden, following the Attorney General's announcement Friday that Trump-appointed Delaware U.S. Attorney David Weiss would become a special counsel to investigate the president's son Hunter after a plea deal on tax-related charges collapsed last month.
These are facts the American people have a right to get to the bottom of.
There's one key difference between this case and all the others facing former President Trump, and that's this. Georgia allows cameras in the courtroom, which means if Donald Trump is indicted here and stands before a judge to plead not guilty, it would be the first time the country could see the former president as a criminal defendant in court. Savannah?
All right, Garrett Haig, thank you so much.
Now let's bring in MSNBC legal analyst and former prosecutor Kristen Gibbons-Fedden for more on the possible Georgia indictment. Kristen, good morning. Walk us through how the district attorney is approaching these testimonies in court this week. How does Fani Willis navigate these hearings? And what is the grand jury listening for as witnesses take the stand?
I think she's going to have to really present all of this evidence meticulously. You know, she's poised to level very serious charges against Donald Trump and his allies. So her evidence and the grand jury is going to have to listen for evidence of those phone calls, those emails, the social media posts, and the pleas to Georgia officials, really painting that picture. This is what DA Willis has to do, is paint a picture of the orchestrated attempt to really challenge Georgia's election results. You know, in addition, the recorded call to find enough votes for a win, as you just played, along with the letters and the memos sent to Governor Kemp and state lawmakers advocating for that special session to nullify Biden's triumph. I think her strategy really is going to benefit from her observation of the prior overlapping indictments and the findings of the January 6 hearings. But given the gravity of the case, the grand jury will undoubtedly be deeply immersed in dissecting a very detail-oriented case.
A lot of complicated details there for them to listen to. Under Georgia law, prosecutors are not obligated to let people know if they are a target of an investigation. Do you expect to see more people included in any potential charges connected to the election interference case? Is there any indication of the scope of the probe here?
Yeah, you know, I think normally that question is a tough one to answer, but in this particular case, I think absolutely more people are going to face additional charges. You know, the spotlight of Georgia's investigation really seemed firmly fixed on the RICO statute, and that's a law that's designed to really unravel webs of racketeering, which is designed to target organized groups or multiple people involved in patterns of illicit activities. And the RICO statute really focuses on those interrelated actions with that shared goal. So with Trump's post post-2020 election calls, his allies' actions, and DA Willis's, evidence for that wider scheme, it really does seem to suggest that she will have enough evidence to support additional charges for additional individuals like Rudy Giuliani or even David Schaefer, the former chair of the Georgia Republican Party, who really oversaw the meeting of the fake electors and potentially other fake electors as well.
Yeah, there could be more to come. Kristen, is this case different from the other legal battles Trump is facing right now? Are prosecutors looking at the same charges brought on by special counsel Jack Smith in the federal election interference case?
Yeah, I really do think that this case and this investigation, I should say, is really different both in scope and in focus. Georgia's inquiry really hones in on the state laws, specifically targeting potential violations like the solicitation of election fraud, the racketeering, really illuminated by the actions such as Trump's phone call to the Georgia Secretary of State. But the federal investigation led by Jack Smith really casts kind of a wider net, really embracing those conspiracy charges and the federal offenses. So although, what has been publicly reported is that DA Willis is not coordinated with Jack Smith, they are going to utilize the same type of evidence. But again, the focus seems more localized for the Georgia investigation.
Okay, thanks for breaking it all down for us, Kristen Gibbons-Fedden. Thanks so much.
Well, officials are now searching for answers following a home explosion in Pennsylvania that left 5 people dead, including a 12-year-old. Authorities say the cause of the huge blast is under investigation. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now from Plum, Pennsylvania with the latest. Hey, Emily, good morning.
Hey there, Savannah. Well, the blast so strong, neighbors say it sounded like a bomb went off. And as you can see behind me, it looks that way, too. This morning, members of the community now picking up the pieces and grieving the loss of 5 lives as still so many unanswered questions remain around what led to this deadly explosion that changed this community forever. This is the terrifying moment a deadly house explosion devastated a western Pennsylvania community. First, a massive fireball, then a shower of debris reaching across the neighborhood, captured from multiple home cameras. The explosion and fire outside of Pittsburgh completely flattened 3 homes and shattered windows, peeled off siding, and scorched at least a dozen others, say authorities. 5 people were killed, including Casey Klontz and his 12-year-old son, Keegan, identified by family and remembered as loving and devoted.
We have a whole building completely gone. We have copious amounts of debris.
Greg Renko stepped outside Saturday morning to what he says felt like a war zone.
Houses are just dilapidated. They're falling apart. If you imagine almost a bomb going off in front of your house.
He helped pull his neighbor, who he says now is in critical condition, from the rubble. You may have saved his life.
I hope so. I in this community have prayed hard.
The exact cause of the explosion still under investigation, with gas in the area turned off as a precaution.
This investigation may last for months, if not years.
The explosion with such a force, it literally lifted you off your feet?
Threw us off the couch to the floor.
Rafael Kolinkowski lives several doors down, even spending time with some of the victims the night before the furious blast.
One day you see him, next day he's gone.
Now a community trying to support each other amid the utter devastation.
Sometimes things like this bring communities closer together, and I think that's what we have here in Plum right now.
And it's not clear when gas will be restored in this community, but Peoples Gas Company says that after an initial review of its system, it was operating, quote, as designed. Investigators say determining the cause of this deadly explosion could take months, if not years. For reference, last year there was a different home explosion in Plum Borough and injured a family of 5. A cause in that incident still has yet to be determined. So Savannah and Valerie, still a long road ahead.
Absolutely. All right, Emily, thank you so much.
Coming up on Morning News Now, a closer look at how wildfires across North America are affecting local businesses and the financial impact of this summer of smoke.
But first, a deadly mushroom mystery that's taking the internet by storm. We've got more on that after the break.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicky Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize you should waste the dishes.
Allegations of Russian organizing.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So,
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. This morning, we're looking at the deadly mystery surrounding what should have been an innocent family lunch down under.
Well, now the meal possibly containing poisonous mushrooms and the woman who cooked it are grabbing attention worldwide and leaving many to wonder if this was an accident or a meal cooked with ill intentions. NBC News correspondent Molly Hunter reports from Australia with more.
Hey guys, good morning. This is a crazy story, really gripping the press here, but also around the world. The woman in question, Erin Patterson, is an Australian woman from the southeast of the country. She made lunch for her former in-laws. She said she made beef Wellington with mushrooms. She says she has no idea how this happened. Take a look.
One of Australia's most baffling police probes.
This morning, new questions swirling about the deadly mushroom mystery. The bizarre tragedy now grabbing global headlines. Was it accidental, a fatal foray into foraging that killed 3 members of the same family? Or was it murder, death by fungus? Back on July 29th, police say Erin Patterson hosted her former in-laws for lunch. Then, within a week, authorities say 3 were dead, 1 still fighting for his life in the hospital, and the national rumor mill in full swing.
I didn't do anything. I love them. And I'm devastated that they're gone.
The Australian Broadcasting Corporation reports that a statement from Erin's lawyers to police says she served beef Wellington with mushrooms that day.
I just can't fathom what has happened. I'm so sorry that they have lost their lives.
How are you?
I just can't believe it.
In the same statement, she also says she threw out the food dehydrator after speculation started to grow. Police say the cause of death is consistent with eating death cap mushrooms, a highly toxic fungus found near oak trees. Her former in-laws, Gail and Don Patterson, and Gail's sister Heather have died. Heather's husband, Ian Wilkinson, is in critical condition. According to police, Erin and her 2 children didn't fall ill, and detectives confirming that Erin's a suspect.
She cooked those meals for us, for those people that were present. Now, again, she hasn't presented with any symptoms, but we have to keep an open mind in relation to this, that it could be very innocent, but again, we just don't know at this point.
And this morning, Victoria Police telling NBC News the deaths are still being treated as unexplained, and so the mystery continues.
Now, no charges have been filed, but investigators are really reminding everyone that there is an active investigation ongoing. They also want everyone to really remember that community members are grieving these deaths. And at the moment, Erin Patterson is a free woman. One of the big things they will be looking into and seeking an answer to is why didn't she get sick? Guys?
Oh, all right, Molly Hunter, thank you so much.
International headlines now starting with new developments on the war in Ukraine.
Raf Sanchez joins us now from Tel Aviv with that and more. Hey, Raf.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Valerie. Yeah, the Russian Navy fired warning shots at a civilian cargo ship using automatic weapons. Russian commandos then boarded the ship in the Black Sea from a helicopter before allowing it to continue on its way to Ukraine. Russia says it will now treat all ships heading to Ukraine as potential weapons carriers. Ukraine says Russia's actions amount to piracy. In Iran, a gunman opened fire at a prominent Shia shrine in the southern city of Shiraz. At least one person was killed, another 8 injured. One man has been arrested. The same shrine was attacked back in October 2022. That assault left 13 people dead and wounded dozens of others. ISIS claimed responsibility for the attack. And finally, one Beatle got by with a little help from his mom. George Harrison's mother wrote a strongly worded letter after watching the band perform in 1963, saying she was disgusted at the way the so-called fans just screamed so no one could hear the band play. She added, "I was really ashamed I was female." That letter is now up for auction along with 24 others. And guys, if Mama Harrison didn't enjoy screaming, not clear she would like these Taylor Swift concerts. Doesn't sound like it.
Wow.
What a letter.
Had some strong words there.
Raf Sanchez, thank you so much.
Thank you. Coming up, it's a back-to-school scramble in many school districts across the country as a critical teacher shortage is putting the strain on local officials and students alike. We'll explain in a moment.
Plus, as if that teacher shortage wasn't enough, some districts are even scrambling to hire bus drivers for the upcoming semester. We're covering what families should know this morning after the break.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the man delivering.
All right, it just me too.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It is so good to be back.
Every morning, let's make your to-do list.
Everything you need to know before you head out the door.
Your today list.
Get the entire family organized.
Healthy back-to-school yumminess.
Every day needs today.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back with a closer look at the growing crisis unfolding inside our nation's classrooms. School districts are once again scrambling to find enough teachers for the school year, an issue that worsened during the COVID pandemic. Well, now administrators are turning to the most extreme options to fill those positions, often at the expense of students. NBC News senior policy reporter Shannon Pettypiece joins us now for more on her reporting here. Hey, Shannon, good morning. So walk us through the big picture here. How has the lack of teachers in school gone from, an issue and then a crisis really now to this catastrophe? And how much of a problem is it across the country?
Yeah, well, I mean, you mentioned that there was really a wave in teacher resignations over the past couple of years during the pandemic. Early retirements went up, resignations increased. Education officials attributed a lot of that to just teacher burnout, as well as a strong labor market where people could switch careers and in a lot of cases make more money than they were teaching. But what some sort of saw as a post-pandemic labor market hiccup has just persisted for yet another school year, where school officials that I talked to in a range of states, North Carolina, Arizona, Illinois, Pennsylvania, all really echo the same thing in that they are just not getting enough applications and enough interest to fill the empty jobs that they have, leaving them once again scrambling to figure out how to have an adult in front of classrooms when students show up in just a few weeks in a lot of districts.
What are some of these hurdles that might be causing teachers to leave their positions? You just mentioned, we were referencing this wave of resignations that we've seen. What is that about, and what is it that schools can do to try to stop that? Obviously trying to fill these current holes, but try to stop what it is that's making teachers want to leave the profession.
Yeah, well, principals, administrators, teachers who I talked to, they said there's a range of things. Stressful hours, criticism from parents, outside political groups attacking teachers and trying to get more involved in the curriculum and lobbying accusations against teachers, as well as pay. In this labor market, a lot of teachers can make more money elsewhere, and there kind of becomes a bidding war among teachers in some situations. And at the same time, fewer people are going into education. Again, partly because of that pay equation, particularly with students who are going to graduate with a lot of debt. The salary for a teacher just isn't appealing to them. And then they say this problem essentially snowballs on itself, where now there's fewer teachers. They're having to combine classrooms, having teachers fill in during their planning breaks, leading to more burnout. And they just see the problem getting worse, not getting any better, despite efforts and talk by policymakers about this problem over the past couple of years.
And Shannon, quickly before I let you go, of course, I have to talk about what's this doing to the students? What are we seeing this happen to students in classrooms?
Well, certainly there's this documented learning loss in the test scores in areas like reading and math we've seen since the pandemic. Without certified full-time teachers in their classroom, school officials, education experts say that learning loss is, if not persisting, certainly not getting better, because students can't get the individualized one-on-one attention they need from a fully certified, trained professional.
All right, Shannon Pettypiece, important reporting. Thank you so much.
Teacher shortages are not the only staffing issue plaguing schools as the new school year begins. Parents and educators are also having to deal with a shortage of bus drivers. And in some cases, the lack of drivers is causing some school districts to cancel classes. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now with more. Sam, good morning.
Yeah, Valerie, good morning. It's been a crisis for years. It now appears to be hitting a crescendo. And I'll give you an example. Wake County, North Carolina administrators are telling parents to just figure it out how you're going to get your kid to school. In Chicago, it's free transit cards for some families. And as you mentioned, in Louisville, Kentucky, Jefferson County, 4 of the first 5 days of school, Valerie, have been canceled because of a bus fiasco, forcing many families to get creative.
This morning in Kentucky's largest school system, classes are canceled as Jefferson County scrambles to fix what administrators call a transportation disaster.
Still waiting on this bus at 9:10.
This after some students were stuck on school buses until 10 at night while heading home after the first day of school last week.
I'm the parent of a JCPS 3rd grader and 4th grader. I have been in the last few days, and I bet in the next several, really frustrated and really lonely.
The district has more than 90,000 students, and its superintendent now apologizing to them for the new school bus routing system that backfired.
We should have anticipated those problems better than what we did, and we did not do that
The frustration over school buses spreads far and wide.
They're 15 minutes early or 15 minutes late. Or sometimes if they're late to their next route, they bypass the stop.
With a nationwide driver shortage impacting 80% of districts, according to Hop Skip Drive. Lack of competitive pay, recruiting problems, and strict regulations, all making it hard to fill positions.
Our kids are going to be the ones to suffer because they can't get to school. Because we can't get them there, no bus.
Across the nation, a variety of temporary solutions are underway. In Chicago, where the district short half their bus drivers, or around 600 of them, the city is now offering free transit cards to qualifying families.
Honestly, it breaks my heart because we have students, we have kids that really, they need to get to school.
In Hillsborough County, Florida, with a roughly 200 driver deficit, the school is suggesting parents use the Here Comes the Bus app to help track their child's path. And in Framingham, Massachusetts, they've even tried recruiting stay-at-home parents and retirees to help fill their shortage. All efforts to keep the wheels rolling and get the kids to class on time.
Wow, and Sam, you mentioned the recruitment and pay issues. Are there any other tactics schools are trying to address this problem?
Sure. Certainly, Valerie, part of the issue here is financial. If you can make $20 an hour at a restaurant or $15 an hour as a bus driver, you're going to probably choose the restaurant. Many school districts right now have raised their hourly pay $2 or $3, if not more. There are bonuses as well from $1,200 to $2,000 just to sign up for the job. And also, they're relaxing some of their standards when it comes to who qualifies to be a bus driver. You don't necessarily have to have an immaculate driving record now to meet that criteria. Valerie?
Rough start to the school year. Sam, thank you so much.
Well, coming up, a closer look at how wildfires across North America are affecting local businesses.
The financial impact of this summer of smoke after this.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
It is so good to be back.
Every morning, let's make your to-do list
Everything you need to know before you head out the door.
your today list.
Get the entire family organized.
Healthy back-to-school yumminess.
When there's so much more to do,
Lots to look forward to this fall.
today has you covered.
My kids love this dish.
Simple solutions for your everyday routine.
So you can take it all on. Every day needs today.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, nice to see you.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the way the dishes you
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclair Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
We're back. Wildfire smoke has covered major cities across the U.S. this summer, and one of the results has been unhealthy air quality. Now we're learning that doesn't just harm our health, it's also affecting the health of the economy. CNBC senior climate correspondent Diana Olick looks at the impact.
From Las Vegas to New York City to Midwest metros in between, smoke from wildfires in Canada and the U.S. West is disrupting lives and impacting livelihoods. We won't know the full financial impact of this summer's smoke until it clears, but we do know that wildfire smoke reduced earnings in the U.S. by an average of $125 billion a year between 2007 and 2019, or nearly 2% of annual labor income, according to a study by researchers at the universities of Illinois and Michigan. Co-author Mark Borgschulte says those numbers are rising with the effects of climate change.
The events that we've seen in the last few months are 2 to 10 times as large as the events that we have in our study.
Even 1 or 2 days with smoke, he says, can also trigger lasting employment losses, and hourly workers without paid leave are particularly at risk.
Substantial share of workers, if they don't show up for a job, they're gonna lose that job. Declines in their firm's productivity or their ability to come to work can then be passed on to those workers in the form of lower earnings that aren't possible to make up.
That risk is not lost on major public companies employing thousands of workers globally. Amazon already had air quality protocols in place on the West Coast, like air scrubbers in warehouses, but this summer in Chicago, they were sending N95 masks to drivers, cutting routes short, and issuing alerts to employees to return home if they felt unwell.
We are going to have to change the way we think. These events are not going to decrease. They are likely going to increase. What we are learning is that data is power. We are finding is the more data we have, the better we can react and the quicker we can respond.
Minnesota-based Ecolab, which ironically helps large companies reduce their environmental impacts, saw 4 times the number of smoke warnings this summer than usual. Jeff Burt, Senior VP of Health, Safety and Environment, said they may now use strategies they learned when COVID hit.
We had to form teams, we had to follow data, science, and develop precautions, processes, methods. We will do the exact same if the wildfire smokes continue throughout the U.S. and in other areas as well.
Employee safety is obviously of utmost importance, but companies will now have to focus on their financial safety from smoke as well. The more smoke, the more financial losses will ensue, and like smoke, they could inevitably drift into corporate earnings and investor profit. Valerie?
Okay, Diana, thank you so much. Financial headlines now. United States Steel has rejected a buyout proposal from one of its major rivals.
CNBC's Silvana Hanau joins us with that and other news. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Valerie. Yeah, so U.S. Steel said yesterday it is exploring options after rejecting a $7.3 billion deal from Ohio-based rival Cleveland Cliffs. Now, Cleveland Cliffs made its unsolicited cash and stock offer public after U.S. Steel called it unreasonable and announced the formal review process. U.S. Steel just reported its 5th consecutive quarter of profit declines and its 4th straight quarter of falling revenue. If the deal went through, it would leave the U.S. with only 3 major steel makers. Hard at work or just trying to look like you are? Slack research firm Qualtrics surveyed 18,000 workers and found that more than a third of people in some Asian countries admitted to focusing more on appearing busy than doing real work. India topped the list with 43% of those surveyed confessing to so-called performative work. About 38% of workers in Japan and 36% in Singapore reported the same. The surveyors think countries with higher numbers are more likely to have leaders who judge productivity on visible activity like meetings and emails rather than on achieving real outcomes. And the Apple Watch is reportedly set to get a major redesign, but you'll have to wait a while before you see it on the market. The new device is said to include a new magnetic watch band, a blood pressure sensor, and a micro LED screen. However, according to a Bloomberg report, those updates won't come until late 2024 or even until 2025. The revamp is supposed to mark the device's 10-year anniversary. I'm a big fan of the Apple Watch, so I'm excited for the updates.
I went through a phase where I got one, and you know, but now it's like, it's so old that it doesn't have all the new stuff on it. And
you gotta get a new one. You gotta get a new one.
I know. People do love them.
I do.
Silvana, thank you so much.
You got it.
Turning back now to Hawaii, where communities are looking to tradition to help heal their pain following the devastating wildfires that destroyed the town of Lahaina. Many are using hula to spread the message of love and family as survivors of the disaster begin assessing the damage left behind. NBC News senior national correspondent and News Now anchor Tom Yamas has more.
Good day from Maui, an island steeped in so much history, and it's now turning to those traditions that have been here for generations to help get through its biggest challenge yet.
It's a tradition going back centuries. Hula, a symbol of the Hawaiian Islands. This weekend's festival on Maui, now a memorial to loved ones lost in the fires.
We lament the loss of all of Lahaina through this.
These dances, with a history representing the sea and sky, are now helping this community heal. Across the island, prayers and faith. At King's Cathedral, Maui, parishioners united in song. The church sheltering residents who lost their homes in the flames.
We're feeding people, clothing people. It's been wonderful to see the love expressed, the aloha, we call it.
As more aid arrives on the island, these volunteers together chanting and finding strength in their own language. And as the sun rose on St. Anthony's Church, this community is embracing one another as the long road to recovery begins.
We will take care of each other no matter what.
It's that coming together and helping one another that will provide that healing and comfort.
St. Anthony's Church plans to keep raising money for wildfire victims, and they even offered to make donations to the Maui Disaster Relief Fund on other people's behalf. It's just one example of this community lifting each other up in a time of crisis. Back to you.
All right, Tom Yamas, thank you very much.
Coming up, we're going backstage with the Jonas Brothers on this Monday morning.
Yeah, the trio absolutely lit up Yankee Stadium this past weekend, and our Jacob Soborov has your backstage pass as they kick off their latest tour. That's next.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
It is so good to be back.
Every morning, let's make your to-do list
everything you need to know before you head out the door.
your today list.
Get the entire family organized.
Healthy back-to-school yumminess.
Every day needs today.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It's Monday morning. Here's some good news. We might be able to stop talking about that cage fight between tech billionaires Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk. Last night, Meta's boss Zuckerberg wrote on his platform Threads that he didn't think Musk was serious about the challenge. Zuckerberg said he had offered Tesla's CEO a date, but Musk wouldn't confirm. The two billionaires have been teasing the possibility of a UFC-style cage fight since June. Zuckerberg said if he ever gets serious about a real date and official event, he knows how to reach me. Otherwise, time to move on. Musk has not yet publicly responded to Zuckerberg's latest comments.
Time to move on.
Yeah.
I totally agree. Thanks, Savannah.
Yeah.
The Jonas Brothers have spent nearly 2 decades in the spotlight, but this is one of their biggest years yet. The band kicked off their world tour this weekend and invited NBC's very own Jonas brother, Jacob Soboroff, to join them behind the scenes.
Hey there. So Nick, Joe, and Kevin invited us to their concert at New York's Yankee Stadium last night. It was pretty cool. We got incredible behind-the-scenes access. And let me tell you, it was an epic night. The Jonas Brothers are on top of the world.
Yankee Stadium, make some noise!
Bringing down the house at a sold-out Yankee Stadium last night. Kevin, Joe, and Nick, who grew up right before our eyes, have sold 20 million albums.
I'm a sucker for you.
And their music's been streamed more than 13 billion times. Their new release, The Album, is out, and the Jonas Brothers are now embarking on a massive world tour in 20 countries.
And their first stop is right here at Yankee Stadium in New York City. I'm very excited. The Jonas Brothers invited us exclusively to go behind the scenes on their tour. Let's go check it out.
Hello. Well,
hello there.
What's up, fellas?
Welcome to our new home.
Look at it, Liz hospitality.
We've been expecting you.
I'm sorry.
Come on in.
Come on in.
The band's kicking things off at a venue close to their hearts.
You guys have memories of growing up and going to games in the old Yankee Stadium?
Yes, we couldn't really afford to come to games, but I think Yankees would donate tickets to a bunch of different churches, and so we would get access to, and we would sit way up in the nosebleed. So it's full circle to be back here playing a show.
Is it true that way back when, 2008 or something, you guys were offered to play Yankee Stadium and you didn't think you could sell it out, so you turned it down?
That is true. We genuinely thought there's no way we could sell this place out. It feels a little bit more special than it would back then. 20-some years almost into our career to be able to have fans that support us this much.
The band's performing 5 albums each night, a celebration of all of their music.
We're out there playing 67 songs. It is a gauntlet. This is definitely by far the most ambitious thing we've ever tried to do.
Each brother took us on a personal behind-the-scenes tour. First, inside Joe's dressing room.
This is my dressing room.
This is amazing. Thank you. You yes. designed every little aspect of this yourself.
I did, yes. I'd like to have a film, my favorite film, Back to the Future, on the TV.
All your goodies.
But I've got a bunch of toys and trinkets. I think it's healthy to remind myself, like, to have fun on and off stage. I've got some photos of me and Sophie over here.
A lot of Simpsons.
A lot of Simpsons. Actually, I'm slowly trying to make this room look like the Simpsons living room. But yeah, somebody did Simpson art of me and Sophie. Spent a lot of time in here, so I want to make sure it feels like home.
Nick picked up the tour.
But this is, you know, where our family watches from.
With a trip to the soundboard, where all the magic happens.
We have an amazing crew on this tour. They kind of bring the dream to life, make sure it sounds right. It's a big operation, 100+ people.
It's almost mind-blowing to think about that all of that audio at some point is coming right through here.
Yes, it all comes through here.
And there's also actually the act of picking the songs. You create the set list.
I spent literally 3-4 months building this thing out with our team, song by song, where we could tell the story we wanted to tell about the journey we were on at that point in our life and career.
And then Kevin took us center stage for the best view in the house.
So welcome to the stage.
This is unbelievable.
This stage gets built and broken down every single time we do a show, which is special. And this is our incredible band. Say hi, everybody.
What's up, you guys? Nobody gets to do this. Nobody gets to stand here like this.
So
what does it feel like?
You need to stand here with me.
Okay.
Come here. So you come out here, and you look out, and you realize you're like, 60,000 people, sold out 2 nights, in a place that we said no to many years ago.
We even got to join their pre-show huddle.
I say every note matters.
I say every person matters.
Well, I say what we do matters. And then we go, let's get it. We go.
So that means has anybody ever been in the middle of that before?
No, actually.
Welcome.
I've got a cold chill going down my spine. Thank you for including me.
You're now a Jonas Brother.
Yeah.
The Jonas Brothers took the stage in full force.
Celebrate with me tonight. Celebrate while we got time.
Those are my friends.
It was indeed a night to celebrate.
Celebrate while we got time. To get happy with
The show was a home run. The craziest part about the whole night is that they've said surprises are coming during the tour. Guess who came out at intermission? Jimmy Fallon. If that's any indication, there's going to be a lot more incredible surprises to come. Back to you.
Jacob, thank
Well,
you
you
so
look like you
much.
hated that.
My friends are up there.
The picture of the four of them at the end. He really does fit in a.
He does.
It's kind of crazy.
Just like them.
That's fun.
57 songs.
Oh
in
my
one
gosh.
night.
Yeah,
a set
what?
list.
It's so cool. We've seen so many amazing concerts this summer. So much fun. Jacob, that was awesome. Thank you so much.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stay with us.
Hi, everyone. Good Monday to you, and thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Ellison Barber in for Vicky Nguyen. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Monday, August 14th. Devastation in Hawaii. The wildfires that tore through Maui, now considered the deadliest in modern U.S. history. Hundreds of people there still missing, and what we're hearing from families as they desperately search for loved ones.
House explosion. At least 5 people are dead and several others are hurt after a fiery blast ripped apart a home in western Pennsylvania. Neighbors say it felt like a bomb went off. What investigators are learning about the cause.
On alert, millions of Americans bracing for more extreme weather today as yet another round of severe storms and brutal heat sweeps across the country. We're tracking it all from coast to coast.
And protecting your health. Antibiotics are a powerful tool to treat infectious disease, but how do they actually work? We'll speak with a doctor and break down everything you need to know about these life-saving medications.
Glad you could join us here this Monday, and welcome to NBC News Daily. We start right now with that dire situation in Maui as search and rescue teams scour the ruins of the wildfires there, still looking for survivors. Now, 96 people have been confirmed dead as of this morning, making this the deadliest wildfire in modern U.S. history, even surpassing the 2018 California Camp Fire.
And that number is expected to rise. Only 3% of the charred land has been combed over by cadaver dogs, according to police. And families there, they are still trying to locate their loved ones. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin joins us now from Maui. Dana, officials say that the fire spread at a rate of 1 mile per minute because of intense wind gusts. It is still growing, or is it still growing rather, or has this kind of moved into the recovery phase?
So there are 3 separate fires. One is 100% contained. The one in Lahaina, which is the deadliest and most destructive, that is right now 85% contained. So they've got a pretty good handle around it. The town of Lahaina, which was decimated, there's no flames that we can see from all the videos still happening there. So it is an active recovery phase. You see a lot of people from FEMA going door to door, car to car, marking homes with an X that they have checked to make sure that they are not missing anyone. They're actually going to go back and recheck again. But as of Saturday, they have only cleared about 3% of the destruction area. So we estimate that there are going to be hundreds of more bodies found. We've heard from the police chief saying that it's a very toxic area right now because, you know, these are homes, gas stations, so many different things that have exploded and burned. So it's also a safety concern, and that's probably part of the reason why we're not being let in there at this time.
You know, Dana, Hawaii Governor Josh Green said that the damage is estimated close to $6 billion. Where exactly are we seeing the worst of it?
The worst of it is in Lahaina town. the area where that fire swept through so quickly. As you mentioned, 1 mile per minute. We've heard so many people say that they saw the flames and then within minutes their home was engulfed. And that's why so many people, you saw that line of cars, people tried to get out, but a lot of them unfortunately did not make it. This is going to be a very long process to recover. The only thing that's really standing right now in Lahaina is that 150-year-old banyan tree, kind of a symbol of hope for this community. Although it is charred, they hope that the community, like that tree, will still stand, and they're hoping that they can bring that tree back to life. But the recovery effort as far as rebuilding is going to take years, Morgan, likely decades.
And Dana, officials there have been stressing that the island is not closed to tourists, particularly the eastern side, which was not affected by the fires. Are people still visiting, and how do local residents feel about that, seeing people come perhaps for a vacation while they're still looking for their loved ones?
You know, that's a really great question because it's been a point of contention here. The east side of Maui is open. We've seen tourists here, and even the people who run the business and tourism industries have encouraged people, especially to visit the other islands, because, you know, this community does depend on the tourism industry, but people have reported seeing people swimming and snorkeling in the waters close to Lahaina, and it's been very frustrating for them because they consider that very disrespectful.
All right, NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin for us there. Dana, thank you so much, and be sure to tune in to Meet the Press now at 4 p.m. Eastern today for an interview with Hawaii Governor Josh Green.
A community in southwest Pennsylvania is grieving today after a home explosion killed 5 people on Sunday. One of the victims was just 12 years old.
Yeah, neighbors say it sounded like a bomb went off, and now there's only debris and smoke where homes used to stand as people raise questions about what exactly caused this deadly explosion. MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser joins us now. Lindsay, what do we know in terms of details? I know there's still a lot of questions swirling around, but also what do we know about the extent of the blast?
I mean, the blast, when you see it on video, it was captured on so many surveillance videos. It is just unimaginable. It looks like a bomb going off. We're showing you some of that video now, just this ball of fire here. So we have one house that exploded, 2 others that caught fire, at least 12 others that are still damaged. We're talking windows blown out. When first responders got there, they found people trapped under debris. And there was also reports of people who were missing. And tragically, we know that 5 people lost their lives, including that 12-year-old boy. We also know 3 people were injured. 57 firefighters were actually treated for minor injuries on scene, and they didn't have to go to the hospital. But we do know that gas utility, they said they did smell checks. They said they checked underground and in the air. They say that the system was operating as designed, but obviously a lot of questions on what led to this.
You said 3 people treated for injuries. Do we know how they're doing right now?
So 2 people were released. 1 person is still in the hospital with critical injuries. We know a little bit more tragically about the people who lost their lives. We have a father and son, Casey and Keegan Klons. Keegan is the 12-year-old who passed away. They were identified by family, and the medical examiner's office says that the rest of the people will be identified. But obviously tragic for this family. We're showing you images right now.
And what about the people who were there in the area? I mean, what's being done to help them now?
So we know that some of the neighbors are stepping up, bringing food, generators, people that need it. We know that there's been a mental health helpline for people as well. People who need housing can go to a fire department there. But also it's important to note that the county officials say the cause, it could be months, if not years, to determine this. But this isn't the first explosion in this area. There was one in April of last year. A cause for that still hasn't been determined. I found an NTSB report from a home explosion in 2008 in which a man was killed, a 4-year-old girl was injured. They had discovered that back in 2003, there was an excavator that came in, scraped off part of the gas line that likely led to premature corrosion that led to that explosion in 2008. So a lot of questions here, and we may have to wait a little bit longer before we get some answers, but very tragic what's happening in this borough.
MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser, thank you.
Let's go down to Georgia now, where the prosecutor investigating former President Donald Trump's efforts to overturn the 2020 election is now presenting her case to a grand jury this week. Now, that means we could see a potential indictment really any day now.
Yeah, and it comes as a defiant Trump spent the weekend just slamming the prosecutor here, as well as her 2-year probe. He attacked her on social media and fundraising emails, and even on the campaign trail. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us now from Atlanta. Blaine, what do we know at this point about the scope and also timeline of the investigation?
Well, we're watching movement here at the Fulton County Courthouse, guys, and so really that's giving us our clearest picture of what exactly is happening inside. So we do know that there are 2 witnesses that Fani Willis and her office have subpoenaed to testify. They're scheduled to come tomorrow. They got their call over the weekend to be present on Tuesday morning. But as our team has been watching the comings and goings, the inside and the outside of this courthouse, we've seen 2 additional people that we know also received summons to come. They were inside the courthouse this morning and headed to the DA's area. And then our friends over at the AJC newspaper said that they saw yet another person who we believe could testify. So it's very clear that there's movement. It's the clearest sign yet that she is presenting her case today and will continue tomorrow. And what we do know is that, yes, she is going to be presenting this case before Grand Jury A. That's the group that meets on Mondays and Tuesdays. So now all of this is coming, though, of course, as you mentioned, the former president is remaining defiant. He is slamming the DA, slamming her investigation, and it didn't slow his stride over the weekend where he campaigned in Iowa. Take a look at how he spoke to reporters and what he had to say about what could happen in Georgia this week.
In Georgia?
We did nothing wrong. We don't ever take a plea deal.
Yes, sir.
We don't take plea deals. It's a wise guy question. You're just a wise guy. We don't take plea deals because I did nothing wrong. It's called election interference.
So there you heard the former president responding to a question over whether or not he would take a plea deal in Georgia, making it clear that he would not. So certainly a couple of things to glean from what we're seeing here at the courthouse, though, guys, when we talk about timing. It also kind of puts together some pieces of the puzzle as to how Fani Willis is going to be presenting her case. We know that she's looking into a number of things, certainly well beyond that phone call between Trump and Raffensperger, and the witnesses that she's called really give an indication that she's presenting a number of different facets before this grand jury, guys.
All right. NBC News' Blaine Alexander there in Georgia for us there. Blaine, thank you.
It is time now for our CNBC Money Minute. Amazon has rolled out a new AI feature specifically for product reviews. It started testing this feature earlier this year, and now it is available to some mobile shoppers across the United States.
CNBC technology correspondent Kate Rooney joins us now. Kate, good to see you this Monday. We know that Amazon launched reviews nearly, 30 years ago. So what's sort of different this time around? How exactly does it work?
Yeah, Morgan and Allison, great to see you guys. It's basically Amazon reading product reviews for you. The new AI feature will summarize reviews by picking out common themes and boiling those down to one paragraph for you. Amazon says the plan to expand the feature plan to expand that to more users in the coming months. Elsewhere, UPS workers are going to get a raise. In an earnings call late last week, the UPS CEO said as a result of the new deal with Teamsters, full-time workers' pay will rise to $170,000 by the end of the new year. The new 5-year contract, that's up from $145,000 last year. And the Apple Watch is reportedly set to get a major redesign, but you're going to have to wait a little while before you see that on the market. According to Bloomberg, the new device is said to include a new magnetic watch band, a micro LED screen, and technology that will allow users to monitor blood pressure. You likely won't see that, though, until late next year or 2025. It's a little while until we get that upgrade.
See, this is the problem with Apple, though. I just bought an Apple Watch, and now they're going to change it. Jeez. All right, CNBC.
Welcome to the party.
CNBC technology correspondent Kate Rooney, thank you.
And coming up, a deadly mushroom mystery. The investigation into how a family lunch in Australia led to the deaths of 3 people. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism, is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Terry is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize that the dishes
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so.
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Caught on camera, dozens of crooks swarming a department store in Los Angeles this weekend and stealing tens of thousands of dollars in merchandise. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has the details.
An LA area Nordstrom's blitzed Saturday by smash and grab burglars. Just the latest to shock a city.
People were very scared. They were running as if there was like an active shooter.
Police say the mob used bear spray to disarm security, with 30 to 50 people ransacking the handbag section of the store, stealing around $100,000 of high-end inventory. LAPD promises to find those involved.
Is there any doubt in your mind this is organized crime, and has it become a lot more sophisticated?
But there's no doubt that this is organized. Some of it involves gang members. Some of it involves people that are what you would identify as professional retail thieves.
Though the LA area alone has been battered by at least 4 such robberies in the last couple of weeks, it's been a national problem for years. From sledgehammers in New York City to San Francisco's Union Square mayhem in 2021 to this sudden clothing grab in Atlanta. Heatha Herzog wrote a book on the crime trend and points to changes in local laws.
Is there something that all of these cities have in common?
It's the threshold for these cities to prosecute for grand larceny. The threshold has increased for all of these cities, and then we have bail reform.
She says some thieves no longer think twice about stealing, with stores in 2022 losing tens of billions to theft. As for LAPD's investigation, the criminals should expect harsh consequences.
For those individuals that were involved in this, where bear spray was discharged against the security staff, you're going to find an elevated prosecution. Clearly, they were doing it in concert.
Sam Brock, NBC News.
The deaths of 3 people in Australia are grabbing international headlines today. Officials are looking into one woman who they think may have intentionally fed her former in-laws poisonous mushrooms. Now, she says she didn't do it and that she's devastated by their deaths. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter has the details.
Of one of Australia's most baffling police probes.
New questions swirling about the deadly mushroom mystery. The bizarre tragedy now grabbing global headlines. Was it accidental, a fatal foray into foraging that killed 3 members of the same family? Or was it murder, death by fungus? Back on July 29th, police say Erin Patterson hosted her former in-laws for lunch. Then, within a week, authorities say 3 were dead, 1 still fighting for his life in the hospital, and the national rumor mill in full swing.
I didn't do anything. I love them. And I'm devastated that they're gone.
The Australian Broadcasting Corporation reports that a statement from Erin's lawyers to police says she served beef Wellington with mushrooms that day.
I just can't fathom what has happened. I'm so sorry that they have lost their lives.
How you
I just can't believe it.
In the same statement, she also says she threw out the food dehydrator after speculation started to grow. Police say the cause of death is consistent with eating death cap mushrooms, a highly toxic fungus found near oak trees. Her former in-laws, Gail and Don Patterson, and Gail's sister Heather have died. Heather's husband, Ian Wilkinson, is in critical condition. According to police, Erin and her 2 children didn't fall ill, and detectives confirming that Erin's a suspect.
She cooked those meals for us, for those people that were present. Now, again, she hasn't presented with any symptoms, but we have to keep an open mind in relation to this, that it could be very innocent, but again, we just don't know at this point.
And this morning, Victoria Police telling NBC News the deaths are still being treated as unexplained, and so the mystery continues. Molly Hunter, NBC News.
Later this hour, how a Kansas police raid of a small local newspaper sparks national outrage over freedom of speech. You're watching NBC News Daily.
this is it, right?
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun.
All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin made a triumphant return to the NFL this past week, and after suffering an on-field cardiac arrest just earlier this year. NBC News correspondent Emilia Ikeda takes a look at his road to recovery.
Downs changes direction.
A triumphant return to the gridiron today for Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin. Back on his hometown turf, suiting up for a preseason matchup against the Indianapolis Colts. His comeback is a major milestone after nearly dying in January, going into cardiac arrest following a tackle during a game against the Cincinnati Bengals. Since then, Hamlin's road to recovery has repeatedly stunned. Just days after getting out of the hospital, number 3 seen cheering his team on during the playoffs.
What a beautiful, triumphant story that galvanized this entire nation.
3 months later, once again, working out. And in July, the team reported Hamlin was a full go at training camp.
It's a roller coaster of emotions, but I'm rooted in my faith. I'm rooted in, the love that I receive from my family, my teammates, and the love all around the world. It keeps me going.
The Bills safety has become a national beacon of hope and advocate for CPR and AED training. At this summer's ESPYs, thanking the staff who helped save his life.
Please welcome this year's recipient of the Pat Tillman Award for Service, the training staff of the Buffalo Bills.
The crowd here returning the love Hamlin's shown even during an unimaginable year. Emily Ikeda, NBC News, New York.
A new warning for Americans traveling to Mexico in search of cheap prescription drugs. The State Department is raising a red flag about counterfeit pills laced with dangerous and often deadly ingredients. NBC News correspondent Aaron Gilchrist spoke to the parents of a man who died after taking migraine medicine he got in Mexico.
It's unbearable. Every day is unbearable because he's gone.
Celia and Terry Harms hold tight to memories of their son, Jonathan. He was only 29 when he died back in 2017. The coroner's report says from a fentanyl overdose.
This was not Johnny scoring on the corner. This was a migraine sufferer that was trying to get pain relief and went to a pharmacy.
Johnny Harms suffered from migraines his entire life, and during an episode on his vacation in Cancun, he went in search of medication at a Mexican pharmacy. He took a pill labeled migraine tablets and hopped a flight back home to California with his girlfriend. Within hours, Johnny Harms was dead.
As soon as that poison was sold to him, it was just a matter of time before he would die.
About 200,000 Americans travel to Mexico each year to buy prescription drugs, often because they're cheaper. The State Department is warning them, buy with caution, writing, counterfeit medication is common and may prove to be ineffective, the wrong strength, or contain dangerous ingredients. Those dangerous ingredients are exactly what researchers at UCLA found when they tried to buy prescription drugs in northern Mexico.
They look like an oxycodone, but they contain fentanyl or heroin. Or they look like an Adderall, but they contain methamphetamine.
And for a report in the LA Times, reporters bought and tested 55 pills from 29 pharmacies all across Mexico. They say a little more than half were counterfeit and many contained fentanyl.
I'm very concerned that it seems to be something happening all over the country.
Most of those tests were on purchases of individual pills, which could be used as party drugs. But Maryland Congressman David Trone, who asked for that State Department warning,
well, I'm extremely concerned.
Thinks all prescription drugs there are a danger. What's your warning to regular folks who are going on vacation in Mexico thinking that, if they need to grab a Tylenol, they can?
They're on a huge risk, so they just got to stop buying drugs, any drugs, in the Mexican pharmacies.
Celia and Terry Harms say more needs to be done to get the word out, so no one else has to go through the pain they've endured.
He was just, a wonderful son.
From our perspective, he was murdered. If we can save other individuals by getting the word out, by educating people, that will give more meaning to Jonathan's life.
Aaron Gilchrist, NBC News.
Tens of millions of Americans are at risk of severe storms from the Midwest all the way to the East Coast, and we've got the very latest forecast coming up next. Remember, you're watching NBC News Daily, and you can always watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, and that's really wherever you stream. That includes YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock, Android TV, Fire TV, all that and more. Your news continues right after this.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
Andrew Wallace.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back, and thanks so much for joining us this Monday. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Ellison Barber. Making news right now. Coup leaders in Niger say they plan to prosecute overthrown President Mohamed Bazoum for high treason and undermining state security. According to the country's penal code, Bazoum could face the death penalty if convicted. This announcement comes after coup leaders said they were open to dialogue with West African nations to try and resolve the ongoing crisis.
2 people in a vintage fighter jet jumped out of the plane just before a crash at Michigan's air show on Sunday. Dramatic video seen here. You can actually see the plane's pilot and a passenger eject from their seats and use parachutes to safely land. Thankfully, no one was seriously injured. The FAA, though, is investigating.
And in Mississippi, 6 former police officers have pleaded guilty to state charges in connection to torturing 2 black men earlier this year. The officers, who called themselves the Goon Squad, were charged with obstruction of justice and conspiracy to hinder prosecution after entering the home of 2 black men and assaulting them during an incident back in January. All 6 officers also pleaded guilty to federal charges just last week.
Meanwhile, police in a small Kansas town are defending their decision to raid the offices of a local newspaper after the move sparked nationwide backlash.
The incident ended with the unexpected death of the paper's 98-year-old co-owner. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Gosk has more on the fallout.
Hey there, the publisher of a small local newspaper, Eric Meyer, says his elderly mother died because the raid of their offices and her home were so traumatic. And he's asking why the raid even happened in the first place.
National attention on a small Kansas town after police raided the offices of a local newspaper, seizing reporters' computers and phones. The raid, captured here on surveillance video obtained by NBC News, has made headlines nationwide, stirring a debate over freedom of the press.
Are they letting this Gestapo-like tactics, this Stalinist Russia-type tactics? This is what they do in the third world.
Eric Meyer, the paper's co-owner and publisher, says his 98-year-old mother, Joan, the paper's other co-owner, collapsed and died just one day after the raid.
She became so upset about this that she wouldn't eat that day. She wouldn't sleep that night.
At issue, Meyer says, is a tip one of his reporters received about a local business owner, Carrie Newell, accused of driving without a license. They did not publish the story. Newell has accused the paper of invading her privacy and illegally accessing information about her after she threw Meyer and a reporter out of a political event.
This is an intimidation tactic.
The Marion police chief defending the raid, writing in a statement, the judicial system that is being questioned will be vindicated, while Myers defends his paper.
I tell you, when somebody comes into your house and takes your computer and takes your mother's computer and takes all the computers out of your newsroom, you begin thinking a little paranoid.
The newspaper co-owner says he is pursuing legal action to get the police to stop reviewing the files on those computers and phones. Authorities say once the details of the case come to light, they will be justified. Back to you.
The emotional toll of a natural disaster is one of the hardest parts of recovery, but the financial impact, that can be just as gut-wrenching, and oftentimes it can take a lot longer to bounce back.
That's right. Experts estimate the devastating wildfires in Hawaii will actually result in $8 to $10 billion of economic loss. So the question is, how can people there really begin to recover, especially on their own? CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson is here with some expert advice. Sharon, it's good to see you this Monday, and we do know this is going to be a long road, right, to recovery for these communities. Is there anything, though, that people can do right now to help them?
Well, it certainly is going to be a long road to recovery, and we want to do as much as we can to help. Many people watching want to help financially, help victims rebuild their lives, and donating money is often a way that people are looking to do this. You just want to be aware of any scams out there. You don't want to just click on a link that says Maui Fires, donate here. You want to make sure that the charity, the nonprofit, is legitimate, and there's several ways you can do that right there on Hawaii's Department of Attorney General's website. They have a tool that lets you find out if they have vetted these charities to make sure they're legitimate. Charity Navigator is another independent source to go to make sure that it is a reputable nonprofit. You also want to make sure that you are donating with a credit card or a check. Do not send cash. Do not use a gift card. You want to make sure that you have that type of protection as well for yourself and for identity theft, for scams as well. And a lot of people may be having individual pleas for help. But again, you want to go through a reputable charity. On the Department of the Attorney General's office for Hawaii, they have a couple of nonprofits in particular that are local that are working to really help victims. You may want to check there first. But unless you know an individual, just responding to a plea is probably not the way to go at all.
Sharon, for the people impacted by these fires, when and how can they start trying to rebuild financially on their own?
Well, I think a first step is to make sure you're taking care of urgent issues. That is making sure that all family members and friends are accounted for and that you know that they're doing okay at this moment. Then you focus on the things, and the biggest thing for most people being their home. You want to contact the insurance company, your insurer, and start that claims process to file the claim. But most importantly, you want to start that process because they may be able to provide you with some temporary housing and cover those costs. So you want to make sure that you get in touch with your homeowner's insurance policy. Also contacting FEMA about making a claim there, going to disasterassistance.gov or to the FEMA app. Important to get that started as well. And you need money immediately immediately. Friends and family, perhaps they can donate to you or give you a loan, I should say, through Zelle, through Venmo, so you get that money quickly. Any bills that you have to pay, please make sure that the creditors should know. If they see your address and they know that you're in the area, they should know. But you may want to inform folks that it may take you a while to get back on your feet, and letting creditors and companies know ahead of time is a good rule of thumb.
And Sharon, I mean, if anyone watching lives in an area that's often hit by wildfires, I mean, what can they do to sort of protect their finances in anticipation of something like this possibly happening?
Well, you want to make sure that you have your homeowner's insurance policy updated, that you understand what the coverage is, you understand what your deductible is. It's very important to understand that most homeowners insurance policies will cover you for fire, for smoke damage as well. But you do want to make sure and double check those things, and also make sure that you have your documents in a place off-site, those important documents, as well as an inventory of what's in your home.
All right, CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson, thank you.
Well, the intense heat that we've been experiencing this summer, it's coming at a pretty high cost.
Yeah, with people using their air conditioning for longer periods of time, electric bills, they are running sky high. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra joins us now from Miami with more. Marissa, energy costs, they are rising. That's one thing. But break down for us, what is the real life impact for people, especially in places like Florida during a time of year? I mean, we've spent a lot of time in South Florida. It does not get much hotter than Florida, Miami in August.
Yeah, well, the National Energy Assistance Directors Association had already estimated earlier, just a couple of months ago, that consumers would be spending 12% more on their utility bills this summer compared to last. And utility companies, these power companies, are reporting that they're seeing that surge. They're seeing this surge much earlier in the season than they're used to, and consumers are reporting the same. You're about to hear from a mother-daughter duo that we caught up with on Friday, saying that it's getting to the point where they're worried about whether or not this mother is going to be able to, and by the way, she was retired. She came out of retirement in order to pay for her bills. And both of them are worried about whether or not she'll be able to continue to keep her house if the cost of keeping it cool and safe remains at this amount that it is right now. Listen for yourself.
This month, $126 more than last month, just in 1 month.
And were you doing anything different?
No, running my AC, my air conditioner a little more. I keep it at 71 now because it just can't keep up with the heat in the house.
This time last year, it was 319, and then my last one was 619.
So Morgan and Allison, when we talk about the heat, something that I thought was interesting is just today, both NOAA and NASA have said that they've recorded the hottest July on record since the 1800s. So this is obviously something, when we talk about climate change and we talk about extreme weather, this isn't going away anytime soon.
Well, speaking of not going away, for those people who have gotten a little bit behind on, for example, their utility bills, are there programs available for them to help them?
There are, yeah. There's one low-income home energy assistance program. We know that the mother who we just heard from just a minute ago there, she is also utilizing that program. And so there are also tips in addition to programs out there. We want to talk about a couple of those tips to cut down on the costs of keeping your home cool. One of them is using the cold water when doing laundry when possible, changing the air filter so that your system is working efficiently, and then also reducing the temperature on your water heater from 140 degrees to 120. That can make a really big difference. And finally, guys, closing those shades, closing all those blinds so that the sun is not raising the temperature inside from outside on the windows. Morgan, Allison.
All right, important tips there. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra trying to keep it cool there in Miami. Marissa, thanks so much.
We're going to stay with heat for a minute, though, because more record high temperatures are expected across the majority of the country this week. Overall, 92 million people are under heat alerts today.
Meantime, the Midwest and the Mid-Atlantic are both facing the threat of severe weather with the risk of tornadoes and flooding to boot. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns joins us now with a check of this forecast. Bill, good to see you this Monday. The big question, when are these storms going to roll through, and how big of a flood risk are we actually talking about here?
Yeah, Allison and Morgan, we have many areas that are going to have a chance
of seeing some bad weather. Not everyone will. We'll start with the flood threat, and that's going to include areas from Chicago to Milwaukee. They just extended that flood watch in the Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo. It's going to be isolated flash flooding. We've already got an area of pretty heavy rain that's from Milwaukee down towards Chicago, and with those thunderstorms right around O'Hare and in Midway, definitely some airport delays out of there. Not too bad yet in areas of Tennessee or in North Carolina or Virginia, but that's where we think some stronger storms will develop later on this afternoon. 36 million, it does include some big cities, and if we get a tornado risk, I'm not expecting a lot, but maybe one or two, Washington, D.C., Baltimore to Philadelphia. That's the mid-Atlantic area. They're favored for at least a couple spinning storms, and wind damage would be the biggest threat through other areas. And as far as that flash flooding goes, locally up to 3 inches from southern Wisconsin through southern Michigan, and isolated flash flooding possible with other storms overnight tonight, including areas of southern New England.
So, Bill, let's talk about this heat wave. We know the heat wave has just been roasting the South as well as the Southwest, but now the Pacific Northwest is breaking a heat record, right? What's going on there?
And it's different because we just talked about the AC bills. Everyone has to have AC in the South, but not everyone has air conditioning in the Pacific Northwest. So you get the hot, humid stuff. And by the way, Montgomery, Alabama, you're the unfortunate leader right now at 109. But when we expand the watches and the warnings, you notice Northern California, the Pacific Northwest. Yesterday was over 100 in Portland. We're easily going to do that again today. Even an outside chance we could break the all-time August heat record. So Portland today, 106 degrees. Imagine being at 106 in your apartment and you don't have air conditioning. That would not be fun. And we're going to continue it just as warm tomorrow. We finally get a break towards the end of the week. But yeah, it gets a little more dangerous when you don't have a way to cool yourself off.
NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns, thank you.
And straight ahead, everything you need to know about antibiotics, including how they work, the different kinds, and the side effects to look out for. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Today, we are taking a closer look at antibiotics and how they work to fight off infections.
That's right. Antibiotics have revolutionized the treatment of infectious diseases and have even aided in increasing life expectancy right here in the United States. But some experts say taking them too frequently may cause some pretty serious side effects. Joining us now, we have Associate Professor of Rheumatology at NYU Langone, Dr. Natalie Azar. Dr. Azar, it's good to see you this Monday. Let's just start with the basics first off. How do antibiotics actually work? What do they do to our bodies?
Yeah, Morgan, so antibiotics work differently depending on which antibiotic you're choosing and which bacteria you're actually targeting. So, for example, some bacteria have a very protective wall around them. The antibiotic punches holes in that wall, and without the wall, the bacteria can't survive. Other antibiotics might target certain proteins within the bacteria that are required to sustain growth, and without those, they also no longer die. Some antibiotics will kill the bacteria directly, and others, as I mentioned, will sort of inhibit the growth to the point where they're no longer causing a problem.
Are antibiotics sort of a catch-all for illnesses? Can they fight anything, or is it only going to work here and there?
And that's one of the biggest issues, Ellison, is that antibiotics are only meant to treat bacterial infections. There are numerous other microbes, such as viruses, fungus, parasites, that can cause infection. And I think one of the biggest areas where we see misuse and overuse of antibiotics is when people come in with a viral syndrome, which is common and so ubiquitous, a little sore throat, a little ache, a little low-grade fever, and they get placed on antibiotics, which is totally inappropriate. And I get it, it's difficult. I'm a provider. It's not always easy to tell the difference between a bacterial infection and viruses, but that's one of the most common culprits, again, for the misuse and overuse of antibiotics that we see.
Yeah, I mean, not only is it hard to sort of tell the difference, but I mean, we're a culture of impatience, right? People want to be taking something because they want to feel like they're on the mend and they're doing something to sort of progress forward. But I mean, Dr. Azar, are there any side effects that we should be aware of when it comes to taking these antibiotics?
Absolutely. So the most common that people can experience would be GI side effects, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, that kind of thing. We can see yeast infections. We can see increased sensitivity to sunburns, rashes, allergic reactions, even liver and kidney problems. But I think one of the biggest issues that we, of course, as a healthcare community worry about is the breeding of resistance when antibiotics are used inappropriately in different contexts, as we discussed.
You know, Dr. Azar, sometimes you will hear people say, well, what did people do before medicine back in the old days? And it's like a lot of the times they died, right? Smallpox, typhoid fever. There are a lot of diseases we don't see impacting the population like they did decades ago. Walk us through the history here. How big of a deal, how big of a game changer have antibiotics been?
I mean, between antibiotics, antimicrobials, and vaccines, it certainly revolutionized healthcare around the world. You guys mentioned life expectancy prior to the antibiotic era, which really started in around 1945 when penicillin became widely available. The average life expectancy was 47 years old. Can you even imagine that? And communicable diseases, many of which you mentioned, were the #1 cause of death. So now we have antibiotics, which is fantastic. Now we worry about cancer and cardiovascular diseases, of course. But yes, I mean, historically, if you think back to what we did before even penicillin, it's shocking that mankind even survived. I often think that it's just completely crazy. My mom had scarlet fever and got penicillin 2 weeks after penicillin became available. She'll tell that story many, many times to us.
Talk about history. Just with a few seconds left, Dr. Azar, we talk about growing resistance. What happens if someone does become resistant to an antibiotic?
Yeah, that's the biggest issue, you guys. So just a case in point is, you know, you have strep throat and you treat with penicillin. It's what we call a very narrow spectrum. It targets that bacteria. It doesn't target a lot of other bacteria in your body. That's what we want to see. What we see happen with resistance is that people need to get put on much stronger, broader antibiotics just to kill that one little strep. And that's what ends up breeding resistance. And that's a real concern. There's been a huge push from the medical community and to educate providers and patients more. You mentioned a lot of people want to come in and they feel better when they get a prescription for antibiotics to really lower.
Dr. Azar, thank you so much. You're watching NBC News Daily.
good morning to you.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
All right, so check this out. The Jonas Brothers kicked off their massive 20-country tour at Yankee Stadium just this past weekend.
But before the 50,000 fans came roaring in, NBC News correspondent Jacob Sobroff got an exclusive behind-the-scenes tour from Kevin, Joe, and Nick. Take a look.
The Jonas Brothers are on top of the world,
Yankee Stadium, make some noise!
bringing down the house at a sold-out Yankee Stadium last night. Kevin, Joe, and Nick, who grew up right before our eyes, have sold 20 million albums.
I'm a sucker for you.
And their music's been streamed more than 13 billion times. Their new release, The Album, is out, and the Jonas Brothers are now embarking on a massive world tour in 20 countries.
And their first stop is right here at Yankee Stadium in New York City. I'm very excited. The Jonas Brothers invited us exclusively to go behind the scenes on their tour. Let's go check it out.
Hello. Well,
hello there. What's up, fellas?
Welcome to our new home.
Look at it. Look at this hospitality.
We've been expecting you.
I'm sorry.
Come on in. Come on in.
The band's kicking things off at a venue close to their hearts.
You guys have memories of growing up and going to games in the old Yankee Stadium?
Yes, we couldn't really afford to come to games, but I think Yankees would donate tickets to a bunch of different churches, and so we would get access to, and we would sit way up in the nosebleed. So it's full circle to be back here playing a show.
Is it true that way back when, 2008 or something, you guys were offered to play Yankee Stadium and you didn't think you could sell it out, so you turned it down?
That is true. We genuinely thought there's no way we could sell this place out. It feels a little bit more special than it would back then. 20-some years almost into our career to be able to have fans that support us this much.
The band's performing 5 albums each night, a celebration of all of their music.
We're out there playing 67 songs. It is a gauntlet. This is definitely by far the most ambitious thing we've ever tried to do.
Each brother took us on a personal behind-the-scenes tour. First, inside Joe's dressing room.
This is my dressing room.
This is amazing. Thank you. You yes. designed every little aspect of this yourself.
I did, yes. I'd like to have a film, my favorite film, Back to the Future, on the TV.
All your goodies.
But I've got a bunch of toys and trinkets. I think it's healthy to remind myself, like, to have fun on and off stage. I've got some photos of me and Sophie over here.
A lot of Simpsons.
A lot of Simpsons. Actually, I'm slowly trying to make this room look like the Simpsons living room. But yeah, somebody did Simpson art of me and Sophie. I spent a lot of time in here, so I want to make sure it feels like home.
Nick picked up the tour.
But this is, you know, where our family watches from.
With a trip to the soundboard, where all the magic happens.
We have an amazing crew on this tour. They kind of bring the dream to life, making sure it sounds right. It's a big operation, 100+ people.
It's almost mind-blowing to think about that all of that audio at some point is coming right through here.
Yes, it all comes through here.
And there's also actually the act of picking the songs. You create the set list.
I spent literally 3-4 months building this thing out with our team, song by song, where we could tell the story we wanted to tell about the journey we were on at that point in our life and career.
And then Kevin took us center stage for the best view in the house.
So welcome to the stage.
This is unbelievable.
This stage gets built and broken down every single time we do a show, which is special. And this is our incredible band. Say hi, everybody.
What's up, you guys? Nobody gets to do this. Nobody gets to stand here like this.
So
what does it feel like?
You need to stand here with me.
Okay.
Come here. So you come out here, and you look out, and you realize you're like, 50,000 people, sold out, 2 nights, in a place that we said no to many years ago.
We even got to join their pre-show huddle.
I say every note matters.
I say every person matters.
Well, I say what we do matters.
And then we go, let's get it. We go.
So that means you.
Has anybody ever been in the middle of that before?
No.
No.
Actually.
Welcome.
I've got a cold chill going down my spine. Thank you for including me.
You're now a Jonas brother.
Yeah.
The Jonas Brothers took the stage in full force.
Celebrate with me tonight. Celebrate while we got time.
Those are my friends.
It was indeed a night to celebrate.
Celebrate while we got time.
The show was a home run. Jacob Soboroff, NBC News.
I mean, does Jacob play an instrument?
I'm about to say, it's like the fourth member of the band here. We love it, Sobo. All right, I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Ellison Barber. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Good Monday to you, and thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Ellison Barber, in for Vicki Nguyen. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Monday, August 14th. Deadly wildfires. Crews in Hawaii are sifting through scorched neighborhoods today as the death toll from the catastrophic fires there continues to rise. We have the very latest on the search and rescue efforts as people in Maui begin their long road to recovery.
Smash and grab. Shocking new video of a mob-style robbery at a Nordstrom store in Los Angeles. What the looters made off with and how they stormed past security.
Controversial raid. A police department in central Kansas is facing backlash for busting into a local newspaper's office and seizing computers and phones. What led to the sudden search and why critics say this violated the First Amendment.
Taking a toll as temperatures continue to soar across the country. Many families also dealing with rising electric bills. We'll explain how you can stay cool while keeping costs down.
Now to the deadly home explosion just outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. 5 people are dead, including a child. 3 others hurt after the home exploded. 3 houses were destroyed and many others were damaged. The cause of that explosion, though, it's still unknown. NBC News correspondent Emily Queta is in Plume, where a community is now mourning the loss of those killed.
Hey there. Well, the blast so strong, neighbors say it sounded like a bomb went off. And as you can see behind me, it looks that way, too. Today, members of the community are now picking up the pieces and grieving the lives of 5 people lost, as still so many unanswered questions remain around what led to this deadly explosion that forever changed the fabric of this community. This is the terrifying moment a deadly house explosion devastated a western Pennsylvania community. First, a massive fireball, then a shower of debris reaching across the neighborhood, captured from multiple home cameras.
The explosion and fire outside of Pittsburgh completely flattened 3 homes and shattered windows, peeled off siding, and scorched at least a dozen others, say authorities. 5 people were killed, including Casey Klontz and his 12-year-old son, Keegan, identified by family and remembered as loving and devoted.
We have a whole building completely gone. We have copious amounts of debris.
Greg Renko stepped outside Saturday morning to what he says felt like a war zone.
Houses are just dilapidated. They're falling apart. If you imagine almost a bomb going off in front of your house.
He helped pull his neighbor, who he says now is in critical condition, from the rubble.
You may have saved his life.
I hope so. I in this community have prayed hard.
The exact cause of the explosion still under investigation, with gas in the area turned off as a precaution.
This investigation may last for months, if not years.
The explosion with such a force, it literally lifted you off your feet?
Threw us off the couch to the floor.
Rafael Kolinkowski lives several doors down, even spending time with some of the victims the night before the furious blast.
One day you see him, next day he's gone.
Now a community trying to support each other amid the utter devastation.
Sometimes things like this bring communities closer together, and I think that's what we have here in Plum right now.
It's not clear when gas will be restored in this community, but People's Gas Company says an initial review shows its system did operate, quote, as designed. Investigators say that determining the cause of this deadly explosion could take months, if not years. For instance, last year, there was a different home explosion in Plum Borough that injured a family of 5, and still in that incident, a cause has yet to be determined. So a long road ahead here. Back to you.
All right, our thanks to Emily Akeda. And let's go to Maui now, where hundreds of people are still missing because of those devastating wildfires. Officials say that at least 96 are confirmed dead, and that number is still likely to climb as search and rescue crews scour those ruins. In fact, only 3% of the affected area has been surveyed by cadaver dogs.
Meanwhile, people on the island say that they are still lacking basic supplies, things like food, water, and medicine. And they are also still desperately trying to locate some of their loved ones.
We've been to a lot of hotels inside Lahaina, but none of them are there. So we've been to police station, we called Red Cross, anywhere that we can find them, but nothing.
Thank God that we still have each other and we're all alive and safe and accounted for. It's like we're the only things we have now, because everything that we had in the past is gone.
NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin joins us now from Maui. Dana, you just listened to those stories, and there are so many of them. Every time it reminds you of the absolute devastation here. There is a new death toll. It is officially the deadliest wildfire in modern U.S. history. Talk to us about what you're hearing and seeing on the ground. How are recovery efforts going, and are shelters able to serve the people who need help?
Yeah, Allison, first of all, very hard to keep hearing these stories, but this is the state of this humanitarian crisis. This shelter that we're at, it's King's Cathedral here in Maui. There's actually a truck that just pulled up, offloading some products. This is going back up to put another pallet back on. And I can tell you that here, the numbers are dwindling when it comes to people inside the shelters. The pastor just told me there's about 30 to 40 people here. And that's because many of the evacuees are being put into shelters, excuse me, not into shelters, but into hotel rooms. The state has set aside 500 hotel rooms today, so those people are being moved there. And they tell me if anyone is in need of a home, they just have to come to a shelter like this and give their information. They're even providing free shuttles to those hotel rooms. I can also tell you there's been a lot of frustration because we've seen a lot of donations show up at these shelters, but there are still so many people living in Lahaina and past Lahaina that are still cut off from a lot of resources. And I spoke to a woman over the weekend who was just really frustrated because they wanted to volunteer and help, and they felt like it was too corporate, so to speak, and that they weren't just allowing the people to really just give those items to the community. Listen to what she told me.
Do not go to Lahaina thinking that you're gonna get fed when you realize there are no resources, there are no stores out there for you. Everything is empty, there's nothing out there. So you know what? Just fair warning. And fair warning, a lot of people are angry. A lot of bad things is happening. People are going into survival mode. People are being held at gunpoint.
And if you are in need of help, you can go to disasterassistance.org.
All right, NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin for us there. Dana, thank you.
For more on the devastating wildfires, be sure to tune in to Meet the Press Now at 4 p.m. Eastern today to catch an interview with Hawaii Governor Josh Green.
Let's go down now to Georgia, Ellison, where any day now we could see former President Donald Trump slapped with his 4th indictment just this year alone.
For over 2 years, Fulton County District Attorney Fonnie Willis has been looking into whether Mr. Trump committed a crime in trying to overturn the 2020 election. Let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Glenn Kirshner for more. Glenn, just a few moments ago, former Georgia Representative Bee Nguyen exited the courthouse after testifying. Where does this investigation stand right now? How soon could we see potential charges?
You know, it really does seem like it could be any moment. You know, I was convinced once I heard that Fulton County District Attorney Fonnie Willis asked the Fulton County judges to clear their dockets of all trials and of all in-person hearings for a 2-week period in August. I was convinced that that had to mean charges were coming. In my 30 years as a prosecutor, I never asked judges to clear their dockets in anticipation of big charges coming. So, and it seems to be reinforced with the barricades around the courthouse, reports of the streets being basically locked down, and of course, witnesses who are reportedly appearing before the grand jury, including the former Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan, who I would add, Donald Trump tweeted out, and I quote, shouldn't testify. You know, if you take a look at the Georgia witness tampering statute, that sure seems to qualify as potential witness tampering. So it really does feel like we could literally see charges drop in Georgia any moment.
And Glenn, if we do, just in a few seconds here, how is this different? We're talking about now the 4th possible indictment. Why is this case so distinct from the others?
You know, I think the biggest reason, aside from the potential sweeping RICO state charges that could be brought by Fonnie Willis, the RICO conspiracy, RICO stands for Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations, and the RICO state laws may apply here. The other reason that this feels different is because in the event of a conviction, these charges cannot be pardoned by a presidential pardon. So, you know, federal charges could, state charges can't.
All right, NBC News legal analyst Glenn Kirshner there standing by for us there. Glenn, thank you so much.
It is time now for CNBC Money Minute. Economists at Goldman Sachs think the Federal Reserve's interest rate hikes are going to come to an end soon.
CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now. Dom, I know this would be welcome news for a lot of people. When exactly do these economists predict the rate hike will actually end?
So Morgan Ellison, economists at Goldman, predict the central bank will start lowering interest rates by the end of next June. Those economists also predict the Fed will skip a hike at its next meeting next month, and it comes after a key data point last week showed that U.S. inflation rose slower than expected. Also on the docket, return to work plans. Definitely not a one-size-fits-all strategy from corporate America, but there's one thing that employers are consistent about, and that's regretting the way they've approached it. In a new survey of more than 1,000 company executives, a whopping 80% of those bosses regret their initial decisions on getting everyone back in the office right away. And Barbie ran away with the box office for a 4th straight week, bringing in another $33.7 million, according to studio estimates. That means the Greta Gerwig film surpassed $500 million in North America overall, just 1 week after it set a record for female directors by crossing the $1 billion mark across the world. So you'd think that the box office was suffering a little bit, but apparently not for Barbie. I have not, I will admit, seen the movie yet.
You haven't seen it yet, Dom?
I haven't.
Oh,
I think I told you, Morgan Ellison, I told you, I think for me and my wife to go make a date night out of this, we'd have to find a babysitter for a Saturday or Sunday evening.
Bring him over. Bring him over. Auntie Morad is ready.
Listen,
bring him on over.
If you're offering, I might take you up on it.
That baby will be speaking Spanish in no time. It's a good move. It is a good move.
We offer bilingual services here, okay? And I also have a neighbor in Brooklyn who might even help me, so you're tapped in.
Full Southern. I will just teach some right now. So
all right.
Balance, you know? We got you, Dom. And CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu. Thank you.
And coming up, new details about a bizarre mushroom mystery that's rattling a small community in Australia. What investigators are learning about a family lunch that ended with 3 people dead. You're watching NBC News Daily.
It's great to see how you're doing.
So much work to be done here still.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Caught on camera, dozens of crooks swarming a department store in Los Angeles this weekend and stealing tens of thousands of dollars in merchandise. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has the details.
An LA area Nordstrom's blitzed Saturday by smash and grab burglars. Just the latest to shock a city.
People were very scared. They were running as if there was like an active shooter.
Police say the mob used bear spray to disarm security, with 30 to 50 people ransacking the handbag section of the store, stealing around $100,000 of high-end inventory. LAPD promises to find those involved.
Is there any doubt in your mind this is organized crime, and has it become a lot more sophisticated?
There's no doubt that this is organized. Some of it involves gang members. Some of it involves people that are what you would identify as professional retail thieves.
Though the LA area alone has been battered by at least 4 such robberies in the last couple of weeks, it's been a national problem for years. From sledgehammers in New York City to San Francisco's Union Square mayhem in 2021, to this sudden clothing grab in Atlanta. Heath Herzog wrote a book on the crime trend and points to changes in local laws.
Is there something that all of these cities have in common?
It's the threshold for these cities to prosecute for grand larceny. The threshold has increased for all of these cities, and then we have bail reform.
She says some thieves no longer think twice about stealing, with stores in 2022 losing tens of billions to theft. As for LAPD's investigation, the criminals should expect harsh consequences.
For those individuals that were involved in this, where bear spray was discharged against the security staff, you're going to find an elevated prosecution. Clearly, they were doing it in concert.
Sam Brock, NBC News.
The deaths of 3 people in Australia are grabbing international headlines today. Officials are looking into one woman who they think may have intentionally fed her former in-laws poisonous mushrooms. Now, she says she didn't do it and that she's devastated by their deaths. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter has the details.
Of one of Australia's most baffling police probes.
New questions swirling about the deadly mushroom mystery. The bizarre tragedy now grabbing global headlines. Was it accidental, a fatal foray into foraging that killed 3 members of the same family? Or was it murder, death by fungus? Back on July 29th, police say Erin Patterson hosted her former in-laws for lunch. Then, within a week, authorities say 3 were dead, 1 still fighting for his life in the hospital, and the national rumor mill in full swing.
I didn't do anything. I love them. And I'm devastated that they're gone.
The Australian Broadcasting Corporation reports that a statement from Erin's lawyers to police says she served beef Wellington with mushrooms that day.
I just can't fathom what has happened. I'm so sorry that they have lost their lives.
How are you,
I just can't believe it.
In the same statement, she also says she threw out the food dehydrator after speculation started to grow. Police say the cause of death is consistent with eating death cap mushrooms, a highly toxic fungus found near oak trees. Her former in-laws, Gail and Don Patterson, and Gail's sister Heather have died. Heather's husband, Ian Wilkinson, is in critical condition. According to police, Erin and her 2 children didn't fall ill, and detectives confirming that Erin's a suspect.
She cooked those meals for us, for those people that were present. Now, again, she hasn't presented with any symptoms, but we have to keep an open mind in relation to this, that it could be very innocent, but again, we just don't know at this point.
And this morning, Victoria Police telling NBC News the deaths are still being treated as unexplained, and so the mystery continues. Molly Hunter, NBC News.
Later this hour, how a Kansas police raid of a small local newspaper sparked national outrage over freedom of speech. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr.
Well,
President.
very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin made a triumphant return to the NFL this past week, and after suffering an on-field cardiac arrest just earlier this year. NBC News correspondent Emilia Queta takes a look at his road to recovery.
Downs changes direction.
A triumphant return to the gridiron today for Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin. Back on his hometown turf, suiting up for a preseason matchup against the Indianapolis Colts. His comeback is a major milestone after nearly dying in January, going into cardiac arrest following a tackle during a game against the Cincinnati Bengals. Since then, Hamlin's road to recovery has repeatedly stunned. Just days after getting out of the hospital, number 3 seen cheering his team on during the playoffs.
What a beautiful, triumphant story that galvanized this entire nation.
3 months later, once again, working out. And in July, the team reported Hamlin was a full go at training camp.
It's a roller coaster of emotions, but I'm rooted in my faith. I'm rooted in, the love that I receive from my family, my teammates, and the love all around the world. It keeps me going.
The Bills safety has become a national beacon of hope and advocate for CPR and AED training. At this summer's ESPYs, thanking the staff who helped save his life.
Please welcome this year's recipient of the Pat Tillman Award for Service, the training staff of the Buffalo Bills.
The crowd here returning the love Hamlin's shown even during an unimaginable year. Emily Ikeda, NBC News, New York.
A new warning for Americans traveling to Mexico in search of cheap prescription drugs. The State Department is raising a red flag about counterfeit pills laced with dangerous and often deadly ingredients. NBC News correspondent Aaron Gilchrist spoke to the parents of a man who died after taking migraine medicine he got in Mexico.
It's unbearable. Every day is unbearable because he's gone.
Celia and Terry Harms hold tight to memories of their son, Jonathan. He was only 29 when he died back in 2017. The coroner's report says from a fentanyl overdose.
This was not Johnny scoring on the corner. This was a migraine sufferer that was trying to get pain relief and went to a pharmacy.
Johnny Harms suffered from migraines his entire life, and during an episode on his vacation in Cancun, he went in search of medication at a Mexican pharmacy. He took a pill labeled migraine tablets and hopped a flight back home to California with his girlfriend. Within hours, Johnny Harms was dead.
As soon as that poison was sold to him, it was just a matter of time before he would die.
About 200,000 Americans travel to Mexico each year to buy prescription drugs, often because they're cheaper. The State Department is warning them, buy with caution, writing, counterfeit medication is common and may prove to be ineffective, the wrong strength, or contain dangerous ingredients. Those dangerous ingredients are exactly what researchers at UCLA found when they tried to buy prescription drugs in northern Mexico.
They look like an oxycodone, but they contain fentanyl or heroin. Or they look like an Adderall, but they contain methamphetamine.
And for a report in the LA Times, reporters bought and tested 55 pills from 29 pharmacies all across Mexico. They say a little more than half were counterfeit and many contained fentanyl.
I'm very concerned that it seems to be something happening all over the country.
Most of those tests were on purchases of individual pills, which could be used as party drugs. But Maryland Congressman David Trone, who asked for that State Department warning,
well, I'm extremely concerned.
Thinks all prescription drugs there are a danger. What's your warning to regular folks who are going on vacation in Mexico thinking that, if they need to grab a Tylenol, they can?
They run a huge risk, so they just got to stop buying drugs, any drugs in the Mexican pharmacies.
Celia and Terry Harms say more needs to be done to get the word out, so no one else has to go through the pain they've endured.
He was just, a wonderful son.
From our perspective, he was murdered. If we can save other individuals by getting the word out, by educating people, that will give more meaning to Jonathan's life.
Aaron Gilchrist, NBC News.
Tens of millions of Americans are at risk of severe storms from the Midwest all the way to the East Coast, and we've got the very latest forecast coming up next. Remember, you're watching NBC News Daily, and you can always watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, and that's really wherever you stream. That includes YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock, Android TV, Fire TV, all that and more. Your news continues right after this.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
And around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back, and thanks so much for joining us this Monday. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Ellison Barber. Making news right now. Coup leaders in Niger say they plan to prosecute overthrown President Mohamed Bazoum for high treason and undermining state security. According to the country's penal code, Bazoum could face the death penalty if convicted. This announcement comes after coup leaders said they were open to dialogue with West African nations to try and resolve the ongoing crisis.
2 people in a vintage fighter jet jumped out of the plane just before a crash at Michigan's air show on Sunday. Dramatic video seen here. You can actually see the plane's pilot and a passenger eject from their seats and use parachutes to safely land. Thankfully, no one was seriously injured. The FAA, though, is investigating.
And in Mississippi, 6 former police officers have pleaded guilty to state charges in connection to torturing 2 black men earlier this year. The officers, who called themselves the Goon Squad, were charged with obstruction of justice and conspiracy to hinder prosecution after entering the home of 2 black men and assaulting them during an incident back in January. All 6 officers also pleaded guilty to federal charges just last week.
Meanwhile, police in a small Kansas town are defending their decision to raid the offices of a local newspaper after the move sparked nationwide backlash.
The incident ended with the unexpected death of the paper's 98-year-old co-owner. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Gosk has more on the fallout.
Hey there, the publisher of a small local newspaper, Eric Meyer, says his elderly mother died because the raid of their offices and her home were so traumatic. And he's asking why the raid even happened in the first place. National attention on a small Kansas town after police raided the offices of a local newspaper, seizing reporters' computers and phones. The raid, captured here on surveillance video obtained by NBC News, has made headlines nationwide, stirring a debate over freedom of the press.
Are they letting this Gestapo-like tactics, this Stalinist Russia-type tactics? This is what they do in the third world.
Eric Meyer, the paper's co-owner and publisher, says his 98-year-old mother, Joan, the paper's other co-owner, collapsed and died just one day after the raid.
She became so upset about this that she wouldn't eat that day. She wouldn't sleep that night.
At issue, Meyer says, is a tip one of his reporters received about a local business owner, Carrie Newell, accused of driving without a license. They did not publish the story. Newell has accused the paper of invading her privacy and illegally accessing information about her after she threw Meyer and a reporter out of a political event.
This is an intimidation tactic.
The Marion police chief defending the raid, writing in a statement, the judicial system that is being questioned will be vindicated, while Myers defends his paper.
I tell you, when somebody comes into your house and takes your computer and takes your mother's computer and takes all of the computers out of your newsroom, you begin thinking a little paranoid.
The newspaper co-owner says he is pursuing legal action to get the police to stop reviewing the files on those computers and phones. Authorities say once the details of the case come to light, they will be justified. Back to you.
The emotional toll of a natural disaster is one of the hardest parts of recovery, but the financial impact, that can be just as gut-wrenching, and oftentimes it can take a lot longer to bounce back.
That's right. Experts estimate the devastating wildfires in Hawaii will actually result in $8 to $10 billion of economic loss. So the question is, how can people there really begin to recover, especially on their own? CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson is here with some expert advice. Sharon, it's good to see you this Monday, and we do know this is going to be a long road, right, to recovery for these communities. Is there anything, though, that people can do right now to help them?
Well, it certainly is going to be a long road to recovery, and we want to do as much as we can to help. Many people watching want to help financially, help victims rebuild their lives, and donating money is often a way that people are looking to do this. You just want to be aware of any scams out there. You don't want to just click on a link that says Maui Fires, donate here. You want to make sure that the charity, the nonprofit, is legitimate, and there's several ways you can do that right there on Hawaii's Department of Attorney General's website. They have a tool that lets you find out if they have vetted these charities to make sure they're legitimate. Charity Navigator is another independent source to go to make sure that it is a reputable nonprofit. You also want to make sure that you are donating with a credit card or a check. Do not send cash. Do not use a gift card. You want to make sure that you have that type of protection as well for yourself and for identity theft, for scams as well. And a lot of people may be having individual pleas for help. But again, you want to go through a reputable charity. On the Department of the Attorney General's office for Hawaii, they have a couple of nonprofits in particular that are local that are working to really help victims. You may want to check there first. But unless you know an individual, just responding to a plea is probably not the way to go at all.
Sharon, for the people impacted by these fires, when and how can they start trying to rebuild financially on their own?
Well, I think a first step is to make sure you're taking care of urgent issues. That is making sure that all family members and friends are accounted for and that you know that they're doing okay at this moment. Then you focus on the things, and the biggest thing for most people being their home. You want to contact the insurance company, your insurer, and start that claims process to file the claim. But most importantly, you want to start that process because they may be able to provide you with some temporary housing and cover those costs. So you want to make sure that you get in touch with your homeowner's insurance policy. Also contacting FEMA about making a claim there, going to disasterassistance.gov or to the FEMA app. Important to get that started as well. And you need money immediately. Friends and family, perhaps they can donate to you or give you a loan, I should say, through Zelle, through Venmo, so you get that money quickly. Any bills that you have to pay, please make sure that the creditors should know. If they see your address and they know that you're in the area, they should know. But you may want to inform folks that it may take you a while to get back on your feet, and letting creditors and companies know ahead of time is a good rule of thumb.
And Sharon, I mean, if anyone watching lives in an area that's often hit by wildfires, I mean, what can they do to sort of protect their finances in anticipation of something like this possibly happening?
Well, you want to make sure that you have your homeowner's insurance policy updated, that you understand what the coverage is, you understand what your deductible is. It's very important to understand that most homeowners insurance policies will cover you for fire, for smoke damage as well. But you do want to make sure and double check those things, and also make sure that you have your documents in a place off-site, those important documents, as well as an inventory of what's in your home.
All right, CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson, thank you.
Well, the intense heat that we've been experiencing this summer, it's coming at a pretty high cost.
Yeah, with people using their air conditioning for longer periods of time, electric bills, they are running sky high. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra joins us now from Miami with more. Marissa, energy costs, they are rising. That's one thing. But break down for us, what is the real life impact for people, especially in places like Florida during a time of year? I mean, we've spent a lot of time in South Florida. It does not get much hotter than Florida, Miami in August.
Yeah, well, the National Energy Assistance Directors Association had already estimated earlier, just a couple of months ago, that consumers would be spending 12% more on their utility bills this summer compared to last. And utility companies, these power companies, are reporting that they're seeing that surge. They're seeing this surge much earlier in the season than they're used to, and consumers are reporting the same. You're about to hear from a mother-daughter duo that we caught up with on Friday, saying that it's getting to the point where they're worried about whether or not this mother is going to be able to, and by the way, she was retired. She came out of retirement in order to pay for her bills. And both of them are worried about whether or not she'll be able to continue to keep her house if the cost of keeping it cool and safe remains at this amount that it is right now. Listen for yourself.
This month, $126 more than last month, just in 1 month.
And were you doing anything different?
No, running my AC, my air conditioner a little more. I keep it at 71 now because it just can't keep up with the heat in the house.
This time last year, it was 319, and then my last one was 619.
So Morgan and Ellison, when we talk about the heat, something that I thought was interesting is just today, both NOAA and NASA have said that they've recorded the hottest July on record since the 1800s. So this is obviously something, when we talk about climate change and we talk about extreme weather, this isn't going away anytime soon.
Well, speaking of not going away, for those people who have gotten a little bit behind on, for example, their utility bills, are there programs available for them to help them?
There are, yeah. There's one low-income home energy assistance program. We know that the mother who we just heard from just a minute ago there, she is also utilizing that program. And so there are also tips in addition to programs out there. We want to talk about a couple of those tips to cut down on the cost of keeping your home cool. One of them is using the cold water when doing laundry when possible, changing the air filter so that your system is working efficiently, and then also reducing the temperature on your water heater from 140 degrees to 120. That can make a really big difference. And finally, guys, closing those shades, closing all those blinds so that the sun is not raising the temperature inside from outside on the windows. Morgan, Allison.
All right, important tips there. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra trying to keep it cool there in Miami. Marissa, thanks so much.
We're going to stay with heat for a minute, though, because more record high temperatures are expected across the majority of the country this week. Overall, 92 million people are under heat alerts today.
Meantime, the Midwest and the Mid-Atlantic are both facing the threat of severe weather with the risk of tornadoes and flooding to boot. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns joins us now with a check of this forecast. Bill, good to see you this Monday. The big question, when are these storms going to roll through and how big of a flood risk are we actually talking about here?
Yeah, Allison and Morgan, we have many areas that are going to have a chance of seeing some bad weather. Not everyone will. We'll start with the flood threat, and that's going to include areas from Chicago to Milwaukee. They just extended that flood watch in the Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo. It's going to be isolated flash flooding. We've already got an area of pretty heavy rain that's from Milwaukee down towards Chicago, and with those thunderstorms right around O'Hare and in Midway, definitely some airport delays out of there. Not too bad yet in areas of Tennessee or in North Carolina or Virginia, but that's where we think some stronger storms will develop later on this afternoon. 36 million, it does include some big cities, and if we get a tornado risk, I'm not expecting a lot, but maybe one or two. Washington, D.C., Baltimore to Philadelphia. That's the mid-Atlantic area. They're favored for at least a couple spinning storms. And wind damage would be the biggest threat through other areas. And as far as that flash flooding goes, locally up to 3 inches from southern Wisconsin through southern Michigan, and isolated flash flooding possible with other storms overnight tonight, including areas of southern New England.
So, Bill, let's talk about this heat wave. We know the heat wave has just been roasting the South as well as the Southwest, but now the Pacific Northwest is breaking a heat record, right? What's going on there?
And it's different because we just talked about the AC bills. Everyone has to have AC in the South, but not everyone has air conditioning in the Pacific Northwest. So you get the hot, humid stuff. And by the way, Montgomery, Alabama, you're the unfortunate leader right now at 109. But when we expand the watches and the warnings, you notice Northern California, the Pacific Northwest. Yesterday was over 100 in Portland. We're easily going to do that again today. Even an outside chance we could break the all-time August heat record. So Portland today, 106 degrees. Imagine being at 106 in your apartment and you don't have air conditioning. That would not be fun. And we're going to continue it just as warm tomorrow. We finally get a break towards the end of the week. But yeah, it gets a little more dangerous when you don't have a way to cool yourself off.
NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns, thank you.
And straight ahead, everything you need to know about antibiotics, including how they work, the different kinds, and the side effects to look out for. More NBC News Daily right after this.
on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House.
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
and your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Today, we are taking a closer look at antibiotics and how they work to fight off infections.
That's right. Antibiotics have revolutionized the treatment of infectious diseases and have even aided in increasing life expectancy right here in the United States. But some experts say taking them too frequently may cause some pretty serious side effects. Joining us now, we have Associate Professor of Rheumatology at NYU Langone, Dr. Natalie Azar. Dr. Azar, it's good to see you this Monday. Let's just start with the basics first off. How do antibiotics actually work? What do they do to our bodies?
Yeah, Morgan, so antibiotics work differently depending on which antibiotic you're choosing and which bacteria you're actually targeting. So, for example, some bacteria have a very protective wall around them. The antibiotic punches holes in that wall, and without the wall, the bacteria can't survive. Other antibiotics might target certain proteins within the bacteria that are required to sustain growth, and without those, they also no longer die. Some antibiotics will kill the bacteria directly, and others, as I mentioned, will sort of inhibit the growth to the point where they're no longer causing a problem.
Are antibiotics sort of a catch-all for illnesses? Can they fight anything, or is it only going to work here and there?
And that's one of the biggest issues, Ellison, is that antibiotics are only meant to treat bacterial infections. There are numerous other microbes such as viruses, fungus, parasites that can cause infection. And I think one of the biggest areas where we see misuse and overuse of antibiotics is when people come in with a viral syndrome, which is common and so ubiquitous, a little sore throat, a little ache, a little low-grade fever, and they get placed on antibiotics, which is totally inappropriate. And I get it, it's difficult. I'm a provider. It's not always easy to tell the difference between a bacterial infection and viruses, but that's one of the most common culprits, again, for the misuse and overuse of antibiotics that we see.
Yeah, I mean, not only is it hard to sort of tell the difference, but I mean, we're a culture of impatience, right? People want to be taking something because they want to feel like they're on the mend and they're doing something to sort of progress forward. But I mean, Dr. Azar, are there any side effects that we should be aware of when it comes to taking these antibiotics?
Absolutely. So the most common that people can experience would be GI side effects, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, that kind of thing. We can see yeast infections. We can see increased sensitivity to sunburns, rashes, allergic reactions, even liver and kidney problems. But I think one of the biggest issues that we, of course, as a healthcare community worry about is the breeding of resistance when antibiotics are used inappropriately in different contexts, as we discussed.
You know, Dr. Azar, sometimes you will hear people say, well, what did people do before medicine back in the old days? And it's like, a lot of the times they died, right? Smallpox, typhoid fever. There are a lot of diseases we don't see impacting the population like they did decades ago. Walk us through the history here. How big of a deal, how big of a game changer have antibiotics been?
I mean, between antibiotics, antimicrobials, and vaccines, it certainly revolutionized healthcare around the world. You guys mentioned life expectancy prior to the antibiotic era, which really started in around 1945 when penicillin became widely available. The average life expectancy was 47 years old. Can you even imagine that? And communicable diseases, many of which you mentioned, were the #1 cause of death. So now we have antibiotics, which is fantastic. Now we worry about cancer and cardiovascular diseases, of course. But yes, I mean, historically, if you think back to what we did before even penicillin, it's shocking that mankind even survived. I often think that it's just completely crazy. My mom had scarlet fever and got penicillin 2 weeks after penicillin became available. She'll tell that story many, many times to us.
Talk about history. Just with a few seconds left, Dr. Azar, we talk about growing resistance. What happens if someone does become resistant to an antibiotic?
Yeah, that's the biggest issue, you guys. So just a case in point is, you know, you have strep throat and you treat with penicillin. It's what we call a very narrow spectrum. It targets that bacteria. It doesn't target a lot of other bacteria in your body. That's what we want to see. What we see happen with resistance is that people need to get put on much stronger, broader antibiotics just to kill that one little strep. And that's what ends up breeding resistance. And that's a real concern. There's been a huge push from the medical community and to educate providers and patients more Morgan, you mentioned a lot of people want to come in and they feel better when they get a prescription for antibiotics to really lower.
Dr. Azar, thank you so much. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
All right, so check this out. The Jonas Brothers kicked off their massive 20-country tour at Yankee Stadium just this past weekend.
But before the 50,000 fans came roaring in, NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff got an exclusive behind-the-scenes tour from Kevin, Joe, and Nick. Take a look.
The Jonas Brothers are on top of the world.
Yankee Stadium, make some noise!
Bringing down the house at a sold-out Yankee Stadium last night. Kevin, Joe, and Nick, who grew up right before our eyes, have sold 20 million albums.
I'm a sucker for you.
And their music's been streamed more than 13 billion times. Their new release, The Album, is out, and the Jonas Brothers are now embarking on a massive world tour in 20 countries.
And their first stop is right here at Yankee Stadium in New York City. I'm very excited. The Jonas Brothers invited us exclusively to go behind the scenes on their tour. Let's go check it out.
Hello.
Well, hello there.
What's up, fellas?
Welcome to our new home.
Look at it. Look at this hospitality.
We've been expecting you.
I'm sorry.
Come on in.
Come on in.
The band's kicking things off at a venue close to their hearts.
You guys have memories of growing up and going to games in the old Yankee Stadium?
Yes, we couldn't really afford to come to games, but I think Yankees would donate tickets to a bunch of different churches, and so we would get access to, and we would sit way up in the nosebleed. So it's full circle to be back here playing a show.
Is it true that way back when, 2008 or something, you guys were offered to play Yankee Stadium and you didn't think you could sell it out, so you turned it down?
That is true. We genuinely thought there's no way we could sell this place out. It feels a little bit more special than it would back then. 20-some years almost into our career to be able to have fans that support us this much.
The band's performing 5 albums each night, a celebration of all of their music.
We're out there playing 67 songs. It is a gauntlet. This is definitely by far the most ambitious thing we've ever tried to do.
Each brother took us on a personal behind-the-scenes tour. First, inside Joe's dressing room.
This is my dressing room.
This is amazing. Thank you. You designed every little aspect of this yourself.
I did, yes. I'd like to have a film, my favorite film, Back to the Future, on the TV.
All your goodies.
But I've got a bunch of toys and trinkets. I think it's healthy to remind myself, like, to have fun on and off stage. I've got some photos of me and Sophie over here.
A lot of Simpsons.
A lot of Simpsons. Actually, I'm slowly trying to make this room look like the Simpsons living room. But yeah, somebody did Simpson art of me and Sophie. I spent a lot of time in here, so I want to make sure it feels like home.
Nick picked up the tour.
But this is, you know, where our family watches from.
With a trip to the soundboard, where all the magic happens.
We have an amazing crew on this tour. They kind of bring the dream to life, make sure it sounds right. It's a big operation, 100+ people.
It's almost mind-blowing to think about that all of that audio at some point is coming right through here.
Yes, it all comes through here.
And there's also actually the act of picking the songs. You create the set list.
I spent literally 3-4 months building this thing out with our team, song by song, where we could tell the story we wanted to tell about the journey we were on at that point in our life and career.
And then Kevin took us center stage for the best view in the house.
So welcome to the stage.
This is unbelievable.
This stage gets built and broken down every single time we do a show, which is special.
And
this is our incredible band. Say hi, everybody.
What's up, you guys? Nobody gets to do this. Nobody gets to stand here like this.
So
what does it feel like?
You need to stand here with me.
Okay.
Come here. So you come out here and you look out and you realize they're like 50,000 people, sold out 2 nights in a place that we said no to many years ago.
We even got to join their pre-show huddle.
I say every note matters.
I say every person matters.
Well, I say what we do matters.
And then we go, let's get it. And we go.
So that means
Has anybody ever been in the middle of that before?
No.
No.
Actually.
Welcome.
I've got a cold chill going down my spine. Thank you for including
You're
me.
now a Jonas Brother.
Yeah.
The Jonas Brothers took the stage in full force.
Celebrate with me tonight. Celebrate while we got time.
Those are my friends.
It was indeed a night to celebrate.
Celebrate while we got time. To get how you
The show was a home run. Jacob Soboroff, NBC News.
I mean, does Jacob play any instrument?
I'm about to say, it's like the 4th member of the band here. We love it, Sobo. All right, I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Ellison Barber. You're watching NBC News Daily.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah. Nice to see you.
It is
is so good to be back.
Every morning, let's make your to-do list.
Everything you need to know before you head out the door.
Your today list.
Get the entire family organized.
Healthy back-to-school yumminess.
Every day needs today.
Hi, everyone. Happy Monday. I'm Ellison Barber.
And I'm Gabe Gutierrez. Kate and Sinclair off. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Monday, August 14th, 2023, breaking news confronting disaster. Crews are only beginning to search the charred aftermath of the Maui fires, what they're finding in the massive effort to help those who escaped.
Fourth indictment? A Georgia grand jury is set to decide whether to charge former President Trump over his alleged efforts to overturn the 2020 election results in the state. What we're learning about the potential timeline.
Bumpy ride. Kids are heading back to school, but some districts don't have bus drivers to transport them. The urgent effort to put qualified people behind the wheel.
And electric shock. After weeks of cranking the AC during the heat wave, now people are dealing with jaw-dropping utility bills. How you can save a few bucks.
It's so good to be with you today. We have a lot of news to get to, and we begin this hour with the aftermath of the deadly wildfires in Hawaii. Right now, crews are still searching for the missing in the charred ruins of Lahaina as the focus begins to shift to a long and difficult recovery.
The efforts are going to start to move a little faster than they have in the past couple of days, and hopefully we bring some closure to those on Maui.
At least 96 people have died, making it the deadliest wildfire disaster in modern U.S. history. Just 3% of the burned area has been searched, and Hawaii's governor estimates the damage will cost nearly $6 billion. Now, a massive relief effort is growing amid the ashes. Volunteers forming assembly lines on the beach to bring supplies off of boats. Other groups are dropping off donations in the community. In a moment, we'll speak with one organization feeding people on the ground.
We begin with NBC News correspondent Jay Gray. He is on the ground there in Maui. Jay, let's start with the search in Lahaina. It seems like a lot of people who live there are still searching for their loved ones. What will the next couple of days look like for search and rescue teams?
Yeah, no question, Ellison. You guys have talked about that effort stepping up, speeding up a bit, and it will, but it's still going to be very meticulous. There's so much to go through in that area that was just gutted by these flames, and it's going to be difficult for these teams to get into some of the areas. Some of them still not safe. There are structures there that are just hanging on by a thread, and obviously they don't want these teams to move in. It's also a manpower issue. They need more people on the ground here, more canines, and that's happening. We see that at the airport. It's a constant source of movement. People coming in, people going out, and a lot of those coming in are those teams that will be on the ground and helping with that search. But as the governor said, this is going to take some time.
We are prepared for many tragic stories. They will find 10 to 20 people per day probably until they finish. And it's probably going to take 10 days. It's impossible to guess, really.
Yeah, important to remember this as well. We know that there are 96 victims that have been uncovered after this fire. There are still 1,000 or more missing. Now, not all of those obviously are missing. Some are with family and friends, don't have their cell phones. Some are in shelters. That's what they're trying to piece together, who is missing and who may have died in these fires. And it's just going to be a very rough go.
Jay Gray, thank you.
And joining us now is Carl Ladd. He's the vice president of Mercy Chefs Global, a nonprofit group feeding people on the ground there in Hawaii. And Carl, I just see you right there. When did your team arrive, and what does your operation look like right now?
Yeah, thank you for having us. We arrived about 5 days ago here on the island of Maui, and immediately started working with some local churches that were already responding and serving their communities. And so right now we have two kitchens, one here on the north side of the island and another up just north of Lahaina on the west side, where we're pushing out thousands of fresh, chef-prepared, delicious meals every day. And so we have points of distributions in neighborhoods, especially on the west side, where people just aren't able to get out. This storm, this fire, it wasn't just a fire, but there's a hurricane that came right before. So there's lots of infrastructure damage, even outside of the burn scar. And so cell phone reception is still down. People are still really not knowing what's going on. So a lot of people are stuck in their homes or their condos. And so we have teams going out on the ground, delivering hot, fresh meals to people directly. And then on this side, in the north of the island, the airport, we're feeding at about 3 different shelters right now.
You know, Carl, Gabe and I both have spent a lot of time in the field, unfortunately, covering many natural disasters. I was able to see some of the work of Mercy Chefs up close in the Bahamas after Hurricane Dorian. And you mentioned a key thing of your effort is making sure people have access to warm food. And I've seen the comfort that brings so many people. Take our viewers to that food line. When people first get that dish that is actually warm, what are they telling you? What are the reactions that you're hearing?
Yeah, honestly, it's a humbling experience because a lot of times people opening clamshells, it's the package that our food is in. They open it, and often they break down crying because it's a hot, beautiful meal, multiple components. There's always a dessert, and oftentimes it's that first chance that it's more than just a meal. It's that first chance of hope, of normalcy, of, it's not just a hot dog or a burrito or something, but it's something that's hot, it's nutritious. We cook local fare so that it's comfort food a lot of the times. And it's this first chance where people start to breathe and just have a chance to process what they're going through and connect with another person. So it's a humbling experience to be on that line with these people.
And Carl, this recovery is likely going to take years. Tell me more about the specific challenges here. Of course, Hawaii is so far out in the Pacific. How challenging is it to get supplies to this island?
Yeah, I mean, it's an island in the middle of the Pacific, so everything has to be freighted in, either on plane or boat. And so, obviously that takes days. And so it was incredibly critical during these first few days have been so critical to gather what we can and to use what resources are here. And the local community has been amazing. Local farmers, the local chefs have shown up in force and just partnering with us to put out these meals. But absolutely, it's an added logistical nightmare, to be honest, of getting everything in. It causes that delay. And obviously, we're seeing it on the food side, but on the entire recovery side, from reconstruction materials, from heavy equipment needed to go through these sites, all of that is going to be a logistical puzzle that they have to work through. And the authorities have been doing a truly incredible job. I've been honored to be able to part of collaborate and be on calls with them. And they are working day and night, doing everything they can for their people on this island.
A logistical puzzle indeed. Carl Ladd with Mercy Chefs Global. Thanks so much and safe travels to you and your team.
And if you at home want to help the wildfire victims in Hawaii, we have a full list of organizations like Mercy Chef on our website at NBCnews.com. And Hawaii's Governor Josh Green, he will join Kristen Welker today on Meet the Press Now. That starts at 4 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now. This week, the Fulton County District Attorney is expected to begin laying out her case to a Georgia grand jury. The jury will then decide whether to charge former President Donald Trump over his alleged efforts to overturn his 2020 election loss in that state.
Yeah, this investigation has been underway for more than 2 years. The former president has denied all wrongdoing, and Mr. Trump has also publicly criticized the district attorney overseeing the probe. NBC senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Hake is live for us in Atlanta. So, Garrett, there's a lot of Trump investigations to keep track of. Just today, the judge in that hush money case here in New York declined to recuse himself. So remind us what this case in Georgia is all about and how significant it could be compared to all the others.
Yeah, Gabe, these cases really are stacking up, and this case in Georgia is certainly significant for the Trump campaign. They view this as perhaps one of the most serious cases, in part because it deals with evidence that is so readily available and striking to remember from those days after the 2020 election. At that time, Donald Trump and his allies were insistent that rather than having lost this state by around 12,000 votes, he had actually won it, and they had hearings in the legislature. There were fake electors who signed certificates saying that, in fact, they were Trump electors. And there was a really aggressive push by Donald Trump and his allies on other Republican officials here in the state to change vote tallies or to come up with missing votes. I think most people at home will remember this phone call, which we believe is a central piece of evidence from Donald Trump calling the then Secretary of State in the weeks after the election. Listen.
I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have, because we won the state.
Gabe, that snippet from a phone call that lasted about an hour, just one of the pieces of evidence that this grand jury has been looking at. Now, the grand jury is in today. They're expected to be in tomorrow. They're hearing from some last witnesses, including lawmakers and journalists, people who witnessed those fake electors, even the former lieutenant governor expected to testify tomorrow. Donald Trump's been posting about all of this on social media, whether he's trying to hold off these charges that could be coming or to try to make them appear more political. It's tough to say for sure right now, but every indication is we're moving towards something here this week. Gabe?
So watch out for Garrett Haake, live for us in Atlanta. Garrett, thank you.
It is time for today's CNBC Money Minute. A major news network announces a change in leadership.
And a popular snack is getting recalled. CNBC's senior media and tech correspondent, Julia Boorstin, joins us now. Hey, Julia.
Hi, Ellison and Gabe. CBS News has a new leader. The company named Wendy McMahon president and CEO of CBS News and Stations, as well as of CBS Media Ventures. McMahon replaces Niraj Kamlani, who the company says will take on a new role at CBS, focusing on documentaries, scripted series, and books. Homelessness in America is on the rise. According to a Wall Street Journal review of nationwide data, homelessness is up roughly 11% from last year. Now, if confirmed, that would be by far the biggest increase since the government started tracking comparable numbers in 2007. And a chocolate chip cookie recall across the country. Nestle announcing a voluntary recall of its Toll House chocolate chip cookie dough bars because they might contain wood chips. The recall applies to 2 batches of the break and bake packages that were made in April. No illnesses or injuries were reported, but ouch and yuck. Back over to you.
Yeah, terrible surprise.
Yeah. CNBC's Julia Boorstin, thank you.
Coming up, students are starting to head back to the classroom, but teachers are not. The struggle schools are having to find educators.
Plus, why it could take years to find out what caused this deadly home explosion. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Investigators in Pennsylvania are trying to determine the cause of a deadly house explosion. It happened Saturday morning just east of Pittsburgh. 5 people, including a 12-year-old, were killed. 3 homes were destroyed and dozens more damaged. Doorbell camera video captured the moment of the blast. You can see it on the left side of the screen there. The huge explosion launched debris all over the small neighborhood. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda is at the site of the explosion in Pennsylvania. Emily, this is such a scary situation. People who live there have described it as sounding like a bomb went off. What have local officials said about what might have happened here?
Hey there, Ellison. Well, at this point, still so many unanswered questions in really a devastating incident that impacted this community and beyond, forever changing its fabric. The explosion happening, as you mentioned, on Saturday morning, really igniting a massive fireball, but also sending debris across the neighborhood. There were windows blown out, doors down from the heart of the explosion, but 3 homes in particular absolutely shredded to pieces, and tragically numerous lives lost as well. We continue to hear the harrowing stories from neighbors who, as you mentioned, described it as if a bomb went off. It feels like, they say, it's stepping into a war zone, and you can understand why when you see those aerial pictures of just the extent of the extreme damage. As of right now, investigators say that this is going to be a lengthy process. This is going to take, if not months, perhaps years, to determine the cause of the deadly explosion in this western Pennsylvania neighborhood. People's Gas says in their initial review of this area, they did not find any immediate issues. Gas in the area has been turned off. It's not clear when it will be restored for residents in this community. But again, this investigation, it could take a good amount of time before we get answers, Ellison.
And Emily, what else are we learning about the victims here?
Yeah, tragically, 5 people have been killed from this incident, including a father and son, according to a family spokesperson. Their names Casey and Keegan Clontz. The boy, just 12 years old. They were described by family as being inseparable, loving, and devoted. It's not clear why they were at their neighbor's house when the home exploded, but you can imagine so much heartache in this area. And another person still in critical condition at this hour that neighbors tell me they actually pulled from the rubble themselves. Ellison?
Emily Ikeda, thank you.
There are new questions today about why a small Kansas police department raided the offices of a local newspaper and the home of its owner and publisher. See the police here searching the offices of the Marion County Record. It's a paper that only publishes once a week. Police seized computers and cell phones, and the paper's publisher now calls the raid an unconstitutional violation of the First Amendment. The police chief is not giving details about what led to the raid. Senior national correspondent Stephanie Gosk is following this story for us. So, Stephanie, what is the backstory here? What was the reason for this raid, or what are at least police saying here?
Yeah, so Gabe, follow along a little bit with this. It gets a little complicated. First of all, the first thing you should know is that Marion, Kansas has a population of about 2,000 people. This is a really small town. This is a restaurant owner alleges that this local paper obtained personal information about her driving record illegally. She went to the police. The police then obtained a search warrant. The search warrant says that there is probable cause that identity theft took place at this newspaper and that there were computer crimes. Then they were given the authority to go in and seize all of these materials. But here's the issue. The issue has to do with the Privacy Protection Act, which protects journalists under federal law. Then in these circumstances, what should have been issued, according to a lot of attorneys who practice law for journalists and the media, they say what should have happened were subpoenas for this information, not this wide-scale search, not just of the offices for the newspaper, but also the home. Also, the owner of the newspaper, his 98-year-old mother was in the house, and the following day after the raid, she died because of he says, the stress of all this. And it has triggered headlines across the country and a lot of people questioning whether the First Amendment was violated here. Gabe? Gabe.
It's just so tragic, that 98-year-old woman dying. And really quickly, Stephanie, this raises a lot of questions, but quickly, could the police department face any legal action here?
Well, it would be a question of whether or not a law was broken here, a federal law was broken, and we don't know at this point. We still don't have the affidavit for that search warrant, which was really the key document here, Gabe.
Stephanie Goss, thank you.
There's more news ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily.
It is so good to be back.
Every morning, let's make your to-do list
Everything you need to know before you head out the door.
your today list.
Get the entire family organized.
Healthy back-to-school yumminess.
Every day needs today.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're learning new details in a mysterious case out of Australia where family lunch turned deadly. Officials say the meal that killed 3 people may have contained poisonous mushrooms. Now, the woman who cooked it is under investigation. NBC's foreign correspondent Molly Hunter reports from Australia.
Of one of Australia's most baffling police probes.
New questions swirling about the deadly mushroom mystery. The bizarre tragedy now grabbing global headlines. Was it accidental, a fatal foray into foraging that killed 3 members of the same family? Or was it murder, death by fungus? Back on July 29th, police say Erin Patterson hosted her former in-laws for lunch. Then, within a week, authorities say 3 were dead, 1 still fighting for his life in the hospital, and the national rumor mill in full swing.
I didn't do anything. I love them. And I'm devastated that they're gone.
The Australian Broadcasting Corporation reports that a statement from Erin's lawyers to police says she served beef Wellington with mushrooms that day.
I just can't fathom what has happened. I'm so sorry that they have lost their lives.
How are you?
I just can't believe it.
In the same statement, she also says she threw out the food dehydrator after speculation started to grow. Police say the cause of death is consistent with eating death cap mushrooms, a highly toxic fungus found near oak trees. Her former in-laws, Gail and Don Patterson, and Gail's sister Heather have died. Heather's husband, Ian Wilkinson, is in critical condition. According to police, Erin and her 2 children didn't fall ill, and detectives confirming that Erin's a suspect.
She cooked those meals for us, for those people that were present. Now, again, she hasn't presented with any symptoms, But we have to keep an open mind in relation to this, that it could be very innocent, but again, we just don't know at this point.
And this morning, Victoria Police telling NBC News the deaths are still being treated as unexplained, and so the mystery continues. Molly Hunter, NBC News.
In Southern California, police are using drones in ways they never have before. Officers are saying the technology is saving lives, but critics are also raising privacy concerns. NBC News correspondent Ken Delanian has more.
An eye in the sky, helping police de-escalate gun confrontations, catch drug dealers, and put away violent criminals.
About 88 to 90% of the time, the drone is first on scene before any of our officers in the field arrive. And we'll be responding east to Lincoln Boulevard.
In beachside Santa Monica, police officer Peter Lashley can survey a city block for a reported suspicious person from a command center a mile away, or zoom in to read a license plate. Last year, the drone was the only witness to a brutal assault, and its footage was used to convict one of the attackers.
How have these drones changed the way your department does its work?
It's a fundamental change. It allows an experienced police officer to see what's going on in real time and communicate those facts to the officers responding.
They say the drone's eye view can prevent officers from overreacting. Santa Monica police got a call last year about a man with a gun. At first, drone footage appeared to confirm it, but then...
As I'm watching him, I can clearly see, and you'll see he exhaled, there's a little bit of smoke here in a second, that I am 99% sure that that's some type of lighter.
Given that, police didn't need to approach aggressively. Drones can also help police on dangerous operations. We got a demonstration of the lemur, which SWAT teams can use to break windows and fly inside buildings, even talking to a barricaded subject.
This is the police department. We're here to resolve the situation peacefully.
We don't have a problem with drones being used for particular emergencies, but what we don't want to see are drones used for routine mass surveillance where they're watching everybody all the time. And we're afraid that this is going to lead to that.
I think as it rolls out on a national level, that's going to be incumbent upon those agencies that deploy it to be responsible with it.
And important for communities to keep watch on those who protect and serve. Ken Delanian, NBC News, Santa Monica.
Coming up, inside Buffalo Bills safety, Damar Hamlin's emotional return to the game just months after collapsing on the field.
And remember, we are also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You see some of the places there on your screen. Watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues after this.
is so good to be back.
Every morning, let's make your to-do list
Everything you need to know before you head out the door.
your today list.
Get the entire family organized.
Healthy back-to-school yumminess.
When there's so much more to do,
Lots to look forward to this fall.
today has you covered.
My kids love this dish.
Simple solutions for your everyday routine.
So you can take it all on. Every day needs today.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Military coup leaders in Niger say they will prosecute ousted President Mohamed Bazoum for high treason and undermining state security. It's the latest escalation in a weeks-long political crisis in that country. Bazoum, the country's democratically elected president, has been under house arrest after soldiers seized power last month in a coup. Bazoum could face the death penalty if found guilty of the charges.
4 divers who were reported missing off Cape Fear, North Carolina over the weekend have been rescued. The U.S. Coast Guard and Navy found the divers about 40 miles southeast of Cape Fear. The 4 men were reported missing after they did not resurface from a dive off of a recreational boat around noon on Sunday. The divers, amazingly, were not hurt.
The Departments of Justice and Education are trying to explain the new limits on affirmative action following the Supreme Court's decision to strike it down. Both departments released a joint letter outlining the ways colleges and universities are allowed to consider race as a factor in college admissions. That includes assessing how an applicant's background can position them to contribute to the school in a unique way.
Believe it or not, it is already time to talk back to school. But this year, for many families, the excitement is hitting a frustrating speed bump. That's because there is a nationwide school bus driver shortage. According to the school rideshare company Hop, Skip, Drive, 80% of districts across America are feeling the impact. In some states, it is so bad, schools are being forced to cancel some classes. Here's NBC's Sam Brock.
Kentucky's largest school system. Classes are canceled as Jefferson County scrambles to fix what administrators call a transportation disaster.
Still waiting on this bus at 9:10.
This after some students were stuck on school buses until 10 at night while heading home after the first day of school last week.
I'm the parent of a JCPS 3rd grader and 4th grader. I have been in the last few days, and I bet in the next several, really frustrated and really lonely.
The district has more than 90,000 students, and its superintendent now apologizing to them for the new school bus routing system that backfired.
We should have anticipated those problems better than what we did, and we did not do that.
The frustration over school buses spreads far and wide.
They're 15 minutes early or 15 minutes late. Or sometimes if they're late to their next route, they bypass the stop.
With a nationwide driver shortage impacting 80% of districts, according to Hop, Skip, Drive. Lack of competitive pay, recruiting problems, and strict regulations, all making it hard to fill positions.
Our kids are going to be the ones to suffer because they can't get to school. Because we can't get them there. No bus.
Across the nation, a variety of temporary solutions are underway. In Chicago, where the district short half their bus drivers, or around 600 of them, the city is now offering free transit cards to qualifying families.
Honestly, it breaks my heart because we have students, we have kids that really, they need to get to school.
In Hillsborough County, Florida, with a roughly 200 driver deficit, the school is suggesting parents use the Here Comes the Bus app to help track their child's path. And in Framingham, Massachusetts, they've even tried recruiting stay-at-home parents and retirees to help fill their shortage. All efforts to keep the wheels rolling and get the kids to class on time.
In terms of how many school districts are addressing this problem, a big root of it is certainly financial. If you're making $20 an hour at a restaurant or $15 an hour as a bus driver, you can see why many folks would choose the restaurant. So many school districts are raising their hourly pay $2 or $3 an hour, if not more, offering bonuses of $1,200 to $2,000 just to onboard more folks, and also training some of these future drivers, because the process of getting your commercial driver's license can also cost $1,500 to $2,000. In many cases, they're also relaxing some of the standards, so you don't have to have a perfect driving record just to qualify. Sam Brock, NBC News. Back to you.
Sam, thank you. And it's not just bus drivers. Right now, there's a nationwide teacher shortage as well. Schools across the country are scrambling to fill positions. One superintendent says the situation has gone from a crisis to a catastrophe. NBC senior policy reporter Shannon Pettipiece is looking into this for us. And Shannon, we've talked about teacher shortages before, but why is it still so bad now?
Well, there was a sense from some people that this was sort of a post-pandemic labor market hiccup after we saw so much disruption during the pandemic that triggered a wave of early retirements among teachers and a lot of resignations from burnout. But the factors and dynamics that led to that have really remained, and school officials say there's really no end in sight. They continue to see teachers leaving the labor force either because they can get jobs paying better elsewhere with such a strong jobs market and economy at the moment, and at the same time, fewer people going into the profession, fewer students graduating from college looking to go into teaching, in part because the pay is low compared to in other industries. So, that has officials really reeling for another year after the pandemic to get students this one-on-one help that many of them say they need after that learning loss during the pandemic.
And Shannon, some districts are having to turn to extreme measures. You saw some of them in Sam's report regarding bus drivers, but they're also doing this with regards to teachers. What exactly are those districts doing to fill those positions?
Right. Increasingly, school districts say they're having to turn to long-term substitutes. They're having to find people in the community who have no teaching experience, no time spent in the classroom to work as teachers and get that experience on the job. They're also having to increase class sizes. They're having to use virtual instructors in some cases. And I talked to officials in about a dozen school districts who all said a similar thing. They lack the resources, they lack the manpower to be able to give kids the type of education and attention that many of them grew up experiencing in our public schools that they feel like they just can't give kids these days because of the staffing shortages.
Shannon Pettipiece, thank you.
This summer's scorching heat wave has been absolutely brutal for tens of millions across America, almost as brutal as opening up that utility bill. As people crank their ACs to combat the heat, electric bills have absolutely skyrocketed, and now there are many Americans struggling to pay it. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra is in South Florida with more. Marissa, what are you hearing from people about how they're trying to handle these bills right now? Can they handle them?
Right. Well, we're hearing a lot of things between the power companies, from people. I'll tell you right now, live from Miami, we're already feeling the heat. And that's what power companies and people alike have been saying, is that this has started sooner than normal. Power companies are seeing that surge in demand for air conditioning much earlier than they are used to, at least in places like Texas, in places like Florida. The National Energy Assistance Directors Association had said that they're looking at about 12% increase in how much people are spending on their utility bills just in July alone. So as power companies and energy suppliers are looking at an increase in demand, so too are consumers, people at home living in homes or living in apartments. They are working hard to try to pay the bills that are much higher than they're used to paying, at least compared to summers past. So we spoke to two Floridians, a mother and a daughter, about what this pinch means for them. Listen for yourself.
It's been a struggle. I've had to ask for help from the LIHEAP program several times just to get my bill paid, because I live on Social Security and a part-time job. So it's been a struggle. It goes up every year.
I'm calling all these places to get help for my mom because she needs financial help, and there's only so much I can do. And so she hates it, I hate it. But thank God for those community organizations that help seniors that need help.
So, Allison, I will leave you with this. Both NASA and NOAA came out with numbers today saying that according to their research, they looked at a July that was the hottest July on record since the 1800s. So when we talk about extreme weather, when we talk about climate change and its impacts, it doesn't look like this extreme heat is going away anytime soon.
Wow. So, Marissa, for people who need to save money, what can they do right now?
Yeah, so there's a couple of easy tricks and tips we have for you. One of them, close those blinds, close those shades. That's going to help prevent the sun from heating up your space quicker as it infiltrates through the window, but also using the cold water setting while doing laundry, changing your water heating setting from 140 degrees to 120, and finally, change those air filters. That's going to help your system work more efficiently. And of course, we'll also add that there are assistance programs like the Low-Income Home Energy Assistance Program that are out there. They actually had to increase their staffing in order to accommodate for the increase in requests for help, Allison.
All right, Marissa Parra in Miami, thank you.
And we're following breaking news out of Philadelphia. Federal and local authorities are announcing the arrest of a 17-year-old as part of an attempted terrorism investigation.
A news conference announcing the charges is getting underway right now. You see the live images on your screen here. A law enforcement official tells NBC News the teenage suspect was allegedly radicalized on the internet. The source adds the teenager was apparently purchasing some type of suspicious materials online and researching possible targets. We're going to monitor the briefing. We will bring you any updates we get here on NBC News Daily as well as NBCnews.com.
And as we follow that breaking news, a new alert now from the State Department. Officials are now warning that pills, even prescriptions that are sold in Mexico, can be counterfeit and laced with deadly drugs like fentanyl. NBC's Aaron Gilchrist has that story.
It's unbearable. Every day is unbearable because he's gone.
Celia and Terry Harms hold tight to memories of their son, Jonathan. He was only 29 when he died back in 2017. The coroner's report says from a fentanyl overdose.
This was not Johnny scoring on the corner. This was a migraine sufferer that was trying to get pain relief and went to a pharmacy.
Johnny Harms suffered from migraines his entire life, and during an episode on his vacation in Cancun, he went in search of medication at a Mexican pharmacy. He took a pill labeled migraine tablets and hopped a flight back home to California with his girlfriend. Within hours, Johnny Harms was dead.
As soon as that poison was sold to him, it was just a matter of time before he would die.
About 200,000 Americans travel to Mexico each year to buy prescription drugs, often because they're cheaper. The State Department is warning them, buy with caution, writing, counterfeit medication is common and may prove to be ineffective, the wrong strength, or contain dangerous ingredients. Those dangerous ingredients are exactly what researchers at UCLA found when they tried to buy prescription drugs in northern Mexico.
They look like an oxycodone, but they contain fentanyl or heroin. Or they look like an Adderall, but they contain methamphetamine.
And for a report in the LA Times, reporters bought and tested 55 pills from 29 pharmacies all across Mexico. They say a little more than half were counterfeit and many contained fentanyl.
I'm very concerned that it seems to be something happening all over the country.
Most of those tests were on purchases of individual pills, which could be used as party drugs. But Maryland Congressman David Trone, who asked for that State Department warning,
well, I'm extremely concerned,
thinks all prescription drugs there are a danger. What's your warning to regular folks who are going on vacation in Mexico thinking that, if they need to grab a Tylenol, they can?
They're on a huge risk, so they just got to stop buying drugs, any drugs in the Mexican pharmacies.
Celia and Terry Harms say more needs to be done to get the word out, so no one else has to go through the pain they've endured.
He was just, a wonderful son.
From our perspective, he was murdered. If we can save other individuals by getting the word out, by educating people, that will give more meaning to Jonathan's life.
Aaron Gilchrist, NBC News.
Coming up, antibiotics are a game changer when it comes to fighting infections, but are we relying on them a little too much? You're watching NBC News Daily.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends day? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
And welcome back. In today's Daily Health, we're taking a closer look at antibiotics and how they work to fight off infections.
Yeah, they've really revolutionized the treatment of infectious diseases and have even aided in increasing life expectancy here in the United States. But some experts say taking them too frequently can cause some serious side effects and even create antibiotic-resistant bacteria. Joining us now is Associate Professor of Rheumatology at NYU Langone, Dr. Natalie Azar. Dr. Azar, let's just start with the basics here. Tell us, how do antibiotics work in normal people terms?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So it really depends on the antibiotic and the bacteria that you're targeting. But in some capacity, the antibiotic is either able to kill the bacteria directly or affect its ability to continue to grow. Either way, it will render the bacteria unable to continue infecting you.
Dr. Azar, antibiotics only treat certain conditions, right? So what type of conditions do they work best for?
Yeah, that's right, Gabe. Antibiotics are specifically meant for bacteria that cause infection, but there are a lot of other microbes that do that. We're talking fungus, viruses, parasites. And so the challenge often is to determine what kind of infection a person has and what's actually causing it. And then, you know, because sometimes there can be a challenge in distinguishing bacterial versus other types of infections, that's where we get into a little bit of hot water when we start prescribing antibiotics too frequently to kill, for example, a viral infection.
Yeah, what can happen if you are prescribed antibiotics too frequently? And walk us through some of the symptoms and side effects that are linked to antibiotics.
Yeah, sure. So, you know, the biggest concern that we have in the medical community is really about breeding antibiotic resistance. Every single time you give yourself an antibiotic and or treat for too long of a period of time, there is a concern that you will breed antibiotic resistance, because anytime a bug is exposed to an antibiotic, it's going to already start to figure out how to, you know, evade that antibiotic in the future. But some more common side effects that people have: GI side effects, yeast infections, more sensitivity to the sun, allergic reactions, and also liver and kidney problems. So they've done a remarkable thing for us, but they also can potentially have some serious side effects, guys.
And doctor, what if we have leftover unfinished antibiotics? Can you take them at a later date?
No, that's never recommended. And you bring up a very good point. We usually have, had historically these very long courses of antibiotics, 10 days, 14 days, and people start to feel better after 5 to 7 days and then keep them around. It's never recommended to use them again. We do recommend that you continue the course that's prescribed. And I will say that there's been a move the last couple of years to shorten the duration of treatment, which also helps to lessen the occurrence of resistance.
And quickly, Dr. Azar, just give us a gut check here. In terms of history, long-term benefits of antibiotics, what has it meant for the life expectancy in the United States?
Yeah, it's been unbelievable, Ellison. You know, the life expectancy before the antibiotic era, I should say, in the middle of the 20th century was age 47. So really it has changed. That and vaccines really changed, sort of flipped on its head. People used to die from communicable diseases. Now, of course, we know cardiovascular disease and cancer are the #1 killers worldwide.
And Dr. Azar, you know, you mentioned this a little earlier when it comes to, you know, antibiotics becoming resistant. You know, can anything be done to prevent that at all quickly?
It's up to the patients and providers to have that conversation. Less prescribing, less overuse, less misuse.
Amazing, Dr. Natalie Azar. Thank you so much for breaking all of that down. There is a whole lot more news ahead.
Yeah, a lot of good information there. You're watching NBC News Daily. Stay with us.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
It is so good to be back.
Every morning, let's make your to-do list.
Everything you need to know before you head out the door.
Your today list.
Get the entire family organized.
Healthy back-to-school yumminess.
Every day needs today.
An incredible comeback for Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin.
Yeah, this is amazing. Hamlin played his first NFL game since he suffered cardiac arrest on the field back in January, and he helped lead his team to victory against the Indianapolis Colts. Here's NBC's Emily Akeda.
Downs changes direction.
A triumphant return to the gridiron today for Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin. Back on his hometown turf, suiting up for a preseason matchup against the Indianapolis Colts. His comeback is a major milestone after nearly dying in January, going into cardiac arrest following a tackle during a game against the Cincinnati Bengals. Since then, Hamlin's road to recovery has repeatedly stunned. Just days after getting out of the hospital, number 3 seen cheering his team on during the playoffs.
What a beautiful, triumphant story that galvanized this entire nation.
3 months later, once again, working out. And in July, the team reported Hamlin was a full go at training camp.
It's a roller coaster of emotions, but I'm rooted in my faith. I'm rooted in, the love that I receive from my family, my teammates, and the love all around the world. It keeps me going.
The Bills safety has become a national beacon of hope and advocate for CPR and AED training. At this summer's ESPYs, thanking the staff who helped save his life.
Please welcome this year's recipient of the Pat Tillman Award for Service, the training staff of the Buffalo Bills.
On the cross. Tonight, the crowd here returning the love Hamlin's shown even during an unimaginable year. Emily Ikeda, NBC News, New York.
Basically, this is an option.
And it is the sport with a funny name that people can't stop talking about. Pickleball, you're a pro, right?
People love it. I am not, but I could be one day because the tennis, badminton, ping pong hybrid is often thought of as a hobby for retirees, but no more. And there is one 16-year-old defying the stereotypes. As NBC's Joe Fryer tells us, she's proving that she's the real deal.
Anna Lee Waters is defying the stereotype that pickleball is a hobby for retirees. For this 16-year-old, it's already a career.
It's definitely addicting. It's an addiction that I have. I want to play all the time, and I've been playing for 6 years.
Her pickleball passion took root in 2017 during Hurricane Irma. That's when her family evacuated Florida, escaping to Pennsylvania, where her grandpa played the sport.
He was trying to get us out on the court and begging us, and we were like, no, we're not going to go play. This is an older person's sport. And he finally got us out there. And I think we played 3 times that day because we loved it so much. The second I hit the ball, I was hooked.
Her mom, Lee, went pro first, but it didn't take long for Anna Lee to put mom in a pickle.
I'll never forget, she's 12 years old, and I have to face her in a singles tournament, and she beats me. And I remember that day, I was so angry.
Her fury was quite brief. You see, Mom is Anna Lee's coach, and before long, together, they became the #1 women's doubles team in the world. And by age 15, Anna Lee was the top singles player.
Getting to compete at a pro level just is mind-blowing to me. I'm so happy every time I step on the court.
She's traveling 32 weeks a year, doing schoolwork on the road.
Have you ever seen me play?
While using her pickleball prominence to help grow the sport.
Yeah, nice shot.
That includes teaching an even younger generation at this kids clinic recently at Oracle Park in San Francisco.
I would recommend it to other kids because it's super fun and you learn a lot of different cool tricks.
Here, Anna Lee is a bit of a celebrity, though she'll confess she's more comfortable with an older demographic.
When I talk to kids in my age, I get nervous. I don't know how to talk to people my age. Somebody 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 comes up to me, I'm like, you're my best friend. I feel like I'm the same age as these people.
An old soul in a young body getting quite the impressive start on her retirement hobby. Joe Fryer, NBC News.
The pickleball. But before we go, Time for today's Daily Snapshot. A big celebration is underway in Singapore, where Lele the panda is celebrating a birthday.
Oh, that's a good panda, Gabe. Look at that. Lele was the first giant panda ever born in the country, so naturally she was lavished with heaps and heaps of birthday presents, befitting for a panda of that stature.
Pandemonium,
yes.
I'm just saying.
It's really good.
It is. It's a great way to end. I'm Gabe Gutierrez.
And I'm Ellison Barber. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize shipping the dishes
allegations of Russian organizing.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for being with us. I'm Ellison Barber.
And I'm Gabe Gutierrez. Kate and Zen Clay are off. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Monday, August 14th, 2023, breaking news, historic disaster. The number of people killed in Maui continues to grow, with over 95% of the disaster zone still left to be searched. The massive relief effort now underway, and the lingering issues that could exist for months.
More legal troubles. A Georgia prosecutor is laying out a case against former President Trump, what he's accused of doing in that state, and when charges could be filed.
Home explosion. A blast in Pennsylvania leaves 5 people dead, including a 12-year-old. What we're learning about how it happened.
And smash and grab. Thousands of dollars in merchandise stolen in minutes. Details of a coordinated attack in Southern California at a mall, and how police say they pulled it off. And we begin in Hawaii with the devastating aftermath of those deadly wildfires. Crews are still searching for victims in the charred ruins of Lahaina.
Yes, specialist teams and cadaver dogs are going through the rubble, and families of the missing are still desperately trying to get answers.
We've been to a lot of hotels inside Lahaina, but none of them are there. So we've been to police station, we called Red Cross, anywhere that we can find them, but nothing, no zero.
At least 96 people have died, making it the deadliest wildfire disaster in modern U.S. history. Just 3% of the burned area has been searched so far, and Hawaii's governor estimates the damage will cost nearly $6 billion.
Donations and volunteers are pouring into the island community, and as the focus begins to shift to a long, difficult recovery, there are storms that could impact Hawaii later this week. Meteorologist Bill Cairns will track those for us in a moment. But first, we'll go to NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin outside a shelter in Maui. And Dana, you've been speaking with people who fled Lahaina or still have family left behind. What are the biggest needs they have in that community right now?
Gabe, right now the biggest need is housing. You know, there's about 1,100 evacuees that are in shelters like the one behind me. And the pastor I spoke with says there's only about 30 to 40 inside right now because they're starting to move them into hotel rooms. But the issue is those hotel rooms are only going to be available for 30 days. So there's going to be another challenge of figuring out more permanent housing until Lahaina can be rebuilt, which could take years, if not decades. We've also spoken to people who are very frustrated because we've seen a lot of donations, fresh food being dropped off at these shelters, but the greatest need is in Lahaina and beyond. But right now they're not allowing anyone in unless you can prove that you live there. I spoke with one woman over the weekend. Here is what was really frustrating her. Listen.
Where's the Navy to the locals? They're letting tourists in right now when we have families out there who are starving. There's thousands of people. There's still towns past Lahaina that have nothing right now. A lot of people didn't make it, you know, like everybody's house burned down, everything burned down.
Extremely emotional for a lot of people who are also missing family members. The FEMA administrator just spoke moments ago during that White House press briefing. She said that they will get to a point where they go back and try to figure out what went wrong with those sirens that did not go off. But right now the focus is on recovering the missing and those bodies that have yet to be identified. They're asking family members to give DNA samples so that they can try to identify those bodies.
Dana, thank you, Dana. Bill, let's bring you in here and talk about the forecast and what we expect to happen next. A lot of these wildfires, most of these wildfires have been contained, but what are some of the long-term concerns for Hawaii going forward?
Well, we've heard stories and concerns from scientists saying they're worried about the water, obviously, the drinkable water and contamination, and they're also worried about the air quality of the fires that have already burned and where that smoke was going and what was in them. Happy to report the air quality monitors across all the islands are good, very good right now. Haven't heard any problems with that whatsoever. And the trade winds continue to blow. So if we have any problems going forward, it's going to be because of high winds again and if we get any new fires. So there's a lot of what ifs in that. But as the forecast winds are going to pick up in the next 2 to 3 days. It's not going to be the extremes that we had late last week when we had this, horrific fire, but we will see them in the 20 to 22 mile per hour range. The concern is that there's two tropical systems out there. One is Tropical Storm Greg. That'll be the first one to pass just south of the islands. Strong high pressure to the north. And the pressure gradient between these two, we call it the trade winds, are going to be strong over the Hawaiian Islands and getting stronger Tuesday, Wednesday into Thursday. And then we'll see what happens with this hurricane in about a week from now, but it is supposed to get a lot weaker by the time it approaches the island. So the first thing we'll do is track Greg. It's going to go south of the islands. It looks like about, an average tropical storm. Remember, we had Hurricane Dora just to the south of the islands. That's a strong hurricane. So that increased that pressure gradient even more. So that's good that does not look quite as extreme. And I did mention that Fernanda, the hurricane, is going to weaken. Right now a Category 4, but that'll weaken as it approaches the island. So again, winds will be increasing over the next couple of days. So fire weather concerns will increase with them.
All right, meteorologist Bill Cairns and Dana Griffin, thank you both. And if you at home want to help the wildfire victims in Hawaii, we have a full list of organizations on our website at NBCnews.com.
And this week, the Fulton County District Attorney appears to be laying out her case to a Georgia grand jury. The jury will then decide whether to charge former President Trump over his alleged efforts to overturn his 2020 election loss in the state. The investigation has been underway for more than 2 years, and the former president has denied all wrongdoing. Mr. Trump has also publicly criticized the district attorney overseeing the probe. Let's bring in NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Haake, who covers the Trump campaign. He's in Atlanta live for us right now. And Garrett, there's a lot of Trump investigations to keep track of. Just today, the judge in the hush money case here in New York declined to recuse himself. So remind us of what this case in Georgia is all about and how significant it could be compared to those others.
Yeah, Gabe, these cases are really starting to stack up. The Georgia case is one that has long concerned the Trump campaign, in part because it's a state case, not a federal case, which means even winning the White House means he couldn't pardon himself if he were convicted here, and partly because the evidence is so accessible. Donald Trump is essentially being investigated here for his and his team's efforts to first influence the count of votes, try to come up with votes that hadn't otherwise been found, then to try to get fake electors put in place who could vote for him on January 6th. All the while having hearings and leaning on local Republican elected officials to make this work for him. The most famous example is this phone call the former president made to the Secretary of State during that sort of heated December-January period between 2020 and 2021. Listen, you'll remember.
I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have, because we won the state.
As part of an hour-long phone call in which the Secretary of State repeatedly tells the then-president he did not win this state. It's expected to be a key piece of evidence that this grand jury has heard as they're getting ready to make their decision, Gabe.
There's been some significant movement on this case today, right? In that courthouse behind you. What's happening right now, and what does this mean for the grand jury timeline?
Yeah, look, it's a secret process, so it's always hard to tell exactly what's going on behind closed doors. But we do know in this case that at least two witnesses who were told that they should expect to come and testify tomorrow on Tuesday have instead been brought into the courthouse to testify today. Among them, George Cheedy, a freelance journalist who happened upon these fake electors basically voting for themselves, signing paperwork to be the electors in Georgia. He spoke with one of my colleagues yesterday about why he was testifying in this case. Here's what he said.
The only reason I'm doing this, honestly, is because I think that the stakes are that important to democracy writ large in the United States, and because I have this limitation on what I'm going to be asked about.
So, Gabe, the best we can tell, that journalist, George Cheedy, is testifying as we speak. And again, he wasn't expected to be here until tomorrow. So it's possible that this timeline, which we thought would lead to perhaps an indictment vote later in the week, maybe tomorrow, could be speeding up.
Garrett Hake, live for us in Atlanta, watching it all for us. Garrett, thank you.
Investigators in Pennsylvania are trying to determine the cause of a deadly house explosion. It happened Saturday morning just east of Pittsburgh. 5 people, including a 12-year-old, were killed. 3 homes were destroyed and dozens more damaged. Doorbell camera video captured the moment of the blast. You can see it on the left side of the screen there. It is a huge explosion. It launched debris all over this small neighborhood. NBC's Lindsay Reiser joins me now with the latest. Lindsay, this is such a scary situation. Walk us through what we know right now.
That video is horrifying, Ellis, and officials say it could take months, if not years, to figure out the exact cause of this. But the call came in just before 10:30 in the morning Saturday. You see there that fireball plume, that one house exploded, 2 others caught fire, at least a dozen other homes are damaged. But you see there in that video, I mean, that initial home just completely leveled. We know 3 people were hurt, 2 of them released, 1 critically injured, and sadly, Ellison, we know that 5 people have died as a result of this tragedy. 4 adults and 1 12-year-old boy, as you mentioned. Just incredibly tragic for these people. And Ellison, we should note that the gas utilities said they went out, they did checks, they did underground checks, air checks. They say the system operated as designed. Ellison.
All right, Lindsay Reiser, thank you.
In time for today's CNBC Money Minute.
Toyota announces, ready, I jumped the gun on you here, but Toyota announcing the biggest recall of the year. And this one, pretty important, it's about to get a little easier to order food in airports.
That's right. CNBC's Morgan Brennan joins us now. Hi, Morgan.
Hi, Gabe and Ellison. Well, Toyota is recalling certain Tundra and Tundra hybrid trucks in its largest recall of the year. The manufacturer said nearly 170,000 vehicles in the U.S. have a problem in the fuel tube, which could lead to a leak, potentially starting a fire. This is the 7th recall involving the 2022 or 2023 Tundra models. Travelers can now order food directly to their gate at some of the country's busiest airports. Airport concessionaire OTG Management is removing the iPads from airport restaurants and replacing them with mobile phone ordering services. Customers will use QR codes posted around terminals or on a website to place their order. And over a third of Gen Z workers say they feel guilty when they're not working on vacation. The youngest generation of workers is also the least likely to unplug on a vacation in the next few months. Around 30% say this is due to economic and financial concerns. Guys, I mean, maybe it's not surprising. They're earliest in their career trajectories and also the most connected of the generations. But
I feel like everyone in news, though, also struggles with that.
I always seem to feel guilty. Trying to get over it, though.
Yes.
Trying to get over it.
Are you going to use the airport mobile scans as a frequent traveler? Yes. What about you, Morgan?
So. Yes, 100%. Looking forward to this.
Morgan Brennan, thank you.
And coming up, the wheels on the bus are not going round and round. Why students nationwide are facing major bumps in the road getting to school.
Plus, tens of thousands of dollars worth of merchandise is stolen in broad daylight. How police are working to track down dozens of suspects. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. Man, it's great to see you.
So much work to be done here still.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Believe it or not, ready or not, it is already time to talk back to school. But this year, for a lot of families, the excitement is hitting a frustrating speed bump. That's because there is a nationwide school bus driver shortage. According to the school rideshare company Hop Skip Drive, 80% of school districts across America are feeling the impact of this. In some states, it is so bad schools are being forced to cancel classes. Here's NBC's Sam Brock.
In Kentucky's largest school system, classes are canceled as Jefferson County scrambles to fix what administrators call a transportation disaster.
Still waiting on this bus at 9:10.
This after some students were stuck on school buses until 10 at night while heading home after the first day of school last week.
I'm the parent of a JCPS third grader and fourth grader. I have been in the last few days, and I bet in the next several, really frustrated and really lonely.
The district has more than 90,000 students, and its superintendent now apologizing to them for the new school bus routing system that backfired.
We should have anticipated those problems better than what we did, and we did not do that.
The frustration over school buses spreads far and wide.
They're 15 minutes early or 15 minutes late.
Or sometimes they usually, if they're late to their next route, they bypass the stop.
With a nationwide driver shortage impacting 80% of districts, according to Hop Skip Drive. Lack of competitive pay, recruiting problems, and strict regulations, all making it hard to fill positions.
Our kids are going to be the ones to suffer because they can't get to school. Because we can't get them there. No bus.
Across the nation, a variety of temporary solutions are underway. In Chicago, where the district short half their bus drivers, or around 600 of them, the city is now offering free transit cards to qualifying families.
Honestly, it breaks my heart because we have students, we have kids that really, they need to get to school.
In Hillsborough County, Florida, with a roughly 200 driver deficit, the school is suggesting parents use the Here Comes the Bus app to help track their child's path. And in Framingham, Massachusetts, they've even tried recruiting stay-at-home parents and retirees to help fill their shortage. All efforts to keep the wheels rolling and get the kids to class on time. Sam Brock, NBC News.
And it's not just bus drivers. Right now, there's also a nationwide teacher shortage. Schools across the country are scrambling to fill positions. One superintendent says the situation has gone from a crisis to a catastrophe. NBC's senior policy reporter Shannon Pettypiece is looking into this for us, live from Washington. And Shannon, we've talked about teacher shortages before, but why is this still so bad now?
Right. And I think there was a sense from some people that this was like a post-pandemic hiccup in the labor market and that things would be sorted out by now. But superintendents, school officials, teachers I talked to in more than a dozen districts said they see no signs of the problem easing and that this school year is posing just as many challenges as the past two when it comes to finding teachers. And they attribute this to two real things. One, there is a rise in teacher resignations, either early retirements or teacher burnout or teachers taking advantage of this strong labor market to shift into other careers where they could potentially make more money. And at the same time, fewer people going into education, particularly as college costs have risen, debt students are taking on has gone up, and the wages and salaries for teachers have not kept up. So it's a simple supply and demand issue. And as a result, officials say they are having to resort to what some of them feel are desperate measures, like combining class sizes or having to put people in the classroom to teach who have no teaching experience previously.
Yeah, and Shannon, that is a concern. We also heard that in Sam's report with some school districts going to those extreme measures to fill bus driver vacancies. But you mentioned some of them right there when it comes to teachers. But what are some other things that they're doing to try and fill these positions?
Yeah, well, certainly there's a lot of efforts to try and get more people to go into teaching, through that traditional route, more students to pursue education as a college career pathway or find people later into life to go back to school. But they're also doing things like using virtual teachers, sometimes combining classes into these lecture hall style classes for high schoolers where you might have 100 kids in an auditorium. It's a Band-Aid, but it is certainly not a solution. And educators worry it's not going to be what's needed to address some of that learning loss left over from the pandemic.
Shannon Pettypiece, live for us in Washington. Thank you.
Coming up, we will have more news ahead. You are watching NBC News Daily.
good to be back.
Every morning, let's make your to-do list
Everything you need to know before you head out the door.
your today list.
Get the entire family organized.
Healthy back-to-school yumminess.
Every day needs today.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
While we're closely tracking the situation in Maui, wildfires and their aftermath are impacting cities all across the U.S. this summer. And now we're learning they aren't just deadly and destructive, but they also affect the health of the economy. Here's CNBC's senior climate correspondent, Diana Olick, with a look at the impact.
From Las Vegas to New York City to Midwest metros in between, smoke from wildfires in Canada and the U.S. West is disrupting lives and impacting livelihoods. We won't know the full financial impact of this summer's smoke until it clears, but we do know that wildfire smoke reduced earnings in the U.S. by an average of $125 billion a year between 2007 and 2019, or nearly 2% of annual labor income, according to a study by researchers at the universities of Illinois and Michigan. Co-author Mark Borgschulte says those numbers are rising with the effects of climate change.
The events that we've seen in the last few months are 2 to 10 times as large as the events that we have in our study.
Even 1 or 2 days with smoke, he says, can also trigger lasting employment losses, and hourly workers without paid leave are particularly at risk.
Substantial share of workers, if they don't show up for a job, they're gonna lose that job. Declines in their firm's productivity or their ability to come to work can then be passed on to those workers in the form of lower earnings that aren't possible to make up.
That risk is not lost on major public companies employing thousands of workers globally. Amazon already had air quality protocols in place on the West Coast, like air scrubbers in warehouses, but this summer in Chicago, they were sending N95 masks to drivers, cutting routes short, and issuing alerts to employees to return home if they felt unwell.
We are going to have to change the way we think. These events are not going to decrease. They are likely going to increase. What we are learning is that data is power. We are finding is the more data we have, the better we can react and the quicker we can respond.
Minnesota-based Ecolab, which ironically helps large companies reduce their environmental impacts, saw 4 times the number of smoke warnings this summer than usual. Jeff Burt, Senior VP of Health, Safety and Environment, said they may now use strategies they learned when COVID hit.
We had to form teams, we had to follow data, science, and develop precautions, processes, methods. We will do the exact same if the wildfire smokes continue throughout the U.S. and in other areas as well.
That was CNBC's Diana Olick. This summer, the scorching heat wave of this summer, it has been absolutely brutal. We don't need to tell you that, but that's been the case for tens of millions of people across America. Almost as brutal, though, as opening up the utility bill. As people crank their air conditioners to combat the heat, electric bills have skyrocketed, and now many Americans are struggling to pay them. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra is in Florida with us for more in South Florida there. Marissa, what are you hearing from people about how they are trying to handle all of the bills they have right now?
Yeah, so we're hearing from the power companies, and we're hearing, of course, from the consumers, the residents who live in those apartments and those homes. And so power companies in states like Texas, like Florida, are talking about how they're seeing that surge of demand much earlier in the season than they're used to. This includes the main one here in Florida. We know the National Energy Assistance Directors Association says that they have estimated that consumers are spending about 12% more on utility bills this summer than last summer. And so we reached out to a mother-daughter duo not that far away from here. And the mother said that this has become such a struggle to keep up with these bills, even with the assistance program that's meant to help low-income families pay for their utility bills. Even with that help, this has become something that she's worried about keeping up with. Listen for yourself.
It's been a struggle. I've had to ask for help from the LIHEAP program several times just to get my bill paid, because I live on Social Security and a part-time job. So it's been a struggle. It goes up every year.
I'm calling all these places to get help for my mom because she needs financial help, and there's only so much I can do. And so she hates it, you know, I hate it, but thank God for those community organizations that help seniors that need help.
Marissa Parra, thank you for your reporting. We appreciate it.
Yeah, and you probably heard of love languages before. Well, coming up after the break, the latest category of love languages Gen Z is adding to the list.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now, and here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
In a landmark climate decision, a judge today sided with a group of young climate activists in Montana who said the state violated their constitutional right to a clean and healthy environment. In the first of its kind climate trial, 16 plaintiffs aged 5 to 22 alleged that Montana's fossil fuel policies contributed to climate change. The judge found that the state's failure to consider climate change when evaluating permits for energy projects was causing harm.
Dramatic video shows the moment two people in a vintage fighter jet ejected out of the plane just before it crashed on Sunday. The Soviet-era fighter jet was flying as part of the Thunder over Michigan air show. The Federal Aviation Administration said the two passengers made it safely to the ground using parachutes. An investigation into the crash is underway.
And the Barbie movie has done it again. Director Greta Gerwig's pink film phenomenon has topped the box office for the fourth straight week, bringing in more than $33 million. In total, the movie has raked in over $520 million domestically and over $1 billion worldwide. It's on track to become the year's top film. Wow.
We are following breaking news out of Philadelphia. Federal and local officials have just announced the arrest of a 17-year-old as part of an attempted terrorism investigation. NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley joins us now. Ryan, what more do we know about how authorities found this teenager and what exactly is he accused of?
So we don't know the name, but we know that this teenager was allegedly in communication with individuals he at least believed to be associated with an affiliate of al-Qaeda. It's a terrorist organization that was designated last year in 2020. Here's what the special agent in charge had to say at a press conference.
This individual was also sending and receiving media containing terrorist propaganda and guidance on committing criminal acts, including how to construct a bomb. The investigation further determined that the individual appeared to be taking steps to travel overseas for the purpose of joining or supporting terrorist activity. Most concerning, however, was the evidence that he had access to firearms and had purchased items and materials commonly used in the construction of improvised explosive devices.
So what she said there also at the press conference was that there was a multitude of weapons that were at least accessible to this individual, and that there were apparently chemicals bought that could be used in improvised explosive devices. This is a kind of case that the FBI is generally pretty good at and has practice over for the past 2 decades. You know, since 9/11, they've very much so been focused on the foreign terrorist threat. So is a kind of case that, you know, is sort of in their wheelhouse and they know how to execute.
So, Ryan, this is a 17-year-old, but the state attorneys, they want to charge this 17-year-old as an adult, right? Is that normal? And if so, or if not, what is the significance of it?
Yeah, especially for federal authorities, it gets very tricky because they can't bring cases against 17-year-olds in court. So this is a case where they sort of offload it to a state prosecutor. State prosecutors there do intend to charge him as an adult, at which point we're going to learn the individual's name, presumably. But that step hasn't taken place yet, and this case will continue with state authorities rather than on the federal level, given the suspect's age here.
All right, Ryan Riley, thank you.
There are new questions today about why a small Kansas police department raided the offices of a local newspaper and the home of its owner and publisher. See the police here searching the offices of the Marion County Record. It's a paper that only publishes once a week. Police seize computers and cell phones, and the paper's publisher now calls the raid an unconstitutional violation of the First Amendment. The police chief is not giving details about what led to the raid. Senior national correspondent Stephanie Gosk is following this story for us. So, Stephanie, what is the backstory here? What was the reason for this raid, or what are these police saying here?
Yeah, so Gabe, follow along a little bit with this. It gets a little complicated. First of all, the first thing you should know is that Marion, Kansas, has a population of about 2,000 people. This is a really small town. This is a restaurant owner alleges that this local paper obtained personal information about her driving record illegally. She went to the police. The police then obtained a search warrant. The search warrant says that there is probable cause that identity theft took place at this newspaper and that there were computer crimes. Then they were given the authority to go in and seize all of these materials. But here's the issue. The issue has to do with the Privacy Protection Act, which protects journalists under federal law. Then in these circumstances, what should have been issued, according to a lot of attorneys who practice law for journalists and the media, they say what should have happened were subpoenas for this information, not this wide-scale search, not just of the offices for the newspaper, but also the home. Also, the owner of the newspaper, his 98-year-old mother was in the house, and the following day after the raid, she died because of he says, the stress of all this. And it has triggered headlines across the country and a lot of people questioning whether the First Amendment was violated here. Gabe?
It's just so tragic, that 98-year-old woman dying. And really quickly, Stephanie, this raises a lot of questions, but quickly, could the police department face any legal action here?
Well, it would be a question of whether or not a law was broken here, a federal law was broken, and we don't know at this point. We still don't have the affidavit for that search warrant, which was really the key document here, Gabe.
Stephanie Goss, thank you.
All right, take a look at this chaotic scene at a Los Angeles mall. Dozens of people raiding a department store in what police are calling a coordinated smash and grab operation. Police say the thieves got away with nearly $100,000 worth of merchandise. NBC News reporter Maya Eaglin is here with more on all of this. Maya, break this down for us. What happened?
Hi, Ellison. Los Angeles police say they got a call around 4 p.m. on Saturday reporting multiple shoplifters at a Nordstrom. Officials say between 30 and 50 people plan to shoplift from this store at the same time, and some of the thieves armed themselves with bear spray to neutralize 2 security guards at the mall. Video circulating on social media shows the escape. You can see glass shattered on the ground and people leaving with bags and clothes. Take a listen to what one LA official told us about the incident.
There's no doubt that this is organized. Some of it involves gang members. Some of it involves people that are what you would identify as professional retail thieves. For those individuals that were involved in this, where bear spray was discharged against the security staff, you're going to find an elevated prosecution.
The LAPD says upwards of $100,000 worth of luxury items were taken from the store. And while these crimes have been popping up around the country over the last year, LA specifically has seen a spike. There have been 4 similar robberies in the past few weeks there, including one at an Yves Saint Laurent store that lost about $300,000 worth of merchandise, according to our NBC station in Los Angeles. We spoke to one expert who wrote a book on organized crime and asked why we're seeing this increase in crimes like this now.
It's the threshold for these cities to prosecute for grand larceny. The threshold has increased for all of these cities, and then we have bail reform.
So far, there have been no charges in this mass shoplifting event at the Nordstrom in LA, but we'll be keeping an eye on this as it develops. Allison?
All right, Maya Eklund, thank you.
4 divers are alive and safe after vanishing over the weekend. They were rescued by the Coast Guard and the Navy. All 4 were found about 46 miles southeast of the Cape Fear River in North Carolina. NBC's Sam Brock is following this story. So, Sam, what did it take to find these divers and get them to safety?
Yeah, Gabe, hours and a lot of good luck. As you said, 46 miles off the coast of North Carolina. That's not a hop, skip, and a jump. That's about a 2-hour ride for the U.S. Coast Guard to get out there. The video that you're looking at right now is infrared because it's from overnight. These divers, Gabe, were rescued at about 12:45 a.m. There just happened to be a naval warship nearby, which is what you just saw on your screen. And right there, that small little dot in the middle, that's the 4 divers. They were identified by the Coast Guard after midnight. When that happened, the Coast Guard saw the divers' lights. They dropped down first flares and then also a life raft for them to get on top of. And there you see a boat dispatched by the Navy to come and rescue them. Gabe, those were 4 ordinary divers. One of them, Ben Wiggins, 64 years old, is an experienced Navy diver, but they went out with friends. And this was a routine recreational trip. You see the family's reaction there after the fact, embracing on dry land, basically this morning, right? Because this all happened overnight, as they're suddenly realizing, their loved ones anyway, that they're going to get their brothers and husbands back after what they thought could have been a mission impossible. Really a remarkable sort of confluence of events to lead authorities in the middle of the ocean to these 4 divers.
Sam, just looking at that video, it's just incredible to see them rescued, to see their emotional reunion with family members there when they came on shore. What more do we know about their conditions? How are they doing at this point?
From what I'm told, they're good. Ben Wiggins is actually one of the survivors, one of the divers we're going to talk to here in just a little bit. According to his wife, he's very sunburnt, and she's trying to make sure he stays off of his feet and just relaxes, but that everyone is okay. And apparently he was the one guiding the less experienced divers, because there was a 16-year-old in the group, a 26-year-old in the group, guiding them and telling them to just really hold out hope that things are going to be okay, to pray, and keeping their temperatures, at least emotionally, on point. And he was successful. And somehow in the middle of the night, the rescue guards, the U.S. Coast Guard, rescuers from the Navy, get there on time, and they save these 4 divers.
Just incredible survival story. Sam Brock, thank you so much. And you can catch more of Sam's reporting tonight on NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Coming up, at least 3 people are dead after a family lunch. Why the chef behind the meal says she is not to blame. You're watching NBC News Daily.
And we're also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues after this.
people really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, I know, right?
There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private Banner delivering it.
All right, it just fit too.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Illinois State Police are investigating how a 3-year-old child died on a bus full of asylum seekers. The bus was heading to Chicago from the Texas border city of Brownsville Thursday. Illinois officials say the child died in the southern part of the state. And joining me now is NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley. She's following the story. So, Julia, what more are we learning about this child's death?
Gabe, I just got off the phone with a Texas state official who said that this child started showing symptoms on the way to Chicago after this child became one of more than 30,000 migrants that Texas Governor Greg Abbott has sent out of the state to cities like Chicago since his plan to start getting migrants out to other cities started. They understand the child started exhibiting symptoms like a fever and diarrhea and became unconscious. They then alerted medical personnel, called 911. Emergency medical aid was rendered there as the bus crossed into the southern part of the state of Illinois. But by the time the child got to the hospital, there in the hospital, the child did die. Texas is pointing out the child did not actually die on the bus, but clearly that's where these symptoms started. They're also pointing out that most migrants, in fact, all migrants in this case, were screened by Customs and Border Protection for any medical abnormalities or temperatures were taken before they got on the bus, and that the other people who rode on this bus had their vitals checked to show that it wasn't something that caused an illness to outbreak or perhaps a condition like overheating that spread throughout this bus to these migrants. But it's been an opportunity for Democratic lawmakers to call for an investigation and for advocates to say these are squalid conditions these migrants are put in, and they're often misled into thinking they'll have better opportunities when they get to cities like Chicago, Gabe, and they're calling for an investigation. In fact, we already know that Illinois State Police are looking into the cause of death, but Texas saying we won't know the answers until an autopsy is performed.
You know, Julia, you and I have both been to the border so many times, and this really highlights the challenges, you know, in having to administer health care to some of these migrants, especially children. So you mentioned that a little bit, or you touched on the response from Texas Governor Greg Abbott's office, but what is the state of Texas saying here?
Yeah, you know, Gabe, these are such vulnerable populations, particularly the children, and the enormous amount of traveling they've had to do, what they've been through, oftentimes subjected to violence on their way to the United States. We don't know particularly what happened in this case, but we do know the state of Texas is saying, they say every death is a tragedy. They point out the fact that they reached out for 911 care, and they called 911 to reach out for emergency medical care. But at this point, they're not saying what the cause of death might have been. But certainly this puts into a larger perspective what's happening over and over again as cities like Chicago and New York say that they are now taking in too many migrants and they're traveling too far in bad conditions after they've been here. It puts that policy in a harsh spotlight, Gabe.
Julia Ainsley with the latest reporting on what many are calling a humanitarian crisis at the southern border and really across the country. Julia Ainsley, thank you.
Yeah, we are learning new details about a mysterious case out of Australia where a family lunch turned deadly. Officials say the meal may have contained poisonous mushrooms. It ultimately killed 3 people, they believe. Now, the woman who cooked them is under investigation. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter reports from Australia.
Of one of Australia's most baffling police probes.
New questions swirling about the deadly mushroom mystery. The bizarre tragedy now grabbing global headlines. Was it accidental, a fatal foray into foraging that killed 3 members of the same family? Or was it murder, death by fungus? Back on July 29th, police say Erin Patterson hosted her former in-laws for lunch. Then, within a week, authorities say 3 were dead, 1 still fighting for his life in the hospital, and the national rumor mill in full swing.
I didn't do anything. I love them. And I'm devastated that they're gone.
The Australian Broadcasting Corporation reports that a statement from Erin's lawyers to police says she served beef Wellington with mushrooms that day.
I just can't fathom what has happened. I'm so sorry. that they have lost their lives.
How are you?
I just can't believe it.
In the same statement, she also says she threw out the food dehydrator after speculation started to grow. Police say the cause of death is consistent with eating death cap mushrooms, a highly toxic fungus found near oak trees. Her former in-laws, Gail and Don Patterson, and Gail's sister Heather have died. Heather's husband, Ian Wilkinson, is in critical condition. According to police, Erin and her 2 children didn't fall ill, and detectives confirming that Erin's a suspect.
She cooked those meals for us, for those people that were present. Now, again, she hasn't presented with any symptoms, but we have to keep an open mind in relation to this, that it could be very innocent, but again, we just don't know at this point.
And this morning, Victoria Police telling NBC News the deaths are still being treated as unexplained, and so the mystery continues.
Now, no charges have been filed, and investigators are really reminding everyone, the press included, that there is an active investigation ongoing. They wouldn't comment to NBC News on their methods, on who they were speaking to, on if any warrants had been issued. They also want to remind everyone that community members are mourning these deaths, that right now Erin Patterson is a free woman. One of the big questions, though, is why didn't she get sick? I'll send it back to you.
Molly Hunter, thank you. Stay with us. There is more news ahead.
Yeah, but first, time for today's Daily Snapshot. A big celebration is underway in Singapore where Lele, the panda, is celebrating a birthday. Lele was the first giant panda ever born in the country, so naturally he was lavished with presents befitting a panda of that stature.
He's trying to open it with his little teeth.
Oh my, just
so
adorable.
Cute.
You're watching NBC News Daily. Stay with us.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. It's good to see you.
So much work to be done here still.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Welcome back. When it comes to dating, looking for love on the apps like Bumble or Hinge can be a bit tricky sometimes.
Yeah, it's a minefield out there, but there's one digital icebreaker you might want to know about. It's being used more and more by Gen Z. NBC's Maya Eaglin joins us now on set with more. Okay, so Maya, you spoke to some of our viewers on Stay Tuned Now, Snapchat. Yes. Oh. Also an iteration of Stay Tuned Now later, right. But on Snapchat where you have a lot of people in this generation, right? What did they tell you?
So they told me that they're using memes to find love, to find compatibility. And it's, you know, those our favorite photos we like to see, those little gifts that everyone sends, not just for a laugh, could be for compatibility. So let's take a look. There's a new trend on dating apps, and it involves some of the most popular memes. A recent study out by Hinge says sending memes is the #1 way to flirt on the app. 74% of users do it. So we asked our Stay Tuned audience on Snapchat what they thought.
What's going on, Stay Tuned? My name is Ryan. I'm here to share a success story for a meme exchange. Really, it was just me that was exchanging them because she was not communicative. She never responded until finally, coincidentally, we met up on a film set that I was working on. Eventually, she's like, oh, I thought you looked familiar because I was like sending all these gifts. Like, was that you? Anyway, kind of a fun story, but we're in love. We've been dating for 1.5 years, and the rest is history.
As someone who secured a boyfriend via sending memes back and forth, and we are still together 8 years now, so that was a long time ago, but it works, especially if they're Rihanna. Right, babe?
But it's not just about sending these funny photos and gifts. 60% of Hinge daters say it's important to get a feel for someone's meme humor before agreeing to go on a date. And 44% say they're more interested in someone after receiving a funny meme. And here's where things get interesting. Gen Z daters are 48% more likely than millennials to use memes to see if someone is a good match or not before going on a first date.
For my boyfriend and I, memes is like the primary form of communication, and I do it with my siblings and my parents too. It's just humor, jokes in a different format.
Just take it from Hinge's director of relationship science, who said, quote, "Our digital sense of humor has become a key part of our identity. There's a sense of, if you don't get my memes, you don't get me." Memes now not only helping people share a laugh, but maybe find a little love too.
I mean, I kind of see the value.
If you don't get my memes, you just don't get me,
It's
right?
really simple.
Yeah.
So Maya, with like emojis, you know, there's always the risk of things having different meanings and different meanings for different generations.
Yes.
Are there any memes, like in the emoji world, any equivalents that are like, do not send that, that doesn't mean what you think it means?
Yes, I think it depends on each person, but I think it's important to be authentic. You don't want to send the generic memes that will just give you like the no personality vibe. You know, you want to be authentic and just show your personality. Don't overthink it too much, but yes, you can offend people. So you got to be careful.
So just do it and see what happens.
Do it. Let's see what happens.
Personalize your meme.
Yes,
That's what I
exactly.
go
That's
with.
your meme. Okay, let's take a look at some of the other stories trending right now. Maya, you stay with us because we want you to weigh in on these.
Okay. Well, Buffalo Bills safety DeMar Hamlin had a triumphant return to the field Saturday. The NFL preseason game was Hamlin's first since he suffered from cardiac arrest on the field back in January. Hamlin led the Buffalo Bills to a 23-19 victory over the Indianapolis Colts.
That one was just so amazing, right? Like, talk about just inspiring, feel good.
In only January, he had that awful injury that, you know, we all thought, you know, the worst could happen. Now he's back. You know, it just really is incredible to see this.
We're all Team DeMar. Okay, so the Jonas Brothers, are you a fan?
Fan.
Okay, good. So they're kicking off their world tour. Do you know?
That's right. And there's a fourth Jonas brother, another Jonas brother, Jacob Soboroff.
Yeah,
from what I
Jacob
hear.
Soboroff is actually a bass player for the band now.
That's right,
He made his appearance recently.
That's right. He got behind the scenes tour.
Yeah, it was
But yes.
amazing. All on the Today Show. If you missed it, Google it. But he might be a special guest moving forward. But we do know the core group of the Jonas Brothers. They're going to tour 20 countries with a 67-song set list that spans 5 of their albums. Pretty crazy. Started this weekend in Yankee Stadium.
Just really amazing.
Good for them.
I didn't get a chance to catch it, but, you know, they were actually offered the chance to play there earlier in their career. They actually turned it down because they didn't think that they could fill the stadium. It's incredible.
Jonas Brother is good, but you know what's even better? Exciting news about this man right
Oh, my
here,
goodness.
Gabe Gutierrez. NBC News just announced Gabe Gutierrez is taking on the role of senior White House correspondent at an incredibly important time as we ramp up toward the 2024 election. No one better. We are so excited for you
I
and
really
cannot wait.
appreciate it. Had no idea this was coming, but thank you all.
Congratulations.
Appreciate it.
Big news.
trust when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal?
What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
If it's Monday, the Maui wildfires are now the deadliest in modern U.S. history. Officials facing growing criticism about whether enough was done to warn residents as the disaster unfolded. I'll talk to Hawaii's governor about the road to recovery and whether his state was properly prepared. Plus, former President Trump lashes out at prosecutors, judges, and witnesses as a potential fourth indictment looms in Georgia, where charging decisions in a years-long election interference case could come at any time. And Democratic Congressman Dean Phillips urges President Biden not to run and for Democrats to wage a competitive primary for president amid new legal and political problems facing the White House. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Kristen Welker in Washington. We begin today with the heartbreaking scene on the Hawaiian island of Maui, where the death toll from last week's devastating wildfires is now 96, making it the deadliest wildfire in modern United States history. And sadly, officials expect that number to rise. As of this morning, only 3% of the affected area had been searched. Recovery efforts, including those in the historic town of Lahaina, have been hampered because local law enforcement can't safely enter the destroyed buildings. More personnel, including FEMA and the National Guard, as well as specialist teams, are now deployed to search through the burnt-out ruins and rubble for those still unaccounted for. FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell spoke at the White House briefing this afternoon.
As we have learned what the extent of this search and recovery mission is going to look like, we have sent more personnel as well as more cadaver dogs to come into the area. And they are working in conjunction with the Maui Fire Department and the Sheriff's Office to make sure that we are doing this in a very methodical way, but one that is also very respectful of the community, to make sure that we find everybody that is unaccounted for.
Hawaii's Governor Josh Green toured the scene this weekend. He described the total devastation he saw in a video message last night.
When I say destruction, having been at ground zero twice, there is very little left there. Now, what does that mean? That means that over 2,700 structures were destroyed in Lahaina, and an estimated value of $5.6 billion has gone away. But mostly there are people are suffering.
I will talk to the governor about what he's seen and what his constituents need later this hour. And I'll also speak to him about why the state's warning sirens weren't activated. Meanwhile, some residents of Lahaina have been able to return in a limited capacity as they begin the long road toward rebuilding. Many residents remain in shelters, relying on community support and government for necessities. In the midst of the tragedy, we've also seen heartwarming scenes like this one, locals coming together to deliver crucial food and supplies to their neighbors by boat. I'm joined now by NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin, who is in Maui. So, Dana, what is the very latest on the ground there and the latest on the search and recovery efforts?
Kristen, we're seeing a lot of donations still being brought to shelters like this one behind me. As far as the recovery effort, as you mentioned, the FEMA administrator said this is going to take some time because although they are bringing in those extra cadaver dogs, they have a strict work and rest kind of regimen because these dogs have to make sure that they are safe. And also there's some concerns about the structures of the building. Some of them are partially standing, so they've got to bring in some engineers to make sure they are safe for the dogs and the search and rescue teams to go in. This is likely going to take weeks, if not months, to get through. It is unclear how many bodies will likely be found, but it is estimated to be in the hundreds. Kristen?
It is just devastating to think of the scope of the loss there. Dana, you're talking to community members there. What are they saying to you about what they need most urgently right now? We know that there are a lot of agencies there helping with food and resources. But what's the most urgent need?
I would say the most urgent need right now is housing. They are moving a lot of the evacuees into hotel rooms today. There's about 500 that have been reserved for them. But those hotel rooms are only going to be available for 30 days. So the big need right now is permanent housing, because it's not like, they were displaced because of a fire and they get to return home. They have lost everything, and you're talking about 2,700 buildings, most of those homes. So you've got hundreds, if not thousands, of people who are going to need a place to live. The governor has even appealed for people across Hawaii to open up their homes to those residents. I've also spoken to people who have been very frustrated, some even at local tourists, because they say that they've seen people in the water snorkeling and swimming as bodies were still being pulled out of the water. And we actually heard from a company here, Maui Snorkeling. They actually issued an apology because on the morning of the 11th, they did take a tour out to go snorkel. And they said that was because they wanted to use 100% of the proceeds from that trip to go to the Maui Food Bank. But they realized that it caused so much distress because, as the FEMA administrator mentioned, this is about also preserving the sanctity of these bodies and showing respect to these bodies. And that is a really big thing here on Maui. It is a very important thing to the people here to make sure that respect is first and foremost given. That snorkeling company has since suspended its operations until further notice. Kristen?
Well, it underscores just how much pain and suffering there is there. Dana Griffin, thank you for being on the ground there for us. We really appreciate it. And again, I will speak with Hawaii's Governor Josh Green later this hour. We want to turn now to Georgia, where developments today suggest former President Trump could face a fourth indictment at any minute. The pace has picked up inside the Fulton County Courthouse, where District Attorney Fani Willis appears to be presenting her case on election interference to a grand jury. That's happening as we speak. At least half of the 10 witnesses expected to take the stand have testified, according to sources speaking to our reporting team on the ground. Journalist George Chitty, who was supposed to testify tomorrow, confirmed that he was asked to come in today instead. And former Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan's testimony was also moved up to today. That's according to the Atlanta Journal-Constitution newspaper. 2 additional witnesses in the case were also spotted at the courthouse earlier today. Now, it comes as the former president is lashing out at the DA's office and publicly urging the former lieutenant governor not to testify, raising questions about potential witness tampering. This weekend, while campaigning in Iowa, Mr. Trump remained defiant as my colleague Von Hilliard asked him about the case.
Is there any chance you take a plea deal in Georgia?
We did nothing wrong. We don't ever take a plea deal. Yes, sir. We don't take plea deals. It's a wise guy question.
Are you going to change
Mr. Wise Guy. We don't take plea deals because I did nothing wrong. It's called election interference.
Well, the former president this weekend also lashed out at Judge Tanya Chutkin, who's presiding over his election interference case in Washington, even after being warned by the judge not to take any actions that could compromise the integrity of the proceeding. On social media, the former president reposted a picture of the judge while also posting, quote, "She obviously wants me behind bars, very biased, very unfair." For more now, I'm joined by NBC's Garrett Hake in Atlanta, and also with me is Carol Lamb, former U.S. attorney and current NBC News legal analyst. So, Garrett, let me start with you there on the ground in Georgia. The urgency of this, do you have a sense of the timing of when we might get a decision and a vote on whether they will indict?
Well, Kristen, the first 3 Trump indictments all happened later than we thought they would. This one seems like it's on track to possibly happen sooner. You mentioned George Chitty, the journalist who is supposed to testify tomorrow. We just watched him walk up the courthouse steps behind me to go in and begin his testimony a few minutes ago. Furthermore, the judge who's presiding over this case just told reporters in his courtroom that we should basically make some early dinner plans and stick around, that it doesn't seem as though this courthouse will be closing up at 5 today. And every indication, and it's just tea leaf reading at this point, is that this grand jury does intend to kind of keep working much later than they would otherwise. So we do seem to be barreling towards a conclusion of some kind. Whether that comes in the form of an indictment today, tomorrow, or not at all, it's still too early to say.
Whenever you get the stick around for dinner, that is undoubtedly one of the strongest tea leaves you can read, Garrett. There's no doubt about that. Garrett, talk to me about this confusion earlier regarding the court docket in Fulton County. This is potentially significant. I'm going to ask Carol Lim about it, too, but explain what happened here.
Yeah, this was a confusing moment that turned more than a few reporters' hair gray today when Reuters, the wire service, briefly posted something that they said was from the docket here in this case, suggesting that Donald Trump had been indicted on several counts, even posting a picture of what looked for all the world like a docket that you would see in a courthouse like this one. But just as quickly as it was posted, the story was changed to say that it appeared that perhaps this indictment was coming. That document, which Reuters said it has been posted on the Fulton County website, was removed, leaving all the rest of us to wonder whether it was some kind of misfire from the courthouse, a reportorial mistake, or just, perhaps something that got out earlier than it should have. We simply don't know the answer to that question, but it was a tantalizing look ahead, perhaps, at what might be coming down the pike. But, Kristen, we really don't know. It's the challenge with a secret process like a grand jury. Unless and until they hand up an indictment, we're left to guess and grasp at little pieces of information like that, just available for a fleeting moment, but captured by some eagle-eyed reporters at Reuters, it appears.
Well, you broke it down so well, Garrett. And Carol, I have to go to you on this point. I mean, Garrett makes the point, look, we don't know what happened here, why there was this apparent confusion, but could the former president's legal team seize on this and ask for a mistrial or try to use this to slow the legal proceedings? What do you make of that?
Kristen, I think that would be very unusual. I doubt that that would happen. It appears that if something was posted, it was posted in error by the court system. These things happen. And because no jury has been sworn yet and seated, there's really nothing, there's no relief to be asked for. This is still in the investigatory stage officially. The grand jury, as far as we know, has not returned an indictment. And so there's nothing to really complain about on the defense team's part. So I wouldn't expect to see that happen. It is interesting that something did get posted and they may have had something from the prosecutors in advance just to make sure they had something. This might be what the prosecutors expect to happen. But until the grand jury actually votes, we really don't know. They may not know. They may change their minds about certain counts in the indictment at the last minute. So there's a lot of uncertainty that attends to this sort of wrapping up of a grand jury proceeding. And it's not surprising to see some uncertainty at this point.
I want to ask you about the other piece of Garrett's reporting, something that is concrete, which is that former President Trump has been lashing out at Judge Chutkan online. What are the potential implications of that, given the warning that he got from Judge Chutkan?
Well, he is testing the limits. There's no question about that. Judge Chutkan has been proceeding in a very measured manner, which she has to. It's her responsibility to ensure the safety of everyone involved in these judicial proceedings, and she will do that. But she also has to do that in a very measured and very deliberate fashion. You can't just bang the gavel and say, I find you in contempt and you're going to jail. When you're a judge, you're actually cautioned that if you're ever going to use your contempt powers, it has to be in conformance with a lot of due process. So her job is to be fair but tough and ensure that the defendant has a lot of warning about what behaviors will or will not result in a finding of contempt. And there's, I think, still some distance to go, unless he says something that actually would make a reasonable person say, you know what, he's really inviting some sort of act of violence or some sort of intimidation against a witness or a court member. He may have a little runway left, but it's not going to last forever. She will take steps if she has to enforce her powers.
Speaking of which, Neil Katyal tweeted that Judge Chutkan may respond, quote, "It would not surprise me if Judge Chutkan called a hearing with Trump's presence, given his new remarks." Do you agree with that assessment, or do you think, as you say, there's more time before she takes any action whatsoever?
Well, I wouldn't disagree with Neil. I think different people might approach this differently. She may say, you know what, he's going to call me biased. He's going to lash out at the court system, but that is his First Amendment right, and he can say what he wants about how he thinks this prosecution is unfair. Again, it has to approach the level of endangering somebody's life because he seems to be inciting some kind of violence, or really saying something that may intimidate a witness or a potential juror or somebody on the court or a member of the opposite party. It's a judgment call here, and I think she's going to be careful. On the other hand, the former president has to be aware that whatever Judge Chutkan does, if she does take measures, and even if he decides to appeal it or take a writ of mandate or something up to a higher court, her actions are going to be judged by other judges, and other judges care a lot about keeping control of their courtrooms. So I think that you can see the way she's been proceeding. It's been very measured, and I think if she continues on that road, she will be upheld if she decides to take stronger measures.
Garrett, let me go back to you. Take us inside Trump world. I know you spend a lot of time talking to your sources there. How are they bracing for this potential fourth indictment? And you also have some new reporting on his thinking about the first debate.
Yeah, that's right, Kristen. So they're in a little bit of a holding pattern right now, like the rest of us. They don't know exactly when this indictment will come down, when he might be arraigned, or how they would schedule around that. And they're left waiting, just as we are, to try to plan a campaign around that. Remember, there is that first debate scheduled for next week, which I was able to report out today. Donald Trump still has not decided whether he's going to attend. His whole senior campaign staff is telling him, don't do it. You don't need to show up. It's not in your best interest. But he's tempted by it, and he's been bouncing ideas off people who he's been talking to about the prospect of going, perhaps deciding, and more or less the last minute to make a splashy entrance. Meantime, his campaign is raising money off the expectation game and the question of will he or won't he. But for now, they're in the same boat we are. The former president hosted a golf tournament at his club in New Jersey this weekend, which he apparently very much enjoyed and was very active at. But right now, there's nothing on his political calendar but to wait, basically, through this next week and see what happens.
Fascinating stuff. And of course, he has that double-digit lead over Ron DeSantis, his nearest rival. That will undoubtedly factor into his ultimate decision about whether to attend. Great conversation. Garrett Hake, Carol Lamb, thank you both so much. And coming up, we'll talk about that. Candidates, caucus goers, and butter cows. We'll have key takeaways from the all-important Iowa State Fair, where Donald Trump skipped some of the main events, but still stole the spotlight. That's next. And as I mentioned, my one-on-one interview with the governor of Hawaii is ahead as questions swirl around the wildfire response, including why a statewide emergency alert system was silent. You're watching Meet the Press now. Stay with us.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the big conditions
Allegations of Russian war content.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Top Republican presidential candidates converged at the Iowa State Fair this weekend to make their pitch to potential caucus goers while sampling the fried food and flipping a few pork chops. But despite the carnival atmosphere, the stakes in Iowa could not be higher. If former President Trump wins the caucuses, it's hard to see how any other candidate gets enough momentum to keep him from the nomination, even as will likely be in the midst of multiple criminal trials. Mr. Trump's Republican rivals tried to both directly and indirectly contrast themselves with him this weekend at the fair. Here's Nikki Haley with my NBC colleague, Ali Vitale.
He's going to spend a lot of time in courts and with judges and with lawyers, and we'll let him do that. But we have a country to save, and I'm focused on talking about the issues that really matter to Americans.
NBC's Ali Vitale joins me now from Des Moines, Iowa. Ali, thank you, and great interview. Give me big picture. What are you hearing from Republicans who you're talking to at the fair this weekend? Are a lot of the winds blowing toward former President Trump?
Well, yeah, if you look at the polls, Kristen, but you know as well as I do that the Iowa State Fair the year before the caucus is really one of the big kickoff moments of the presidential primary calendar. It's why we saw so many presidential contenders, including the former president, come here and flock to the fair, most of them on Saturday, but certainly over the course of the last few days and into tomorrow, you'll see most of the field having made an appearance here. But Trump really is the man to watch continuously, not just in the polls, but also in terms of the attention that he was able to leverage on the ground. He really was the person who was setting the tone, both in the events that he had, but then also the ways in which he was trying to troll his chief rival, Ron DeSantis, bringing lawmakers from the Florida delegation who have endorsed Trump, not their sitting governor, also flying a plane overhead that said, "Be likable, Ron," and Ron was in the font of Jeb Bush's 2016 campaign, complete with that exclamation point at the end. It's clear that he was trying to get a rise out of Ron DeSantis, who really is trying to get his feet back under him and gain some traction here in this important state after stumbles and shakeups within his own campaign. But I think the indictments are the right thing to focus on, Kristen. Certainly that's where we're looking and where the rest of the calendar is going to be looking for the former president. But for voters that I talked to, there are some who are squarely behind him and some who wish, in light of the indictments and everything else, that the party could just move past them. Here are some of those conversations. Watch.
There's some stuff that he was doing that I think was going in the right direction, but because of who he is, I think if another candidate would have done it, it would have succeeded.
Does Trump have any share of that blame for the 6th?
Oh, he was president. Yeah, absolutely. The buck stops there.
Or you'd still vote for him again?
For Trump? Yeah, absolutely. He was a good president. Unfortunately, a lot of people are living paycheck to paycheck right now, and it's getting worse. And it was times were a little bit better back then.
Look, that last voter, Kristen, was so striking to me because even in the course of our conversation, you see him say that Trump had a part to play in January 6th. And then in the next breath, I make sure to say, are you still going to vote for him? And he says, yeah, he was a good president. I think that's the dynamic that we're watching play out on the ground and in the polls.
Just fascinating interviews all around, Ali. Let me ask you quickly before I let you go. There were, of course, a couple of fringe candidates there, challengers to President Joe Biden. And you talked to one of them. Yeah. You talked to anti-vaccine candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. What did you hear from him?
Yeah, look, a controversial candidate, a long shot for the presidency on the Democratic side, but certainly still running. And one of the key issues that we've seen time and time again since the Dobbs decision last year in the Supreme Court was the ways that abortion is kind of in real time reshaping the presidential map and reshaping politics, clearly a key motivator for voters. And look, in D.C., you and I have watched from our respective beats at the White House and in Congress the ways that Democrats have sought to enshrine abortion protections at the federal level. They have not been able to do it, but one of the big pushes has been around enshrining the protections that were previously provided by the Roe versus Wade precedent into the federal law. That's not something they've been able to do, but I asked Kennedy if that's something he would do if elected. Instead, he said to me that he thinks that abortion should be protected up to 3 months into a pregnancy. He then later said that he thought that it should be up until the point of viability. Those are two different things, of course. Viability is at 24 weeks. I asked him if he would pass an abortion ban or a cap at 15 weeks. He said yes. At 21 weeks, he said yes. Hours later, he backtracked, but certainly that position put him out of step with the rest of the Democratic primary.
Just fascinating. Clearly still working through his answers on what is going to be a critical issue for every single candidate. Ali Vitale, great work. As always, thank you so much. With me on set now is Amy Walter, publisher and editor-in-chief of the Cook Political Report. Amy, great to see you, as always.
Great to be here.
So let's talk about Iowa and the importance of Iowa. I mean, we talk about the importance of Iowa every election cycle, but in this case, it really could be game over.
Yeah,
Trump
I think you
runs away
set it up really well in your opening, where this really is the place where Trump either basically can wrap up the nomination if he easily dispatches with his opponents, and most specifically Ron DeSantis, who in the most recent polling he's ahead by somewhere 15, 20 points. Even if Trump were to lose Iowa, remember he came up short in 2016, he has a very different campaign than he did even in 2016. This is a campaign that's made up of actual professionals, people who have been doing the groundwork on some of the delegate rules, doing the dotting the I's and crossing the T's that you know very well, the team that was with him in 2016. Not really that focused on doing those sorts of things. So even if you get some momentum as the alternative to Trump after Iowa, the Trump campaign is very clearly prepared for what comes next, what the delegate strategy is going to be next, and also working with those states and those delegates to ensure that they get the best possible rules for their candidate.
It was this fascinating strategy, Amy, that he brought Florida officials with him to kind of this show of support, to thumb in the nose of Ron DeSantis. Ron DeSantis' whole goal is to reboot his campaign, to turn his campaign around. Do you think he gained any ground this weekend?
I don't know. I mean, I heard from some folks who were there said, you know, when you talk to people on the ground, it's a different perspective than folks here in Washington. Of course, it's always like that. And I spent some time talking with Sarah Longwell. She runs something called the Focus Group podcast. She talks to lots and lots and lots of Republican voters. She pointed out that voters who've soured on Republican voters specifically who've soured on DeSantis, it's not because of him necessarily as a person or a candidate. It's just that he's not connecting with them. I think that the biggest challenge for him to reboot his campaign is that the message he should have been campaigning on from the very beginning, I'm the electable alternative, now doesn't sound as pleasing to voters' ears when he's just simply, he doesn't look as successful as he once did, right? He's dropping in the polls in the Republican primary, and he's not any more popular in many of these states than Donald Trump is among all voters.
And the staff shakeups, Amy, feed this narrative that we've seen this before, that we've seen this with a fledgling campaign before. Are there any candidates who you have your eye on in terms of who may be gaining ground here? I mean, I hear Senator Scott's name mentioned quite a bit. Obviously, a lot of eyes on Nikki Haley as well.
Nikki Haley and Vivek Ramaswamy. Also, he comes up a lot. When I talk to folks who are doing focus groups, his name comes up a lot, in part because he's just so different from the other candidates. He does not cut a traditional political profile. Tim Scott is the one most people are keeping their eyes on, in part because he has the operation and the money going forward. But in terms of who's making that direct contrast with Trump, DeSantis clearly upping his game there.
Very quickly, you heard Ali say that RFK is trying to work out his answer on abortion in real time. Is this because he hasn't quite sorted through it, or is it because he's appealing to a Republican electorate?
Yeah, or that he just simply this is just not his place that he wants to be spending a whole lot of time. But it definitely builds into the point you just made, which many Democrats have, which is that he is just simply a plant here, put forward by allies of Donald Trump to kind of mess with Joe Biden. But remember, if you look at the polling, it's not really helping him in a Democratic primary to be affiliated either with that position or with allies of Donald Trump.
All right. Fascinating as always.
Thank you. Great to see you.
Amy Walter, great to see you. Thank you. And up next, turn the page. A House Democrat makes his case for a primary challenge against President Biden amid the new legal peril facing his son, Hunter. You're watching Meet the Press now.
So good to be back.
Every morning, let's make your to-do list.
Everything you need to know before you head out the door.
Your today list.
Get the entire family organized.
Healthy back-to-school yumminess.
Every day needs today.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, and
I'm a representative, and I'm representing what I believe to be the majority of the country that wants to turn the page. Tired of the meanness and the fear-mongering of Donald Trump. Would like to see Joe Biden, a wonderful and remarkable man, pass the torch, cement this extraordinary legacy.
Welcome back. That was Minnesota Democratic Congressman Dean Phillips with Chuck making the case for a legitimate primary challenge to President Biden. It comes as the president's reelection campaign now has to contend with a newly announced special counsel overseeing the investigation into Mr. Biden's son, Hunter, all but assuring more uncomfortable questions facing the White House heading into 2024. Additionally, a recent New York Times Siena poll has 50% of Democratic primary voters saying the party should nominate someone other than President Biden in 24. Joining me now on set is Dan Merrick, a national political reporter at The Messenger, Democratic strategist and NBC News political analyst Juanita Tolliver, and Stephen Hayes, editor and CEO of The Dispatch and also an NBC News political analyst. Thanks to all of you for being here. Dan, welcome to the panel.
Thank you.
Let me start with you. What do you make of these comments by Dean Phillips? Do you think he's going to encourage someone else to get in?
I mean, your polling shows he's saying something that a lot of Democratic voters think. The problem is this is the analogy I'm going to make, he is a relay runner running the first leg of the relay, hoping to hand the baton to somebody else. and nobody is there, so he's just kind of running in circles. Like,
Great analogy.
The people who he would be handing the baton to, the Newsoms of the world, the Whitmers, the Pete Buttigiegs, either work for Joe Biden or are on his advisory board and basically are helping out his campaign as much as they can. So there's not a lot of appetite from the actual people who could challenge Joe Biden to do so. And part of that is because Joe Biden has proven that he can beat Donald Trump. And I think more than anything, Democrats want to defeat Donald Trump. And if they were betting right now, they would say Donald Trump was going to be the nominee. So why risk it with somebody who may be unproven?
Juanita, pick up on that analogy, because I think it really sets the scene nicely, which is that he's trying to pass the baton. You have Senator Manchin, who's kind of
different scenario, yeah.
Third party should he get in a third party run? And then, but there's not really that Democrat standing in the wings, waiting to catch the baton. And yet the polling's not good, 39%. Approval rating for the president, with half of the voters saying they don't think he should run again in 2024.
Well, I'm thinking also about that initial poll you mentioned. It said someone, didn't name anyone, didn't have anything explicit there to offer. So without that cream filling, there is no one to pass the baton to. And so I keep thinking about all the people that you named who are linked to the president in his reelection campaign, and he was very strategic in that. He said, let me get you on my side. Let me get you committed for 2024. You can do what you want in 28, but this next cycle, let's understand the stakes here, and let's understand the evidence of I can beat Trump. I've beaten him before. I do have a strong legislative agenda, and I can go and do that again.
Stephen, you have this Hunter Biden news that now there is a special counsel investigating Hunter Biden. So by all accounts, there's a good chance this could go to trial right in the middle of this reelection campaign. Obviously, a political cloud for the president. Do Republicans run the risk of over-indexing on Hunter Biden as an issue, though?
I mean, they're definitely doing that.
I would say they already have, right?
You think they're already doing
look,
that?
I mean, look, we face this challenge as reporters, right? I mean, usually you get a couple sources, get 3 sources, you can trust it, you can run with the story. I don't feel like we can send our reporters to Capitol Hill and take what we're getting from some of these Republicans as the truth, as something that we can run with, because in some cases we've seen they'll go out and represent a transcribed interview, and 3 hours later we'll get the transcribed interview and it bears no resemblance. Having said all that, these were conversations about Joe Biden and his viability that were taking place before the midterms. The midterms gave him a bump, but those were questions about age. Those questions haven't gone anywhere. And I think there are real serious questions about what happened with this plea deal and Hunter Biden that are going to continue to dog Joe Biden, because we don't have answers to so many of these questions. We know that Hunter Biden was involved in shady activity up and down and for years. We don't know how much it involves Joe Biden, if at all, but people will want to know, and those are real questions to be asking, even if Republicans are overplaying their hand.
Dan, take us inside the president's world and inner circle. How much concern is there? This was a plea deal. It seemed like this was all going to go away, and now they're in a whole new phase with the legal proceedings here. How concerned are they about this, and that the president's going to get asked about this over and over again?
Yeah, I think there's some concern that it will kind of gum up a message they might want to make about Donald Trump's own legal exposure. They're not making that now. Clearly, President Biden won't touch it with a 10-foot pole. But I think during a campaign, you'd have a different message from the president. You know, if Hunter Biden is in the middle of a trial, if there's a drip, drip, drip of news coming from his camp and the special counsel, that might complicate things. And there's some concerns from Democrats there. I think the frustration is they felt like this was gonna be over. They felt like Hunter,
close to
they felt like Hunter Biden was walking into that room. He was going to get whatever he got, and that was going to be mostly the end of it. Now that seems to be not only not the truth, it seems to be there is a high likelihood this is going to continue throughout the campaign.
Let me play a little bit more from Dean Phillips. He actually came up with some names for who he thinks could potentially be better candidates than Joe Biden. Let me play them. Get your reaction on the other side.
Who would you like to see in this race? I would like to see a moderate governor, hopefully from the heartland, from one of the 4 states that Democrats will need,
so
particularly.
Let's see, Gretchen Whitmer. You'd like to see her, or is it Tim Walz, your home state governor, Tony Evers? Help me out here.
You just said a few names I think would be great. Josh Shapiro. There are a number of people. J.B. Pritzker. Some people have asked me that I not use their names because of this institutional fear that it might impact you down the road.
Juanita, pick up on the institutional fear. Are those any of the names that are being floated in Democratic circles? And just to pick up on this point, I mean, Democrats thought they were at the finish line with the Hunter Biden issue.
Right. I think those are names that absolutely have prospects in the future, not right now. And I think even in focus groups that I've seen, Gretchen Whitmer's name has come up repeatedly because of the work she's done on the ground in Michigan, whether that's infrastructure or protecting access to abortion rights. She is a rising star. Again, she is fully in alignment with supporting President Biden in 2024, and I think she's only going to stay there for now.
We'll talk about closing ranks. We are only seeing former President Trump's support get solidified, even though he's facing a potential fourth indictment. Stephen, I mean, do you, having watched what happened in Iowa this weekend, have any sense that anyone can compete with him in the primary?
Yeah, this is the one that will be as unraveling for sure. No. You can't say that. No, I mean, of course not. Look, I think this sounds like it could be different in a couple different ways based on reporting that we've seen over the weekend with some of the details about the potential involvement of senior Trump campaign officials or senior people in Trump world in trying to get into the voting systems. I mean, this is serious. This is all serious. Remains to be seen how the Trump base will take this information and process it, or whether they believe it or not. But those are serious claims. If they bear out, if that's what we see in an indictment, you could have some elected Republicans raise some eyebrows.
Dan?
We were talking about this before. Donald Trump seems to have a hold on the Republican base that is almost unbreakable. I'm not sure whether I don't think it's a fourth time's a charm for Donald Trump. And it seems like maybe he has a very high floor, but very low ceiling in some cases. And that might be the determinative factor in the general election.
What I'm curious about, Dan, I've spoken to some Democrats who say, Trump is President Biden's best chance of winning. But I'm starting to hear that narrative shift a little bit right now. What are you hearing?
I actually think, to get back to the age point, I think it helps Joe Biden that Donald Trump is not exactly a young, vivacious governor and isn't challenging him on that age point. I mean, it's very difficult for Donald Trump to make that case. They're only about 4 years apart, something like that.
Very close.
I think maybe that's what you're seeing, is it has less to do with the indictments and more to do with it takes away a huge argument Republicans can make against the sitting president.
And that tracks with 2020. Remember, a lot of voters turned out to reject Trump, not necessarily because they were over the moon about Biden. And I think that's what we're going to see again in 2024. Biden is the one who is actually trying to protect our democracy, protect our basic rights, whereas we have Trump, who is facing multiple federal criminal indictments and multiple potentially state indictments.
Well, Trump says he only needs one more indictment to win, basically, the whole thing, Stephen. I mean, it seems like he's just increasingly emboldened, and yet you do have other candidates like Senator Scott, like Nikki Haley, gaining a little ground around the edges. Would it make a difference if they all started to sing from the same book and say a candidate who has this much legal baggage can't win a general election?
I mean, first, we have to say, I think some of that is bravado from Donald Trump. I mean, there's been credible reporting that he's actually very nervous about this in private. We should acknowledge that. Look, I don't know that I don't think that there's an obvious tipping point. If they all say the same thing, it's the end of Donald Trump. That said, you're not going to beat Donald Trump unless you drive a contrast. And being the subject of so many federal indictments, many of which I think are credible based on real information, it's sort of an obvious thing for a candidate to challenge him on. I think they'd be crazy not to.
All right, great conversation. Thank you all for being here on a Monday afternoon. Appreciate it, Dan, Juanita, and Stephen. And after the break, we will be joined live by the governor of Hawaii as his state deals with the aftermath of the deadliest wildfire in modern U.S. history. You're watching Meet the Press now. Please do stay with us.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. As we said at the beginning of the show, Maui is at the beginning of a long and expensive recovery. After devastating wildfires leveled hundreds of homes and businesses, nearly 100 people are confirmed dead, and first responders are searching for hundreds of people still unaccounted for. And now questions are mounting both about the government's response in the lead up to the fire and what comes next for those who have lost everything. Hawaii Governor Josh Green joins me now. Governor Green, my deepest condolences to you and your community. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, and thank you for your prayers. We need them, and we feel them from far away.
Well, we are sending them, and we appreciate your joining us in what is a really devastating time for you and your community. Can you tell us what the very latest is on the ground there in Hawaii, the very latest on the search and recovery efforts?
Yes, the world has activated, particularly our country. We have discovered 93 individuals who have lost their lives. We know that that number is going to increase significantly as the search and rescue operation proceeds. We've added adding additional right now, up to 20 dogs, which will help the discovery and search team sort through the rubble. I mean, it's a catastrophic loss. It's our largest natural disaster since statehood, which was in 1959. At that time, 61 people passed away. And it's incredible what we're seeing. It's definitely like a nuclear weapon went off on Lahaina. So what can I share with you? First of all, we have all the support in the world from the president. We thank him. Within 6 hours of my request, the president activated the presidential emergency declaration. So we have all the resources that we need. We have over 416 FEMA workers on the ground. We've had already opportunities to be with the head of FEMA, and we thank Deanne for coming. We have been with the Small Businesses Administration as well. We're beginning to rebuild already. Today we went live, actually last night we went soft live, and now we're fully live with Operation House Maui, which will give us up to 2,000 housing units or hotels available for all the people at no cost. Of course, FEMA is extremely generous, courtesy of the resources of the American people, to put our people back into housing from the shelters. So we're beginning to support and do all that we can for those who have survived this crisis. We know that the loss of life is so large that it will be felt forever by our people in Hawaii. This is where we are at the moment, but there are 3,000 structures likely destroyed, and we can share any detail you like. I have obviously leaned in every way.
Governor, it's our understanding that so far only 3% of the area has been searched. Do you have a sense of the exact number of how many people are still missing?
Yeah, just for clarification, so that 3% number was what they did yesterday on the ground structures. The outdoor site, which I shared pictures with you from this weekend, much of that was already scoured by our people in our recovery. That's the main street. That's where people were found tragically deceased in cars or in the ocean. So a significant swath of the territory, that kind of mile-long front street, had been assessed. So it's a little deceptive for us to just say 3% because we don't want to confuse people. That's just 3% of the housing and structures. Those will accelerate those percentages now. You probably see it over the course of maybe 6 to 8 days, where I believe they will be able to do the full search and rescue. Let me say this, though. This was essentially a fire hurricane at 1,000 degrees. It melted some people's granite counters. It incinerated metals. So we're heartsick to imagine what we won't be able to find as far as loss of human life. I'm a physician by training in the ER, and I always saw the tragedy up in person, but not like this. And so this will be harder to reconcile exactly how many we've lost. Over the course of a couple days to weeks, though, you're going to hear these numbers go up from the 90s. It will be scores more people that have passed.
And do you have a sense of how many are missing right now, Governor?
Well, those numbers change by the hour.
Okay.
As of earlier this morning, about 1,300 people hadn't communicated. A lot of people dropped everything they had. Their phones were incinerated. And we're now reconnecting people as we open up the road. But it's not going to be, God help us all, if this number of 96, it was 93 very early, then it was 96 just now. Yeah. If this number rises like that, that's not what we anticipate. Okay. But we don't want to guess at anything. Like I said, when a fire moves 60 miles per hour at that temperature through a town, it was very difficult for people to escape it.
Governor, I want to ask you about the emergency alert system that residents there say didn't deploy ahead of the wildfires. I know that there has been an investigation launched into specifically what happened there. What can you tell us? What information do you have at this point about what happened there, why those alarms didn't go off?
Sure. So, yes, I called for that investigation personally. In Hawaii, we appoint our attorney general, and so that's my responsibility to ask, in this case, Ann Lopez, our attorney general, to do this full review. What normally we use, historically, we use this alarm system for is we use it for hurricanes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions. In my 23 years in Hawaii, it hasn't historically been used for wildfires. I myself wrote out many wildfires on the Big Island, and the siren wasn't used. We communicated. In this case, what appears to have happened was that the infrastructure was destroyed at such a great pace that we couldn't have any communications up whatsoever. And when I say you're seeing the ferocity right now in the story of the fire, when it rolled through a fire truck, it essentially incinerated a fire truck. So you can imagine what it did to power lines, telecom lines, everything. So that was one of the problems. I will never make an excuse for not having a siren go off. I'm just trying to explain better that in an era where you've got these climate change storms that go at this pace, we may all across the globe have to assess, number one, how we're going to alert and warn our people because of the ferocity of storms. And two, are we actually going to get serious about our approach to weather and protection? We probably have to change everything unless the world wants to experience these kind of storms.
Let me follow up with you on that first point. I mean, was this a failure of preparedness in the sense that there needs to be a new system in place moving forward?
Well, there will be lots of change for sure. There will be change probably as the world sees what happened to one Hawaii community. Thank God it wasn't our whole island. Can you imagine if it was the entirety of Maui, where there are 140,000 people who live here? You could easily see a superstorm consume whole islands or whole cities on the mainland if we don't prepare. So there will have to be changes in our ways that we prepare for these fire hurricanes, of course. Was it a failure? Look, I have to leave that to the comprehensive review, because for me to say any one person or group of people failed would be just, it would be unfair for me to say that right now, because everyone did all that they could in that moment. One of the challenges, if I may, was that there were like 3 or 4 major fires all going at the same time. And this fire was believed to be extinguished earlier, and then the other fires started to rage. And even now, some of this fire is going. We're about 85% contained in Lahaina, 60% contained, although the fire has not been as vicious without the winds in Kula. But we are a small state far away from everything. We're the most isolated landmass on the planet. So to all of the viewers internationally right now, this is the most isolated landmass in the world. Imagine what can happen if you are in an adjacent state that's dry, if you haven't dealt with all the needs that you might have as as the planet dries even further.
Governor,
so we should learn lessons.
Speaking of which, people all around the country and the world want to help. Very quickly, what is the best way that they can help the people of your state?
They should go to the Hawaii Community Foundation and donate resources if they feel they have those resources. The people of Hawaii will be here for you forever. You should still support our state, and we will support you, of course. Hawaii Community Foundation, there's making those donations will enable us to purchase the needed food and supplies. Right now, we have so much physical supply, it's difficult for us to even manage it, though we are grateful for it. So that's how I would begin the approach. I will be happy to update you as often as you need, and I can update those needs also. Also, if you have a house in Hawaii and you could add it to our program where we're allowing people to rent and stay in place so they don't have to leave Maui or the other islands, that would be extraordinary. We will be compensating people through federal relief for that. So we know many people have that situation. And finally, just please pray for our lost ones and our firefighters and our police because what they're seeing is extraordinary.
Governor, thank you so much. We are sending all of those prayers with you and everyone in Hawaii right now. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it. And still to come, we have new legal developments in the federal investigation of the president's son following Friday's surprise move by the Justice Department to appoint a special counsel. That's next. You're watching Meet the Press Now. Welcome back. Turning now to developments in the investigation into Hunter Biden. Just days after Attorney General Merrick Garland named U.S. Attorney David Weiss special counsel, in a court filing late last night, lawyers for the president's son claimed federal prosecutors reneged on the plea agreement that collapsed in court late last month. This afternoon, White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre addressed the appointment of a special counsel for the first time.
This case was handled independently by the Justice Department under leadership of a Trump-appointed U.S. attorney, as you all know. This is consistent with what the president has been saying for a long while now, going way back to his campaign days, that he would restore the Department of Justice independence from political interference from the White House.
Joining me now is NBC News investigative correspondent Tom Winter. Tom, thanks for joining me. So what is the very latest with the special counsel and the plea agreement that fell apart?
Sure, Kristen. In the near term, prosecutors are going to have until noon tomorrow to respond to this idea that the pretrial diversion agreement tied to those gun charges that Hunter Biden could face is actually already in effect because both sides signed it. I expect to be a little bit of back and forth there about was the agreement actually finalized. That may clear up that portion of the proceedings that fell apart on July 26th. The other portion of it, those tax charges that we've spoken about before, that still has to be resolved, and it appears it's not going to be resolved through a plea agreement, as we know from some filings on Friday. So what we expect is in the coming days or perhaps weeks, even months, for charges rather to be filed in that case. That could come in California in the Central District. It could also be filed in D.C. where you are. So we'll just have to wait and see what happens, but certainly some long-term legal questions for the president's son, even though near-term it appears that there's going to be a back and forth about those gun charges.
Okay, and obviously all of this happening as 2024 fast approaches, and we are in the thick of the presidential campaign. Tom Winter, Thank you so much for being with us this hour. We'll be back with more Meet the Press Now tomorrow. NBC News Now coverage continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
Coming on the air with rescue turning to recovery now in Hawaii, with tons of questions on accountability for what's now the deadliest wildfire in modern U.S. history. Like, what are the health risks? Why didn't sirens go off? We are live from the island, and we'll go one-on-one with the top official there. Also breaking tonight, prosecutors in Georgia are moving faster than they thought in their case against Donald Trump. Why we might see a fourth indictment against the former president quite literally any minute. We've got more on the tea leaves from the judge and our team on the ground in a sec. Plus, the rise of dollar stores in places you may not expect. The wealthier shoppers there also may be unexpected. We're getting into it in our original. Plus, new tonight in Australia, a woman is accused of killing 3 family members with poisonous mushrooms in their beef Wellington. Her argument? Blame the grocery store for the mistake. We'll explain. And a shocking new lawsuit from a man whose story inspired the Oscar-winning movie The Blind Side, now accusing the family who adopted him of not actually adopting him at all and making a bunch of money off his name. What we're learning from these new court documents later on in the show. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new questions about the deadliest wildfire in modern American history, with the mission in Maui shifting to recovery instead of rescue, and concern now for the survivors and the responders on site. At least 96 people have been confirmed dead at this hour. And the grim reality, that number is all but certain to go up, since cadaver dogs have searched just 3% of the area so far. The FEMA administrator late tonight says the federal government has the right amount of personnel on the ground, describing how dangerous the conditions are. Watch.
It is extremely hazardous. There are structures that are partially standing that engineers have to clear first to make sure it's safe for the search and rescue teams to go into, make sure it's safe for the dogs to go into.
One big question now, how toxic is what's left after that firestorm ripped through? What kind of health concerns are there for survivors? Another key question, one that the state's attorney general is now looking into, why didn't the warning sirens go off?
No sirens went off, nothing. We just had to know that ourselves. It was fight or flight with no warning whatsoever.
No warning at all, they say. And here's something else people there want to know. When are they going to be able to get back home, to see what's left, to start to rebuild their lives? That is a process that could take years, given, look at this, given what you're seeing here. Houses burned to the ground, cars fried to the frames, trees turning into black sticks, with a new jaw-dropping estimate putting the cost of the damage at $7 billion. It is all hands on deck tonight as people from nearby towns and islands boat in supplies to Lahaina, everything from water to food to medical supplies. We'll be joined in a minute by a top official from Hawaii's Department of Defense. But first, let's get to Dana Griffin, who's live for us on the ground in Maui. Help us understand some of these questions and any answers we are getting to them. What are the health risks? Do we know more about why those sirens didn't go off? And what's the biggest need for people now?
Yeah, the biggest need I can tell you right now, Hallie, is housing. We've got about 30 to 40 people here inside King's Cathedral, one of the evacuation centers. There are hundreds of people that need housing, if not thousands. They have set aside some hotel rooms to put people there, but the thing is those hotels only last for 30 days. Where are these people going to go after that? Because it's not like, you know, people had to evacuate, but they're going back to their homes. They have absolutely nothing right now. And the big question is, how are they going to house these people? The governor has even appealed to Hawaiians across the state to open up their homes to these evacuees. We've seen so many donations being brought to shelters across the region. These are not near Lahaina, or at least, 30 minutes out. But the people who say they have friends and loved ones there say they need these sort of supplies to be moved into the area. Now, maybe there's a lot of logistical challenges. I spoke to one woman who has friends and family that live in Lahaina, and over the weekend she said things got really testy and resulted in looting. Listen to what she told me.
Do not go to Lahaina thinking that you're going to get fed when you realize there are no resources. There are no stores out there for you. Everything is empty. There's nothing out there. So you know what? Just fair warning. And fair warning, a lot of people are angry. A lot of bad things that's happening. People are going into survival mode.
People are going into survival mode. We know that they are going to need, these evacuees, some 9,000 meals a day and hundreds of thousands of gallons of water. Hallie?
How about the accountability piece of this, Dana? Because that seems to be where there is increasing focus now at this point. There's the federal response that's gotten some pushback from people. We heard the head of FEMA today say, well, we actually do have enough personnel on the ground. Tell me what your sense is from the folks that you're talking to.
Yeah, I think even if this sort of disaster were to happen, say, mainland USA, this would still be a challenge for any department to handle. We heard from the police chief who says that his officers aren't really equipped for some of the things they're being asked to do. Listen to what he told Tom Llamas.
My police officers, they're trained to go chase bad guys, respond to robberies, take reports, but they're not trained to go enter smoldering structures to go look for human remains.
And Hallie, you touched on this earlier, but it's a big safety concern. There are potentially toxic chemicals in the ground, in the air. Some of those buildings may not be structurally sound. They have to bring in engineers to make sure it's safe for not only the search and rescue workers, but also those cadaver dogs. They are trying to bring more of them in, but they say they are taking this very slow. It's a methodical process, and they want to honor the dead. They don't want to just, do this in a hurry. So for people, the FEMA administrator said, be patient with us. This is going to take a really long time. Hallie?
Dana Griffin live for us there in Maui. Dana, thank you so much. I want to bring in Jeffrey Hickman now, the Public Affairs Director for Hawaii's Department of Defense. Mr. Hickman, thank you so much for being with us. I know it has been an extremely long and difficult few days for you.
Yes, it has. But, we work here with the motivation that what we're going through and the amount of effort we're putting out is nothing to what the Maui residents, are having to deal with, those who've been affected by the fire. So the Hawaii National Guard is a community-based organization, and we have members that are in the Guard, a part of those search and rescue teams who are actually from Maui. So it really does hit home. Thank you.
And I'm so sorry to interrupt you there. I wanted to ask you, because as you talk about those people in Maui, I mean, you make that incredibly important point. What is the biggest focus for you to help them right now? What do they need the most?
You know what? The governor has a 3-point thing. One is the family reunification, and that includes a search and rescue. Maui residents are giving DNA so they can match with remains that are being found. You heard that number, 3%, which is going to go up. I heard the governor say this morning that they're going to find about 10 to 20 bodies a day as they methodically search. It's going to take a while. But the search and rescue teams have been beefed up since Friday. It started with 48 people from the Hawaii National Guard. Now we have 20 cadaver dog teams from FEMA. We have 110 soldiers and airmen from the Hawaii National Guard that are assisting in that one mission of search and rescue. And right now it's searching and identifying. The next one is housing. Like your reporter said, it's a big one, to get people into hotel rooms and to get them out of shelters into a more permanent place to go. It's a gigantic challenge, something we haven't encountered. And the third is the Hawaii National Guard is sending another 100 people with a command and control element that will leverage the active duty forces and all of the benefits they have. That includes the Marines, Navy, Air Force, and all of their assets, whether it be engineering or transportation or manpower. They're all on board to help, and that's going to be fully mission capable starting tomorrow.
Let me ask you, as we just heard from FEMA saying that they believe there is the appropriate number of personnel on the ground in Maui. You are the tip of the spear, you and your agency, the folks there in Maui. Do you believe that you have enough federal help at this point, or do you want more?
You know what? FEMA and Maui County and the state, they're all working together. And Maui County is asking us what they need, and those needs are being filled. Right now is the pace that assistance has to happen, and the pace of the recovery. And it is going to be slow. The FEMA director had it correct. It is going to take time. We're asking patience. Our governor is wanting to say mahalo to the world for their aloha and compassion for the things that they're sending at this time. But the compassion is a big one. It is going to take time. We're talking months for the different stages of the recovery process and the rebuild. It's going to take a lot of time.
Yeah. One of the questions people have had, and frankly, some of the anger that I'm sure you're aware of, is from locals who say there was not enough of an appropriate warning given. We've reported here at NBC News that those warning sirens did not go off. You mentioned the governor. I want to play what he said just moments ago here on this network. Let me play it.
In this case, what appears to have happened was that the infrastructure was destroyed at such a great pace that we couldn't have any communications up whatsoever.
So it sounds like what he's saying is the fire was moving so quickly, it destroyed the ability to get those sirens up. Help us understand what may have happened here, how this could have happened.
One of the first things is that a chance for a fire to affect Hawaii, it was relatively low on the list of disasters that we've had. We've had 2 eruptions, we've had multiple hurricanes, earthquakes, landslides, flooding, tsunami warnings. Fire is on the list, but this one, just the size and speed of it was incredible. The governor and the state attorney general will get to the bottom of what exactly happened, and we're not going to stop that process at all. We will get that information out. But right now, our priority is to the people of Maui and getting their needs fulfilled. But we will get to the bottom of what happened just prior to the fire hitting Lahaina.
Jeff Hickman of the Hawaii Department of Defense, thank you so much for being with us tonight. I appreciate your time and your insight.
Mahalo.
From the mainland now to Georgia now, and in just the last couple of minutes, we are learning that tonight is not a normal night at the Fulton County Courthouse. Why? Because Eastern time, it is 5:11 p.m., 11 minutes past when the doors might typically shut at that court. Another signal suggesting the prosecutors are picking up the pace, getting closer to announcing charges in what could be the 4th indictment against former President Trump. In just the last couple hours, here's some of the tea leaves we're reading. The district attorney moved a couple of interviews we thought would happen tomorrow to today. 2 key witnesses in that broad election interference case. 2 ex-state senators who also got subpoenas were spotted heading toward the DA's office. Plus, look at the scene outside. Tons of police protection. Look at that. You can see the barricades we're about to show you going up outside the courthouse. There they are, those bike racks there. And just to highlight some of the sort of intense attention around this potential 4th indictment, at one point today, the court says, in their words, a fictitious document got around online that seemed to lay out the alleged charges. To be clear, no charges yet, but based on our reporting, we know that the DA, Fani Willis, is arguing to a grand jury that Mr. Trump and his associates tried to illegally overturn his 2020 election defeat in Georgia by pushing lies about fraud that was not found to have happened. The former president has said again and again that he did nothing wrong. He said it yet again on the campaign trail just in the last 48 hours. Listen.
I don't do plea deals. We did nothing wrong. We don't ever take a plea. Yes, sir. We don't take plea deals.
Garrett Haake is live for us outside the courthouse in Atlanta. Let's start with some of those tea leaves that we are reading, because typically, Garrett, at 5:15, people who work at the court are home for the day. That is not the case tonight, which seems to be our clearest signal yet, that maybe something is happening behind closed doors related to this grand jury. Talk us through it.
Hallie, even that clear signal like that is as clear as mud right now, because much of this courthouse does appear to be closing, including the clerk's office. But the judge overseeing this case, or what would be this case, the presiding judge, has said he's sticking around. So if they are going forward tonight, they're doing it on a skeleton crew. We've got no indication that the grand jurors are leaving. They're not sticking around for the cafeteria food. So we know that work continues inside this courthouse. Fortunately for us, one of the witnesses that we're supposed to hear from tomorrow, but they're now hearing from today, George Cheedy, is a journalist, and he's been tweeting along for the ride, saying he's sitting there waiting to testify next to Jeff Duncan, the former lieutenant governor of Georgia, both of whom were scheduled to testify yesterday. Now they're waiting to go today. So things are still churning inside the courthouse behind me, but to what end and when, we still don't know.
Adding to some of the sort of back and forth and the speculation, et cetera, there's this report that had been circulating that the Fulton County Clerk's office is pushing back on. Former President Trump has taken notice of it. I don't want to get down a rabbit hole if it's not a rabbit hole we need to get down, but explain to us why that is significant potentially here.
Yeah, look, this document launched 1,000 journalistic ships today when it was apparently briefly posted this afternoon. Reuters journalists spotted it. It looked like a court docket. It smelled like a court docket. It had a URL that suggested it came from this court. But the court says not so. They called the document fictitious, as you said, and suggested it didn't have the right markings on it to represent what it appeared to be, which would have been an indictment of Donald Trump from this courthouse. So the court's pushing back on this. Reuters has kind of tried to clarify their language, and the Trump team has seized on it. They said, look, this is just another indication of a slipshod investigation. They say it raises big constitutional issues. Really, we've seen a lot of this from Trump's attorneys in this case. They have jumped on every kind of process foul or perceived process foul they have seen along the way for this years-long investigation, trying to get the case thrown out either because of how the original grand jury handled it or the ways the prosecutors conducted herself. None of that has stuck so far, but it's indicative of the strategy that they've had in this case in particular to try to make sure whatever comes out of this grand jury is tainted by process fouls, by claims of unfairness before the public even knows what's in it.
It's not just the former president's attorneys, it's the former president himself. He has, as he so often does, played defense by going on offense here. And again, he has not been indicted for the fourth time yet, but he's been going after the district attorney there, calling her a phony. He's been saying one of the key witnesses should not testify. He is playing, as he often does, Garrett, to the court of public opinion, rather in this instance to the court of law, leaving that up to his attorneys.
Yeah, and that's been the strategy throughout, really going back to the New York case where he tried to scoop the DA there, ended up missing his indictment date by about 2 weeks, but kind of getting into the bloodstream, the story that he wanted told about his indictments. That's maybe a little bit harder in this case, which is one, especially here in Georgia, that is so well understood and so well known. I mean, everything that is being talked about in this case has played out publicly for 2 years, but nevertheless, he's making this effort. Hallie, where it gets interesting is, you know, his post about somebody like Jeff Duncan, the former lieutenant governor here, suggesting he shouldn't testify. You know, a prosecutor or a judge might look at that as witness intimidation. That might influence how the other cases are being handled. Does a judge in D.C., Tanya Chutkin, look at that and say, hey, if you're going to start talking about witnesses in cases, we got to get moving here in Washington? All of these things affect one another. It's sort of a weird legal butterfly effect that's going on across the Trump legal diaspora. But where it all ends, we just don't know right now.
Garrett Hake, live for us there outside the Fulton County Courthouse. I assume you'll be there for at least a few more hours tonight, Garrett. I'm sure we'll talk again soon. Appreciate
it's looking that way.
Thanks, Garrett. Lawyers for Hunter Biden are now blaming the DOJ for the collapse of their client's plea deal. A total 180 in the case against the president's son that's gone from a pretty much done deal to the appointment of a special counsel in just a matter of weeks. It's leaving big question marks around Hunter Biden's legal future, with his defense team saying the special counsel made the decision on Friday, the same day that special counsel was appointed, to, in their words, renege on the previously agreed upon plea agreement. They want to know why a deal was scrapped that they say the government proposed and largely dictated themselves. The judge in the case is giving the DOJ until tomorrow to respond to those claims. Bottom line, everything we've heard so far from the special counsel and his team point to the plea deal being off the table. The DOJ did not respond to requests for comments on this. They have not so far. Let me bring in NBC's Tom Winter for us. So essentially, it's a 180. We were talking a couple weeks ago that it looked like this plea deal was imminent for the president's son. Now, looks like he might be headed to trial. Help us understand it.
Right, and I think trial is all but guaranteed here on the tax charges, but specifically to what they were talking about today in that legal filing you were referencing, Hallie, has to do with the pretrial diversion agreement. It has to do with that potential gun charge. I say potential because the whole idea of a pretrial diversion agreement is that you don't actually get charged, you don't actually get to court. We can look at some of the terms of the deal, which break down what he was being offered. And on top of the fact that, you know, he would have to register in the NICS system and no violations of local, state, federal laws, that's pretty typical. It included a key graph that talked about that he would not be prosecuted, not just for the gun charges, but also for a statement of facts attached to the tax plea agreement. And this encompassed all of it, which was pretty much all of his foreign business dealings, or at least a significant amount of them, as well as all of his potential tax issues. Well, now Hunter Biden's defense team is arguing, hey, we signed it. The government, federal prosecutors signed it. We think that that portion of it, at least as it pertains to the gun charge, is in effect. There hasn't been one last signature that was signed by probation, and that's what might jam all of this up. The judge has asked federal prosecutors to respond by noon tomorrow to these arguments.
Tom Winter, live for us with more on that. Tom, on the Hunter Biden beat tonight, yet again, thanks. 2 Nigerian men are in custody this evening after the Justice Department did something it almost never does. Extradited them from Nigeria so they could face sextortion charges here. in a case officials say led to the suicide of a teenager in Michigan. This is a rare move, as these defendants appeared in court today after being flown to the U.S. Sunday, charged with 4 counts of sexual exploitation of minors and with causing the death of 17-year-old Jordan DeMay. Officials say DeMay died by suicide last May after the defendants allegedly tricked him into sending them explicit photos of himself and then threatened to share them with friends and family. Ken Delanian is joining us now. And Ken, you know, it is often the case that the mere fact of a court appearance happening is not the actual headline. In this case, it kind of is, because it is so unusual for the DOJ to take this step of extraditing people on these kinds of charges. Why'd they do it?
They did it because this is a horrific case, an absolute nightmare where these 3 men in Nigeria allegedly posed as a young woman, tricked this 17-year-old high school student, college-bound athlete, into sending explicit pictures and then essentially extorted him, threatened to release these photos to all his friends and family if he didn't pay them $1,000. He said he only had $300. And then he essentially said he was going to kill himself, and they encouraged him to do that, and he shot himself. This all happened within 6 hours of the first approach. And look, these cases unfortunately happen thousands of times a year, but this one, the FBI tracked these people down in Lagos, Nigeria, and convinced the Nigerian government to turn them over, which is a rare thing. There's a lot of cyber criminals in West Africa that never see a U.S. courtroom, but these 2 men today did, in fact, and one of them is facing a minimum of 30 years in prison.
Have we heard anything from that teenager's family?
Yes, I spoke to his mom today. She is an incredibly brave woman. Her message to people is talk to your kids about this issue, because A, they should know that people are not what they seem necessarily on the internet, and they should never send explicit photos. But if they do, God forbid if they do, it's not the end of the world. There is life after pictures, as some of the authorities were saying. And, you know, they need to talk to adults and report it right away. And there are ways to minimize the spread of those photos.
Where does this case go next, then?
Well, there's a 3rd defendant who they are trying to extradite now. And these 2 defendants who appeared in court today, they don't have lawyers. So they're proceeding through the criminal justice system, Hallie.
Ken Delanian covering the story for us today. Ken, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Coming up here on the show, the former NFL player whose story inspired The Blind Side says the couple who took him in as a teen never actually adopted him and made millions off his name. What he wants the court to do now. Plus, the police raid of a Kansas newspaper making headlines all across the country. What police said they're looking for and the questions this raises about a free press.
are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now in this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nestle tonight recalling some of its Toll House cookie dough. What the FDA says maybe in some of the batches coming up in the 5 things. But first, a stunning lawsuit tonight involving a former football star, an Oscar-winning movie, and millions of dollars, as the man whose story inspired the Blind Side movie is now accusing the wealthy white family who said they adopted him of not doing any such thing. We're talking about Michael Oher, who was taken in by the Tuohys after living in poverty and foster care. He played college ball at Ole Miss before spending 8 years in the NFL. It's an incredible life story, so incredible that it was turned into a best-selling book. That book became the foundation of the 2009 movie, The Blind Side, that earned Sandra Bullock an Academy Award, remember?
This team is your family, Michael. When you look at him, you think of me, how you have my back. Are you going to protect the family, Michael?
Yes, ma'am.
Bullock plays Leanne Toohey, who adopted Oher, or so he thought. But according to these new court documents out of Tennessee, Oher says that's a lie, that they tricked him into making the family his conservators instead, and that they made millions off his name from a movie that, you see the quote here, that would not have existed without him. Guad Venegas is joining us now. And Guad, this is a real shocker of a lawsuit, partly because of the time that has elapsed since Michael Oher was living with the Tuohys, was being taken in by the Tuohys, and now, right? He's basically saying he made nothing from the movie, from the book, et cetera, while the Tuohys raked it in. Help us understand the allegations and any response we're getting tonight from the Tuohys.
Hallie, there are a lot of questions as to why so much time went by before these legal documents were presented in court, right? So here's what we know. We know that back in 2004, when Oher was 18 years old and still living with the Tuohys, he says he was lied to, according to these legal documents, when they asked him to sign paperwork that he thought meant he was being adopted and becoming part of the family, but instead that paperwork put him in a conservatorship, and they became his conservators. Now, he says that they also made a deal for the film, the famous film that we all know, in which the family received $225,000 plus 2.5% of the proceeds. Now, that film also, the legal documents indicate, has made more than $300 million. Now, it also says that the conservatorship was going to end when he was 25, but the legal documents say that it was never terminated by the court, and ultimately the Tuohys had control over his contracts and any legal documents that he was involved in. So there's a lot of questions, Hallie, as to how he's been under a conservatorship this entire time, right? Because he had a successful NFL career, but it's been indicated that it took him time to find out exactly what had happened and why he didn't receive any profits from this film. So there's a lot of questions that will be answered after this legal filing was put in court today. So this is the legal petition, but we still have to hear from the Tuohys. We have not heard a response from them. So in the coming weeks or months, we could see a legal filing coming from the family explaining from their point of view what happened.
What does Oher want the court to do now? Like, what is he seeking?
So first off, the legal petition indicates that he wants that conservatorship to end. Again, this would have started when he was 18. He is now 37. He's retired from a successful NFL career. So he wants that to end. And also, he's asking that the family of the Tuohys stop using his name and likeness, and also to pay him his fair share from the profits they could have made from using his name, Hallie.
Guad Venegas, thank you very much on this really incredible story. Appreciate it. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, flights get canceled for all kinds of reasons, but at this airport in Sicily, it was a volcanic eruption that shut stuff down. The airport had to suspend flights tonight because Mount Etna nearby erupted overnight. Look at this lava and ash everywhere. The airport says it'll be closed until tomorrow morning. Number 2, a judge in Montana today is ruling in favor of the young activist we told you about first here on this show, who said the state's fossil fuel permit policy violates their right to a clean environment. A lawyer for these activists called it a huge win. Thing is, the state legislature, made up mostly of Republicans, gets to decide what to do about the policy now. A spokesperson for Montana's attorney general says they plan to appeal. Number 3, check this out. The Coast Guard rescuing 4 missing divers off the coast of North Carolina, like 50 miles from Cape Fear. They were found with a strobe light The Coast Guard says they were reunited with their family and friends and incredibly were not hurt. Number 4, you probably have seen this cookie dough in your lifetime. Little nostalgia there from Nestle Toll House. Well, secret ingredient, maybe wood? Yeah, Nestle recalled some of its Toll House chocolate chip cookie dough break and bake products because they may have wood fragments in them. The FDA says this is for batches produced on April 24th and 25th of that year. Check the date on your packet if you have it. Go return it if you do. No illnesses or injuries, fortunately, reported. Number 5. Remember when, are we going to talk about these two guys in a cage match? I think we are, because they were like agreeing to one, date TBD. Then Zuckerberg put out a statement saying Musk was not serious, it's time to move on. So Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, are they going to cage fight or not? Musk was like, challenge accepted. Maybe they're just going to keep trolling each other. Late today, we saw that Musk was like, maybe I'll show up at his house. A spokesperson for Zuckerberg says that's not serious. I get it's interesting. Do you think they're going to fight? I don't know. We'll see. Who would win? Let's talk about the publisher of a Kansas newspaper that just got raided, who says he is planning to get tomorrow's issue out even if he has to take pen to paper himself. This is a real role reversal, right? Because instead of reporting the headlines, the Marion County Record is making them after police went into the paper's offices and the owner's house. In surveillance video obtained by NBC News, look at this. You can see police taking computers, they took a server, even took the personal cell phones of some staffers. They say they're investigating identity theft and what they call unlawful acts concerning computers. But the paper's owner thinks this raid is in response to a story in the paper last week about a local restaurant owner who had a reporter for the paper and its publisher removed from the restaurant as they were covering a local congressman's event there. The owner also says this thing was so stressful for the paper's co-owner, his 98-year-old mother, that she collapsed and died the day after the raid. He is now planning to sue. Stephanie Gosk is covering this, and she is joining us now. There's a lot to this, Steph, and I think one of the reasons why it's making such headlines nationally is because there are questions now about protections for this press, right? For the press, I should say. There's this letter that's been signed by a couple dozen news and press freedom groups basically saying, like, sent to the police chief there. Talk us through what we should know about this story and where it goes.
Well, I mean, the first thing you should know is a little bit about Marion, Kansas. It is a town of 2,000 people. This is a very small town in Kansas that is putting itself on the map on a very big issue, a constitutional issue. But it boils down to these kind of local politics, back and forth. A restaurant owner who says her information was illegally obtained by the local paper. The local paper denies that. The police and the prosecutor put together a probable cause affidavit. The judge issues a search warrant. And then there is this sweeping search warrant. But here's the issue, Hallie. In 1980, the Congress was so concerned about protecting journalists' right to work and law enforcement's searches of journalistic operations that it passed an act called the Privacy Protection Act, which made it unlawful for law enforcement to search journalists just to get their reporting documents. You could only search journalists if they were in the process of committing a crime. Otherwise, you had to get that information through subpoena, and there were no subpoenas issued here. And that's what has people in an uproar, because this is the kind of activity that they say should be protected under this law.
Can you talk more about the police response here and what they're saying about this?
Sure. Well, there are exceptions, as I mentioned, to that Privacy Protection Act, right? So what they're saying is that this was an exception. And according to the police chief, he put out a statement and he said, as much as I would like to give everyone details on a criminal investigation, I cannot. I believe when the rest of the story is available to the public, the judicial system that is being questioned will be vindicated. You know, to get a search warrant, you have to file an affidavit of probable cause. And right now, that affidavit has not been made public, and that would lay out the evidence of a crime if there was one. So people are trying to get that. We've tried to get that today and had no success.
Stephanie Gosk working it. I know. Steph, thank you very much. We'll be checking back for more updates as well. Appreciate it. When we come back, we'll take you live to Iowa, where RFK Jr. has been backtracking on some comments about an abortion ban. Why that's so surprising for a Democrat. Plus, LA officials say dozens of people made off with thousands of dollars worth of luxury stuff, what they allegedly used to fight off security guards later in the local.
for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
More Americans who are making more money are buying more things at the dollar store than they used to. Why those kinds of stores are getting so popular later on in our original. But first, RFK Jr., Robert F. Kennedy Jr., a Democratic challenger to President Biden in 2024, is now walking back some comments on abortion that put him way out of step on an issue that we know matters to a lot of Democratic voters. Talking about this moment, talking about abortion rights in a conversation with our Ali Vitale on Sunday at the Iowa State Fair. Listen.
I believe that a decision to abort a child should be up to the women during the first 3 months of life.
So 3 months, you would sign a federal cap on that?
Yes, I would. Once a child is viable outside the womb, I think then the state has an interest in protecting that child.
Okay, so here you have now in a statement to NBC News, Kennedy's team saying this was just a big misunderstanding, chalking it up to a, in their words, crowded, noisy exhibit hall, saying that Kennedy does not support legislation banning abortion. To be clear, the question from Ali was about federal action to protect abortion. Kennedy brought up the 3 months thing on his own. Those comments coming in the middle of maybe the biggest political event in the lead up to the first in the nation Iowa caucus set for January, where nearly every Republican candidate and a couple of Democrats are trying to get people in Iowa on their side. That includes Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis, given this sort of rare split screen of the two of them at the state event. The same event, I should say. Ali Vitale, who is posted up still in Iowa, is joining us live tonight. So let's talk about this Kennedy situation here. He brought up this 3 month thing, right? That after 3 months, then perhaps, in his words, the state would have, and I'm paraphrasing here, an interest in stepping in here. That is not in line with where Democrats are, Democratic voters in a primary. So is this a strategy for him? Was this a misstep for him? What do we think?
I mean, clearly it was a misstep because they are walking it back and clarifying his position, saying that he misunderstood the question. But you played a part of that exchange. It went on for several more questions than that. There were 5 or 6 times that I asked him to clarify what he was saying, because you're right. We started this conversation where most Democrats would start this conversation, which is if they get the numbers in Congress and they keep control of the White House, what they want to do is pass federal legislation that would codify the protections of Roe. That's where I started with this line of questioning with Kennedy. He's the one who said that would be a protection up to 3 months. I then asked if that would mean 15 weeks or 21 weeks. He said yes in both instances. And then he brought up the idea that it would be protection up to the point of viability. Viability is 24 weeks. It seemed like he was conflating them. And I'll be honest with you, Hallie, it seemed like this was a policy that was somewhat being created in real time. Nevertheless, his campaign is walking it back, a spokesperson saying that he misunderstood, again, despite the fact that it seemed like he was following along with me the entire time. At one point, he pointed to some other policy differences that would put him out of step with Democrats. Even just in this interview, I asked him about the Inflation Reduction Act, which is arguably the biggest win of Democrats' first 2 years of holding Congress and the White House. He said he wouldn't have signed that legislation. And the pushback that he gave to me was something that I often hear from Republicans on the Hill, talking about the impacts that it would have on agriculture, some of the subsidies and carbon caps that were in that. I pressed him and said, this is one of the largest investments in combating climate change ever in history. For Democrats, that's largely seen as a good thing. For Kennedy, though, something that he said that he was out of step with, and it's yet another plot point in why he's running as a Democrat when really he holds a lot of ideas that are more Republican in nature. And of course, all of this is nothing to say of his very controversial, debunked anti-vaccine conspiracy theories, and of course, the anti-Semitic remarks he's made in the past, too.
On the other side of the aisle, you have Florida Governor Ron DeSantis also hoping to do well in Iowa out there at the state fair. This split screen, as we mentioned, with former President Trump. DeSantis seems to be, after this kind of campaign reset, reboot, new campaign manager, et cetera, he's trying to close the gap on Donald Trump. It is a big gap. It is less big in Iowa than in other places, according to polling recently. Talk to us about some of his new comments as he's got this new interview with CNBC and our colleague Brian Sullivan over there.
Yeah, and look, polls have a tendency to narrow once voters start tuning in, but we haven't really seen them change very much over the course of this primary so far. And there have been some inflection points. In fact, I can think of 3 really big ones that have indictment in the name of them, and a 4th one, of course, looming that we're watching out of Georgia. Nevertheless, for DeSantis, in this campaign reboot, it looks like one of the parts of it might be softening his stance on Disney. Watch.
We've appreciated working with them over the years, but I would just say go back to what you did well. I think it's going to be the right business decision. We basically moved on. They're suing the state of Florida. They're going to lose that lawsuit. So what I would say is drop the lawsuit.
So look, went from targeting Mickey Mouse and Disney, making this a centerpiece of his presidential campaign and a sign that he's willing to take the war on woke, so-called, to corporations. Now he's saying, basically, we're over it, let's move on, drop the lawsuit, as he tries to pivot, really, to being a more mainstream kind of candidate that will entertain mainstream press, that will gaggle and talk about policy, and trying to stray away from the things that might have been the initial bedrock of his campaign as we enter, I don't know, phase 2 or 3 of the reboot, trying to assuage donors and voters alike.
Ali Vitale live for us there in Iowa. Ali, thank you. Coming up here on the show, some scary moments as a woman in Florida comes face to face with a bear at her front door. Look at that. Oof. Right around the corner there. That's later in the local. Tonight, we're learning the names of 2 of the victims from a sudden and terrifying house explosion in Pennsylvania, with officials trying tonight to figure out why this happened. Father and son Casey and Keegan Klontz are 2 of the 5 victims of the explosion that was captured on Ring cameras all around the neighborhood. Just horrific, with flames swallowing up that house, nothing left. 3 other homes were destroyed. At least a dozen others were damaged, with windows blown out, walls crumbled from the flames that spread. Local officials say there's going to be a lot of forensic testing as part of this investigation, something that could take months, even years. Emily Aketa has more.
Hey there. Well, today the investigation into what caused that deadly house explosion is ramping up. You can see a heavy police presence, also members from People's Gas, Fires Marshal Office on the ground here in this western Pennsylvania neighborhood after the explosion changed the fabric of this community forever. The explosion on Saturday morning releasing a massive fireball into the sky, just staggering pictures captured on a doorbell camera from a nearby home, sending debris across the neighborhood, blowing out windows to homes, even several doors down. Tragically, 5 people died in the incident, including a father and son. We've learned their names from a family spokesperson, Casey and Keegan Clance. The boy, just 12 years old. We're told by family members they're being remembered as loving and devoted and inseparable. We are also hearing some harrowing stories from neighbors of what it was like to emerge from their homes after that major blast. One neighbor telling me that he actually helped pull someone from the rubble who he says is now in critical condition. Take a listen here.
We're fighting through the debris, the rubble, the fire, trying to get our neighbor out of there. He is currently being treated.
Oh, he in critical condition?
Yes.
So you may have saved his life.
I hope so.
It's not clear when gas will be restored to this community, but People's Gas Company says in its initial review of the scene, they did not find any immediate issues. Investigators say it could take months, if not years, to determine the cause of this deadly house explosion. Last year in Plum Borough, there was another house explosion that injured a family of 5. A cause in that incident has yet to be determined, so still a long road ahead for so many residents dealing with so much heartbreak here. Back to you.
Our thanks to Emily Aketa for that reporting. NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is happening in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Southern Bureau, officials say a teenager is missing and presumed dead. 6 others are seriously hurt after a boat slammed into shore at a lake in Texas. The boat apparently lost control and hit the bank of the lake, throwing at least one person out of it. Officials say the event has been declared a level 5 mass casualty incident. Out of our Western Bureau, dozens of people stole up to $100,000 worth of luxury stuff from an LA mall, according to officials. Apparently, they used bear spray to fight off a couple security guards. Police say they drove off before officers got to scene. Still trying to figure out who did it. Out of our Southern Bureau, a woman in Florida coming face to face with a bear when she left her house with her dog. Look at the security footage here. That is terrifying. She said her dog let her outside to get cats off the porch. That's definitely not a cat, of course, but when the 2 of them ran away, the woman and her dog, the bear did too, thank goodness. That's tonight's Original Now with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been watching. And tonight, it's people stretching their budget with inflation not as low as the Federal Reserve wants it to be. But there's a new signal today that Americans think the economy may get better. This new survey finds people think inflation will cool off over the next few years. But for now, one place people are going to fight those higher prices, dollar stores. Dollar General is the biggest of them all, with 19,000 stores across the country. Although that's not something everybody's happy about. Cynthia McFadden went to the small town of Salem, Connecticut, where the only place to buy groceries before the Dollar General was a gas station.
The Google eyes for $1.
I can tell you for a fact, a big box craft store, those are like $3.99.
Tanya Lehman is the kind of teachers kids dream about. The kind who knows how to put googly eyes to good use.
If they have a birthday or they're having a bad day, I'll make them something. Christmas, Easter, Halloween, I give them little gift bags full of stuff.
Lehman teaches music in rural Salem, Connecticut.
We have really very rich people here, and we have extremely very poor people. And in my school, there's kids that don't have food.
All those little extras Lehman, a single mom, pays for herself, which is one of the reasons she says the Dollar General has made such a difference to her.
And it's a struggle at times. So knowing that I can buy everything that I need here for cheaper, it's wonderful.
The Dollar General came to town about 4 years ago. Before that, the only place to get a quart of milk was this high-priced gas station. Michael Downing is also happy with the dollar store. We met him checking out eggs. Look at the price.
Yes, absolutely.
$1.50?
A dozen. It's unbelievable. I mean, that is probably a third of what most other stores charge for them.
No question, a quick comparison shows eggs are cheaper here than the area's grocery stores, which are all a significant drive away. The closest is a 30-minute round trip. Downing has a good job with a top company, but says he feels no stigma shopping in the discount store. In fact, a recent report suggests discount stores appeal to an ever-widening group of Americans. Households with 6-figure incomes are 15% more likely to shop at a dollar store this year than they were a year ago.
Everything has risen so high that if they can keep the prices low, which they do, then that's where the people will go.
It isn't hard to find a Dollar General with more than 19,000 stores across the country. One report found that dollar stores were the fastest growing food retailer, increasing by almost 90% between 2008 and 2020. But company spokesman Crystal Luce says don't call them a grocery store.
Dollar General is not a grocery store. We are today's general store.
Why does it matter? Perhaps in part to help stave off criticism about what you cannot buy at most Dollar Generals. Fresh fruit, fresh vegetables, meat, or fish.
We have components of a healthier meal in every single Dollar General store. And so when you look through the store, there's frozen vegetables, there's canned fruits. There's a lot of items there to be able to make healthier meals and decisions for customers.
But critics say dollar stores are turning food deserts into food swamps. Protests have erupted in some places like Toledo, Ohio, claiming dollar stores have driven grocery stores, which do carry less lucrative but healthier produce, out of business. Nevertheless, Dollar General is just getting started, according to their CEO, Jeff Owen, who had this to say at the company's December earnings call.
In the U.S. alone, we have 16,000 additional opportunities.
That's right, 16,000 possible new stores, adding, he hopes, to a vibrant bottom line. Last year, Dollar General made $3.3 billion profit.
It's the little things. It is. In a very not diverse demographic town, not only do they have black hair care, but they have quality black hair care, a lot cheaper than I bought when I had to drive 20 minutes to go somewhere else.
And these days, for many shoppers, cheaper sounds better.
Cynthia is joining us now. I think cheaper often sounds better, Cynthia. That is for sure, I think, for a lot of people. But what's so interesting here is that the next